Yi Feng, who was dumped, awakened the 100 times cashback system. Purchase a bottle of mineral water, consumption 2 yuan, cashback 200 yuan. Purchase cigarettes, consumption 50 yuan, cashback 5,000 yuan. Chapter 1, 100 times consumption cashback system. Magic City, a city full of vigor and opportunity, where high-rise buildings stand, traffic flows, people are busy, running around, in order to dream, but also for life. Yi Feng, a senior student of Magic City University, as a school grass, 185, broad shoulders, smooth muscle lines, plus a sunny and handsome face, all attract the eyes of the opposite sex. Today was the 3rd anniversary of Yi Feng's relationship with his girlfriend, Meng Yu, and he also got his first month's salary for his internship, 5,000 Huaxia dollars. He took a 2-hour leave in advance with his supervisor and carefully selected a gift, intending to give Meng Yu a surprise. Yi Feng rode his small electric donkey, came to not far away girlfriend Meng Yu internship company downstairs, waiting for his girlfriend off work. Looking at the people coming out one after another, Yi Feng carefully observed, fearing that he would miss them. From afar, a girl wearing a white t-shirt and a black knee-length skirt appeared in the line of sight, her long, silky hair swaying in the breeze. Looking at Meng Yu looking around, Yi Feng's heart was full of thoughts. Yi Feng, who was planning to go over, found a black Audi S6 parked beside Meng Yu. A man in his 30s stepped out of the car, and Meng Yu, who was full of shyness, jumped up and gave her a hug. In an instant, Yi Feng froze in place, strongly resisting the urge to hit someone. He rushed up. He wanted to ask clearly, Meng Yu, who is he? The hugging Meng Yu was startled and hurriedly let go of the man. She looked at the red-eyed Yi Feng scared and hugged the man's arm again. The Audi man also reacted and patted Meng Yu's back, signaling her to be at ease. You are Yu's boyfriend, right? No. It should be an ex-boyfriend. I'm only her boyfriend now. Please don't harass my girlfriend in the future, or the consequences will be severe, the Audi man said with a sneer on his face. You, didn't we promise to work hard together and get married when we graduate? Have you forgotten all the vows we once made? Yi Feng, today you bumped into me. It's the right time to make it clear to you. Let's break up. You can't give me the life I want. Love can't be a meal. Love needs material things to be sustained, and you're just a pauper. In the future, please don't harass me, or else my boyfriend will get angry. Kid, hurry up and get lost. You are not worthy of you, he said and pinched hard on Meng Yu's butt. Be good and go wait for me in the car. I've booked a hotel. I'll make sure you beg for mercy tonight. Watching the two flirt in front of him, Yi Feng's heart broke into crumbs. Looking at the car that drove away, with the people pointing, Yi Feng closed his eyes and let the tears flow out in his eyes. He stood in place for a long time, like saying goodbye to his youth, but also as if he was paying tribute to his dead love. In his mind flashed through the images of the two of them in these years. There are laughter. There are sadness. Put it down. Maybe he did not understand her. 3 years of feelings, cannot resist the temptation of material. A stabbing pain in the brain. Congratulations to the host. Awaken 100 times consumption cashback system. Host consumption of any amount can be obtained 100 times cashback. The system cashback amount are normal channels to obtain. Please rest assured that the use do not have to worry about being pulled to the slices. In order to ensure that the host consumption is not trapped by the limit, the special rewards host Universal Bank Supreme Black Card, all cashback or black card account, has been issued to the host's backpack. Yi Feng was startled by the voice coming out of his head, then immediately opened his backpack. A card-emitting black light was lying quietly in the bag. This was not an illusion. He had really been chosen by the system. Yi Feng as a netizen lover, for the system is not a stranger. Once he also had fantasized that one day was hit by the system from then on to the peak of life. I didn't expect the system to really come after breaking up today. Excitedly, Yi Feng picked up the small electric donkey that had collapsed on the side of the road and headed to the convenience store on the side. Boss, give me a bottle of mineral water. After scanning the code to pay, sure enough that pleasant voice came. Congratulations to the host for spending $2. The cashback of 200 has been credited to your Supreme Black Card with the tail number 8888. Boss, bring me another box of Huazi. Young man, can you buy and check out together? This tosses my old man again and again. He. Moncler, I'll pay attention. He. Congratulations to the host. Consumption of 50 yuan. Cashback of 5,000 yuan has been credited to the black card with the tail number 8888. Leaving the convenience store, Yi Feng returned to the rental house. Looking at the small space, secretly decided that he must try to brush the cashback. Ding ding ding. A ringtone interrupted Yi Feng's thoughts. Took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was Yang Chen, the boss of the same dormitory in Magic City University. The dormitory has a total of 4 people. the oldest Yang Chen, the oldest Changwon, the oldest Wang Chao, the oldest for Yifeng. The four of them had been in the same dormitory since freshman year, and their relationship was very good. Boss, what's the matter looking for me? Lao Si, I and Lao Air, Lao San, in front of the school in the old Sichuan hot pot. Hurry up and come, just missing you. Okay boss, I'll be there in a while. The old Sichuan hot pot store, due to the proximity of the school, and the good quality and low price, very popular with the students, often full of looks. Inside the hot pot store, Yang Chen was instructing Changwon, Wang Chao, when Lao Si comes, don't mention the breakup, just let him drink and let him vent out. You guys don't look at Lao Si, who is usually big-headed, but in fact, he's too much of a bullseye. Okay, boss, you say this menu is also yes. Old 4 likes her so much. Today he actually sent kissing photos in his friend circle. The background is actually still the Express Hotel. It's really shameless. Yes, Lao Si and he has been together for so many years, but also hold hands, hug a little. I did not expect to just break up with someone to go to a room. Really a pity for Lao Si. Yifeng at this time has taken a taxi to the door. Another wave of cash back to the account. Walking into the old Sichuan hot pot restaurant, he saw the four Yang Chen sitting in the corner and immediately walked up. Boss, Lao Air, Lao San, why are you free to get together today? How is your internship going? Today my internship paycheck has arrived. No one is going to grab it from me today. I'll buy the bill, said. Yifeng pulled open the stool and sat down, skillfully opened a bottle of beer and poured himself full. The three of you look at me, I look at you, feel very surprised. Is it possible that the old 4 he did not look at the circle of friends? Still don't know? 4 people first try a glass of wine. The eldest Yang Chen said, Lao Si. The dishes did not order too much. You see want to eat we add. Yifeng called the waiter, and added another tripe, a duck intestine, and 2 or 3 mutton. We are not far from graduation. Do you all have any plans? Yifeng picked up the wine glass and dried another glass. Then said. Yang Chen also accompanied with a dry cup. Then said. My family has arranged for me to go directly to one of my family's companies to exercise after graduation. Changwon pushed his glasses and said, I'm going to go back home to take the public examination. My parents are getting old and I'm the only son, so I want to go home. Chapter 2, Laid Off? Wang Chao looked at Changwon. Finished. The atmosphere was a bit low, so he opened his mouth and said, Don't worry, you Chao brother won't go. I still plan to buy a house in Thompson in the future. The crowd looked at Wang Chao playing the trick again and laughed and scolded. Get lost? You still want to buy a house in Thompson's first product? You can't even change a toilet by selling you. With the passage of time, the bottles under the feet of the 4 people were getting more and more, and their faces started to redden. At this time, Wang Chao looked at Yifeng and slowly said, Lao Si, did you break up? Yes, just broke up today. Then how do you look like you're fine? Hey, there is something and what can be done? I'm glad I saw this person clearly. Breaking up is also good. Stop the loss in time. Yifeng slowly said, Come and drink. Today's wine is drunk today. Tomorrow's sorrow comes tomorrow's sorrow. Seeing that the wine is getting stronger, Yifeng excused himself to go to the restroom and came to the front desk and asked for another case of wine before settling the bill. Congratulations to the host. Consumption of 650 yuan, cashback of 65,000 yuan, has been credited to the black card with the tail number 8888. Back to the table. To each person took a bottle of wine. The 4 people and talked about the past. 4 years of living together, will soon go their separate ways, are lamenting the passage of time. 4 people continue to push the cup. The night is gradually dark. 4 people help each other. Singing friends walk together for life. Those days no longer have. A word for life. Life love a cup of wine. Back to the rental house has been more than 11 o'clock. Messi washed his face. Yifeng lying in bed and fell asleep. The next morning, the alarm clock sound called up the sleeping Yifeng. Rubbed his drowsy head. Drank a large glass of water. Struggled to get up and wash up. After changing his clothes, Yifeng rode his small electric donkey and rushed towards the company. When he came to the company and said hello to the receptionist, he came to his workstation, and Zhang Tao, who was also an intern at the side, came over and said, Yifeng, have you heard about this? Our batch of interns due to the previous project completed well. To have an early transfer quota, I heard the team leader at the toilet door said, this quota should be for you. For me? Yes, you're the most capable among this batch of interns. Who else can I give it to if not you? Okay, if I get regularized, I'll treat you to dinner. Although Yifeng didn't care about getting regularized after having the system, he was still very happy when his ability was recognized. At this time the supervisor Wang Gang walked out of the office and came to the office area. Everyone stopped the work in their hands first. I have two things to announce. Wang Gang looked at the people, all stopped their hands to look towards him and nodded his head with satisfaction. This first thing is that the company has decided that the interns want to be converted early, and that person is Wang Ziqiang. The crowd resounded a murmur. This Wang Ziqiang, to be able to know ability, human feelings also do not understand. We all thought the first to be laid off is him. How can give him an early transfer? Is the rumor is true? The supervisor Wang Gang is really Wang Ziqiang's uncle? Wang Gang coughed twice. Quiet. Now announce the second thing. Due to Yifeng offended our customers, resulting in customers very dissatisfied. Now the company decided to end Yifeng's internship in advance. Yifeng, now you can pack up and leave. Yifeng stood up. Wang Gang, all said that this trash Wang Ziqiang has relationship with you. Now it seems to be true. A trash who has no skills whatsoever. Actually the first one to get the first transfer place. Really think we are all blind? It doesn't matter. You said I offended the client? Where do I go to offend customers to go? I came to this month. I have not seen the customer. You this pot I do not take the blame. Now immediately pack up and get out. Against the sky. Wang Gang, who was exposed by Yifeng in front of his face, looked very annoyed. Yifeng simply packed up his things and said to Wang Gang, I didn't want to do it a long time ago. You old bastard. Watch. Your bad luck is behind you. In the crowd's regretful gazes, Yifeng left in big strides. What a pity. Yifeng is serious and responsible in his work. His ability is outstanding. He was actually laid off. I think it's Wang Gang in order to make room for Wang Ziqiang. It's said that a new group will be established. It's estimated that 80% of this group leader his nephews. You guys see Wang Ziqiang that complacent look? Really disgusting. Well, don't talk about it. The official big level presses people to death. Let them hear. Not likely to give us small shoes. After leaving the company, he found a trash can and threw away the packed things directly. How would Yifeng, who owns the system, work for someone in the future? It is impossible to work part-time. Start enjoying life. Riding on his own small electric donkey. Yifeng intends to change a new cell phone for himself first. He used this really stuck to death. Before not willing to change. To save money to buy gifts for Mengyu. Now it is better to be good to yourself. See the roadside there is a Huawei flagship store. Then step in. As soon as he entered, a store clerk warmly greeted him. Hello sir, do you need to buy a phone or a tablet? Yes. I want to buy a cell phone. Do you have any recommendations? Sir, if you haven't considered a good phone model, you can come to the experience area over here to experience it, so that it's also convenient for you to choose. Coming to the experience area, he tried a few cell phones, pointed at the Huawei Mate 60 Pro, and said to the clerk, this is the one. At this time a teasing female voice came. Yo, isn't this Yifeng, the great talent and school bully of our Magic City University? I heard that you were dumped by Yu. Ha, you don't look at yourself. You look like a poor man. How can you be worthy of our Yu? If I were you, I would have dumped you a long time ago. Yifeng followed the voice to look. Zhang Meng, Mengyu's best friend. Once not less in Mengyu that said bad things about him. A typical gold-digging woman. Zhang Meng, your mouth is still so stinky. Remember to brush your teeth first when you go out in the future. Yifeng didn't spoil her either and disliked her back. You, no quality at all. Why did you come here to rub your nose in it after being dumped? Look at you. You can't afford a Huawei cell phone either. How do you know I can't afford it? I just came to buy a cell phone. Oh, you just blow it. Just this stingy like you. Willing to buy Huawei? You don't know. But I introduced you to Yu's boyfriend. Are you angry? Zhang Meng continued sarcastically. Then I should thank you. Otherwise how could I recognize her true face? After saying that, Yifeng said towards the clerk. Let's go pay. Coming to the front desk, together with accessories and a series of other products, Yifeng paid a total of $11,000. Congratulations to the host. Consumption of 11,000 yuan. Cashback of 1.1 million yuan has been credited to the black card with the tail number 8888. Chapter 3 Crazy Consumption. Changing the cell phone card and taking the handbag. He was planning to leave. Zhang Meng, who was watching from the side, was astonished. How is it possible? How can Yifeng afford to buy such an expensive cell phone? She flashed to Yifeng, pointed at him and said, good, so you have been pretending to be poor to deceive you. Really is a scum man, deserve you to be dumped. Said enough? Say enough and get lost. Don't block my way. Yifeng said as he looked at her coldly, feeling a coolness coming straight at her. Zhang Meng subconsciously got out of the way. Yifeng straight away. Behind her Zhang Meng reacted. Immediately felt humiliated. How could she give way to Yifeng? Furious, She went out of the door and cursed at the direction Yi Feng left. Riding a small electric donkey, Yi Feng leisurely wandered on the road. After checking his balance, the accumulated cashback in the black card had reached 1.2 million. The feeling of earning $1 million a day is really cool. Arriving at the Wanda Plaza, Yi Feng opened the wild brush mode. Walking into the Armani store, a few shopkeepers are sitting leisurely. Seeing Yi Feng's arrival also did not get up, chatting to themselves. Frowned. Yi Feng also did not pay attention to. Look up on their own. Turned around. Looked on 2 sets of casual wear. Then said to the clerk, "These 2 sets of clothes to help me take out, I want to try." The clerk reluctantly came and revealed a fake smile to Yi Feng. "Sir, the total price of these 2 sets of clothes is 350,000. Are you sure you need to try them on? Are you afraid that I can't afford it?" Yi Feng said coldly. "No sir, I'm just worried about being damaged and creating unnecessary trouble. If you insist, I'll go get it for you." The clerk revealed the look of "You just can't afford to pay. Go get it," Yi Feng said coldly. Not long after the clerk brought the clothes, Yi Feng went to the dressing room and changed his clothes. Looking at the mirror, it's true that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. His temperament was immediately upgraded by a grade. He nodded with satisfaction, took out the black card and handed it to the clerk. Swiped the card. The clerk was also shocked. She didn't expect to really have to swipe the card. She was ready to work for nothing. "Okay sir." The clerk looked at the black card in her hand with a shock in her heart. Although she didn't know the significance of the Universal Bank's Supreme Black Card, but from the materials of the black card as well as the name of the Universal Bank, she knew that the one who could have this kind of card must not be an ordinary person. After swiping the card, the clerk respectfully handed the card to Yi Feng with both hands. "Congratulations to the host. Spending 350,000. Cashback of 35 million has been credited to the Supreme Black Card with the tail number 8888. Looking at his surging value, his heart was happy. And not caring about the previous unpleasantness, he picked up the card and left. Today he was going to spend like crazy. Next target, Patek Philippe. Entering the store, the clerk warmly greeted him, and there was no previous scene, probably because of this inexpensive attire. The clerk enthusiastically recommended. After considering it again and again, Yi Feng picked a Patek Philippe Phantom worth $7 million. Yi Feng then bought a Hermes belt and men's purse. When leaving the Wanda Plaza, the system cashback amount had reached a staggering 1 billion. Standing at the entrance of the plaza, feeling the warmth of the sunlight falling on his body, Yi Feng shouted cool. The surrounding crowd cast a strange look. He rode his small electric donkey to the next destination, Mercedes-Benz 4S store. When Yi Feng rode a small electric donkey, the security guards at the entrance looked stunned. A handsome young man dressed in a variety of high-grade value of a lot of money, riding a small electric donkey. Now rich people are so play? Came to the store. Yi Feng went straight to the Big G. He likes this car, has been a long time. Once dreamed of driving this car with his beloved girl to travel. Came to the booth. Looked at his dream car. Full of excitement. At this time a discordant voice came. You, isn't this your poor ex-boyfriend? Look at his lewd smile. Those who don't know still think he is lusting after this car. Ha ha. Brother Wang. Don't keep mentioning him. You only has you in her heart right now. His poor guy must be here to hang around and rub the box lunch. Unlike you who is so powerful and can afford a Mercedes-Benz. Looking at this shameless duo, Yi Feng sighed. Today he went out without reading the yellow calendar and met these 2 dogs and men. "Miss Sales, does this Big G have a current car?" Yi Feng ignored them and said to the sales at the side. "Sir, there is a top-of-the-line Big G in the store right now. If you buy it, you can pick it up in the afternoon." Sales Lin Yi said at the side. She heard all the taunts the duo made to Yi Feng just now. These 2 are cuties. Right. This gentleman is covered in big brands. Especially just now unintentionally she caught a glimpse of the Patek Philippe on Yi Feng's wrist that was worth at least a few million. This Mr. Yi is worth at least hundreds of millions. Ha ha, Yi Feng, you actually ask if there is a current car? Are you here to be funny? You just lost your internship. You should only have less than $5,000 on you, and you're still talking big about wanting to buy a Big G. Do you have that kind of strength? Wang Yang scoffed. Yi Feng looked at him coldly and said, "So it's you who poured the ghost? What kind of person is that scumbag Wang Gang? Ha ha, you just found out that I did it. Ha ha, Wang Gang is my cousin. I tell you, if you offend me Wang Yang, I will make it impossible for you to mix in the Magic City. Hurry up and go back home." Wang Yang became more and more unscrupulous and taunted. "You think you can strike me like this? You underestimate me too much." If he didn't have the system, Yi Feng didn't have this backbone yet. But now, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Underestimate you? Ha ha. I've never looked down on you. Do you dare to make a bet with me? If I can buy this Big G, you kneel down and learn 3 barks. You can't even afford to buy the wheels of the big G. Ha ha, I agree. If you buy it, don't 3 barks. 100 barks is no problem. But do you have the strength? Yes, just your poor look. How to compare with Wang? A poor. Mengyu on the side also spoke out and mocked. Hearing Wang Yang promised, Yifeng took out his black card and said to sales Lin Yi, prepare the contract. Directly swiped the card. Lin Yi respectfully took the card and said, Mr. Yi, wait a moment, I'll do it right away. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi returned to Yifeng with the contract. Mr. Yi, the contract is ready. You can pick up the car anytime after you sign. After signing, the system cashback prompt had also arrived. Congratulations to the host. Consumption of 2.1 million. Cashback of 210 million has been credited to the black card with the tail number 8888. Wang Yang and Meng Yu looked with a face of disbelief. How is it possible? How can you afford to buy? You and this sales must be a gang. It must be you guys ganging up to pit me. Chapter 4, the first car of your life. Lin Yi was also full of contempt when she saw that the duo were obviously playing tricks. This gentleman, ma'am, Mr. Yi did purchase this Mercedes Big G with full payment. I guarantee it with our Mercedes reputation for 100 years. Besides, with Mr. Yi's worth, it's still easy to buy a 2.1 million car. Do you see that watch of Mr. Yi? That's Patek Philippe's classic Phantom, priced at a whopping 7 million. Looking at the two people who were frozen in place, Yifeng said coldly, finish your bet. Don't kneel down and learn how to bark. This is impossible. How can you afford it? Could it be that it turns out that you are all lying to me? You're obviously so rich. Why are you pretending to be so poor? Why else would I have left you? At this time, Meng Yu's heart was very complicated. She was very fond of Yifeng. He was handsome, physically fit, with outstanding ability. Wherever he went, he was an enviable existence. But all these can't be eaten for food. In order to live a better life, she listened to her girlfriend Zhang Meng's persuasion, and abandoned Yifeng, and chose Wang Yang. But now it seems like everything is so laughable, and she threw away a piece of diamond in the rough. On the side, Wang Yang's face was red in color with a vicious face and gave Mengyu a slap. Shut the hell up. Follow me. He wasn't going to kneel down and learn to bark like a dog. Now he desperately needed to escape this place that humiliated him. Kid, don't think that just because you have a few dollars that you feel like you can compete with me. The mountain won't turn. We'll see. Putting down his harsh words, Wang Yang pulled Mengyu and fled. Looking at the departing duo, Yifeng was disappointed for a while. He was not disappointed with Mengyu, but with his former self. Was he blind in the beginning? Choosing such a gold-digging woman as his girlfriend. Mr. Yi, just let them go so easily? In Lin Yi's opinion, for this duo it would be necessary to ruthlessly humiliate and retaliate against them to relieve their anger. Let them go. Mordor is not small, but it's not big either. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Driving his beloved Big G, Yifeng left the forest store, all the way to browse the beautiful scenery of the Magic City. Cannot help but sigh, do not have to go to work is really ing cool? Hey, do not have to go to work there is money more ing cool. Ding ding ding. This time the cell phone rang. Yifeng picked up the phone to press the connect button. A pleasant voice came. Brother, guess who I am? Yifeng with a smile on his face listening to the voice on the phone. This is his sister Yellen. Playing hours, brother and sister, two people's feelings are very good. Sister is also very dependent on him. Let me guess, is not our family's pig Shaolin hate, stinky brother, just will tease me, right brother? A good news, a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yi Lin said petulantly. Then let's hear the bad news first. Brother, why don't you follow the routine? There's no bad news. He. The good news is that my acceptance letter came down. Guess again which university? Could it be Kyoto University? He. Our family has produced a great talent. No, brother is so stupid. I've been accepted by Magic City University. He. Right away I'll be able to see my brother. Isn't it looking forward to the arrival of your lovely sister? Not looking forward to it. You little girl, quirky, you still don't know how to torture me when you come. Hate, brother, in a few days mom and dad will give me a promotion banquet. Do you have time to come back to attend? Our little princess's promotion banquet. I will definitely go to attend. Yay, brother is the best. Let's not talk about it first. Mom and dad called me to go eat. Brother should remember to eat too, yo. Yifeng hung up the phone with a smile on his face. For this sister, he is very loving. Every time Yilin got into trouble and was beaten by her mom was running to Yifeng's back, with a haughty face spitting out her tongue at her mom. For this reason he was not less implicated. On the other side Yilin ran out of the room after making a phone call. You this girl, are so big, still so windy. Not a bit of a girl's appearance. Come and eat. Yi mother set up the meal and nagged at Yi Lin. Old Yi, quickly come out and wash your hands for dinner. Every day when you get off work to fiddle with your flowers and plants, you don't know to help me play. Got it. I'm coming. Wife, you're so capable. I'm just adding to your mess if I go. Yi father said curtly. You old man. You live on this mouth. Quickly eat. Yi mother was very flattered and laughed. Mom and Dad, I just called my brother. He said he will come to my promotion banquet. He. You dead girl. Your brother is still interning in Magic City. How would he have time to come back? He must be coaxing you to be happy. When the school year starts, you'll go to Magic City as well. So don't toss your brother. Yi mother for her son is still very distressed. A person outside. No one to rely on. As a parent, cannot help anything? Can only not give the child trouble. Humph. My brother will definitely come. My brother never lies to me. You this girl? All said that daughters are good with their dads. To you this changed. Good with your brother. Old father I this sad Looking at Yi Lin pouting, Yi father also joked. On the other side of Yi Feng also began to miss home. After the senior internship, this more than half a year has not been home. This time the little sister promotion banquet must go back to stay a few more days. Thinking of Yi Lin also want to come to Magic City to go to school. Yi Feng felt that it is time to buy a suite. Anyway, there are still 1.2 billion in the account. In Magic City to buy a house is more than enough. And there is also the system rebate. Tomorrow we'll go to see the house. At this time a gurgling sound sounded. Yi Feng's stomach began to protest. This day to buy this and that. The excitement of the meal to forget. Take out the cell phone to see the neighborhood has a very high evaluation of the ancient style restaurant. Look at the evaluation is basically a good review. Here it is. Open the navigation. Set off the ancient style restaurant Phoenix Pavilion. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng came to the destination. Parked the car. Came to the entrance of the Phoenix Pavilion. The ancient Chinese style of the door carved with exquisite patterns. 2 golden door rings swaying on the door. Issued a pleasant sound. Walked into the restaurant. The ancient tables and chairs. Carved screen. A delicate lantern. The wall hung with landscape paintings and calligraphy. So that it seems as if people are in the middle of the Shangtang. Outside the door of the noisy city. Inside the door of the prosperous Tang dynasty. A strong visual difference impacted Yi Feng. So that he was greatly shocked. Sure enough, there is no falsehood in the name of fame. Since he came earlier, there weren't many people yet. Yi Feng easily lined up a spot. Customer, what would you like to eat? A waiter came in front of Yi Feng and said. This voice of the guest officer made him hear a blank stare. Guest, our Phoenix Pavilion is not only decorated in an ancient style, it is also addressed in an ancient way. If you need to call the waiter, just shout "Xiao air." This kind of way Yi Feng had also never encountered before. It felt very novel, but then he adjusted his state. Chapter 5, Schoolmate Li Shana. Xiao air. Give me a few of your store's specialties and a pot of tea. Please wait a moment. Customer, I will arrange for the kitchen to start the dishes. After ordering the dishes, Yi Feng quietly watched as a beautiful ancient costume beauty with a delicate figure was quietly playing the guzheng in one corner. A light green veiled long skirt and a white gauze woven mask, showing the woman's delicacy and mystery. Pour a cup of tea, listening to the beautiful sound of the piano. Really enjoy No wonder the ancients often stay in love with flowers, poetry, wine and tea. Gradually the restaurant was full of people, and there was a long line at the door. Senior Yi Feng, here. At this time a voice attracted his attention. According to the direction of the voice looked, wearing a white t-shirt blue jeans sweet-looking little girl which waved her hand to him. Thinking for a while, but still no impression. Seeing Yi Feng looked over. The girl pulled a slightly chubby glasses girl to the front of Yi Feng. Senior Yi Feng, I'm a sophomore at Magic City University. Li Xiana, this is my roommate Shernan. He. When we first enrolled in school, it was Senior Yi Feng who spoke to our freshmen as a representative. And your impassioned speech at that time made many of our freshmen idolize you. Li Xiana nervously looked at Yi Feng. At first he was attracted by Yi Feng's demeanor and talk. Only later after inquiring that he had a girlfriend, he hid this small heart in the bottom of his heart. When he recently learned that Yi Feng had broken up, that blazing emotion could not be controlled any longer. But he searched for a long time in the school, and could not find it. Oh, 2 schoolmates, what's the matter? Senior Yi Feng, we came a little late. We have to wait for a long time before we can get a place. Do you think, can you, let us share a table with you? After saying that, Li Xiana looked at Yi Feng with expectant eyes, with an expression that if you don't agree, I will cry. Don't stand. Sit down. Today Senior treats you guys to dinner. Yi Feng laughed. Yi Feng saw her younger sister Yi Lin's shadow from Li Xiana's body. The same quirky. Li Xiana happily pulled Shernan to sit down. Waiter, add 2 sets of cutlery for us. Why is no one paying attention to me? Yi Feng smiled and explained. This is an ancient-style restaurant. You have to say it the way the ancients say it. Li Xiana looked at Yi Feng thoughtfully. Xiao Air, come with 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. Alright, guest. Senior Yi Feng, this restaurant is really interesting. I like it so much. The 3 of them happily ate their food. For this relaxed and cozy feeling, Yi Feng liked it very much. Senior Yi Feng, I know there are some things I shouldn't ask, but I still want to know. Did you break up with your senior sister? Li Xiana clenched her fists at this time. Staring tightly at Yi Feng, there was tension, anticipation, and fear. She was nervous that Yi Feng was angry, looking forward to getting the case, and also afraid of the opportunity to be far away once again. Those who abandon me, yesterday's day cannot stay. Those who mess up my heart, today's day more troublesome. The person who should go can't stay. The sorrow that should come can't be avoided. Yi Feng also sighed. More than 3 years of feelings is not to say put down on put down, but he cannot accept the betrayal. If do not love can say, rather than betrayal. Love does not know what started. A love, hate does not know the end. A smile and die. Senior, this is what life should experience. Look away. Time is the best medicine. Can let you forget. Can also let you meet. Looking at the figure inside himself, at this moment there is only heartache. People have 3,000 diseases of birth and old age. Only lovesickness can't be cured. Yi Feng muttered. 9-leaf heavy building 2-2. Winter solstice cicada chrysalis 1 money. Decoction into the next year snow. Can heal the world lovesickness pain, Li Xiana argued. Chonglu 7 leaves and 1 flower. Winter solstice why chrysalis? How can take the snow of the next year? How can the lovesickness be solved? Summer is 9 heavy building. Digging 3 feet of cold cicadas now. New Year's Eve when the snow landing has been a year. After the time of parting, acacia can also be solved. But if it is not lovesickness to the bone, and how to medicine to solve, this medicine is not more bitter than lovesickness. How to solve the poison of lovesickness? 2 great talent. Great talent. How to pull from the breakup to the love of each other. Run away from the topic. Say something that the little woman can understand. Okay, you guys also consider the feelings of the school scum. He. Sure Nan on the side saw that the topic was getting further and further away, and hurriedly pulled back. This Li Xiana, really worrying, obviously like Yi Senior, but still have to talk about Acacia. This silly girl. Ha, did I just pretend to be infatuated? The past is past. I'm not that fragile. No need to comfort me. Elementary school sister. Yi Feng laughed cheerfully, swept away a haze. I did not expect to talk so much today with the elementary school girl who just met. Senior, can I add your WeChat? Today not only occupy your position, but also let you treat dinner. Some other day I invite you. He. Li Xiana laughed happily. She could have AA'd, but this time she let her senior treat her. Then next time she could ask her senior out alone. Just thinking about it made her happy. Yi Feng opened the WeChat QR code. Li Xiana 2 people added friends, then went to the checkout. After successfully getting the cash back, see the time is not early, then said to the 2 schoolgirls, are you going out shopping, or back to school? The 2 discussed for a while and said, Senior we'd better go back to school. It's not early, then I'll send you guys back. Yi Feng said and led the 2 out of Phoenix Pavilion. Arriving in front of the big G, Li Xiana looked at Yi Feng in surprise. Senior, is this your car? Yeah, just picked it up today. I heard that. That's right. I was dumped because I was poor. Maybe this is fate. In the car, the 3 are silent. Li Xiana looked at Yi Feng's side face through the reflection of the window. For a while some trance thought seemed to return to the initial meeting. The big boy who always has a smile on his face is so youthful and sunny, letting people like a spring breeze. Now he faded away the smile, gradually become resolute. Perhaps this is growth. At the entrance of the school, after the 3 said goodbye, Yi Feng did not leave, but returned to the dormitory that had not come for a long time. Old 4, why did you come back? Why do you have something on your mind? Come tell your brother Chao. Let me be happy. Wang Chao looked at Yi Feng who hadn't returned to the dormitory for a long time and joked. Changwen also sat up and looked at Yi Feng. No, old 4, did you win the lottery? This is a big brand name. It's not cheap. Wang Chao also noticed Yi Feng's difference at this time, and after scanning through it, his eyes were firmly fixed on Yi Feng's wrist. Holy, Patek Philippe, old 4, you've gotten rich. Tell me, are you being looked at by some rich woman? Introduce me to, Wang Chao said jokingly. Go to the side. What rich woman? I'm walking and falling from the sky. Ha. Righteous father, you've learned the hard way. I just checked. Your piece of Patek Philippe cost 7 million. Tell us what's the situation. If you don't tell us, Feng Xian this long knife is going to drink blood. Chapter 6 Regret. Yifeng looked at the excitement of the two men. Also do not know how to explain. The system's secrets certainly cannot be said. Thought for a moment and said, after the breakup, I was in the rental house to pack up things. Found a hard disk from a long time ago. There are 200 bitcoins in it, and it was just out of the market yesterday. Lao Si, you just accomplished a small goal. It's really a case of people getting killed and goods getting thrown away. No, you have to treat yourself. Wang Chao said excitedly. There was no jealousy in his eyes. There was a little bit of envy and happiness. A blessing in disguise. Lao Si, getting rich after a breakup proves that your destiny has not yet arrived. Meng Yu is not the right person for you, and at the same time, you have to keep your heart. You can't splurge just because you're rich, and lose your blessed destiny. Changwen patted Yifeng's shoulder and advised in a serious tone. Lao Er, I think you shouldn't go back to your hometown to take the public examination. You should stay in school to be a teacher. Every day full of big ideas. Like Mr. Sermon. If I have a small goal, I must enjoy life and experience the life of rich people. For Changwen's words, Wang Chao did not agree. He felt that after financial freedom, he should enjoy life. Otherwise the efforts would be meaningless. Alright, Lao Er Lao San. Don't worry. I have my own plans. You guys first stay a while. I'll go to the school supermarket to look around. Buy something and let's drink a couple of cups. Yifeng first used his cell phone to order some barbecue. Then went downstairs to the supermarket. The supermarket is not far away. Walking a few minutes to the... Isn't this Yifeng? It's been a long time. How's it going? How's your internship going? Supermarket boss Zhao Li smilingly greeted with Yifeng. The two are hometownsmen of Tianjin. Due to the more home-loving people of Tianjin, very few people drifting outside. So extraordinarily cordial. Over time has become a friend. Brotherly, long time no see. My internship ended early. Today back to the school to see. Today just you alone. Sister-in-law didn't come to help. Hey, the little one is sick. Your sister-in-law is taking care of it at home. What do you want to eat? Brotherly will give you a discount. Okay, then I'll go pick the food first. Soon Yifeng came back holding a bunch of snacks. Brotherly, one more case of beer. How much is it? 158. Give it 150. You kid, drink less alcohol. In the future, nothing to come to the seat of Brotherly. When you graduate the chance to meet is less. Well, don't worry Brotherly, when I graduate, I can also come to see you. Hey, go, dormitory brothers are still waiting for me. Back to chat. Take the barbecue. Yifeng returned to the dormitory. Put the things on the table. 3 young people sitting around the table, each holding a bottle of beer in their hands. The moonlight outside the window sprinkled on their youthful faces. With the passage of time, the slight intoxication brought by alcohol made the 3 begin to tell their stories. Lao San, Lao Si, in fact, I don't want to leave Magic City, but, my parents are old. I'm the only one at home. My parents can only go out to work in order to provide me with schooling. I remember one time, my father cut his hand at a construction site. He could only give up a finger in order to save money. When I saw it, he was still comforting me, letting me not worry about it. That moment my heart felt like it was going to be broken into crumbs. I hated that I grew too slowly. I hated that I became a burden to my family. Since then, I desperately studied. I knew that the only way to change my luck. Sometimes you guys tease me, saying that I'm a big man from Lu province. How do I buckle like an old man from Jin province? I just know the importance of money. It's what my father exchanged his fingers for. I can't afford to waste a single penny. And now, as I'm about to graduate, I want to do my best for the family. I want to come back home to take over my father's burden, to give him a break, so that he'd know that his son is grown up and can be his dependence, can cover for him. Looking at the tearful Changwen, Yifeng did not know how to comfort. The world is not as good as 9 times, cannot talk to people without 2 or 3, raised his glass, said to Changwen, come second brother, I toast you, worthy of being a man of Lu province, have a bearing, bottoms up, second brother, Lao Si, you guys usually see me being cheeky, do you think I'm spontaneous? That's just a disguise. I have been living with my grandparents since my parents divorced when I was young, and after they reorganized their family, I have been living with my grandparents, and since I was young, I have been ridiculed by my classmates for being a child with no father and no mother. Indeed, they have never appeared in my life for so many years, and there is only a cold alimony payment, which is still my grandpa's doorsteps to go and ask for, and there are parents like that. There's no difference between me and the orphans, and later on, whoever is laughing at me, I will hit them hard. I hit hard. A little bit they do not dare to gossip about me, but I have no friends. After that, after the death of my grandparents, I'm a little bit looked down. No expectations. There will be no disappointment, no attachments, but also can live as you wish. But who knows? In the night of the rain pouring down, a little boy hissed loudly, but also cannot call back to the back of the despair of the far away. The three of them raised their glasses and drank bitterly. Today's wine is drunk today. Tomorrow's sorrow comes tomorrow's sorrow. Changwon, Wang Chao, two people put down the wine glass, staring straight at Yifeng. Look, like we have said. You still do not say. Putting down his wine glass, Yifeng also fell into memories. My father is an ordinary worker. Mother is a housewife. There is a small me 4 years old sister. Parents usually quarrel, but they are very loving. Sister is also very cute. The family is still very happy. To say regret, there may be one thing. My best friend, naughty when I was a child, always go to my home not far from a suspension bridge to play. That is a hot summer he wanted to go down to the river to bathe. Because I do not know how to swim, just watch from the shore. Maybe the water is too cold. His leg cramps, in the water constantly flopping, shouting my name. I was anxious on the shore, cannot be helped. I shouted all around. After a long time before someone found that he was rescued. Although the life is saved, but a long time of drowning, resulting in serious brain damage. The intelligence will always stay at the age of 7 years. After that, I practiced swimming hard, and now I'm a great swimmer. But I can't go back to that year and bring him out from the age of 7. The three of them drank from a cup and told each other. At this moment, they forgot about time, forgot about their sorrows, and enjoyed this time of reunion to the fullest. The moonlight outside the window mixed with scattered raindrops tapped on the window, as if to wash away the lead, metamorphose and grow up, and also witnessed the friendship of the three. Looking at the drunken Yifeng and Wang Chao, Changwon shook his head and helped them back to the bed one by one, murmuring, "It's really lucky to have met you guys. I don't know if we can still meet after graduation." Chapter 7. Setting off to buy a house. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight through the curtains sprinkled onto Yifeng's face. Felt a headache. Struggled to get up. Saw the bottles of wine scattered on the table as well as the residual food. Rubbed his head. Still drank too much yesterday. Rummaged around. Found a cup. Poured a cup of water. Gulped it down. The water flowed down his throat into his stomach. Felt a little bit better in his state. Looking at Changwon, who was still sleeping, as well as Wang Chao, he eased his movements and walked to the window, opening some gaps to let the fresh air flow in. Dragging his tired body, he returned to the table, put the scattered bottles of wine back into the box, and the residual food into the garbage bag, found a rag and wiped the table, and seeing that it was almost cleaned up, he carried the garbage and left the dormitory, throw away the garbage by hand, and went straight to the cafeteria. Walked into the cafeteria, straight to a window and said, "Auntie, give me a bowl of millet porridge." Cafeteria aunt to porridge well. Yifeng took out his cell phone ready to pay. Looked down. The phone is out of power. The original yesterday drank too much. Forget to charge. Is embarrassing when? A payment success voice to break this embarrassment. Yifeng Sr. Morning. Did not expect to meet again so soon. He. Yifeng looked up and looked over. A delicate smiling face appeared in front of him. It turned out to be elementary school sister Li Shana. Good morning, elementary school sister. The cell phone is dead. Fortunately I met you. Otherwise I would have died of embarrassment. So the cell phone is out of battery. I said yesterday why you did not return my message. I thought you do not want to care about me, causing me to be sad for a long time. Senior, let's not stand. Let's go to the table, or else the porridge will be cold. The two came to the dining table. Yifeng drank a mouthful of millet porridge. Felt a warm current instantly spread through the body. Physical strength also recovered some. Looking at the hands propped up, chin is staring at himself. Li Shana said, "What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face?" At once Li Shana, shy, a big red face, stuttered. No, senior. I just look at your handsome face. It's a pity that you don't go to be a star. Although I think I'm a little handsome, but it's too much to be a star. By the way, why didn't you go to class today? Elementary school girl learns the bad thing, yo. Yifeng looked at her flushed cheeks and joked. Senior, you're too modest. You don't even know how many schoolgirls take you as their dream lover. Today we don't have a class in the morning, and in the afternoon there's just one lesson on Taoism. He. I'm a good student. How could I skip class? Senior, you can call me Shana. Senior, it's too outgoing to call a schoolgirl. He. Can I call you Brother Feng? Looking at Li Shana, looking at herself with an expectant face, Yifeng nodded his head and agreed. Brother Feng. He. Brother Feng. Li Shana shouted happily. Brother Feng, there's a new movie being released tonight. Can you accompany me to see it? Okay? Yifeng thought about it. There was nothing to do at night, so he nodded his head and agreed. Good, yeah. He. If my roommates know that our Magic City University schoolboy accompanies me to watch a movie together, they must be envious to death. Li Shana giggled with a flowery face. Yi Feng looked at agitated Li Xiana with amusement and offered his farewell. Xiana, I still have some things to do in a while, so I won't chat with you for now. I'll come pick you up at night. Well, brother Feng, don't forget yo. After the two of them separated, Yi Feng came to the car, found the charging treasure, charged the cell phone. Modern society left the cell phone is really difficult to walk off. Cell phone reboot. Yi Feng found the phone number of the agent who rented the room before and called it. The previous rental. Lu Wei cannot help much. Brother Xiaowei, I'm Yi Feng. Do you have any properties for sale in Tangshan? Yi Feng, how did you get rich? You want to buy a house? Indeed. There are 2 sets of Thompson's large flat. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. After all, the fame is there. Then brother Xiaowei, let's meet at the entrance of Thompson's first class in half an hour. Yi Feng, you're serious? That suite basically broke $100 million. You're not kidding. Don't worry, brother Xiaowei. I'll give you a big order today. Hanging up the phone, Yi Feng started the car and went straight. Came to the entrance of Thompson's first product. Looking at the sunshine through the clouds scattered on every inch of the neighborhood, Yi Feng was very excited inside. Immediately he can become a member of this place. At this time, Lu Wei also arrived. Saw the Mercedes-Benz Big G beside Yi Feng. Rushed over. Yi Feng, you're hiding deep enough. The Big G is on. It seems that before you rented a rental room to experience life, you kid really know how to play. Let's go. I'll take you to see the room. Walking into the small area, lush trees and was carefully trimmed lawn interplay. Everything looks so harmonious. The center of the district is a wide square. The center of the square is a fountain. Water columns with the beat of the music in the jumping, making a pleasant sound. The facilities in the neighborhood are also very perfect. There are gymnasiums, swimming pools, children's playgrounds and other various recreational facilities to meet the needs of residents of different ages. In addition, the neighborhood also has a 24-hour security system to ensure the safety of residents. In Lu Wei's lead, the two came to the door of the destination. Opened the door, only to see a salesman and a middle-aged couple introduced to see Yi Feng. Lu Wei. 2 people opened the door and was also stunned. The middle-aged man dressed flamboyantly, from head to toe a brand name, neck that exaggerated large gold chain, all show the appearance of his profiteering. The middle-aged woman is the same. Luxury clothing, expensive but not coordinated, hands hate are full of rings, face coated with thick makeup, but still cannot hide the traces of the passing of the years. The middle-aged woman saw the arrival of the two of them, said in a conspiratorial manner, "You guys have a funny thing going on? Think we can't afford it? And arranging for someone to visit the house at the same time? I'm sorry, I don't think I've ever doubted the two of you. I'll ask how it is." Sales Chen Hai said curtly. Lu Wei, what do you mean? Are you bent on stirring up my customers? Chen Hai, you can bring customers. I can't? He. Lu Wei, you are also too able to pretend. You bring a brat to see the house? What a joke. And also a big brand. Are all fake put? Looking at the aggressive Chen Hai, Yi Feng coldly said, how do you know I can't afford it? Today I asked brother Xiaowei to bring me here, just to buy a house. Kid, not too old and not too small in tone. Do you know how much money is needed for this house in Thompson? It's better to go back and work hard for a few decades to save up a down payment first. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Feng and taunted. Mr. Huang, you're right. The youngsters nowadays are overambitious at a young age. I think he just came here to take a few photos to go back and show off. Unlike you are rich and powerful at a glance. You have the strength to buy this house. Chen Hai complimented the middle-aged man like a dog's lapdog. Chapter 8, The Face of the Tycoon. Looking at Chen Hai's high praise, Lu Wei angry face red, pointing at Chen Hai scolded, you a horse's ass, dog leg, you say again my friend try, see I do not break your dog legs. Yi Feng saw that Lu Wei had gotten on top of his head at this point and hurriedly pulled him back. Little brother Wei, with this kind of thugs and dog legs are not so angry, hit them hard in the face to get over it. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the middle-aged woman immediately leapt up. Since she was rich, due to her lack of education as well as aesthetics, she was often ridiculed behind her back, causing her to hate it when people called her a thug. You little rabbit cub, who are you calling a thug? Believe it or not, old lady will tear your mouth apart. Little brother Wei, see, this reveals the nature. Right, not only a thug, but also a shrew. Looking at the laughing Yi Feng duo, the middle-aged man Huang Yue said coldly, kid, you're crazy. You have the ability to buy this house, do you have that strength? Are you so sure I can't buy it? If I buy it, I want you to bow and apologize to me and my friends. Good. If you can't buy it, then you can't afford the consequences. Lu Wei made a call to the company and explained the situation. Not long after, the company manager came into the room with the finance as well as the purchase contract. This is Mr. Yi, right? Really young and promising. I'm the company manager Sun Ming. It's a great honor to meet you. I've brought the contract. If you see no problem, we can sign, Manager Sun Ming said enthusiastically. As a senior real estate manager, Sun Ming's ability to read people was his biggest advantage. He didn't despise Yifeng because of his age, but instead, he could see that Yifeng was extraordinary from his clothes and accessories as well as his mannerisms. Yifeng took the contract and looked at it. There is no problem. Then signed his name. Then he said to Sun Ming, Manager Sun, do you think it's time for you to transfer money or swipe the card? On the side, Mr. and Mrs. Huang Yue laughed and mocked. And swipe card? Laugh me to death. This suite is worth at least $120 million. I really don't know what card you have that can have such a large amount. Kid, you're over pretending. Ha ha. Coldly glancing at the duo, Yifeng pulled out the supreme black card from his pocket. Saying that you are a thug is not wrong. A frog in the bottom of the well. Still dare to talk about the size of the sky. Manager Sun swiped the card. Let them have a long look. When Sun Ming saw this card his body shook violently, as if he had received an electric shock. This black card he had the honor of seeing once on a super rich man's body. This was by no means a simple card. It represented status and identity. Sun Ming took the card with trembling. Let the finance enter the amount and swiped the card successfully. Congratulations to the host. Spending $120 million, $12 billion in cashback. It has been credited to the Supreme Black Card with the tail number 8888. With trembling hands, Sun Ming returned the card to Yifeng. Mr. Yi, all the formalities after that. If you are not convenient, we can do it all on your behalf. If you have any needs, you can contact me directly. I'm very happy to serve you. This is my business card. Please do me the honor of accepting it. Huang Yue couple on the side was full of disbelief. Said angrily, this is impossible. Never seen any card that can swipe such a large amount. It must be you guys working together to cheat me. Before Yifeng could say anything, Sun Ming, who was on the side, stood out. How dare you? How dare you talk to Mr. Yi like that? Before, Mr. Yi really wasn't wrong when he said that you are a frog in the bottom of the well. Do you know this card? This is the Global Bank's Supreme Black Card. There are no more than 10 in the whole of China. Do you know how difficult it is to apply for this card? This card is by invitation only, not by application. And the invitee must have a minimum cash flow of 10 billion Chinese dollars. Listen clearly, it's cash flow. Not only can this card transfer huge amounts of money, it's also a symbol of status and identity. Already Mr. Ye's ability to crush you is like crushing an ant. How dare you be so reckless? Mr. and Mrs. Huang Yue collapsed on the ground, not knowing whether they were shocked by Sun Ming's aura or scared by Yifeng's identity as the owner of the black card. The two of them fell on their knees and begged for forgiveness for a while to Yifeng. Get lost, don't dirty my place. Seeing that the duo just conceded, Yifeng had no interest in fixing them. Manager Sun, do you have any villas for sale? Mr. Yi, just call me Little Sun. With your status position, the general villa doesn't meet your status. Now there is a more compatible choice. The Magic City Shin family recently had some problems with the capital chain, and intends to sell the Cloud Villa 6. If you're interested, I'll go and contact it for you. Cloud Villa, designed by top international masters. It is not only a simple residence, but also a symbol of status. It is located in the prime location of Mordor's new district, enjoying a unique location and beautiful landscape. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. Then let me know when you get in touch. Then there's nothing to do. We won't bother Mr. Yi. Goodbye. After Sun Ming and the others left, Yifeng admired his new home. An exquisite crystal chandelier hung from the high ceiling, emitting a soft light that illuminated the entire space. A whole side of floor-to-ceiling windows provided an unrivaled view, and paintings by famous artists hung on the walls, each stroke displaying the charm of art. In the center of the living room is a set of customized leather sofa, soft and comfortable, with a great sitting feeling. Next to the sofa is an exquisite tea table with a set of high-quality tea utensils, where you can sip tea while enjoying the beautiful view of the city. Moving inward from the living room is a spacious dining room. A large dining table is set in the dining room, large enough to seat 10 people. A gorgeous chandelier hangs above the table, adding a touch of romance to the meal. The walls of the dining room are adorned with beautiful murals, adding a touch of artistry to the dining environment. Next to the dining room is a modern kitchen, equipped with top-quality kitchenware and equipment, providing convenience for cooking. The kitchen is designed to be both functional and aesthetically pleasing, allowing one to enjoy cooking at the same time. Looking at his new home with satisfaction, Yifeng looked forward to the arrival of his little sister, Yi Lin, who must like it very much. Counting the time, Yifeng should also go back to attend Yi Lin's promotion banquet, and can also properly accompany his parents. Looking at the time, it was almost time for Li Xiaona to get out of class. Yifeng drove away from the Thompson Ipin to the Magic City University. When he came to the entrance of the school, He saw that Li Xiaona hadn't arrived yet, so Yi Feng went to the milk tea store next to him and bought 2 cups of milk tea, which girls should generally like. When he walked back, he saw Li Xiaona was standing by the car looking around. Yi Feng jogged 2 steps to the car. Brother Feng, quickly say, did you run out to see a pretty girl? Li Xiaona flashed her big eyes and said playfully. Chapter 9, Watching a Movie. Looking at Li Xiaona's adorable appearance, Yi Feng couldn't help but rub her head with his hand, only to see Li Xiaona's face brush red. Feeling that his behavior had crossed the line a bit, Yi Feng immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Xiaona, I didn't mean it. I just saw that you haven't arrived yet, so I went to buy 2 cups of milk tea. I don't know if you like it. Thank you, Feng. How did you know that I like milk tea? Hey, just now I didn't get angry. To be touched and killed by our Magic City University's famous schoolboy. I don't know how many people will die of envy. At this time, Li Xiaona secretly regretted in her heart how her face was red, making Brother Feng so embarrassed. If only she could take a picture, then she could save this moment permanently. Brother Feng, I've already bought the ticket. It's at Wanda Cinema. Hey, let's go. Yi Feng opened the car door and the 2 of them got into the car, all the way to the destination soon after the wind. Yi Feng took advantage of Li Xiaona's time to pick up tickets to the snack area. The sales clerk saw Yi Feng walking and immediately said enthusiastically, this handsome little brother, what do you want to buy? Give me a bucket of popcorn. Make it a big bucket. The sales clerk filled the popcorn to the brim and handed it to Yi Feng, looking at Yi Feng with a peach blossom face and said, is little brother alone? I get off work at 9, if you don't mind. We can have a drink. Yi Feng hit a cold shiver. Big sister, you go out without looking in the mirror? Took the popcorn and fled. Li Xiaona saw Yi Feng running over holding a bucket of popcorn and asked suspiciously, Brother Feng, what are you running for? And you're sweating so much. Here's some paper. Quickly wipe it off. Yi Feng took the paper and wiped his sweat. He couldn't say that he was harassed by a big sister and ran away. That would be too humiliating. So he had to make up a well-intentioned lie. Xiaona, I was afraid of delaying the opening of the movie, so I ran back quickly, seeing that Li Xiaona did not suspect, and then hurriedly wiped the sweat. Go out. Boys should learn to protect themselves. The 2 lined up after checking the ticket, into the dimly lit movie theater, in the faint light to find their own seats. Around the other audiences whispered conversations. With the projection hall lights gradually dim, the screen began to flicker. The 2 also immersed in the movie. The story is about love during the student period. They work hard together, struggle together, motivated to get into the same university. When they are about to enter the marriage hall, the heroine died in an accident. The hero insisted on completing the wedding, and finally ended up depressed and lonely. After watching the movie, Li Xiaona cried her eyes out. He grabbed Yi Feng's arm and kept wiping his tears. Yi Feng also kept comforting. Xiaona, let's go eat. My stomach is starting to protest. You need to eat something too. Otherwise where will you have the strength to keep crying? Li Xiaona broke into a smile. Where could one persuade someone like this? I didn't realize that Brother Feng was still a straight man. The 2 didn't go too far away, so they found a barbecue restaurant in Wanda and ate. Carbon fire burned slowly in the stove, making crackling sounds, as the meat kept rolling in the grill. The aroma was soon overflowing. Li Xiaona picked up a piece of beef and put it on the lettuce, evenly brushed the dipping sauce, paired it with a few slices of garlic, skillfully rolled it up, and handed it over to Yi Feng's front. Brother Feng, thank you for watching the movie with me today. To show my appreciation, I personally rolled a roast for you. Try it. Ordinary people can't eat it, yo. Receiving the rolled roast, Yi Feng tasted it, looking at the opposite side of the smiling eyes or squintingly. Xiaona seriously nodded and praised. Xiaona, it's very delicious. Tender and juicy beef, refreshing vegetables, and with garlic slices, it's really enjoyable. Usually girls don't put garlic slices. Why do you like to put garlic slices? Seeing Yi Feng finished eating, Li Xiaona said happily, I also saw it on the internet. Isn't there a saying, if you eat meat without garlic, the flavor will be less than half? Then I tried to try it out, and it's really right. It's just that after eating it, the flavor in my mouth is bigger. He. The 2 of them slowly savored the food, during which Li Xiaona also told a lot of interesting things about her life. Yi Feng quietly listened, interjecting a few sentences from time to time. Xiaona, you eat first. I'll go to the restroom first, and I'll be right back, Yi Feng said. Just as he got up and was about to go, he was stopped by Li Xiaona. Brother Feng, wait. Li Xiaona rummaged through her bag and took out a pack of tissues and handed it to Yi Feng. Looking at the tissues handed over, Yi Feng was confused. What does this mean? I'm just going to the restroom. Why are you giving me paper towels? After 3 seconds, the 2 of them reacted. Yi Feng looked at Li Xiaona, whose face was as shy as a red apple with an odd face. took the paper towel and said thank you. Brother Feng, don't misunderstand me? I just thought that you might wipe your hands after washing them. Nothing else. You can't think too much. Li Xiana hated to find a crack in the ground at this moment. It was too embarrassing. How did she do such a brainless thing? If her roommates knew about it, she would be laughed to death by them. It was so humiliating. Looking at Li Xiana's explanation, Yi Feng laughed and turned to go to the restroom. This elementary school girl is really cute to death. Yi Feng in the restroom, sorted out the clothes, went to the cashier to check out, smoothly get cash back to walk, found a face exquisite dress fashionable woman is standing in Li Xiana's side. The two seemed to have a quarrel. Yi Feng rushed over and looked at Li Xiana with an angry face and asked, Xiana, what happened? Li Xiana aggressively explained what happened. It turned out that the woman was Li Xiana's high school classmate, Mu Tong. In high school, Mu Tong liked a boy, Zhang Bian. However, Zhang Bian confessed his love to Li Xiana, but Li Xiana did not accept him. When Mu Tong approached Zhang Bian to reveal his feelings and was rejected, Mu Tong felt insulted and has been targeting and slandering Li Xiana ever since. Today, he saw Li Xiana's circle of friends positioning, came here to find fault. After listening to Li Xiana's explanation, Yi Feng looked at Mu Tong strangely. This woman is quite beautiful, but her brain circuit is really strange. Yo, Li Xiana, this is your lover. I think it's not good. Compared to Brother Bian can be far worse. Brother Bian is not only handsome, or the heir of the Zhang group, your vision is still as bad as the original. Seeing Yi Feng's arrival, Mu Tong spoke out sarcastically, but in her heart she was jealous. Why does every handsome man like Li Xiana this little? Where is she worse than her? Hearing Mu Tong's mean words, Yi Feng's face also sank. He really wanted to slap this woman, but the education he received didn't allow him to do something like hitting a woman. Chapter 10, Li Xiana's Confession. Li Xiana heard Mu Tong mocking Yi Feng and immediately became angry, rushed up and retorted, you can say I can. You are not allowed to say my brother Feng. In my heart, Brother Feng is the best. No one can compare. Yo, Li Xiana, you really can pretend. Don't you get tired of pretending to be cute and pathetic every day? Princess Hua said it well. Is just pretentious. You better apologize with Xiana, otherwise you don't regret it. Yi Feng said coldly. I apologize? Joke, to be able to be with Li Xiana, you are not a good thing. You two dogs and men, together or a real match. Ha ha. Mu Tong's jealousy at the bottom of his heart grew stronger when he saw Yi Feng defending Li Xiana. A slap landed on Mu Tong's face. Mu Tong covered her face, with an unbelievable face. Li Xiana this actually dared to hit her. After reacting, she rushed towards Li Xiana like crazy. You actually dare to hit me. I'll fight you. Yi Feng looked at the scene just now and froze. He didn't expect Li Xiana to have such a tough side. Seeing Mu Tong who rushed towards Li Xiana, Yi Feng hurriedly blocked in front of her, stopping the crazy like Mu Tong. At this time, the security guards of the mall also arrived and pulled a few people away. Looking at the onlookers, Li Xiana apologized and looked at Yi Feng, who returned a reassuring look. Mu Tong saw the arrival of the security guards, knowing that today it is impossible to avenge the slap, put a harsh word and fled in disgrace. Yi Feng, on the other hand, compensated for the damaged things and left with Li Xiana. Li Xiana lowered her head and followed Yi Feng all the way to the car. She felt that she had left a bad impression on Yi Feng today and was worried that he would not care about her in the future. Looking at Li Xiana whose head was almost buried under the car seat, Yi Feng was amused for a while. So valiant just now. Why have you become a quail now? Brother Feng, shouldn't I have done it, but I really couldn't hold back. It doesn't matter what she said about me, but when she says you, it's just not okay. Brother Feng, in my heart, you are the best. Maybe in the future you will not care about me. I still want to tell you, I like you. From the first time we met, at that time I wanted to find you to confess, but later learned that you have a girlfriend. I backed off, can only silently look at you from afar. The feelings pressed in the bottom of the heart. When I learned that you broke up, I cannot help but wanted to get close to you, looking for all kinds of opportunities to get in touch with you, hoping that you would discover my existence. I'm really sorry for today. I've caused you trouble. After saying that, Li Xiana got up and got off the car. Yi Feng pulled back Li Xiana. For this cute elementary school girl's mind, he had seen it long ago. He was not a little cutie. How could he not know her little heart? Yi Feng did not refuse to get along with Li Xiana, accompanying her to watch a movie. This shows that he also likes it, but after experiencing a betrayal, he does not dare to easily in opening a relationship again. But now Li Xiana are so active, he is pretending not to know. Then he will really lose this person. You haven't heard my answer yet and you're going to leave like this? Returning to her seat, Li Xiana stared at Yi Feng with a nervous face, wanting to say something but not daring to open her mouth for fear of getting a negative answer. I can see that you like me, but the matter of confession is better for me. Xiana, be my girlfriend, okay? Yi Feng looked at Li Xiana and said seriously. Excited look surfaced from Li Xiana's face. She leapt from the passenger seat to Yi Feng's front and kissed hard. This kiss has been waiting for 2 years and looking forward to 2 years. At this moment, as if the time stops, she felt a kind of sweetness that she has never felt before. A long time lips parted, for eyes opposite each other, looking at each other a smile. Brother Feng, you send me back to school. Li Xiana looked at Yi Feng sweetly. From now on this big handsome guy is her boyfriend. He. Just think about it and be happy. Soon after the two returned to the Magic City University, they walked hand in hand on the campus path. The moonlight sprinkled on the surrounding quiet trees, as if wearing a silver dress. Li Xiana in the body of Yi Feng constantly turning in circles, cheerful footsteps like a dance to tell their own joy. Li Xiana pulled Yi Feng to walk through every corner of the campus, like she was making up for the regrets of the past 2 years. Xiana, Senior Yi Feng, you too. Shernan, who was passing by, saw the two of them holding hands and were walking. Her mouth opened wide in shock. She knew that Li Xiana liked Yi Feng, but it was only a few days ago. Did it work out so quickly? No wonder it is said that a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Shernan covered her eyes with her hand and said teasingly, I didn't see anything. Xiana, I really didn't see you and Senior Yi Feng walking hand in hand. Nan, you're annoying, actually making fun of me. Look at my scratching dragon claw hands. Li Xiana let go of Yi Feng's hand and rushed up to fight with Shernan. Seeing that not far away was Li's supermarket, Yi Feng said to the duo, Xiana, Shernan, let's go to the supermarket and buy something. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the two stopped jostling and came to Yi Feng's side. Going to the supermarket together. Brother Li, busy, how is the little nephew? Better? Zhao saw that it was Yi Feng who brought two beauties over. His eyes lit up and he said happily, your little nephew is much better. Why did you bring two beauties here today? Is that one your girlfriend? Yi Feng pointed to Li Xiana and said, this is my girlfriend, Li Xiana, this is her roommate Shernan. Brother Li, today I'm the one who brought your friend here. You have to give me a discount. You kid, which time I came and didn't give you a discount? Quickly go and bring your girlfriend to choose something to eat. Yi Feng took the two girls to pick out snacks. This one took a few. That one took a few. Not long after a shopping cart was filled up, the three pushed the shopping cart to the front desk to check out. Jolly looked at this full cart and joked, Yi Feng, really didn't buy less. Pretty good for a girlfriend. Brother Li, it's not that I don't know what Xiana likes to eat, so I took a few more. Besides, there are 4 people in their dormitory. It's not quite appropriate not to buy more. After settling the bill, Yi Feng carried a few big bags of snacks and sent Li Xiana back to the dormitory. At the door of the dormitory, Shernan took the bags with a great sense of humor and went upstairs first, leaving the two of them alone time. Li Xiana looked at Yi Feng fondly and hugged him and whispered, Brother Feng, thank you, I'm so happy today, and your embrace is very warm. After saying that, she ran back to the dormitory. Yi Feng looked at Li Xiana's back, also smiled. Sweet love is really good. Before he and Meng you cannot be called in love at all. Only their own one-sided payment. Pure and simple, a big licking dog. Just have a boyfriend's reputation. Chapter 11 Cloud Villa to hand. Li Xiana ran back to the dormitory, opened the door, only to see the 3 women staring at her with smiles on their faces. Among them, Sun Jingjing and Lai Bingbing also acted out the scene just downstairs. At once Li Xiana blushed with shame and ran to the bed and covered her face with the quilt. How could the 3 girls let her off so easily? Together they pulled her up. Xiana, quickly tell us, how did you trick our school grass, Senior Yi Feng, into getting your hands on you? That's right, quickly tell me. That's my dream girl, actually tricked into your hands. No way. I'm so cute. Why can't Brother Feng like me? You guys are jealous of my talent and beauty. He. The 3 girls looked at the dejected Li Xiana and rushed up to scratch her. Spare my life. 3 ladies, I'll say it. Is it okay for me to say it? Then recounted what happened today. It seems that today, that classmate of yours, Mu Tong, instead of hitting you, it also did you a big favor. He. It's really stealing a chicken. Bing Li lamented. Yeah, Xiana, you're really a fool with a fool's luck. If that Mu Tong knew about it, she wouldn't be pissed off. Ha. Sun Jingjing also laughed. Our Xiana finally got her wish. You two don't know. She's been in love with Senior Yi Feng since she first enrolled in school, and at that time, she even asked me to help inquire about him. Now she finally got her wish. Shernan revealed the little secret with the 2. Humph. So many delicious food can't plug your mouths. No more food for you. Saying that, Li Xiana was about to grab the snacks, and then started another round of fighting. Jean City. Yilin looked at sitting on the sofa watching TV Yi father and Yi mother mouth corner twitching. This old couple. Every day in order to watch TV quarrel up endless. After the quarrel, but with nothing like in front of their own show love. Really speechless. Yilin picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Yi Feng. Brother, what day are you coming back? I haven't seen you for a long time. Your poor sister watched dad and mom show their love every day. She can't watch it anymore. It's too abusive to me as a single dog. On the other hand, Yi Feng also just returned to Thompson. Lying on his soft big bed was giggling. The cell phone rang. He thought it was Li Xiana's message. Opened it to see it turned out to be Yi Lin's message. Little girl. I'll go back in 2 days. Don't worry. Won't miss your promotion banquet. Dad and mom you just as can't see it. Brother I'm also coming from you at this time. Hey. They are happy with the old couple on the line. At this time a phone call over. Yi Feng look at the number. Is Sun Ming's phone? Press the connect button. Mr. Yi. I'm really sorry to bother you so late. I've already contacted the Shin family Cloud Villa thing I said last time. The Shin family head wants to ask you to come to the Cloud Villa tomorrow morning to discuss in detail. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Yi Feng thought about it. There is nothing to do tomorrow. So he agreed. Agreed on the time. And hung up the phone. I hope that tomorrow the Cloud Villa is going to be raised a little higher. Hey. That way the cashback will be very considerable. Yi Feng washed up and returned to bed. Chatting with Yilin and Li Xiana before going to sleep. The sunlight spilled into the floor-to-ceiling window and hit Yi Feng's face. Feeling a burst of warmth, Yi Feng gradually woke up. So lucky. Another day of being alive. Open the curtains. Look at the busy people outside. In order to live in the non-stop running. A burst of emotion inside. Once he was one of them. Since the arrival of the system, his life has undergone a sea change. Has not dared to imagine the wealth, but also has a sweet love. So money is a good thing. He can solve 99% of the world's troubles. Yi Feng washed up and changed his clothes, came to the mirror and looked at the spirited young man in the mirror and said narcissistically how handsome he was. After glancing at the time, Yi Feng went downstairs and prepared to leave. Today's appointment with the Shin family head. It would not be good to be late. Get into the car. Open the navigation. Target Cloud Villa. Set off. Due to the staggering of the morning rush hour, the journey was still relatively smooth, and soon arrived at the destination. Sun Ming standing at the door saw Yi Feng arrive. Jogged all the way over, helped Yi Feng pull open the car door and said with a warm face, Mr. Yi, you're here, wait for a moment, I'll make contact. Sun Ming came to the security room outside the gate and explained his intention. The security guards verified the situation with the Shin family head and then released him. Yi Feng was guided by Sun Ming all the way to the door of Cloud Villa 6. Parking his car, Sun Ming pressed the doorbell. Soon the door was opened and a little girl around 10 years old probed out. Looking at Yi Feng and the two of them curiously with a pair of big eyes open. Big brother, you are so pretty. Meow Meow likes it so much. Can you play with me? A figure also appeared in front of the door. Upright figure, handsome face, a pair of deep and wise eyes full of love looking at the little girl. Just how the face of the road exhaustion cannot be concealed. Meow Meow, this is Daddy's friend. You go play first. Daddy wants to talk about some work things. A moment later, Daddy will play with you, okay? Shenruomiao looked at Yi Feng aggrievedly, slowly nodded and left reluctantly. Shen Haoran looked at such a young Yi Feng was surprised. This villa can be as high as 1 billion Chinese dollars. It seems that this Yi Feng identity is not simple. Then adjusted his state and said, This is Mr. Yi right? I am Shen Haoran. I did not expect Mr. Yi to be so young. Really young and talented. My daughter is naughty. Please don't mind the two of you. Mr. Shen is polite. Your daughter is very cute and I love her very much. Yi Feng looked at Shen Haoran who was in his early 30s was also surprised. Originally thought that as the head of the family, his age must have to be over 50. It seems that there are a lot of stories. Shen Haoran invited the two of them into the study, served 2 cups of tea and stepped into the main topic. Mr. Yi, I heard Sun Ming say that you are interested in purchasing this villa. I don't know if you have understood it. This Cloud Villa is the top one in the whole Magic City. When the family bought it, it cost 800 million huaxia coins. With the appreciation of the land, the price is now above 1 billion huaxia coins. If Mr. Yi is willing to buy it, I am willing to sell it for 800 million huaxia coins. Yi Feng couldn't let him sell it at a low price. It was a big rebate. Hurriedly said, Shen family master. Yi Feng is not a person who takes advantage of people's danger. So let's close the deal at 1 billion huaxia coins. Yi Feng then looked for Shen Haoran to ask for an account number and transferred 1 billion huaxia coins. Congratulations to the host. Consumption of 1 billion huaxia coins, cashback of 100 billion huaxia coins, has been credited to the Supreme Black Card with the tail number 8888. Yi Feng looked at this long string of numbers in his global bank account. and his heart was also very excited. The whole of China. Maybe there are a lot of people who are worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but there are not a few whose cash flow reaches hundreds of billions of dollars. Chapter 12 Shares Shen. Shen Haorun on the side saw the arrival information. He was also very shocked, because he saw that it was a transfer from the personal account of Universal Bank. To have such a large amount of personal transfers can only mean that Yifeng is the owner of the Universal Bank's Supreme Black Card. This mysterious Mr. Yi must have a very deep background. Yifeng also handed over the transfer matter to Sun Ming. For Sun Ming he was still very satisfied. His ability to do the job was strong. He was just too pleasing to himself. Shen family master. Listening to Sun Ming said, Shen family capital chain has problems. I wonder if I can say something. Maybe I can help some. Now that Yifeng had a large amount of money in his hand, he also wanted to own some industries. Besides, such a good opportunity to grip the wool of the system could not be let go. Shen Haorun's eyes lit up. He knew that Yifeng had a terrible cash flow, and he also intended to use his strength to save the Shen family. Mr. Yi, I am a few years older than you, so I'm going to call you Yi Laodi. It's a long story. My Shen family developed smoothly in the first few years, and the volume reached 50 billion Chinese dollars, and all the credit goes to my younger sister, Shen Haoyu, who has a unique vision and a great talent for business, and just 2 years ago, she has doubled the market value of her company. And after the 4 big families of the devil's capital, the Feng family, who saw the talent of her sister, planned to make him a member of the family, and after he saw the talent of her sister, he decided to make her a member of the family, and then he was able to make her a member of the family. After seeing my sister's talent, the Feng family of the 4 great families of the Magic City intends to let his family's uneducated youngest son Feng Zhiping to and my Shen family marriage. My father was strongly opposed, and in a Feng Zhiping to my sister's pestering was kicked in the lower body, and from then on can't be humane. My Shen family has been the Feng family's crazy retaliation. All kinds of industries were crazy suppression. My father also died of a heart attack. It can be said that my Shen family has a deep grudge with the Feng family. Elder brother Yi, if you help my Shen family, you will definitely be hated by the Feng family, so you have to think clearly. Yifeng saw Shen Haorun's honesty. He also had no more worries. He was also very curious about that genius girl Shen Haoyue, for the fact that he would be hated by the Feng family. He wasn't afraid of that. He was the one who had the system. If he was afraid of this and that, how could he be worthy of the system? Brother Shen, I decided to invest in the Shen family. You see how much money is needed. Shen Haorun's spirit was shaken. He didn't have hope that Yifeng would invest after he said that. It was very unwise to take on the behemoth that was the upper family for the sake of the Shen family. Elder brother Yi, thank you so much. The market capitalization of the Shen family is about 35 billion huaxia coins now. If you invest 10 billion huaxia coins, I am willing to give you 35% of the shares. Brother Shen, let the legal affairs draft the contract. My investment can arrive anytime. Shen Haorun hurriedly contacted the legal affairs to draft the equity transfer contract and sent it to Cloud Villa. Yifeng looked at it. There was nothing wrong with it, so he signed his name and then transferred 10 billion huaxia coins over. Elder brother Yi, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will live up to your trust. At this time, Yifeng was puzzled. 10 billion huaxia coins had been spent. How come the system hadn't responded? System, why is there no cashback? Host, the system is a cashback for consumption. Investing in shares is not part of consumption, so you won't get cashback. Then you did not say earlier. Host, you didn't ask. You rebellious son. Tell me, how can I invest in acquisitions to be considered consumption? Host, the cumulative cashback reaches 10 trillion. Only after the system is upgraded will all your spending be counted as cashback. At the same time, cashback is issued in the form of points. Every cumulative consumption of 100 million Chinese coins will be rewarded with 1 point. At the same time, the points mall will be opened. So please continue to work hard. 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 After ending the conversation with the system, the 3 left the study. Seeing Yifeng appear, Shen Ruomia rushed over and hugged him. Big brother, you're done talking to dad about work, right? You can play with me now. Shen Haorun looked at his daughter and said, Meow meow. Dad has sold this house to Uncle Yifeng. We need to pack up and go live in another home. Big brother, then can I still come here to play later? Looking at the expectant Shen Ruomia, Yifeng squatted down, stroked her head and said, Meow meow can come anytime. Big brother will always welcome you. Big brother Shen, there's no rush. You guys can take your time to clean up. I won't come to live here for a while. Big brother, you're so nice. Shen Ruomia kissed Yifeng on the cheek. After accompanying little Ruomia to play for a while, Yifeng excused himself and left. Yifeng returned to the car, opened his cell phone, looked at the air tickets from Magic City to Tianjin City, and after considering it for a while, he chose a first-class ticket for 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thinking of his parents and little sister, who have been separated for a long time, and will be able to meet soon, Yi Feng's heart was excited. First go and pick out a few gifts. Drive to Wanda Plaza, familiar to Patek Philippe. Store clerk Mo Qingqing saw Yi Feng arrived, warmly greeted her, because Yi Feng gave her too deep an impression. The last time a shot is a piece of 7 million Patek Philippe Phantom, but also so handsome, if you can, and so little handsome man to happen something that would be so good. Hello Mr. Yi. I'm sales clerk Mo Qingqing. Welcome to visit again. Yi Feng looked at her, felt some familiarity. Should be the last time to come as this Mo Qingqing received his own. Walked to her and said, help me recommend 2 watches. A middle-aged man to wear, a young girl to wear. Mo Qingqing thought for a while, then brought Yi Feng to the front of the showcase. Mr. Yi, this Patek Philippe's time is very much in line with your requirements. This men's watch has a stable and atmospheric design and is very low-key, using the best quality materials. Not only is it extremely accurate, but it is also drop-proof and waterproof. The price is 3.5 million Chinese dollars. I'll take this one. In recommending a female watch, Mr. Yi, you move this way. This jumping youth, specially designed for young girls, pink appearance, more youthful and energetic, and with Patek Philippe's reputation, is the best guarantee of quality. The selling price of this watch is 2.8 million Huaxia coins. Yi Feng carefully observed this piece of beating youth. It really matches with Yellen, and it also matches with Li Xiana. Thinking that he hasn't given a gift to Li Xiana yet, Yi Feng decided to buy 2 pieces. I like this throbbing youth. I want 2 pieces. Wrap them for me separately. Okay Mr. Yi. Please wait for a moment. I will wrap them for you. Mo Qingqing quickly brought over 3 gift boxes. The male watch was in a blue gift box and the female watch was in a pink gift box. Yi Feng swiped his card to pay and left. Mo Qingqing looked at Yi Feng's back as he left for a while. Qingqing, don't look. Mr. Yi has gone far away. A young and rich young man like him can't look at us. Sister Zhang. I didn't. I just fantasized that Mr. Yi is my boyfriend just fine. That mesmerizing face is really never tiresome to look at. Especially he is also so rich and powerful. Ha ha, yeah, handsome and rich little handsome guy. Who doesn't like it? Chapter 13, Choosing a Gift. Yi Feng who left didn't go far. At this time he was thinking about what gift to give his mother. Casually strolling around, he saw a jewelry store not far away. Yi Feng took a step and went to the store. Welcome to Defu Jewelry. This gentleman, what do you need? You can tell me. You can also look for yourself first. The sales looked at Yi Feng who walked into the store and said enthusiastically. Yi Feng also came to the jewelry store for the first time and wasn't familiar with it, so he answered back. I want to buy a jadeite bracelet for my mother. You take me to take a look. Okay sir, please follow me. Followed the salesperson to the booth. Looking at the wide array of bracelets for a moment did not know how to pick. Looking at Yi Feng like this, the salesman timely spoke up and introduced. Sir, look at this pair of Zhongyang green bracelet. It is very suitable for middle-aged ladies to wear. With the introduction of sales, Yi Feng has a simple understanding of jade. Looked around. The prices from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Thought if mom knows. Bought 3.5 million watches for dad. Bought hundreds of thousands of bracelets for her. That fuming look. Yi Feng hit a shiver. Hurriedly said to the sales. Do you have any better quality bracelets here? Probably priced above 3.5 million. Sir, wait a moment. There is an ice-type jadeite bracelet that meets your requirements. I'm going to find the store manager to apply for it. Shortly after, the sales as well as the store manager carefully came with a brocade box. The store manager carefully placed the brocade box in the very center of the table, afraid that it would break if he was not careful. Hello sir, this is the ice-sea jadeite bracelet you are looking at. Yi Feng carefully observed. This jadeite bracelet had a delicate and warm texture, flashing a soft luster under the light. Its transparency was extremely high, and one could clearly see the internal lines. At this time a woman with a face full of flesh rushed over. Grab the bracelet, will try up. This bracelet was seen by this gentleman first. The sales hurriedly said. Humph, so what if he saw it? He didn't pay for it. It's mine if I wear it on my hand. Say it. How much? I'll buy it. The woman said arrogantly. Baby, this bracelet is only worthy of you. A man with a handsome face in his early 20s on the side said curtly. Yi Feng saw this scene and forced himself to hold back his nausea. This voice of baby he could really call out. It seems that he should be a little puppy that was adopted. Let this bracelet go to this lady. I don't really want it. Yi Feng was disgusted by the sight of that fat lady. How could he still want what she had touched? But the next thing that made him even more disgusted happened. Little brother, count your cents. Are you interested in following Sister Mia? As long as you have good physical strength, Sister guarantees you a year to buy a car. 5 years to buy a house. He. Think about it. The middle-aged woman said, also threw a wink to Yifeng. At this time, Yifeng couldn't take it anymore, and dry heaved to the garbage can, and then pointed at the middle-aged woman and cursed, "You dead fat woman. Long as a pig. You are about to disgust me. Roll. The middle-aged woman instantly became furious. She hated it when people said she was fat and called her a pig, and immediately rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng sidestepped and dodged, only to see the middle-aged woman hit the wall heavily. The young man saw this and immediately ran up, struggling to help her up. "Baby, are you alright? It hurts me to death. Let me see if the bump hurts." The middle-aged woman raised her hand and gave the man a slap, angrily saying, "Don't give me a hand. Give me a beating that his mother won't even recognize him." Only to see that the man just rushed up was Yifeng a foot down on the ground. The middle-aged woman saw the situation, also honest. "Did not dare to go forward again? Kid, count you hard. Sooner or later one day you will fall into my hands. Oh, looks like you are quite powerful. What do you do, and still fall into your hands?" Yifeng asked her with amusement. "Kid, I'm in the funeral business. Scared of it? Humph." Yifeng immediately jumped aside. It was too damn bad luck. The middle-aged woman kicked 2 feet towards the youth lying on the ground pretending to be dead. "Don't play dead. Hurry up and follow me." The young man sniffed and immediately got up to follow the middle-aged woman to go. At this time the store manager immediately came over to stop the other party. "Ma'am, this bracelet, 3.8 million huaxia coins, may I ask if you are swiping your card? Or transfer? What? Why is it so expensive?" Upon hearing this, the store manager gave a look, and several sales surrounded them. The middle-aged woman had no choice but to obediently swipe her card and flee in ashes. Yifeng looked at the store manager at this time and inquired, "Store manager, are there any bracelets of this quality or higher quality?" The store manager thought for a while and said, "Indeed there is, but not in the store. Over at the main store in Magic City, there is an imperial green bracelet, but the price is at 100 million huaxia coins, and if you need it, I can contact the main store to send it to me, but it will have to require a capital inspection. Please forgive me." Yifeng didn't care and opened his cell phone to show the store manager. When the store manager saw the long string of numbers, he froze on the spot, and after reacting, he hurriedly invited Yifeng to the VIP room. Half an hour later, a team of security personnel escorted an exquisite box to Defu Jewelry Wanda store. In the VIP room, a mature and steady middle-aged man with bright and godly eyes skillfully opened the box. "Mr. Yi, I am Zhu Mingjie, the person in charge of Dafu Jewelry Magic City. Thank you for choosing us at Dafu Jewelry. This is a glass seed imperial green bracelet. Please taste it." Yifeng walked towards the front, only to see the near-transparent texture of this emperor green bracelet, emitting a rich green color. The surface was smooth as a mirror, as if it was a work of art lying quietly in the box. Yifeng recognized it at a glance. He wanted him, turned to Zhu Mingjie and said, "Mr. Zhu, I'll take this bracelet. I'll swipe the card directly. This bracelet is simply too perfect." Yifeng took out his black card and threw it to Zhu Mingjie, and continued to scrutinize the bracelet. "Congratulations to the host. Spending 100 million huaxia coins, cashback of 10 billion huaxia coins, has been credited to the Supreme Black Card with the tail number 8888. Yifeng took the black card handed over by Zhu Mingjie, took the bracelet, and left. Returning to the car, he carefully put away the gifts he purchased today, leaving only a pink gift box on the passenger side, and drove to Magic City University. Arriving at the door of the dormitory, Yifeng sent a message to Li Xiana, and in a short while Li Xiana ran out cheerfully and rushed into Yifeng's arms. "Brother Feng, I miss you so much." He. After a long time the two of them separated. Yifeng handed the gift to Li Xiana. "Guess what's inside?" He. "I'm not guessing. I like whatever Brother Feng gives me." The duo held hands like this and walked around the campus enjoying the leisure. Passing by the supermarket, Yifeng bought 2 bottles of lemonade. Then the two of them sat down on a nearby bench. Chapter 14, Going Home. "Xiana, I have a flight tomorrow morning and will be going home for a few days." "Brother Feng, then I won't be able to see you for a few days. You have to remember to miss me when you go home. And no, not returning my messages." Yifeng looked at Li Xiana and touched her head favorably. "It feels so good to be held by someone. Don't worry, how could I not return your messages? You are so cute. I don't miss you enough." Li Xiana smiled and nodded her head, snuggling on Yifeng's shoulder, her face filled with happiness. "Brother Feng, if only I was a bit older. If I was the same age as you, then I could have met you earlier, and I could have married you earlier." Yifeng put his arm around her waist hard. "This silly girl, don't worry. I see all living beings like grass and trees, but the only thing I see you is the green mountains. In this life, no matter what, I will not give up on you. Two people just like this quietly snuggling. At this time no sound is better than sound. Too close to the heart. Better than 1,000 words. The sky gradually darkened. The two looked at each other and smiled. And said at the same time, "Let's go eat." The two laughed at the same time. Some people have known each other for a long time but are separated by the end of the world. Some people have just known each other for the first time but it is like 1,000 years. Brother Feng, tomorrow you still have to catch a flight. Today I'll treat you to the cafeteria. Hey, once I fantasized about buying a cafeteria meal with Brother Feng. He. I'm a big eater. You'll have to break the bank today. The duo walked hand in hand towards the cafeteria. Along the way there were constant exclamations from the crowd. Handsome man and beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. What do you want to eat, Brother Feng? Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, "I'll come with a drawer of xiaolong bao. In a bowl of egg soup will be fine." Then customer wait a moment. Xiao Er will go and come, said, jumped and left. This living treasure think about how life must be full of joy after marrying her in the future. Guest, your xiaolong bao and egg soup has arrived. Please enjoy. Saying that, he sat down opposite Yi Feng and ate together. Xiana, do you like xiaolong bao too? Looking at the same food on the table, Yi Feng asked in surprise, shouldn't girls love to eat snail flour and rice noodles and such? He. I want to try Feng's favorite food. It's a pity that there are no pancake fruits from Jin City here. Otherwise I definitely want to try it. Looking at her serious look, Yi Feng felt a burst of warmth. After dinner, at Li Xiana's repeated requests, Yi Feng could only send her back to the dormitory, and then obediently went home to sleep. There is no way. Who let tomorrow morning to catch the plane? Li Xiana returned to the dormitory. The three gossips immediately surrounded. Xiana, don't you still want to express your thoughts on the date? Yeah, tell us, did you and Senior kiss? Sure Nan, on the other hand, spotted her carrying a pink gift box and immediately her eyes lit up. Xiana, is this a gift from Senior Yi Feng? Quickly open it and take a look. Under the trio's coercion, Li Xiana obediently opened the gift box, and a delicate pink watch appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lai Bingbing saw the brand of the watch at a glance and looked at Li Xiana in surprise, saying, Xiana, this is actually a Patek Philippe, the top luxury among watches. Sun Jingjing on the side immediately took out her cell phone and checked. Xiana, this is a new Patek Philippe Jumping Youth, priced at 2.8 million huaxia coins. Xiana, I didn't realize that Senior Yi Feng is still a tycoon. Hey, you're going to treat us to something delicious. I want to eat snail noodles with pig's feet. Li Xiana was also shocked. 2.8 million huaxia coins. Is Brother Feng so generous in his offer? Bing Bing, sure Nan. Jing, I think I can't accept this gift. It's too expensive. I want to return it to Brother Feng. I'm not with him for this. Hearing her words, the three of them also nodded, agreeing with her thoughts. At this time Yi Feng, who was lying on his bed and was swiping short videos, received a message from Li Xiana. Brother Feng, the gift you sent me is too expensive. I can't accept it. I want to return it to you. Yi Feng looked at the message and was distressed for a while. He didn't expect that the first time he sent a gift to Li Xiana he couldn't accept it because it was too expensive. After organizing his words, Yi Feng replied, Xiana, I don't know if you're rejecting the gift or you're going to reject me. The first thing I felt when I picked this watch was that it suits you very well, not its value. I want to give you all the ones that I came across that suit you. It's not about money. It's because you're my girlfriend and I want to share it with you. Feng, I'm not rejecting you. It's just that it's too expensive. If I take it, I feel like I'm with you for your money. Xiana, I know your character, so I won't feel that you are with me because of money. If you don't accept it, then you can only give it to someone else. You don't want that to happen. Under Yi Feng's continuous persuasion, in the end, Li Xiana had no choice but to accept it. Women are really hard to understand. Don't want to go to sleep. The next morning, Yi Feng got up early, packed up his things, took a taxi and went straight to the airport. Smoothly passed the security check and came to a seat under the guidance of the flight attendant. Yi Feng took out his cell phone, adjusted the angle, took a selfie and sent it to Li Xiana. Xiana, I have boarded the plane. Don't miss it. Putting away his cell phone, Yi Feng also lay down on the seat and rested quietly. Not far away, a few flight attendants wearing uniformed pavilions were chatting idly. Lily, I just found a little handsome guy in the first-class cabin. Those deep eyes, high nose, TSK. It's really attractive. If not for the fact that I have a boyfriend, I would want to chase him backwards. Are you interested? Why don't we switch classes? Sister Hong. Really? I'll go and take a look in a while. I'm a person who likes to look at handsome men the most. Guarantee you will be mesmerized to death. I see that the little handsome man is not simply dressed. Should be a rich young man. Lily, you have to seize the opportunity. Oh. Soon a burst of weightlessness came. The plane took off. As the plane rose smoothly, the field of vision gradually opened up. You can see the scenery of the ground. Yifeng heard a footsteps approaching, slowly opened his eyes. A clean face with a little charm appeared in front of him. Her features are like finely crafted works of art. Her face is full of passionate smile and said softly, "Mister, how are you? May I ask what do you need to drink? We have tea, red wine, orange juice and cola here." Yifeng looked at this somewhat familiar face and asked tentatively, "Molly?" Molly also looked at his face carefully at this time and said with a surprised face, "Yifeng?" Yifeng smiled and looked at Molly and said, "Old classmate, long time no see." "Yes, from graduation. Almost 4 years have not seen it. See you this look developed ah? A body of Armani, tycoon ah. Don't make fun of me, right? You are the school recommended to intern?" "Yes, I just did a 3-month internship, and I'll be able to officially join the company after graduation." "Old classmate, leave a contact. I want to hold on to the thighs of the tycoon." Hey. Chapter 15, Buying a Car. After exchanging contact information, Molly brought him a glass of orange juice and left after making a date for him to treat him to a big meal. Yifeng was also in deep thought. He and Molly were in the same class and at the same table. During the busy and exciting years of high school, they became best friends, helping each other and tearing each other down. But then Molly failed to confess her love for Yifeng, and with her parents divorcing, she gradually became withdrawn, and the relationship between the two of them gradually became unfamiliar. On the other hand, seeing Molly come back, Sister Hong went up and asked, "Isn't it handsome? Molly, you have to seize the opportunity." Molly smiled bitterly. "Falling flowers have intentions. He used to be my classmate. I also confessed to him, only to be rejected. He said that he only treats me as a friend. And then after graduation, we haven't contacted each other for 4 years. And now that we meet, I've let go of my feelings. Being friends is also quite good." 2.5 hours later, the plane landed safely at the Jin City airport. Yifeng and Emily said hello and left. Out of the airport, feel the hometown air is not fresh, but full of nostalgia. Home is the attachment of every traveler. No matter where they are, there is always a feeling of attachment and longing for home in their hearts. Adjust your mind, get in the car and set off towards home. Came to the door of the home. Yifeng calmed the mood of excitement, knocked on the door of the home. Mom's nagging voice came out from inside the door. "Who ah? This big noon. Also come quite coincidentally. I just made lunch." Open the door. See Yifeng standing in the doorway. Yi mother froze for a moment. After the reaction, a pull into the house. Looking at their half a year have not seen the eldest son complained, "Your brat, back also not to say a word in advance. Wing's heart is not it, has not eaten it. Come. I just do egg noodles. You eat first, I look at what to do." Looking at the mother again to go to the kitchen to cook, hurriedly pulled her. "Mom, no need. I haven't eaten the egg noodles you made for a long time. Just eat this." "That's fine. What do you want to eat tonight?" "Mom will make it for you." If Yelin's girl knew you were coming back today, she'd be crazy happy. You don't know. She's been chattering about when you'll be back every day. And she's been annoying me to death. Yi mother's mouth was chattering, but her face was always filled with a happy smile. "Mom, you don't need to be busy. Let's go out to eat tonight. My treat. Your son, I'm rich." "Son, aren't you on an internship? How did you get rich again?" Yi mother looked at him with a puzzled face. "Mom, I had some bitcoins before, and sold them recently when the price was good. That can be worth a few dollars. You keep it yourself. Mom has money. Night mom please you." Yi mother does not know about virtual coins, and did not put on the heart. "Mom, where did my little sister go? That girl, every day run out to play. Also do not know at home to help me do some work. Today she seems to be in classmates go to the beach to play." After eating the egg noodles, Yifeng lay down on the sofa. This is the bed he has slept on for several years. The home is not big, 90 square meters, 2 rooms. When small, the parents have a room. Yifeng Yilin has a room. As Yilin slowly grows up, Yifeng moved to the sofa. After all, even if it is a brother and sister are also to avoid suspicion. Later, his parents were worried that Yifeng was not resting well, so they offered to let him move into his parents' room. Yifeng did not agree, and finally replaced the sofa bed with a sofa bed, and pulled the sofa underneath at night when he was resting. Now there are more than 100 billion Huaxia coins in the account. Tomorrow must take dad and mom and little sister to buy a villa to go, and also buy a car. Right, buy a car. Look at the time is still early. Yifeng intends to go now. First buy the car. "Mom, I'm going out for a trip. I'll be back before dinner." "You child, just arrived home and go out. Pay attention to safety." Leaving home, Yifeng took a taxi to Jin City Famous Car Exchange, which is a large luxury car sales company, divided into upper and lower 2 floors. Each floor is about more than 5,000 square meters. Walking into the store, there weren't many people inside, probably because it was a working day. Yifeng casually strolled around inside. Yifeng, you went home? You didn't contact me when you went home. Let's have a drink together. Right. Why did you come here? Are you planning to buy a car? I'm a salesman here. Tell me which one you like. I'll find a leader to give you a discount. Yifeng looked at the person, passed a hug. The person is his hair little Wei Liang. I just arrived home today. I didn't expect to come out to walk around and ran into you. Come, let's walk and talk. I even introduce you to the car. Or the leadership see and have to be fined. Liangzi, what kind of luxury cars do you have here? Lead me to take a look. Don't say. There is really a just-arrived supercar. Aston Martin 1-77, one of the world's top supercars. No other, just a word expensive. Let's go. I'll lead you to the second floor to take a look. Coming to the second floor, a silver-colored supercar immediately attracted Yifeng's attention. Wei Liang introduced. This is the Aston Martin 177. It carries a naturally aspirated 7.3 LV12 engine with a maximum power of 760 horsepower and a maximum torque of 750 Nm. It can complete the 0 to 100 km per hour acceleration sprint in 3.5 seconds. And the maximum speed will reach 354 km per hour. Isn't the performance particularly tough? What's even tougher is its price. 50 million Chinese dollars. I can't make that kind of money in a few lifetimes. Liangzi, do you have the key? I want to sit on it and take a look. Yifeng liked this car very much and had the intention to buy it. Little Feng, wait, I'll ask the manager. I don't have permission for this car. I'll try to fight for it. Saying that, Wei Liang quickly walked towards the manager's office. After waiting for a while, seeing that Wei Liang hadn't returned, Yifeng walked towards the manager's office next to him. Just as he reached the door, he heard the manager cursing at Wei Liang. Who do you think you are? Give it back to your friend. Do you know how expensive that car is? Sell you cannot afford to compensate. This kind of car is your kind of cats and dogs can look at it, recognize your position and get the hell out of here. Because of himself, let Wei Liang suffered such a scolding. Yifeng's anger can no longer endure. A foot kicked open the door. You in cursing my brother a try. Believe it or not, lousy, now waste you. Wei Liang saw Yifeng rushed in, immediately went forward to pull him and said, Xiao Feng, don't be impulsive. I'm fine. Quickly go out with me. We can't afford to mess with him. Seeing Yifeng being pulled, the manager, Wu Fei, also got bold. Kid, do you know what place this is? Dare to make trouble. I think you are impatient with life. Also, Wei Liang, you're fired. Now get out of here immediately. Hearing that Wei Liang was expelled, Yifeng became even angrier and broke away from Wei Liang and kicked Wu Fei to the ground. Chapter 16, First Acquaintance with Qian Zhongwen. The sound of the quarrel and fight on the second floor soon attracted many customers to watch. At this time, the security guards of famous car meeting also arrived. They were also very dissatisfied with the manager Wu Fei, so they waited for Yifeng to finish the fight before arriving late. Seeing the arrival of the security guards, Wu Fei pointed at Yifeng and said fiercely, You guys hurry up and give me a hard fight, or else I'll fire each and every one of you. The security guards all looked at each other. None of them went forward. The security chief walked out at this time and said, Manager Wu, the conflict is over now. We have no right to beat up the customers of famous cars exchange. Wu Fei, face ugly, pointing at the security chief, did not say a word. A middle-aged man with a serious face came to the field and asked, Can any of you tell me what happened? Wu Fei immediately rushed over when he saw the person coming and cried, Mr. Qian, this Wei Liang and this kid came to our famous cars exchange to cause trouble, and even hit me. Mr. Qian, you have to do it for me. The person is the boss of the famous car sink, Qian Zhongwen. Don't look at him, all elegant temperament. Once also was the underground world #1 resounding figure. Just later sees the opportunity to successfully whitewash. Qian Zhongwen looked at Yifeng and Wei Liang and said, Young man, I want an explanation. An invisible pressure pressed towards Yifeng, stabilized his body. Yifeng met his face to face and slowly said, Mr. Qian, I have also heard of your deeds once, but today I came to find a friend to buy a car. This Wu Fei actually insulted me and my friend. It's inappropriate, right? Indeed. Hitting someone is my fault. I am willing to make compensation. Qian Zhongwen looked at Yifeng face to show appreciation. So young actually can resist their own pressure, and speak reasonably, then looked at Wu Fei. Seeing Qian Zhongwen's gaze seems to hastily explain, Mr. Qian, this kid wants to see the Aston Martin 177. How can he afford it? I refused. Young man, is he right? Mr. Qian, you also think I can't afford it? I originally wanted to buy it, but now I don't want to buy it. Yifeng looked at Qian Zhongwen and said seriously, Young man, are you admitting that you are messing up? Or are you tricking me? Playing tricks on you? No. I just want to ask Mr. Chien, is your famous car sink for sale? You make an offer. I'll take it. Young man, this famous car sink is almost around $1 billion. Are you sure you want it? At this moment, Chen Zhongwen's heart was not only appreciative, but also curious. He didn't know where Yifeng got his backbone. Mr. Chien, I will offer 1.5 billion to buy the famous car meeting. I don't know if you are satisfied with this price. Chen Zhongwen looked at Yifeng's eyes. He confirmed that this young man was serious, and said doubtfully, little brother, I can see that you don't care about famous car meeting. Why do you want to buy it? Yifeng pointed at Wu Fei and said, because of him, I want to get rid of him. Is it worth it? It's worth it. Looking at Yifeng's affirmative answer, Chen Zhongwen nodded with satisfaction and said, pow, break one of Wu Fei's legs and drive him out of Jin City. After a miserable scream, Wu Fei was dragged out of famous car meeting. Chen Zhongwen smiled and said, now you don't have a reason to buy it, right? I still welcome you to buy the car. Little brother, are you interested in coming to my office for a cup of tea? Mr. Chien, wait a moment. I'll let my brother help me buy the car first. Otherwise I'll really be a troublemaker coming. Then he took out his card and gave it to Wei Liang, instructing him to buy a Bentley Timothy and an Aston Martin 177. Then he and Xian Zhongwen came to his office. After pouring a cup of tea for Yifeng, Xian Zhongwen looked at him and said, little brother, I appreciate you. You are very much like me when I was young, righteous, courageous and responsible. I know it's unlikely to let you come and work for me, so I want to make friends with you. Yifeng originally had the intention to make friends. After all, he had been in Magic City for a long time, and his parents could not deal with anything in time, so he responded accordingly. Ha ha, in the future I will call you Yi Lao Di. You just call me Brother Chien. In the future, if you have any difficulties, you can't talk to brother. I can't do it anywhere else. But I still have a few thin spots in this area of Jin City. As a big man who had been in the Jianghu for more than 10 years, Xian Zhongwen's vision of people is still very accurate. Like Yifeng, this kind of person is definitely not a pool of things, and now as early as possible to make good. The return in the future will not be less, but he did not know that it is his friendship this time, to avoid the disaster in the future. Brother Chien, you are also engaged in the real estate industry. Are there any good villas to recommend? Older brother. Brother me in the East Lake Resort that developed a villa area. Tomorrow you go. Look good which? Brother sent you. Chien brother, I buy directly on the line. There is not much money. That's fine. You're not that bad. Brother, don't go tonight. Let's have a drink. I have a good bottle of wine here. Brother Chien, today is not possible. I just came back from the Magic City today. Promised to accompany my parents for dinner. Some other day I invite you. Okay, then I'll be waiting. Ha ha. The two chatted for a while, and Yifeng excused himself. Out of the office, Wei Liang rushed over. Xiao Feng, you big dog, when did you get rich? Here, this is your card. Today I also dipped into your light. Today these two cars, my commission alone is 1.5 million. Ha ha, see which day you are free. I will treat you to a big meal. Okay, when I'm busy these days, I'll surely slaughter you. Liangzi, you have to perform well. Just now Brother Chien said that he's going to promote you to sales supervisor. You have to work hard. Aha, I'll work hard. If you're busy, go ahead and get busy. I have to tell Xiao Hui to go. This time the bride price, the room, all have been settled. Yifeng asked the staff to help him drive the Bentley home, while he himself drove the Aston Martin 177 all the way to his home. Yifeng arrived downstairs and waited for a while. The staff came late, parked the car. Yifeng gave a sweep of 1,000 red envelopes. The staff thanked him for leaving. Came to the home. Yi father has also returned home. At this time is the balcony fiddling with flowers and plants. Looked at the door. Yifeng immediately came out, patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Brat, come back. Also do not say a word in advance. I'm good to go to pick you up. Yi mother who was washing clothes roared, you old man. Just finished the flowers and patted my son. Dirty clothes you wash. Ah. On hearing this Yi father grayed out and went to wash his hands. Looking at Yifeng, a burst of laughter. Not long after Yilin opened the door and came back. Saw Yifeng, immediately rushed up and hugged Yifeng. Stinky brother, you came back without telling me, or I won't go out to play today. Well, I brought you a gift. Do you want to see it? Yilin let go of Yifeng and hurriedly said, where is it? Quickly show it to me. Hey, I knew that my brother is the best for me. Chapter 17 Gifts for Family Members. Yifeng took out the prepared gifts from beside the sofa and placed them on the table. Yi father and Yi mother also gathered around at this time. Looking at the three exquisite gift boxes, Yi Lin's eyes were glowing. Brother, is this pink one mine? He, I like pink the most, said a grabbed into the hand. Dad and Mom, this is your gift. The old couple received the gift and looked at Yifeng with relief. His son has grown up and knows to give back to his parents. The sight of Yilin has opened the gift box, took out the exquisite watch Love, took several pictures to send a circle of friends to show off the brother's favor. Dad, Mom, you guys also open it and take a look. You see how beautiful this watch of mine is. He. Ye father and ye mother opened the gift box one after another. Ye father took the watch and also wore it. That happy look can't be hidden. Ye mother opened the gift box. An emerald green bracelet appeared in front of the three people. Ye mother put on her hand. Very favorite. But soon took off and said, small maple. This must be very expensive. Right. Mom old. Do not need to bring these. You return it. Keep this money. To you to marry a daughter-in-law. And the old leaf. Hurry up to take off down. So grown-ups, but also children things. Ye father also full of reluctance took off the watch. Put back in the box. Just when Yi Feng pain how to persuade his parents. Yi Lin called out. Brother, my classmate said that this watch you gave me is a Patek Philippe. It's worth 2.8 million Chinese dollars. Yi Lin looked at Yi Feng with a surprised face. It's not just your piece. Dad's piece is also. And it costs more. Yi mother nervously looked at Yi Feng and said. Little Feng, we can't do anything illegal. You all rest assured. The way to come is absolutely legal. Little sister, you give Mom a bit of popularization of Bitcoin. When Ye's father and mother learned that a Bitcoin will be nearly 2 million Chinese dollars at the highest, they think it is unbelievable. At this time, Yilin came over and asked with a mysterious face, Brother, how much is that bracelet for Mom? A small goal. Said Yi Feng greeted the family to go out to eat. Yilin looked at her mom's eyes are small stars. This is a walking small goal ah. Coming downstairs, Yi Feng called out to his parents who were heading out. Dad and Mom, I bought a car for Dad this afternoon. Let's drive there. Brother, which car is it? Yi Feng nuzzled his mouth. Following the direction of Yi Feng's mouth, Yilin immediately ran over. Brother, beetle yeah. Looking at his sister who was lying on the beetle and kept touching it, Yi Feng was full of black lines, quickly stepped over and grabbed her ears, pressed the car key, and then a white Bentley Timothy next to him lit up. Yilin looked at him aggrieved and said, Brother, it hurts. Eek, Bentley yeah. Brother, you can give me one too. Okay, when you get your driver's license, I'll give you one. You girl, just how old do you want a car? Little Feng, you're also too spoiled for Linlin. Yi mother chided. In the midst of the mother-daughter duos jostling, Yi father drove to the Jinhui Eatery. Jinhui Restaurant is one of the top Chinese restaurants in Tianjin City, specializing in a variety of cuisines. No matter Chinese food or Western food is outstanding. The decoration is incomparably more luxurious. Coming to the front desk. Miss, give us a private room. Sir, the private room has a minimum consumption. If you don't have many people, I still suggest you sit in the hall. The receptionist said politely. It's better to have a private room. I want a quiet environment. The four of them came to the private room. Yi Feng was also too lazy to order, and directly ordered only a 188-8888 set meal. Jean Alo restaurant is worthy of being a top restaurant. Not a long time the dishes come up one after another. Looking at the wide range of food, Yi Lin's saliva are going to flow out. Yi mother is looking at Yi Feng complaining that he spends money indiscriminately. Yi father is sitting there happily. On the dining table, Yi Feng kept on giving Yi father and Yi mother to clip the food. Mom and Dad, you eat more. The taste of this is really good. Try this and the cow. Mom, your bird's nest also drink. You want to love to eat, I'm adding to you. On the side, Yilin used lobster pincers to ruthlessly insert the roasted suckling pig, looking at Yi Feng with a grudging face, as if to say why don't you give her the food? Dad and Mom, I plan to go to see the house tomorrow for our family. I've contacted it, it's in the East Lake Resort. I'll buy a car also for you to live there in the future to travel more conveniently. Okay, then tomorrow to look at it. Also is the time to pick a wedding room for you. Or according to you so big spend money. Sooner or later have to spend all. Yi mother said with deep approval. Brother, you really have a vision. My classmates live over there. It's really good. There are resorts, playgrounds, and hot spring hotels. Hey, a lot of fun. And half an hour from the city can be especially convenient. And listen to my classmates said the subway has been planned there. Next year we'll start. You also quite clear. Mom, I give you to turn some money. You always do not want to spend money. Your son is now rich. You can rest assured that the flower. Spend the end of my turn to you. After saying that Yi Feng to the mother turned 20 million Chinese dollars over. Not he did not want to turn more. Just afraid to turn more, afraid of the mother cannot stand. The sight of the Yi father desperately give him a wink. Yi Feng returned a reassuring look. And then gave Yi father also transferred 200 W past. Looking at Yi Lin looked at himself with anticipation. Yi Feng could not bear to give her also turned 50W. A little girl put too much money on the body is not good. After the meal, Yi mother wanted to pack. Was Yi Feng stopped? They are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. How can you let mom still eat leftovers? Back home Yi father Yi mother went to bed early. Brother and sister were sitting on the sofa chatting. Brother, I feel like today has been so unreal. I'm a little afraid. I'm afraid that I'll wake up to a dream, and you'll still be in Magic City. I'm also afraid that this is real, and that you'll get busier and busier in the future, and not be there to love me. Silly girl, what are you thinking nonsense? How could my brother not love you? We are the closest relatives connected by blood. In the future, if there is anything, you must talk to your brother. Right now, my brother has the ability to help solve all difficulties. He. Thank you brother, you rest early, I'm going back to my room. Yi Feng smiled helplessly. This little girl has more and more thoughts. Lying on the sofa, he chatted with Li Xiaona for a while and then went to sleep. He was indeed a bit tired today. Early in the morning Yi Feng was woken up by Yi Lin. A look at the time. Just a little more than 7 o'clock. A helpless face said to her, "Old sister, this is just 7 o'clock. You keep your voice down. I still have to sleep in." Brother, a moment will go to buy a big house. I'm not excited about it. You also don't sleep. Look at me today wearing this set of skirt is not very beautiful. He. Yi Feng didn't even lift his head and said pretty back. At this time Yi mother came out and pulled away Yi Lin who was still chanting. Your brother got off the plane yesterday and didn't even rest before going out. You hurry back to the house and let him sleep for a while. Yi Lin spat out her tongue and slipped back into the house. Chapter 18, Buying a House for Parents. It was more than 9 o'clock when Yi Feng woke up late, quickly washed up under Yi Lin's urging, and after eating breakfast, the family set off. At this time, Yi father was already waiting in the car, saw the three down and said, Xiao Feng, this car is really good. I didn't think I could drive a Bentley in my life. Ha. Look at you fooling around. It's not that you've dipped into your son's light. Get in the car. Let's hurry up and set off. Yi mother said. Yi Feng took out another car key and said to his mom and dad, I'll drive the other one. I bought 2 cars yesterday. Seeing Yi Feng came to the Aston Martin 177 side, Yi Lin rushed out of the car, came to the side of her, pulled open the passenger side but sat on it, shouted to Yi father and Yi mother, Dad and Mom, you guys go first, I do my brother's sports car to go over. He. Came to the car. Yi Lin looked at the exquisite luxury interior to Yi Feng asked, Brother, this car must be very expensive, right? I saw on the internet that sports cars are several $1,000,000. How much did you buy this car? Looking at his wealthy sister, Yi Feng felt that it was time for a good education. This is Aston Martin 177. 50 million huaxia coins. You little girl, don't always care about this. Don't worry. When you get your driver's license, I will send you a sports car. Save you from letting others easily trick me away in the future. I knew my brother loves me the most. He. East Lake Resort was not far from Yi Feng's home. It took less than 20 minutes to get there. When he was a kid before the resort was built, he even came here to play with his parents and dug a big bucket of clams. East Lake Villa is located next to the tranquil lake, surrounded by lush trees, with a wide view, allowing people to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city and feel the natural atmosphere. The 4 of them came to the sales center. Looking at the glorious decoration, Yi father and Yi mother were a little timid, while Yi Lin was excited, because it is a villa sales center, so there are not a lot of people. A few make up gorgeous sales this gathered together chatting. Yi Feng family arrived, and no one reception. Brother, come on, look at this villa. The location is especially good. In the yard you can see the entire East Lake. Let's go and have a look on the ground. Yi Lin excitedly said to Yi Feng. Walking to the sand table and seeing that the location was really good, Yi Feng shouted to the sales who were chatting aside, Sales lady, take us to take a field trip to see this villa. Several sales were full of disgust. They felt that taking Yi Feng and them there was purely a waste of time. Yi Feng frowned and was about to get angry when a young girl with a green face ran over. Sir, if you don't mind, I can take you to see this villa on the ground. It's just that I've just arrived not long ago, and I'm not too skilled in business yet. Yi Feng looked at the little girl in front of him. She was not very old. She should be a student who came out to work during the summer vacation. Looking at the work license on the little girl, he knew that her name was Su Yali. Ms. Su, then I'll trouble you to show us around. Yi Feng greeted his parents and sister and came over to follow Su Yali to look at the house. The sales on the side was still mocking. Yali, don't get busy. Looking at them like this they don't look like they can afford to buy a villa. They must be here to rub small gifts. Su Yali didn't pay any attention to them, but looked seriously at Yi Feng and asked, Sir, what's your last name? My surname is Yi. I see that you are about the same age as my sister. You should still be a student. Don't be nervous, Mr. Yi. I'm a student. I came out to work in the summer. You few wait a bit. I'll go find a sightseeing bus. After saying that, she ran to the door to find a sightseeing car and drove to the door. The 4 members of the Yi family got on the bus and arrived at the East Lake Villa Block 8. The appearance of the villa used a simple and modern design style. The white walls harmonized with the surrounding natural environment. Mr. Yi, this is the villa you just saw on the sand tray. Inside please. Suyali opened the door of the villa and invited several people to enter. The interior decoration of the villa was equally simple and modern, using high-quality furniture and decorations. The living room was spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows filling the interior with natural light. The bedrooms are cozy and comfortable, equipped with soft bedding and exquisite nightstands. The kitchen is well-equipped and provides residents with convenient cooking conditions. The bathrooms are spacious and clean, with high-grade sanitary ware and shower facilities. The villa's garden is equally well-designed with lush greenery and flowers. Paths meander and guide the stroll. There was a small fountain in the center of the garden, with the sound of water gurgling, adding a sense of tranquility and peace to the entire villa. Mr. Yi, this Block 8 villa is the largest area of the entire East Lake Villa. The scenery is also the best, and the fine decoration you can turnkey at any time to move in. And from the furniture and appliances to all kinds of decorative materials are selected the best. That is, the price is also very high, or else it is not possible to stay until now. Yi father Yi mother did not speak, but from the eyes can be seen in their favorite, Yi Lin, not to mention, at this moment is full of house scurrying. This touch, that look. At this moment Yi Feng clapped his hands and said, Ms. Su, this is it. Let's go back and sign the contract. Su Yali suspected that she had misheard and asked seriously, Mr. Yi, are you saying that you are going to buy this villa? Well, I'll take it. Go back and sign the contract. I'll buy it with full payment. Su Yali excitedly jumped up. This is the first single she opened, and it is still a big single of 50 million. This time her tuition will not worry, and it can also improve her and her mother's life very well. Discovering her own disorder, Su Yali reddened her face and hurriedly explained, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. I'm just too happy. This is my first time to open an order. It's fine. Let's go. I'm still waiting for you to take us back, but don't get too excited while driving. I don't want to take a bath in the East Lake. Yi Feng joked. Several people soon returned to the sales center. Seeing Su Yali return, several sales-mocking voices came again. Back so soon? I see. Must have been stunned by the luxury of Villa 8. That's right. To be able to take a look at such a luxurious villa, it's also because they have accumulated virtue in their previous life. Sister Zhang. Sister Zhao. No. Mr. Yi decided to buy number 8. We came back to sign the contract. A few sales were filled with disbelief. Then a wave of jealousy arose. Soon after preparing the contract, Su Yali along with sales manager Wang An came to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, I am sales manager Wang An. The contract has been prepared. Work hard for you. Let's go to the finance to sign the contract. Coming to the finance room, Yi Feng transferred $50 million for the house and signed the contract. Manager Wang, does this sales commission go to Ms. Su? Yi Feng asked when he was about to leave the finance room. Chapter 19 Investment. Wang An looked at Yi Feng and said, Mr. Yi, don't worry. The commission will definitely go to Yali. Yi Feng was worried that Su Yali, a temporary sales, the performance would be allocated to his name by this manager Wang. He still appreciated this self-reliant and independent young girl, so he reminded again. Manager Wang, I am a friend to you Qian always. I hope you do what you say. After Yi Feng left, Wang An immediately dialed Qian Zhongwen's phone. General Manager Qian, today our villa sales center came to a young man of Yi Feng purchased villa number 8. After paying the payment, I realized that it was your friend. I didn't give the biggest discount. This is my dereliction of duty. Please punish me. Oh, Yi old brother is really thunderous. Just finished yesterday and went today. Well, it's not your fault. It's fine. He's not bad. He's gone? Forget it. I'll call him to talk about it. Hang up the phone. Wang and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Today almost offended the great Buddha. At this time the little heart of the heart is also completely extinguished. Su Yali also decided to issue commission according to the highest standards. On the other side Yi Feng who was about to leave received a call from Qian Zhongwen. Ha ha, Yi old brother. I heard from my men that you bought the number 8 villa today. It's really a remarkable move. It's the king of villas. Thanks a lot for giving my brother a shout out too. Old brother. Brother Qian. It's out of place for you to say that. I also want to thank you more for leaving me such a good house. Older brother. Is there any time? I'm at the East Lake Golf Course. Is there any interest in playing to come? Okay, brother Qian. I will go over here. Hanging up the phone, Yi Feng and his parents said that he was going out to meet his friends. Yi father and Yi mother drove back. Yilin had to follow to play, and had no choice but to take her along. Brother, where are we going? Do I know that friend of yours? Yilin asked around like a curious baby. My friend is at the golf course not far from here. This person you haven't seen, but the name you should have heard of, Yifeng said with an odd face. I haven't seen? Who is it? Qian Zhongwen. Brother, is it too late for me to get off now? Ha ha, you little girl still has time to be afraid. Late? The two of them arrived at the destination, and after reporting Qian Zhongwen's name, they were guided to the green field. When they arrived at the entrance, the muscular man, Bao, whom they had met at the famous car club before, was guarding the entrance. Brother Pao, I'm here to find Brother Qian. Mr. Yi, just call me Bao. Brother Qian is inside with a few friends. After saying that, Bao knocked on the door and opened the door after hearing the reply and invited Yifeng and his duo in. Entering the door, he only saw Qian Zhongwen was playing ball with a middle-aged man with a haggard face. Seeing Yifeng and his duo, Qian Zhongwen laughed. Yi old brother, came quite fast. This little girl is? Brother Qian, this is my sister. She heard that she is coming to the golf course. She is going to follow over to have a look. Older brother, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Jiwei, the general manager of Yuan Investment. Old Zhang, this is my little brother Yifeng. You can't look at him as young. His financial strength is very strong. Yifeng shook hands with Zhang Jiwei, and the two of them were considered to be acquainted. At this time a weak voice entered the ears of the three. Injustice, son? Yifeng looked at Yilin with a black line on his face. Which one could say that in front of others? This little girl. On the side, Qian Zhongwen laughed out loud. Far-reaching investment. Wrong, son. Ha ha, laughed me to death. Yifeng, this sister of yours is too cute. Old Zhang, you've been so unlucky lately. It's not likely to have anything to do with the name. Shouting at you every day for being an ingrate. Can you be smooth? Zhang Jiwei nodded deeply. He still believed in these at his age. Little sister, you really woke up the dreamer with one word. Before I always felt a bit awkward, but I don't know where. It seems that I really need to change the name for the company. Qian Zhongwen greeted a few people and sat down. Yilin felt that a few people had something to talk about, so she found a club and went to play golf in the distance. Old money, I'm not going to come to the falls with you. That piece of land in the free trade zone. I now have the heart but not the power. You see if you can give me an injection of capital and we develop it together, or I'll directly transfer it to you. Zhang Jiwei said helplessly. When this piece of land he spent 3 billion huaxia coins to auction, ready to build a large-scale logistics and trade center. But the sky does not meet people's wishes. Due to the company's investment failure in several major projects, resulting in a serious lack of funds, had no choice but to find Qian Zhongwen. Old Zhang, your project completion is estimated to invest 10 billion huaxia coins. I have to maintain the operation of their own projects. I can only draw out 3 billion to. I see that will be able to come out to 2 billion. That there is still a 5 billion funding gap. This is not a good thing to do. Thinking about when Qian Zhongwen cleared his name, Zhang Jiwei gave him a lot of help, and he also very much wanted to help Zhang Jiwei, but this funding gap is too big, and he can't do anything about it. Just when the two of them were at their wits' end, Yifeng spoke out. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, don't fret, I've invested that 5 billion. If it's not enough I can still add more. The two of them looked at Yifeng with surprise. In Qian Zhongwen's opinion, Yifeng is so young, his worth is about 1 billion tops, but this is 5 billion in cash, then his worth is horrible. At this time he realized that he originally wanted to make a good relationship with a rising star in the future, but only now he saw that this is not a rising star, this is now the white moon. Elder brother Yi, how much can you add to it? Zhang Jiwei asked in a low voice. 10 billion. If it's not enough then think of a way, Yifeng said casually. The two of them looked at me and I looked at you. They didn't know what to say. This was too trenchant. Finally agreed. Zhang Jiwei contributed 2 billion plus land, accounting for 40% of the project. Yifeng contributed 5 billion accounting for 35% of the project. Qian Zhongwen contributed 3 billion, accounting for 25% of the project. Zhang Jiwei was responsible for the overall project. Two brothers, I'm only responsible for contributing money. I'm not responsible for the project. I'm too lazy, just take the dividends. Yifeng has to go back to Magic City soon, and he doesn't want to involve him too much energy. Isn't it good to have that time to enjoy life? Yi old brother, I'll be the host tonight. Let's not get drunk. Old Qian, you always say you have good wine there. I have to try it tonight. After the three of them settled that the evening would be at Qian Zhongwen's East Lake Hotel, Yifeng took Yilin to say goodbye. On the way home, Yilin looked at Yifeng suspiciously and asked, Brother, I don't think Brother Qian is as scary as the legend says. He still looks very elegant, just like a professor. Well, Brother Qian was also forced by life in the beginning. If he is not ruthless, there is no way to live. Now is the original him. Chapter 20 East Lake Hotel. Back home, Yilin pulled Yi father and Yi mother and started to show off her golfing. Her exaggerated expression made her parents laugh. Dad and Mom, guess who I met today? It's Qian Zhongwen, the legendary big brother. Yeah. Yi mother looked at Yi Feng and asked nervously, Little Feng, the friend you went to meet today is Qian Zhongwen? How do you know him? You can't go astray. Yi Feng looked at Yilin reproachfully and explained, Mom, I met Qian when I bought a car. Now he is doing serious business, so you can rest assured. Yes Mom, today brother Qian is amiable, just as elegant as a professor, not at all as scary as people say. Yilin also helped explain. Seeing that her children all said so, Yi mother also knew that she was overly worried. Her children had grown up and had their own ideas, and they would have to walk on their own in the future. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Feng set off to the East Lake Hotel. All the way smooth, parked the car after a young boy came over, two eyes glowing staring at Yi Feng's car. Big brother, your car is Aston Martin 177, right? Simply too handsome. This car is only 5 units in the country. Big brother, can I take a picture? Looking at this young man who was familiar with himself, Yi Feng generously threw the key to him. Meeting is fate. Get in the car and take a picture. You can also drive around. The young man took the key and thanked him again and again. After taking a few pictures in the car, he beat the car and ran around the neighborhood. Big brother, you're not afraid that I'll drive and run off? Not to mention, the performance of this car is simply fantastic. Get to know me. My name is Zhao Peng, from Kyoto. Looking at the confidence that Zhao Peng exuded, Yi Feng felt that this Zhao Peng's identity was definitely not ordinary. Yi Feng, from Tianjin. Brother Feng, then I'll leave first. When I have time to come to Kyoto I'll definitely treat you to a big meal. As Zhao Peng left, Yi Feng also stepped into the hotel. Zhang Jiwei inside the box smiled brightly when he saw Yi Feng, who appeared and said, Elder brother Yi, you are late. You have to punish yourself with a cup. Qian Zhongwen also coaxed, a cup cannot have to 3 cups. Ha ha, today I have brought 2 bottles of 76 years of 5-star Mao Tai. Brother, you can drink more. Yi Feng also did not spoil the fun, directly responded. After the 3 were seated, the waiter started to serve the food. Yi Feng filled a glass of wine, stood up and said to the 2 of them, 2 brothers, today my little brother is late. I'll punish myself with a cup. I'll drink first. Good. Yi old brother is really quick. Today thanks to Lao Qian and Yi old brother. Otherwise I would have to dump this piece of land. Not much to say. In the future if it is useful to me, Zhang Jiwei, I will never excuse myself. Bottoms up. Drinking 2 cups in a row. Yi Feng hurriedly ate a mouthful of food to suppress it. It was the first time he drank so much white wine. The 2 saw Yi Feng's discomfort and also slowed down their drinking. Elder brother Yi, I heard from old Qian that you will return to Magic City soon. I heard that recently one of the 4 big families in Magic City, the Feng family and the Shin family, have gone to war again. This time it's quite a big mess. I don't know if you have any news about it? Hearing Zhang Jiwei's words, Yi Feng knew that Shin Haoran had started to act. Just don't say whether that genius girl Shin Haoyue had made a move or not. Brother Zhang. This time it's the Shin family that launched the retaliation. The Shin family got a financial support, plus Shin Haoyu. This time the Feng family will definitely be bitten off a big piece of meat. I didn't expect the Shin family to be able to pull in a sum of money, but the Feng family is so powerful. I see that if the Shin family can't follow up in getting an injection of capital, it's very likely that they'll be eaten up by the Feng family. Zhang Jiwei had been in the shopping mall for many years and knew the business war very well, but he still didn't think highly of the Shin family. Brother Zhang, don't worry, the Shin family can't lose. The big deal is that I'm injecting capital into Shin Haoyuan. I'm also very curious about what methods this Shin Haoyue has to defeat the Feng family. So it's your handiwork, elder brother Yi. Then the Feng family is not going to have a good time this time, but you still need to pay attention to the Feng family's retaliation against you. I say you too. Such a good time. Don't drink and recite poetry, discussing what Feng family Shin family. Come on, cheers, Qian Zhongwen said and lifted his wine cup and drank it. The 2 of them also directly dried a glass. Yi Feng at this time also has some alcohol on their eyes, looking at the 2 big brothers whose faces are unperturbed. Very admirable. Brother Qian, can you reserve a banquet hall at the East Lake Hotel for me the day after tomorrow? My little sister is going to have a promotion banquet. Qian Zhongwen laughed. A small matter. Don't worry old brother. Brother will definitely arrange it for you. Then thank you brother Qian. The 3 of them drank for a while longer. Yi Feng was completely drunk. Seeing this, Qian Zhongwen directly arranged for him to stay at the East Lake Hotel. On the wine table, Zhang Jiwei looked at Qian Zhongwen and asked, Old money, this ye old brother is not simple. conservative estimates of assets of not less than 20 billion Chinese dollars, but also cash flow. Is that the person is a little tender? In the future will be a dragon phoenix in the people. Yes, I also see this point in him, only with him to befriend, but it is you just recognize to get an investment. Old Qian. I have also investigated elder brother Yi. His parents are ordinary people, and he was just an ordinary student before, but in the last half a month, he suddenly possessed a shocking wealth. All these funds flowed in from outside the country. Elder brother Ye's identity is not simple. Zhen Zhongwen stared at Zhang Jiwei with a serious face and said, Old Zhang, let me remind you, don't probe too much into other people's secrets, or else it will easily attract disaster. Ye old brother there, you just need to get along well. Don't move some small mind. The purpose of him befriending us is nothing more than needing to take care of his family. Do well with that. Old Qian. Still you see the point. I've been taught. I'll punish myself with a cup. Zhang Jiwei raised his cup and drank it. The two of them chatted for a while and also both stayed at the East Lake Hotel. Early morning sunlight sprinkled on Yifeng's face. Slowly opened his eyes. A headache feeling came. Felt the weakness of the body. Helplessly shook his head. Yifeng tried to recall last night's events, but the memories were blurred as if they had been washed away by alcohol. Struggling to walk to the bathroom, looking at his pale face in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Washing his face with cold water to clear his head, drinking a bottle of water and then rejoined the bed, picked up the cell phone and gave Yi mother a word and fell into a deep sleep again. Yi family, Yi mother is complaining about her son. On the side of Yi Lin is happy to pack up their own things. Yesterday back home she clamored to move to the East Lake Villa. Helpless Yi father Yi mother can only agree. Decided to simply pack up early this morning to move over. Mom, tomorrow is my promotion banquet. Fixed where to go. You little girl. Your brother just said that he has already booked the East Lake Hotel for you. Now you are happy. Your brother just spoils you too much. Hurry up and pack up. I still have to notify my relatives about the address of tomorrow's promotion banquet. Chapter 21 Moving. Looking at the packed things, Yi mother a burst of headache. Originally thought that there is not much. Let Yi father drive to pull away on it. But now big bags, especially Yi father that pile of flowers and plants. See Yi mother wanna hit. In the end, in order to avoid their own being affected by the disaster, yelling from the internet to find a moving company. It didn't take long for the movers to arrive, moving the packed boxes one by one downstairs from the upper floors, while Yi mother greeted the neighbors downstairs. Mei Wan, are you moving? Yes. Xiaofeng has made some money outside and wants to give me a bigger house. I can't stop him no matter how I want to. Hey, kids nowadays really don't listen, and they don't know how to save money to get a wife. Yi mother complained on her mouth. The smug expression on her face couldn't be hidden. Children filial piety. You just steal joy. Your family trained two famous brand college students. In the future you will enjoy the blessing. The child's own life is good on the line. Big sister he, let's not talk about it. Lao Yi greeted me. Have time to come to my house to visit Ah. In the envious eyes of the crowd, he left the home where he had lived for half his life. Came to the East Lake Villa. Yi mother commanded the moving staff to put things into a bite of the living room. Yi father also placed his own flowers and plants in the yard, and then sat in the courtyard pavilion, admiring the flowers and plants. It was called a cozy. This to find a few old friends, to a pot of tea, while sipping tea while enjoying the flowers. TSK, this day think about it is looking forward to. Yi mother interrupted his thoughts with a shout, and helplessly got up and returned to the villa. Seeing Yi father come back, Yi mother said, Old Yi, hurry up and move the clothes to the second floor. Get your flowers after you're done. Yi Lin, on the other hand, picked a room on the third floor, put the dolls she brought on the bed, set up her own photos on the bedside, and after she finished her busy work, she laid down on the soft bed and laughed out loud from time to time. Near noon, Yi Feng also woke up again. Feeling better, he got up and washed up, driving away from the East Lake Hotel. When he passed by a neighborhood, Yi Feng's eyes lit up and found a breakfast cart. He hadn't eaten pancake fruit for a long time. He did have some cravings. Getting out of the car and coming to the food cart, he rushed to a woman in her 40s and said, Big sister, give me a set of pancake fruit and a bag of breakfast milk. The big sister skillfully spread the pancakes. Not long after Yi Feng took the finished pancake fruit and scanned the code to pay $10 and then returned to the car. Smell the familiar flavor. Full of enjoyment bite, good, or memory of the flavor. Outside so long, or want to eat a mouth of this. Quickly finish eating. Yi Feng also drove to the East Lake Villa. I do not know that mom and dad cleaned up did not. Came to the villa. Yi father at this time is getting his flowers. See the scene. Yi Feng joked, Dad, or I'll buy you a piece of land. You engage in a flower base to play. Z once said, the one who knows as well as the one who is good. The one who is good as well as the one who is happy. Dad, you must be able to do well. Yi father's eyes lit up, and then dimmed. I'm too old. I'm not going to do anything. I'll just raise some flowers in the yard. Looking at his father's color change, Yi Feng knew that he was moved. It seems to prepare a surprise for his father. Yi mother, who was watching TV in the living room, saw Yi Feng coming back and hurriedly greeted him. Xiao Feng, go out. Mom is not against you drink, but must be moderate. To not have a problem is not good, and drink cannot drive. Don't worry, Mom. I know the weight. Mom, I want to hire 2 nannies. One to clean up the health, one to cook. How do you think? Yi mother knew that this was her son's heartache, but she felt that she had no physical problems, so she refused. Son, Mom's body is still good, so I don't need a nanny first. When Mom is old and can't do it anymore, then I'll look for one. You are also graduating soon. Hurry up and marry a daughter-in-law and come back. Give Mom a big grandson earlier. Yi Feng's mind floated Li Xiana's figure. Mom will definitely like it when she sees her, and Yi Lin will probably become a bosom friend with her. Thinking about it, he involuntarily smiled. Yi mother also cast a really so expression. Not waiting for Yi mother to ask questions, Yi Feng escaped. Yi Lin heard footsteps and just opened the door. She saw him rushing up to the 3rd floor and asked with a puzzled face, Brother, what's wrong with you? Mom wants to beat you? It won't be. If she wants to beat, it's also to beat me. Hearing Yi Lin's question, Yi Feng said in a bad mood, What are you talking about? How can Mom hit someone? Tomorrow's promotion banquet. I'll buy you some clothes to go. Hearing his words, Yi Lin had a burst of horse's ass and urged to hurry up and get going. Brother and sister too drove to Yansha town. Here is different from the general shopping mall. Each brand has an independent European-style store. Each store is connected like a small town in general. Each area here has a clear division. You can clearly go to their own needs of the area, coupled with the seats that can be seen everywhere. It is simply the gospel of the male compatriots. Yi Feng directly pulled Yi Lin to the clothing area. He didn't want to accompany his sister to shop the whole town all over again. Girl, do you have a favorite brand? I don't want to enter and look at them all. Yi Lin pondered for a while and pouted. Brother, I don't have no idea which brand to choose. Just accompany me to look at it. Helplessly, Yi Feng could only become a tool person to accompany. The two came to Prada. The clerk at first saw Yi Lin and not too enthusiastic, but after seeing the subsequent entry of Yi Feng, immediately enthusiastically greeted. As a luxury store clerk, eyesight is still very good. A glance at Yi Feng. This one Armani price is not expensive. This Mr. Miss, welcome to Prada. What do you need? Can tell me. I will be happy to serve you. Yi Feng pointed to Yi Lin and said, match her with a few outfits. After saying that, he found a place to sit down. Yi Lin at this time also looked at the eyes. She felt that every piece is very beautiful. Just do not know how to choose when the clerk timely introduced, Miss, you see this is exactly this year's new models. Spring suit. This dress with a very consistent with your youthful and energetic. Especially your skin color is particularly fair. With a matchup must be particularly perfect. You can try to see how the effect. A moment's time. Yi Lin tried 3 sets of clothes. These 3 sets of him are very like. Don't know how to choose when. A student-like woman walk also came to the store. See Yi Lin also in this is very surprised. Yi Lin? Why are you here? Looking at the visitor, Yi Lin frowned. The visitor is her classmate Zheng Weiguo. The relationship between the two is not very good. Yi Lin is also very puzzled. Why is this Zheng Weiguo always compared to her? Whether it is learning, or dress up, even make friends then, if then, spread rumors to discredit themselves. Chapter 22 Buying clothes for Yi Lin. I came with my brother to buy clothes, can't I? Yi Lin said without any good humor. Brother? Brother of love? Right. I've heard that your brother hasn't graduated yet and he can afford to buy you Prada? I heard that a few days ago you also in the circle of friends show off Patek Philippe watch. I thought you from where to find the picture to pretend. Now it seems, is also this love brother to send you it? I did not expect our class of good character and excellent Yi Lin will also be someone to be adopted. Hearing that Yi Lin was so denigrated, Yi Feng threw a slap onto Zheng Weiguo's face, looked at her coldly and said, apologize. Covering her swollen and painful face, Zheng Weiguo was full of disbelief. She was actually beaten. Since she was a child, even her parents didn't beat her. Today she actually received a slap because of Yi Lin. Looking at Yi Feng with a cynical face, she said, you actually dared to hit me. Do you know who my godfather is? You guys wait for me. Only to see her pick up her cell phone and dial a number and start crying. Yi Lin looked at Yi Feng with some worry and said, brother, why don't we go? Don't get to know this crazy woman. Yi Feng shook his head. He knew that if he didn't give Zheng Weiguo a lesson today, she would definitely retaliate against Yi Lin in the future. He couldn't stay by Yi Lin's side all the time. If she got hurt because of this, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a big belly came to Zhang Guoguo's side and comforted her for a couple of sentences before shouting loudly, "Which one of them dares to hit my Chen Tai's goddaughter? Stand out for me if you have the guts." Yi Feng walked to Chen Tai and said coldly, "I hit her. What's the problem? I your mom, Yi Xiao? Why are you here?" Seeing clearly the appearance of the person who came, Chen Tai scared out of a cold sweat. Zhang Guoguo, this how to offend this master. This is and the money master called brother and brother of the Lord Ah. You recognize me? Yi Feng asked doubtfully. The person in front of him he had not seen. Young Yi, I am the general manager of East Lake Hotel. Yesterday you and Master Qian got drunk at dinner. I was the one who sent you to rest. You don't have any impression? Chen Tai said carefully, afraid of offending Yi Feng. Yesterday he drank himself out of his mind and didn't have the slightest impression of how he went to rest afterward. You tell me, how should this matter be resolved? Even though Chen Tai knew himself, he still had to teach Zhang Guoguo a lesson. Zhang Guoguo, come over and kowtow and apologize to Yi Xiao. Chen Tai didn't dare to defend this goddaughter. He didn't want to end up with her. At this moment, Zhang Guoguo had already been scared silly. He was aware of who Master Qian was in Chen Tai's mouth, and quickly fell to his knees to apologize. Xiao Yi, Lin, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have denigrated you guys. I'm not something, I'm not a human being. Zhang Guoguo apologized while slapping. Looking at Zhang Guoguo who was begging for forgiveness, Yi Feng lost interest and waved his hand, letting Chen Tai take her away. Chen Tai was like an amnesty and took Zhang Guoguo and left in disgrace. At this time, the shopkeepers also looked at Yi Feng nervously, afraid of which point to make him unsatisfied. After all, it is Master Qian's friend they cannot afford to offend. Seeing this situation, Yi Feng also has no interest in shopping. Let the clerk pick 2 of the latest models of the bag along with the 3 sets of clothes that Yi Lin tried on before loaded together. After paying the money, Took Yi Lin left. Brother, just now it's so relieving that Zhang Guoguo always picks fights with me at school. This time let's see if she still dares to make rumors in the future. Looking at the pleased Yi Lin, Yi Feng rubbed her head and said, okay, she definitely won't dare in the future. Remember to talk to me if there is anything in the future. There is a brother for you. On the other side, Chen Tai stared at Zhang Guoguo fiercely, hating to eat her as if she was a fool. This idiot almost caused himself to offend Yi Feng. Really not enough to make things happen. Zhang Guoguo, you want to find death, don't drag me along. In the future, if you dare to offend Yi Xiao and Missy again, I will sell you to Burma. Zhang Guoguo was also scared at this time. How could she not understand? Yi Lin an ordinary person. Yi Feng is also a student. How could he call himself a brother and brother with the kind of big shot like Master Qian? Will he be retaliated for offending Yi Lin so much before? The fear filled the whole body. Leaving Prada, the brother and sister were ready to go home when a dessert cart caught Yi Lin's attention. Brother, I want to eat egg boy. Will you buy it for me? You girl, if you want to eat it, go buy it. It's not like you don't have money on you. No. The ones that brother buys for me are delicious. He. Yi Lin pampered. Hearing his sister's words, Yi Feng could only lead her towards the dessert cart. Boss, come with a strawberry-flavored egg, another octopus small balls, and then 2 cups of lemon black tea. Alright, little girl, there are 2 more egg in front. You can rest on the table and chair next to it for a while. I'll shout at you when it's done. There are 4 sets of simple plastic tables and chairs beside the dessert cart. The 2 of them found an empty seat and sat down. Brother, how are you and your girlfriend Mengyu doing? Already broken up? Broken up? Brother, don't be sad. I think you guys should have broken up a long time ago, although I haven't seen her in person. But from your photos, and the way you get along, I don't think she likes you. She just treats you as a spare tire, or the kind that can be discarded at any time. Yi Feng sighed. Even his own sister could see it. Why was he that blind in the first place? Taking coldness as a test. Brother, don't sigh. You're so handsome. Turn around and I'll introduce you to a few. Your old sister has several beautiful girlfriends. Little girl, your stuff is done. Hearing the boss's words, Yi Feng hurriedly got up and went to get it. He didn't want to listen to his sister anymore. Sweep the code to pay. Get the things on the table. See, Yi Lin still want to say more. Yi Feng hurriedly said, stop. No need to say. I have a new girlfriend. Hearing this, Yi Lin's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, was about to continue to pursue when a weak voice interrupted her, only to see a cute-looking, about 6 or 7 years old little girl stood beside her and said, big sister, I want to eat egg boy. Seeing the little girl's adorable appearance, Yi Lin immediately flooded with sympathy and brainstormed a bunch of images of small children being abandoned, then handed the egg boy to the little girl and instructed to eat slowly and buy her more if there wasn't enough. Yi Lin twisted her head and whispered, brother, do you see this little girl being abandoned? She's so poor, why don't we take her home? Yi Feng was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at her. This imagination is too rich. Look at the little girl's clothes. Although it's not a big brand, it's very clean and tidy. It's obvious that her parents love her too. You look at the way she eats. Small mouthfuls of food, indicating good tutelage. Nor does it look like she hasn't eaten for a long time. She should have just been separated from her parents not long ago. Chapter 23 The Lost Nyonya. Yi Lin nodded with approval and smiled awkwardly. Brother, it's still you who observes carefully. I didn't even notice. Turning her head to look at the little girl, she revealed an expression that she thought was gentle and said, Little sister, what's your name? Why are you here alone? The little girl also stopped moving and looked at Yi Lin as if she was confirming whether she was a bad person or not, and then glanced at the egg boy in her hand as if she had made up her mind. Sister, my name is Nyo. I came with my dad today, and he answered a phone call just now. I just waited for him while playing by the side. Then I saw that there was egg boy here, so I came over. Saying this, Nyonya seemed to react and cried out with a wow. I lost daddy. Oh, I lost daddy. How can I explain to Big Yellow when I go back? Big Yellow loves daddy the most. Yi Lin asked suspiciously. Nyo. Who is Big Yellow? Your grandfather? No, Rhubarb is a dog I raised. Super cute. Nyo said seriously. Yi Lin could no longer hold back her laughter and spewed out. The brain circuit of a child is really not something that ordinary people can think of. Nyo. Will sister help you find your daddy? Well, thank you sister. You're really pretty and kind. Big Yellow and I will thank you. Nyo is really an honest child. Sister likes you too much. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yi Feng forced a smile. This sister of his was like a child. A big living treasure. Nyo. Where did you get lost from your father? Yi Feng asked gently. Nyo lowered her head and thought for a moment. Big brother, I just know that there is a big Mickey Mouse and a big drum next to it. At that time, I was playing over there, and a big brother was banging the drum, so I was scared and ran for choice. Then I couldn't find my way back. Yi Feng pondered for a while, and did not have any impression, so he came to the side of the Yensha town's floor plan, looked carefully. It should be in the square in the middle of the clothing area and the food area. Besides, the town service center is also there, and can also ask for help from the staff. Little sister, let's go over to the square and help Nyo find her father. Nyo should have gotten lost from there. Yi Lin held Nyo and followed behind Yi Feng towards the small square. Sister, this is it. This is the Mickey Mouse. This is where I played just now. The three of them began to look around the neighborhood. From the nearby stores, to the toilets, the three of them turned around. But they didn't find Nyo's father. Nyo's eyes gradually began to redden. Tears in the eye sockets. A few want to drip out. The look of the brother and sister too very heartbroken. Nyo, don't cry. Big brother still has a way. Big brother, what else can you do? Dad lost. Will he be hungry? Will not be angry with Nyonya. Nyonya should not run around. Woo. Nyo, don't cry. Let's let more people help you find daddy, okay? Watching Nyo gradually stop crying, the brother and sister duo brought her to the Yensha Town Service Center, found the staff and explained the situation. The staff also took the situation very seriously, consoled Nyo for a few words, and then contacted the town's broadcasting system with the walkie-talkie. The staff told Nyo that they would search for her father through the radio, and soon the town was ringing with the news of searching for Nyo's father. Shortly after, a man in his early to mid-35s wearing a blue shirt and black suit pants ran over in a hurry. When he saw Nyonya, a look of relief appeared on his face. She quickly walked over to Nyonya and hugged her tightly. Nyo, I'm sorry, it's daddy's fault. I didn't realize you were missing. I'm so damned. Forgive daddy, okay? Nyo was also agitated. In her mind that was different from a normal child's, she was surrounded by love. Maybe it was deliberate love. Maybe it was real love. But none of that mattered. Daddy, Nyonya lost you. Daddy, don't cry. Didn't Nyonya get you back? If daddy lost you, not only Nyonya was sad, but Rhubarb would also be sad. Looking at Nyo's dad holding her tightly, Yi Feng's heart was also touched by something. A man in his prime. The gray hair between his temples appeared like the rain. Maybe this is also a man with a story. Daddy, it was big brother and pretty sister who helped me find you. They are so nice to Nyo. Not only do they give Nyo egg boy, but they also help Nyo to find daddy. Nyo loves them. The man came in front of the brother and sister, bowed deeply and said solemnly, thank you both for helping me find Nyonya. Yi Wuhan is unable to repay. Please accept a bow from Yi. Yi Feng saw how serious Yi Wuhan's was, stopped his sister who was about to stop him, and accepted this bow. Big brother Yi, little brother Yi Feng, can't afford to accept such a big gift. Nyo also and my brother and sister two people cast. Today is also fate. I don't know if Big Brother Yi has time. I find a place let's chat a few words? Today's great favor. No way to repay. Everything is at Brother Ye's disposal. Yifeng 4 people came to the East Lake Hotel. The hotel manager Chen Tai immediately welcomed Yifeng when he saw him arrive. Yi Xiao. You are here. Today there are many offenses. Today you're free to do as you please. I will arrange it. As an indemnity to you. See his posture put so low. No today if not accept. He must be uneasy. After all, is the money brother's henchman is not necessary a little thing on the grasp? Said, Chen manager. Today things in the past on the past. Today I and my friends simply have a meal. Just give us to arrange a private room bar on the line. Chen Tai heard Yifeng's words, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. He was afraid that Yifeng would not accept. Yi Xiao. Don't worry. I'll make sure to arrange it today. Old Chen. 4 people came to the private room. Seated soon after the dishes came up one after another. See a variety of top cuisine on the table. Nyo eyes glowing. A lot of ingredients she has not seen. See this scene. Yi Wuhan face embarrassed color. Yi Lin is interesting to come to the side of Nyo. The two ate unhappily. Looking at the constrained Yi Wuhan, Yi Feng opened his mouth and said, Brother Yi, let's drink. I don't drink alcohol. But today, thanks to my brother's great favor, I'll give up my life to accompany the gentleman. Pushing the cups and exchanging the glasses. When the two of them were in the mood for alcohol, Yi Feng asked the question in his heart. Brother Yi, brother I have 2 doubts I don't know if I should say or not. Yi Wuhan's hand that clamped the food paused and said slowly, Older brother. You want to ask why Nyo's mother and I spoke why they favored the ancient wind, right? Yi Feng nodded. After meeting Nyo today he had not heard her talk about her mother. The only thing she had been talking about was her father and rhubarb. And it was not right for someone like Yi Wuhan who was in his 30s to talk as if he was an ancient person. Although it was not the same as the old saying, it was as if he had come out of history. Chapter 24 First Acquaintance with Martial Artists. Yi Wuchen opened his mouth after being silent for a long time and said, I don't know if Brother Yi has heard of martial artists? Yi Feng shook his head. But at this moment, waves of shock surged inside him, as if he had opened a door, and the things inside the door were subverting his worldview over the past 20 years. Brother Yi, do martial artists really exist? Why have I never heard of them? Never heard of it does not necessarily not exist. Like the inheritance of hundreds of years of the family usually have the existence of martial artists, just not known. Just like hundreds of years later, parrots and tigers extinct, leaving only a paragraph in the book. There are birds in Huaxia, the color of the 7 colors, the speech of the human language. There are gigantic beasts in the mountains, the shape of cats, the head of the king's character. The body is as big as an ox. It is the lord of all beasts. Will people also think that what the book says is false? Yi Feng nodded his head in agreement. He wouldn't believe it if he were in his place. Nyo's mother and I are martial artists. In a conflict her mother was seriously injured, thus leaving us forever. Later I also faded out of the circle of martial artists, and just kept bringing Nyo with me. At this time, Yi Feng was saddened by his unfortunate encounter and at the same time was also attracted by the word martial artist. He had a dream of being a martial artist since he was a child, holding a 3-foot sword and fighting with the sword to the end of the world. Big Brother Yi, can you tell me about the rank of a martial artist? If it's inconvenient, forget it. Yi Wuhan looked at him solemnly. He had already said a lot today and didn't care to tell more. Martial artists are simply categorized into 4 realms: external strength, internal strength, Hotian, and innate, of which Hotian is also known as Zongshi, and innate is known as Great Zongshi. The world of martial artists is far more brutal than the normal world. Brother Yi, I advise you not to get too much exposure as well. Yi Feng also calmed down. He was an ordinary person. If he got involved in the world of martial artists, it was not enough to have 800 little lives. It was better to brush up on the cashback. Brother Yi, what kind of work are you engaged in now? Hey, I'm working as an investment manager in an investment company, but I've just been notified today that I've been laid off. Otherwise I wouldn't have even realized that Nyo was missing. Hearing Yi Wuhan's words Yi Feng immediately came to the spirit. This is a bit of martial artist, and can do investment manager. Their own ability must also be very uncommon. This is an indispensable talent. Brother, you don't know if you are interested in following me to work. I can give you 2 choices. One is to be my full-time bodyguard, with an annual salary of 5 million Huaxia coins. The second is that I intend to set up an investment company, which you will be fully in charge of, with an annual salary of 5 million Huaxia coins as well. You can think about it. Nyo. You can also rest assured. And I like her a lot as well. I can have my parents to help take care of it, or ask a specialists to take care of it. Yi Wuhan's heart was moved. His weakness was Nyo. Before it was because taking care of Nyo Nyo involved too much energy, leading to the boss's dissatisfaction. Thus he was laid off, but he didn't regret it, because his daughter was all she had to rely on. Elder brother Yi, I want to go to the investment company, but I have one request. I want to be allowed to bring Nyo Nyo to work. I don't want to miss her growth, otherwise I'll have to give up. Yi Feng thought what condition he proposed. It turned out to be this. Immediately agreed to it, waved his big hand and transferred 20 billion huaxia coins to Yi Woman. Brother Yi, you can take this money first to form companies and invest in projects, but I want to wholly acquire some companies as much as possible. Before the system was upgraded, there would be no cashback on investments, but acquisitions were different. You could get a generous cashback and also speed up the system upgrade. Yi Wuhan saw the arrival information has been shocked beyond words. The whole 20 billion huaxia coins? Just hit himself? He is not afraid that he took the money and ran away? After calming down a bit, he said seriously, thank you for Brother Ye's trust. I will not dishonor my mission. The matter of forming the company. Brother Yi, you can make your own arrangements. In terms of funding, don't worry. This 20 billion is only the first batch of funds. There will be subsequent capital injections. After the duo discussed some details, they saw that Nyo Nyo on the side was a bit sleepy, so they stopped chatting and ended today's meal. Originally Yi Feng intended to stay 2 people live in the East Lake Hotel. See parents 2 people refused, did not insist. To himself and Yi Lin 1 person opened a room and then went to rest. After all, tomorrow's promotion banquet is also here. Will not go home. Lying on the bed, Yi Feng looked at the ceiling and softly said, System, you said that martial artists exist. Does that legendary full of gods and Buddhas also exist? Host, for the time being, no existence beyond the strength of this bit of this realm has been detected. After the system is upgraded, items about martial artists or immortal cultivators will appear in the mall. Host, the system mall is packed with everything, only what you can't think of, nothing it doesn't have. The mall has countless of the realm's top items. Please host upgrade the system as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yi Feng became more and more curious about the system mall that opened up after upgrading. It seems that he has to work hard to brush the cash back. The next day Yi Feng woke up with some doubts. Today's promotion banquet Hao Yi Lin did not come to shout at herself. This is not like her character. Wash up. With doubts out of the room, the waiter outside the door saw Yi Feng out, immediately went forward and said, Mr. Yi, Manager Chen asked me to notify you that the promotion banquet is arranged in the Chaoyang Hall. Miss Yi has already gone over. Are you going over now? The original Yi Lin, that girl, has already gone. No wonder the morning did not come to bother himself. Nodded towards the waiter. In its lead to go to the Sunrise Hall. Inside the banquet hall, the lighting is soft, reflecting the carefully decorated environment, with ribbons and balloons hanging on the wall, creating a festive atmosphere. There are 4 tables on each side, beautifully placed tableware. The front is a huge display. A bright red couplets appear on. The first couplet, the family of the scholarly family nurtures talents. Bottom couplet, the family's reputation will be honored. Crossword, successful in studies. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this Chen Tai is still very good at his job. At this time the phone recalled, took out the cell phone and connected it, and then Yi Lin's voice came out. Brother, you got up on the fast. Down it. A moment, relatives will arrive. Dad and Mom are also downstairs. Just missing you. Got it. I'll go down here. When came to the downstairs, 2 buses also happened to come to the hotel door. Yi Feng and Dad and Mom together to welcome up. Family and friends got off the bus one after another. The family of 4 warmly greeted. At this time one by one mean voice came. Yo, May 1. I did not expect. Your family can also be in the East Lake Hotel to do promotion banquet. This has to spend how much money? This do people or down to earth good. If you swollen face to fill up the fat, that come back to cry or their own. Yi mother named Wang Meiwan, siblings of the youngest, above 2 brothers, 3 sisters, and at this time is talking sister-in-law Li Fengxia. Yi mother's face at this time is very ugly, but still forced to endure the anger. Greet them upstairs. Chapter 25 Promotion Banquet. Yi Feng frowned. For this great aunt he had disliked since childhood, a snarky and snobbish woman, always talking about others to elevate herself. Little Feng, I didn't expect you to come back as well. You will graduate soon. Are you planning to come back, or stay in Magic City to develop? The one who spoke was Yi Chang, the elder brother of Yi Feng's eldest uncle's family. Yi father had 6 siblings. Yi father was ranked 4th. Eldest uncle Yi Yuan Shan, second uncle Yi Yuan He, third uncle Yi Yuan Hu, Yi father Yi Yuan Hai, oldest uncle Yi Yuan Xing, and youngest aunt Yi Mo. Unlike grandma's side of the family, Yi family's side of the family has always had a good relationship. No conflicts, but rather very close. Big brother, I happen to have nothing to do here, so I came back. I plan to go back after Shaolin's promotion banquet. And I also plan to develop in Magic City in the future. Fourth brother, haven't seen you for more than half a year. You've become handsome. He. Yi Feng looked at the person who came. It turned out to be the old uncle's sister Yi Ting. This little girl don't look usually quite gentle. If anyone messes with her, she can really take a brick to chase to your house. Ting, when is your brother not handsome? Let's not chat at the door. Let's go upstairs. See, people are one after another upstairs. The three also came to the Sunrise Hall. The door more than a small table and a hotel staff. It should be the hotel to arrange for the collection of gifts. Originally Yi mother has Yi Feng transferred 20 million. This promotion banquet and do not intend to collect gifts, but cannot withstand the persuasion of the relatives, only reluctantly agreed. At this time in the hall people have been seated. The host on the stage is Yi Lin's hard work to learn a praise. Listen to Yi Feng are embarrassed, and Yi Lin is listening to the smugness. In the long wait, the host finally finished. The waiter also timely put all kinds of food on each table. At this time Yi Wuhan holding Nyo also came to the hall. Yi Lin quickly ran over and pulled Nyo's hand, brought her to the reserved table and said to Yi Feng, brother, I invited Nyo here. Let's come to this table to accompany big brother Yi and Nyo to eat together. Yi mother's side at this time Li Fengxia again out of the moth. Looking at the table full of good wine and good food, she inwardly very jealous. By what she Wang Meiwan set such a row? Meiwan sister-in-law heard that you moved. Is not the house sold? You're also right. To do a promotion banquet only, no money to find a common place. There is no need to sell the house. You see how this table also have to 10,000 yuan it. You see this wine or Mao Tai. We who still do not know Hua, not just a college now college graduates are not working. What is the use of Unlike my family Wang Jiadong, although he did not go to college, but now also mixed well, is now for the Far Eastern group to do supporting the renovation. But also $1 million a year. By the way, waiter, how much is this table of food? One day I will also arrange a few tables to talk about the marriage with Jia Dong's girlfriend's family. A few of your aunts can also come. After all, this kind of great hotel, you also rarely have the opportunity to come to dinner. This, ma'am, the price of this table not counting the drinks is 888 huaxia coins. If you want to book it, you can pay a portion of the deposit first, and I will book it well in advance for you. The table full of people looked at Yi mother incredulously. This promotion banquet should cost 800,000 huaxia coins to organize. Mei Wan, are you crazy? Spending so much money? Are you really selling the house? You won't be living in the future. Big sister, don't worry. Xiaofeng made some money in Magic City. This promotion banquet was all arranged by him. Old Ji and I didn't contribute any money. The old house wasn't sold either. But Xiaofeng bought us a new house. How can he afford to buy a house and organize such an expensive promotion banquet for a student who hasn't graduated? I've heard that a lot of students are brainwashed into joining pyramid schemes right after graduation. You guys have to be careful. Maybe he will come to pull us to buy products and make investments, and finally take the money and run away. Li Fengxia said with a face of conviction, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. In her eyes, except for her son Wang Jiadong, no one could get rich. Yi mother's face also turned cold. She didn't want to be general with her sister-in-law, but she got the better of her. Just as she was about to explode, the door was pushed open and two middle-aged men walked in, one of them carrying a box in his hand. The visitors were none other than Shen Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei. Elder brother Yi, our brothers didn't come late, right? Ha, it's all because of old Zhang. Had to make me wait for him to join us, otherwise we would have arrived long ago. Brother Qian, brother Zhang, come and sit down. It just so happens that our table hasn't started yet. Yi Feng also greeted him. Elder brother Yi, wait a moment, let's pay the gift money first. You mustn't excuse yourself. It's a courtesy, otherwise the two of us won't be at the table. The duo opened the box and placed it on the table. A box full of money appeared in front of everyone. Gift money of 888 from Zhang Jiwei, chairman of Yuanda Group, and gift money of 888 from Chen Zhongwen, chairman of Fuyu Group. Hearing the names of the two, the guests at the scene were all shocked beyond belief. These were the two bigwigs of Jin City, especially Qian Zhongwen, who was well known. Brother Qian, brother Zhang, you have given me great face by arriving, and you have paid so much gift money. Come and sit down. It just so happens that I also have something to say to the two brothers. Li Fengxia on the side was also incomparably terrified at this time. She had not offended Yi mother. At this time, she squeezed out an ugly smile to Yi mother to curry favor. Meiwan, I didn't think that Xiaofeng was so capable. Just now, I spoke nonsense, you don't take offense, I see that Xiaofeng has a good relationship with the boss of the Yuanda Group's Zhang boss. Can you help Jiado to say something good? How to say that Jiadong is also your own nephew? Yi mother ate her own food, and did not pay attention to Li Fengxia. For this woman, she knows too much. Even if she helped, Li Fengxia will scold herself behind her back. It is better not to help than to do so. On the other side of the table, Yi Lin behaved herself and greeted Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, and then ate with Niu Niu. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, I'm planning to set up an investment company. This Yi Wuhan next to me will be in full charge of it. The two old brothers need to help out more. At this moment, Qian Zhongwen looked over towards Yi Wuhan. The two of them glanced at each other. Qian Zhongwen only felt his body shaking. Fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He knew that the opposite Yi Wuhan was not simple. It was highly likely that he was a martial artist with a not so low rank. This Yi old brother was really not simple. Brother Wuhan, I am Qian Zhongwen. In the future, if there is anything you need help with, directly say. My old money is absolutely unambiguous. Zhang Jiwei looked at Qian Zhongwen in disbelief. When did old money become so good at talking? And it was still to a person he met for the first time. Mr. Qian seems to be in the same boat. You don't have to be nervous. I've already stayed away from that circle. Now I'm just an ordinary person. Chapter 26. The splashy Li Fengxia. Yi Feng heard from their conversation that Brother Qian should also be a martial artist, but his strength should not be as strong as Yi Wuhan. Brother Qian, do you have an office building for sale there? I plan to buy it for my investment company's office. Yi Feng inquired. Qian Zhongwen, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Jiwei and inquired. Old Zhang, hasn't your Jinhui mansion been wanting to sell it? How about it? Why don't you just sell it to old Brother Yi? Okay, if Brother Yi is interested, just turn around and transfer it to you. There's no use for me to stay in the hands of Jinhui mansion. Big Brother Yi, then come back and you'll have a chat with Brother Zhang. Don't let him suffer. Brother Zhang has done us a big favor, Yi Feng said. He didn't lack money, and he couldn't suppress the price for the sake of the system cashback. Yi father and Yi mother walked over together with wine glasses at this time. Yi Feng immediately stood up when he saw this, and introduced, Brother Qian, Brother Zhang. This is my parents, Yi Yuan Hai, Wang Meiwan, Mom and Dad. This is Mr. Qian, Mr. Zhang, General Manager Qian, General Manager Zhang. Thank you both for attending my daughter's promotion banquet in your busy schedule, and for giving such a generous gift. Our couple toasts you both. Saying so, the husband and wife drank it all in one go. Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei also got up and dried a cup and said with a smile, It is the two of us who have disturbed. Please don't be offended by Big Brother Yi. Sister-in-law, we are also in good company with Elder Brother Yi and Yi Lin. Yi Lin on the side heard their conversation and muttered in a small voice, Brother Qian. Brother Zhang shouted Dad and Mom. Big Brother and Sister-in-law shouted me and Brother, Old Brother, Little Sister, that we are not allowed to manage Mom and Dad, shouted Big Brother and Sister-in-law. Yi Feng gave Yi Lin a blank stare. This little girl brain day by day all think of what No wonder Mom is always cleaning her up at home. Seeing that the two of them were seated, Yi Feng apologized and pulled Yi Lin along with Mom and Dad to toast. The family came to the Yi family's table. Yi father and Yi mother first expressed some thanks. After drinking a cup of wine, eldest uncle Yi Yuanshan lamented, Old for. In a flash the children are older. Even Lin Lin is going to college. We are also old. Big Brother. Yes, we are all old. When I think about it, Big Brother still took me to dig out birds' nests. This is 40 years in a flash. Yi Feng was also pulled over by his three older brothers. Little Feng, I didn't see it. You're quite a deep-seated kid, and you still know this kind of big shot. Big Brother Yi Chang patted his shoulder and said, Yeah, this kid has been like this since he was a kid. Hiding everything, shocking everyone at critical moments. Second Brother Yi Hua added, This kid's mouth is also particularly hard. When he was beaten as a child, how could he not beg for forgiveness? If it wasn't for me bumping into him, he could resist to the end. Third Brother Yi Lin said. Listening to the three brothers spitting, Yi Feng was also full of helplessness. It's not that he didn't say it, he also just recognized it not long ago. Seeing that Yi father and Yi mother were heading to the next table to toast, Yi Feng hurriedly followed. Otherwise he didn't know how long he would be spat on. The next few tables went smoothly, but when it came to the grandmother's table, something happened unexpectedly. Just after Yi's father and Yi's mother finished thanking him, his great-aunt Li Fengxia jumped out. Little Feng, I see that you and the Far Eastern Group's boss Zhang is very familiar. Your cousin Tong is doing interior decoration for the Far Eastern Group's building. You make a greeting. Let him give your cousin more work. This is not more real than saying a few beautiful words of thanks. At this time Yi mother's face has been black. She can no longer bear it, pointing at him and said, Li Fengxia, do you still want to have a face? There is no end to it. Right. Hit just came to the gun with a stick. Thank you? What do you deserve my thanks? If not for the face of my late brother, I don't even bother to take care of you. Every day. Zhang parents and Li family short. If you don't want to come, take your money and get the hell out of here. Hearing this, Li Fengxia quit, directly sat on the ground and began to splash, crying about her husband's early death. And now orphans and widows are being bullied by her sister-in-law. Seeing that people's attention was attracted over, Li Fengxia made even more noise. Yi Feng's face was icy cold. Gritting his teeth, he said, Great aunt, I advise you to leave right now. Or do you believe that I will make your son not be able to receive a single job from the Far Eastern Group, or even the entire Jin City? He won't be able to receive a single job. Li Fengxia immediately stopped moving, patted her butt, cursed and took back her gift money and slipped away. Looking at the whispering people, Yi mother felt very humiliated and left early. Yi Feng returned to his table. Qian Zhengwen glanced at him, lowered his head and slowly said, Do you need me to step in and teach her a lesson, or make her disappear? Yi Feng shook his head and said, Don't bother brother Qian. I can handle this little thing. Besides they are all relatives. There is no need to drive them to extinction. Soon after the guests took their leave one after another. Qian Zhengwen arranged the hotel's bus and sent them back. Yi Feng also took the car arranged by the hotel back to the East Lake Villa. Entering the door, he saw that his great aunt, second aunt, third aunt and old uncle were all there. And Yi mother's mood was also much better. Mom, better, if you are still angry, I will go to give her a lesson. Forget it, for the sake of your great uncle's face, I won't care anymore. Less contact in the future. It's over. Yi mother sighed. Every time I think of my elder brother is a burst of sadness. Hours of elder brother to their siblings are very care. Early on the work to earn money to support younger siblings. This life suffered a lot of suffering, not waiting to enjoy the blessings of the world. Thinking of this Yi mother said, Xiao Feng, your cousin Dong that, you can help to help it. After all, your great uncle only this one son. Yi Feng nodded and agreed. At this time, the old uncle's youngest son, Wang Xiaoshui, ran down from upstairs and rushed into his arms after seeing Yi Feng. Brother Feng, I haven't seen you for a long time. By the way, I just saw a piano upstairs. Cousin, can you play it? Little handsome, I can't play it, but there's a good place you must not have found. I'll take you there. Yi Feng brought him to the first floor. The ground floor was divided into 3 areas. In the center was a row of wine racks, storing all kinds of domestic and international famous wines. Several refrigerated cabinets also held all kinds of beer, cocktails. On the left is a KTV with a capacity of about 10, in which all kinds of equipment are complete, and the lighting and sound effects are top-notch. And every 3 months there will be a special person to carry out updated testing. On the right is a small movie theater that can accommodate 20 people. The interior is equipped with massage seats, so you can experience the most comfortable viewing effect. Yi Feng took out 2 cans of cola from the refrigerator and handed Xiao Shui a can and said, The left side can sing, the right side can watch a movie. Where do you want to play? Wang Xiaoshui opened the Coke and took a sip, then thought for a while and said, Brother Feng, can I watch Xiongde first, and then go sing a song? Yi Feng laughed, You little witty, you want to take up both Okay, I'll play Xiongde for you first. Remember to look for me upstairs after you finish watching. Chapter 27. Back to the villa. After giving Xiao Shui a chance to put on Xiongde, Yi Feng returned to the hall. Yi mother saw that only Yi Feng came up alone and asked, How did you come back alone? Where is Xiao Shui? He's watching a movie on the ground floor. When he's done, he'll come up to me. Is there still a TV downstairs? Yi mother said doubtfully. Mom, have you never been underground to see it? The underground isn't a TV. It's a small movie theater, a KTV, and a wine cellar. It's time for you to take a good look at this home. Here this family are interested. Have to go underground. Not long after the small handsome crying face came up. It turned out that after this group of people went down and saw the movie theater, they changed to a Chinese war movie. So little Shui was naturally forced to leave. Yi Feng mouth corner pumped. Really a group of old children helpless. Yi Feng had to take him to the 3rd floor of the study. Take the computer to put up his bear. Congratulations to the host. Consumption of 2 billion Huaxia coins. Cashback of 200 billion Huaxia coins has been hit into the tail number 8888 of the Supreme Black Card. Suddenly came the system prompt. So that Yi Feng froze. Think carefully should be the promotion banquet after the end of the Yi Wuchen pulled Zhang Jiwei to go to the Jinhui building procedures. This big brother Yi. It is really thunder and lightning. Pick up the cell phone to open WeChat. Finally Xiana name. This Xiana. These 2 days also did not contact their own. Also do not know in busy what? Xiana, these 2 days are very busy? How also do not want me After the message was sent, it didn't take long to receive a reply. Feng, I've been thinking about you every day. But you must have something important to do when you go home, so I didn't dare to bother you. He. I'm very happy to receive your message today, because you're thinking about me too. He. Silly girl, contact me if you miss me. Things are almost done on my side. I'll go back in a couple of days. When I go back I'll treat you to a big meal. Aha, brother Fong. I also want to eat Phoenix Pavilion. That's our blessed place. Aha, wait for me to go back. Putting down his cell phone, looking at the time it was almost time for dinner, and Mom and the others hadn't come up yet. He made a call to Chen Tai. Old Chen, this is Yi Fong. Prepare a table for 20 people for me. Send it to East Lake Villa 8. Young Yi, don't worry. I will arrange it right away. I guarantee it will be delivered within half an hour. At this time, Chen Tai's heart was settled. Before, he had been worried that Yi Fong would retaliate against himself, especially today's banquet. Master Qian had personally gone there, and had prepared a generous gift. If He Xiao had casually mentioned it today, it was estimated that he would have gotten on the train to Siberia to dig potatoes by now. Putting down the phone, Chen Tai immediately arranged for the kitchen to make Yi Feng's meal a priority, then personally drove the 2 staff members to Villa 8. After swiping the short video for a while, the doorbell rang. Yi Feng opened the door, saw Chen Tai coming, and asked doubtfully, Old Chen, why are you still here personally? You can just arrange for someone to send it over directly. Chen Tai commanded the staff to put the dishes on the dining table on the first floor while saying, Young Yi, it's fine. It's my honor to serve you. Yi Feng also knew what he meant, so he said, Old Chen, the previous misunderstanding is over. I didn't take it to heart, so you don't have to worry. Thank you, Young Yi. I will definitely remember this lesson. I won't bother you with your meal. Farewell. Yi Feng looked at the meal that was already set up and shouted, Xiao Shui is coming down to eat. Then he went down to the ground floor again and called up his old mom, aunt and uncles as well. Just as the meal was about to start, Yi Lin's voice came from outside the door. Brother, you quickly come out for a moment. Dad drank too much. I can't hold him up anymore. Yi Feng rushed out to pick up Yi father and asked, Where are you guys going again? Hey, after the end of the dad had to go to the eldest uncle there, to wear a meal of nostalgia for the past. Brother, you do not know. Dad, he can say a lot of hours of embarrassing things. Ha ha, hours. Grandpa let Dad scratch back. Dad actually lying on the ground looking for half a day, and then asked Grandpa he did not find where the back. Ha ha, angry grandfather to take a stick a whip. Yi Feng almost laughed at the fork in the air. Dad, as a child there is such a side in order not to be laughed to death, hurriedly sent Yi Lin to eat. He helped his dad to the elevator on the first floor, sent to the second floor room to rest. When she returned to the restaurant, Yi mother asked, How is your dad? How much did he drink today? This old thing. He doesn't look at how old he is. He still drinks like this. Mom, just don't say anything. Today Dad is happy. Just leave him alone. When he wakes up tomorrow, you'll properly clean him up. Yi Lin, who was watching the fun, said in an arching fire. After dinner, it was already dark and drizzling outside. Yi mother said to them, Big sister, second sister, third sister and old brother, you guys don't have to go and stay here today. There are still a lot of empty rooms upstairs. It's enough for us to stay. Yi Feng also advised. Yes, you and my mom don't see each other often, so stay here today. I will open the KTV in a while, so you can also have some fun. If you are tired, go upstairs and rest. After Yi mother and Yi Feng took turns to persuade, several people finally agreed to stay. Yi mother led a few people to the upstairs to assign rooms, while Yi Feng went downstairs to open the KTV, cut a fruit plate, took some drinks and returned to his room. After returning to his room, Yi Feng took out his cell phone and called Yi Wuhan. Big brother Wuhan, you are fast enough. Jinhui Mansion is done so quickly. I just saw that old Zhang didn't drink too much either, and when I was done, I dragged him back to the company to get the formalities done. By the way, are you calling to explain something? There is one thing that needs to be done. East Lake Resort to the west about 5 kilometers or so there is a Jean City flower base. I don't know if you've heard of it? I've heard of it. It's said to be the #1 flower planting base in Jean City. Is old brother trying to buy it down? The price is not low. A conservative estimate would be 5 billion Huaxia coins. Big brother Wuhan, I want to buy it down and give it to my dad. Money is not a problem. Go ahead and acquire it. I'll transfer a sum of money to you later. Okay, I will contact old Qian in a while. He is familiar with the people in this area. I will try to take it as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, Yi Feng transferred another 50 billion Huaxia coins to Yi Wuhan. Looking at the 230 billion Huaxia coins still lying quietly in his account, he couldn't help but sigh and say that the speed of spending money is still too slow. He still has to return more than 9 trillion before he can upgrade the system. Jean City this side has Yi Wuchen. He seems to return to the Magic City as soon as possible. I do not know that genius girl Shinhayu's spending speed is not fast. Have to think of a way to take her into their own men. Chapter 28 Jean City Flower Base. At this time a groping sound caught Yi Feng's attention. Home into the thief? Impossible. East Lake Villa's security is not for show. Downstairs to see. Only to see Yi father is fumbling in the refrigerator. Looks like it is hungry. Is looking for food. It is no wonder that the night did not eat. The wine woke up is certainly hungry. Yi Feng quietly walked behind Ye's father. Towards his back slapped. Only to see Ye's father a spirit of fierce back a few steps. See the person as Yi Feng long breath and said, your brat. Scared me to death. I thought it was your mom. By the way, where is your mom? Why isn't she at home? This wife recently is not floating. So late still not home. Yi Feng took out his cell phone and said to Yi father, Dad, what did you just say? I didn't hear it too clearly. Looking at Yi Feng's action, Yi Yuanhai also played dumb and said, I said where did your mom go? I miss her when she's not at home. Yi Feng saw Yi father like this and didn't tease him anymore. Dad, my mom is downstairs singing with my uncle. Singing? I didn't hear any sound. You're making fun of me again, right? Helpless, Yi Feng had to bring Yi father to the underground. Seeing the underground wine cellar and KTV, Yi father's eyes instantly lit up. Brat, there is such a good place, why don't you say earlier? After saying that, he pushed the door and went in to join them. Yi Feng was helpless. You guys moved in and didn't even look at it? The next morning, Yi Wuhan took Nyo and went straight to the flower base in Jean City. Yesterday Qian Zhangwen had already helped him to contact. Set at 9 o'clock in the morning to talk about it. After identifying himself with the doorman, Yi Wuhan was brought to the meeting room. Mr. Yi, welcome, have a seat. I have been looking forward to your arrival since yesterday when I received Master Qian's call. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young, Huang Jinchang said enthusiastically. Mr. Huang, let's not beat around the bush. Let's make a price for this flower base of yours. Old money found you. I believe you won't ask for too much. Gold Chang yesterday calculated the price of the entire base at 5.5 billion, but he still wants to fight for it. After all, who will not have a grudge against money? Mr. Yi, the Jean City flower base was built up by my hand. To be honest, I really don't want to sell it, but Master Qian found me. This face I have to give. How do you think about 6 billion huaxia coins? Huang Jinchang nervously looked at Yi Wuhan, afraid that he would ask for a high price and cause him to be dissatisfied. Mr. Huang, prepare the contract. This price was on the high side, but it was still within a reasonable range. So Yi Wuhan agreed. Who let Yi Feng, the big dog, say that he would take this flower base at all costs? Congratulations to the host. Consumption of 6 billion huaxia coins, cashback of 600 billion huaxia coins, has been credited to the Supreme Black Card with the tail number 8888. A system tone woke up the sleeping Yi Feng. Seeing this large cashback, Yi Feng immediately spirited up. It seems that Yi Wuhan, this person really did not choose the wrong. Just 2 days, has given himself a cashback of 800 billion. At this time his phone rang. Answering the phone, Yi Wuhan's voice came. Yi old brother, Jean City flower base has been taken. You can Yi uncle to take over at any time. Big brother Wu Trace. Your efficiency is too high. I'll transfer a sum of money to you in the past. Tomorrow I'll go back to Magic City. Jean City, you can worry more about it. Said Yi Feng transferred another 100 billion huaxia coins over. He was looking forward to Yi Wuhan spending all this money soon. That way the cashback from the system upgrade would be enough. Big brother Wuhan, in a moment I will go over to take a look. He went downstairs and saw that Dad and Mom were chatting with Yi Lin, and the relatives had already gone home individually. Dad and Mom, I plan to return to Magic City tomorrow. Counting the days your graduation certificate should come down. It's time to go back, Yi mother said. Brother, I also want to follow you to Mordor. I want to see what Mordor University is like. It's too boring at home. Yi Lin pitifully looked at Yi Feng, while constantly looking at Yi mother, as if asking for advice. Alright, don't pretend. Just go. But don't cause trouble for your brother, Yi mother said with a smile. Dad, let's go out. There's something I need to tell you. Yi father went out of the house with a puzzled look on his face. When he was about to ask where to go, Yi Feng said, Dad, you drive and follow me. Take you to a good place. Jean City flower base is not far from East Lake Villa. 10 minutes later, father and son arrived. When they arrived at the destination, Yi father's eyes were shining. As a senior flower lover, he knew this place too well. Little Feng, are you buying me flowers? Worthy of being my son? You know that your dad is heartbroken. Big brother, Grandpa Yi, you're here. Come over here. The flowers in here are so beautiful. Nyo ran over with gusto. Yi Feng squatted down and picked up Nyonya, making her laugh. Hearing Nyo's laughter, Yi Wuhan also walked out. Uncle Yi, elder brother Yi, come and visit our flower base. Yi Yuanhai was confused. Our flower base? Then he thought of something and looked at Yi Feng excitedly. Dad, from now on, this place will be your responsibility. Do you like this gift? Like it? I like it too much. Ha ha. After the excitement, Yi father also calmed down. Little Feng, can I? Although I like to raise flowers and I'm good at it, but this large-scale planting, I'm afraid that I can't get it right. That would be a pity for these flowers. Hearing Yi father's worry, Yi Wuhan comforted. Uncle Yi, don't worry. The technicians here are all reserved. There are specialized personnel responsible for large-scale planting and maintenance. Hearing this, Yi father was also relieved, full of joy, and accepted this heavenly gift, and didn't care about them, took Nyo and ran to enjoy the flowers and plants here. Yi Feng looked at Yi Wuhan's dress and said helplessly, Big brother Wuhan, I know you are not willing to be favored. Why don't I give you a longer salary? Just $20 million a year. Bonuses are another calculation. You are now the old president of Huan Yu Investment Company. You should change this line of clothing, and your old puzong should be changed. Or others think that our company's strength is not, with a secretary and assistant, to help you share some of the work, but also to help you take care of Nyo. I'm not discussing with you. It's a task. You can do it in the afternoon. And also buy a few sets of clothes for Nyo. Just go through the company's account. Elder brother Yi, there's really no need. You should know that we martial artists don't care about this. You are a martial artist. Nyonya isn't, right? You have to think about Nyo. Soon Nyo should go to school. You don't want her to be looked down upon by her classmates, right? Big brother Wuhan, you don't reject it. If you are rejecting it, you are not treating me as a brother. Okay. In the end, Yi Wuhan could only agree. He could not do it for himself, but for the sake of Nyo he could only accept it. But this intention he would always remember in his heart. Chapter 29. Return to Magic City. Yi Feng drove back alone, while Yi father was right there. He was not willing to leave this beautiful sea of flowers. After booking 2 tickets to Magic City from the internet, Yi Feng pushed the door back to the villa. Seeing several suitcases piled up in the hall, Yi Feng asked towards Yi mother, Mom, is our family coming to relatives? Why are there so many luggage? Yi mother didn't have a good temper and said, It's not because Yi Lin wants to go to Magic City with you. These are what she wants to bring. Yi Linla was holding a large stuffed animal and was coming down from the elevator at this time. When she saw Yi Feng, she immediately said, Brother, what else do you think I have to bring? This is my first time leaving Jin City. I don't know if I've prepared enough. Yi Feng is also speechless. Look at her, this situation is like to move the whole family over. Walked over and knocked Yi Lin's head and said, You girl, bring so much stuff for what? I have everything over there. Put it all back. Bring a dress is enough. Yi Lin covered her head and looked at Yi Feng aggrievely, reluctantly sending her luggage back bit by bit. Lin, this girl, only you can rule her. Little Feng, when you get to Magic City you have to keep an eye on her. Don't let her learn to be bad. Yi mother instructed Yi Feng. Don't worry, Mom, there is me and this girl can't turn over the sky. You don't look at Lin quite jumpy. In fact, she is quite opinionated, and knows the advantages and disadvantages. Only she is quite reliant on the home, and appears to be a bit of a two. Homecoming days are always short, especially after growing up. People are running around and busy, while home can only be pressed in the bottom of the heart, guiding the way forward. Jin City Airport. In the unwillingness of Yi father and Yi mother, Yi Feng and his duo boarded the airplane to Magic City. Brother, this is my first time to take an airplane. I heard that airplanes also have free food and drinks. He. I'll definitely have a good taste of it later. Yi Lin chirped like a lark. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you. A voice interrupted Yi Feng's thoughts. Molly, I didn't expect to run into you again. Sister Molly. Hey, I'm Yi Lin. Do you still remember me? We met when my brother brought me to play when I was little. Little Yellen? I haven't seen you for so many years. The original little girl has grown into a big beauty. He. Sister Molly, you're the big beauty. You're so pretty. You must have a lot of people chasing after you, right? Glancing at Yi Feng, Molly slowly said, No, I still like to be alone. The plane is about to take off. Little Yellen, fasten your seatbelt or you will fall. 2 hours later, the plane landed safely. The brother and sister duo took a taxi and left. Brother, where are we going now? You can take me for a good time. You girl, you just know how to play. Let's go home first. Then I'll take you into Magic City University to have a look. Soon after the two came to Thompson. Looking at the name of the neighborhood, Yi Lin's eyes were glowing. Brother, you won't have a house here. Right. I've seen from the internet. The house here is very expensive. You like it? If you like it when you get married, brother will give you a set. Hate it. I'm still a baby. It's you, brother. When will you take me to meet sister-in-law? Last time you just said half of it. You haven't finished yet. Let's go home first. When we go to Magic City University in a while, it's just time to meet. Coming to the door, Yifeng entered Yilin's fingerprints and iris, so that it would be more convenient. The two of them came to the room. Yifeng put the luggage and took the car key. When he was about to call out to Yilin, he only saw that she was looking around like a curious baby. Brother, that big round bathtub in the bathroom, I like it too much. He. And this big floor-to-ceiling window. It's so beautiful. My good brother, can you or can you not grant your lovely sister a small request? Can you let me have that bedroom of yours? I love that room so much. He. This little robber just came to the first day and wanted to occupy his room. Who let her be his own sister? Yifeng also had to agree. Yay! I knew brother is the best for me. He. Looking at the happy Yilin, Yifeng also smiled. Lin, are you going to live here or in the school dormitory when school starts in the future? Yilin pondered for a while and said seriously, brother, I still want to live in the dormitory. After all, a university that doesn't live on campus is incomplete, and I can come back to live on the weekends. He. Okay, all according to you. Find time for you to take the driver's license test. Come back brother to send you a car. Also convenient point. Don't worry brother. I must take the driving license test as soon as possible. Hey, I have to pick a good. Let you bleed. Okay, you can pick whatever you want at that time. Now let's set off to Magic City University. When Yifeng drove past a flower store being shouted to stop by Yilin, he looked at Yilin suspiciously. Brother, once you meet your sister-in-law you're just going to go empty-handed? Or else, you big straight man of steel, you don't know how to chase your sister-in-law into your hands. Get off and hurry to buy a bunch of roses for your sister-in-law. Yifeng also suddenly realized. Immediately get off the car to the next flower store. The owner of the store is a 30-year-old woman. Not particularly beautiful, but exudes a sensible beauty. See a guest into the store, she enthusiastically said. Little Handsome, is to buy flowers? Boss, I want a bunch of red roses. Yifeng said. Looks like Little Handsome is going to give it to your girlfriend. Right. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. The shopkeeper sharply held out a bunch of bright red roses from the store and said, Little Handsome, this is the roses I just inserted. I wish you and your girlfriend to be in love for a long time like the blooming roses. Yifeng said thank you, swept the code to pay and returned to the car, handed the roses to Yilin in the passenger seat, and drove to Magic City University. Arriving at Magic City University, Yifeng held the rose in one hand while the other hand was held by Yilin. Brother, Magic City University is really beautiful. Look at that library, shape is really cool. And that teaching building is also very modern. And that toilet, the toilet is not to be mentioned. Looking at Yifeng's face that gradually turned black, Yilin sensibly stopped talking. Yifeng at this time some thirsty, took Yilin to the supermarket. The boss Zhao Li, this leisurely listening to music, saw Yifeng, said with a smile, I have not seen you for a few days. It seems that you have been quite busy recently? This is? Seeing Zhao Li's somewhat puzzled eyes, Yifeng knew that he must have misunderstood. So he explained, Brother Li, this is my sister Yilin. Soon she will also be a student of our Magic City University. I brought her here in advance. You kid. Scared me. I thought you changed your girlfriend. Your handful of roses. Whoever sees it has to misunderstand. What Yifeng didn't know was that he and Yilin were seen on campus by Li Xiana's roommate, Nan. Chapter 30 Misunderstanding. In the girls' dormitory, Li Xiana was fuming. When will Brother Feng come back? He's been gone for many days. I don't know if he missed me. Counting the time he should be back. Nan ran into the dormitory in a flurry. Looking at Li Xiana, this kind of nymphomania do not know what to say about the scene he just saw. After adjusting his state, Nan decided to tell her. Xiana, I just saw Senior Yifeng at school. What? Brother Feng is back? Where is he? Li Xiana said with a face of surprise and was about to go out when she was pulled by Nan. Xiana, listen to me. I just saw Senior Yifeng holding a bouquet of roses with a girl in front of the supermarket. Don't get excited. Maybe I might have misread it. Xiana, wait for me. Li Xiana flew to the entrance of the supermarket and saw the two of them sitting in front of the door. Yifeng couldn't stand it anymore and cried. Yilin looked at Li Xiana suspiciously and said to Yifeng, Brother, that girl is so strange, looking at our side and crying. Yifeng looked back and saw that it was Li Xiana. He immediately ran over, and just as he was about to approach, he was stopped by Nan. Senior Yifeng, I didn't expect you to be a scumbag too. Xiana likes you so much, but you still have your foot in two boats. Are you right for Xiana? Now what's the use of you pretending to run over here? Go and keep your little girlfriend company. Xiana, let's go. He doesn't deserve your grief. Yifeng also had two big heads at this time. rushed to stop Li Xiaona and was about to explain when Yilin ran over and said, "Brother, this is my sister-in-law, right, brother?" Li Xiaona looked at Yi Fengfeng with a stagnant expression. Before he could say anything, Nan said, "Little girl, what a low-level excuse. Was discovered," said brother and sister. "How to explain that, Rose? You say he is your brother. How do you prove it?" Yilin don't look usually quite too, at this time but exceptionally shrewd, pointing to the roses on the table, said, "That rose is my brother bought to give my sister-in-law. As for saying brother and sister, that's even simpler. Brother, give me your ID card." Taking out her own ID card from her bag, she handed it to Li Xiaona along with Yi Feng's ID card. "Sister-in-law, take a look. Is the address of the ID card the same? We are brother and sister with the same father and mother." Yi Feng secretly gave a thumbs up to Yilin. It would be a struggle for him to explain. Li Xiaona looked at the siblings awkwardly. She knew that she was the one who misunderstood, and Nan on the side also realized that she had lied about the military, said sorry and fled. "Sister-in-law, come, let's go sit over there. Don't stand here." The three of them sat down. Yi Feng took the roses and put them in front of Li Xiaona. "Xiaona, roses for you. I don't know if you like it." Receiving the roses, Li Xiaona had a happy face, then whispered, "Brother Feng, Lin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood just now." "Sister-in-law, it's okay, don't take it to heart. Do you have time in the afternoon? Let's go shopping. Let old brother pay the bill." He. The atmosphere of the three people gradually melted. When she learned that Yilin will soon enter the Magic City University, Li Xiaona is even happier. In the future, she can learn more about Brother Feng from her, but also can be a good relationship with the future sister-in-law. Yi Feng see them chatting happily, from the cell phone to book the Phoenix Pavilion evening location. Just after the location, Shen Haoran's phone call came over. "Yi, old brother, you invested so much money into my Shen family, and I don't see you asking about the progress? Brother Shen, I'm not trusting you. Besides, there's not much money. Why did you remember to call me today? Cloud Villa I have packed up. You can move in at any time. And tomorrow night, the first family of the Magic City Qin family organized a charity dinner. Do not know, old brother, you have my interest?" The dinner party. Yi Feng is not interested. Nothing more than some business blow each other. But he is interested in spending money. "Brother Shen, tomorrow night I will definitely attend." "Good. I'll send you the address in a moment. Then I'll see you tomorrow night." Shortly after hanging up the phone, Shen Haoran sent an address. Magic City Pearl Hotel. "Brother, you're going to the dinner tomorrow night? Can you bring me and sister Xiaona? I haven't attended a banquet yet." Okay, then let's go together tomorrow night." Seeing Yi Feng agreeing, Yilin jumped up happily and pulled Li Xiaona to go buy a dress. Yi Feng drove the two girls to Wanda Plaza. The three of them went straight to the luxury goods area. The three of them came to the Armani store first, intending to choose a suit for Yi Feng first. The clerk saw Yi Feng and immediately warmly welcomed him. Last time she had seen Yi Feng's bravado. "Mr. Yi, welcome to Armani. What do you need this time? I will be happy to serve you." Taking a look at the somewhat familiar clerk, before Yi Feng could speak, Yilin jumped the gun and said, "Take us to see the suits." The clerk led the three to the suit area and pointed to a black suit and introduced it. "Mr. Yi, this latest suit is designed and handmade by Italy's top designer, Ferrando. Armani personally designed and handmade, using the top-of-the-line materials. Not only is it very comfortable to wear, but it also reflects the best body proportions very well, and is very suitable for men like Mr. Yi, who have an extremely tall figure. Brother, hurry up and try it on. I haven't seen you in a suit yet." Yi Feng took the suit handed over by the clerk and went to the fitting room. After changing his clothes, he walked out of the fitting room and looked at the dumbfounded Li Xiaona and Yilin and said, "What are you two waiting for? See how this suit looks? Brother, I just now realized that you look so handsome in a suit. It simply lights up my dog's eyes." What's that saying? Strangers are like jade, and gentlemen are unrivaled in the world. Li Xiaona laughed. Right. That's the line. Yi Feng looked at Yilin and said seriously, "That's right, it's indeed a dog's eye. Single dog." Hearing Li Xiaona on the side, she laughed. Yilin looked at Yi Feng with a dissatisfied face. "Sister Xiaona, you also don't care about your family's little thingsy. There's him talking about his sister like that. Alright, you guys pick two dresses too." Yi Feng hurriedly changed the topic. In the end, Yilin picked a backless dress. Yi Feng's eyelids jumped. If she let her mom know, she wouldn't run from Jin City to Magic City to teach her a lesson. Li Xiaona chose a very conservative dress, but Yi Feng's suit is very compatible. Yi Feng also asked the clerk to match a handbag for the two of them and picked a few pieces of jewelry before paying and leaving. "Brother, how did you and sister Xiaona meet?" Yi Feng looked at Yilin mysteriously and said, You want to know? You'll know when I take you to a place in a while. Chapter 31, Buying Phoenix Pavilion. Brother, I found out. After having Sister Xiana, you don't love me anymore. Actually, all sell out with me. Yilin pouted her lips. Li Xiana on the side hurriedly came forward to comfort. You girl, the place we're going to in a while is where Xiana and I will officially meet. At that time, you personally see it is not better than what I said. Yifeng said breathlessly. Che, it just doesn't hurt me anymore. You don't even comfort me. It's still Sister Xiana who is good. Saying that, he made a face at Yifeng and chatted with Li Xiana. Shortly after the three of them arrived at Phoenix Pavilion, there was already a long line at the door. Yifeng verified the information with the waiter and was brought to the reserved seat. Brother, Sister Xiana, this place is so beautiful. Ancient. Look at the young lady over there playing the guzheng. It's really immortal. Did you guys meet here? It's really great. It's like traveling back to ancient times. Lin, my first official meeting with Brother Feng was here, and it's still the same seat. My roommate and I shared the table with Brother Feng, Li Xiana said with a happy face. Maybe she didn't take the initiative in the beginning, and now she couldn't get what she wanted. The name calling here is also very special. If you call out to the waiter, they won't pay attention to you. You need to call out to Xiaoer before they will come over. Why don't you try? Yilin's eyes lit up. She had only heard of this kind of address on TV. She didn't think she could experience it today. Xiaoer, give this young lady 2 pounds of wine and 5 pounds of beef. Yilin stepped on the stool and said with bravado. Yifeng's face was full of black lines. He knew that this sister would make some trouble. Glared at Yilin and said, what is in your girl's head every day? Xiaoer, come with a few specialties, a pot of long jing, and 2 cups of orange juice. Yilin, on the other hand, was dissatisfied and said, I see that this is how they order food on TV, especially this one where I step on the stool. Isn't it very imposing? You're not imposing. My ass. Don't be ladylike. Let's see how you can get married in the future. Yifeng said without a good mood. Li Xiana watched the brother and sister duo fight, feeling very cozy. As an only child when she was a child, she also envied others to have a loving brother. Can quarrel, can care for each other, can enjoy pampering. In the future, she must give Feng a few more babies. Thinking of this face unconsciously red. Sister Xiana, what are you thinking about? Face is red. He. Quickly say, are you also laughing at me? Honestly explain, or I'll let you learn the power of the future sister-in-law. See my milk-grabbing dragon claw hand. Looking at the two people who were fighting, Yifeng laughed happily. At this moment a discordant voice rang out. Yo, isn't this Yifeng? Little white boy is good. You can pick up 2 girls at a time. TSK, little girl. Your vision can't work. A poor boy without a job. What's so good about it? Face can't be a meal these days. You still need to have money. The person who came was none other than Yifeng's supervisor Wang Gang from his previous internship. Yilin looked at little cute. Looking at Wang Gang, where did this person get the confidence? Saying that her brother was a poor boy. Wang Gang, you're really a ghost that doesn't give up. Even if you're ugly. It's your fault if you come out to disgust people. Originally I've almost forgotten about you. I didn't expect that you're still rushing to make me come and clean you up. Yifeng felt that this bastard's brain is not a problem. Just you? Still packing me. You also think too highly of yourself. Kid, do you have that strength? You really think of yourself as a character. In my eyes you are a piece of. Wang Gang said with disdain. Yilin also couldn't help it at this time. She gave Wang Gang a scolding, so angry that his face turned black. At this time, the boss of Phoenix Pavilion also rushed over with a few security guards when he saw the altercation occurring. 2 gentlemen, I am the person in charge of Phoenix Pavilion, Zhou Muyao. If you two have conflicts, please don't argue in Phoenix Pavilion, otherwise I will have to ask you two to leave. Yifeng looked at Zhou Muyao and said, Boss Zhou, is your Phoenix Pavilion for sale? Make a price. Wang Gang's tears were about to come out of his eyes when he heard Yifeng's words. Yifeng, you're really not afraid of flashing your tongue. You've overplayed your hand. You still want to buy Fengming Pavilion? Ridiculous. Do you know the value of this Phoenix Pavilion? At least 80 million huaxia coins. Just like you can't even afford to buy a table. Yifeng ignored Wang Gang and continued to say to Zhou Muyao, 100 million huaxia coins. This gentleman, I have no intention of selling Phoenix Pavilion, and you should stop making such jokes. Zhou Muyao did not believe that Yifeng could buy Phoenix Pavilion. Ha ha, Yifeng, you are like a clown now. Keep performing. If you can buy Phoenix Pavilion, I, Wang Gang, will climb out from here today. 150 million Chinese coins. Yifeng continued. Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't trust you. I don't want to sell Phoenix Pavilion. I built this place with my own hands. I have feelings for this. Don't want to? Then it's not that you can't sell it. Boss Joe, 200 million Huaxia coins. Moreover, in the future, Fengming Pavilion will continue to be in your charge. Zhou Muya was satisfied with this price, but he still doubted whether Yi Feng could have the strength to buy it. Mr. Yi, if you can really come up with 200 million Chinese coins, then Fengming Pavilion is yours. Yi Feng asked Zhou Muya for an account number and transferred 200 million before quietly watching him. After receiving the bank card arrival information, Zhou Muya respectfully said, "Boss, from now on, Fengming Pavilion belongs to you. What are your orders?" Yi Feng looked at Wang Gang, who was scared at the sight, and said coldly, "Help him fulfill the promise he just made." At this time, Wang Gang also reacted. He couldn't figure out how the poor boy who was once at his mercy could come up with 200 million Huaxia coins to buy Fengming Pavilion. This is not scientific. Just when he wanted to run, two security guards came in front of him and pressed him to the ground. He glanced at Yi Feng with a face full of resentment and crawled out of Phoenix Pavilion in such a humiliating manner. "Boss, what else do you command?" Zhou Muya said respectfully. He understood that by spending 200 million Huaxia coins to buy Phoenix Pavilion just for the sake of losing his temper, Yi Feng's strength must be terrifyingly strong. "In the future, you will be the manager here. Phoenix Pavilion is still in your charge. I won't be involved. As well as today, the entire consumption is free of charge." To celebrate, Wang Gang crawling out, Zhou Muya left and then announced the news of free bill for the whole place, caused a burst of cheers. The consumption level of Phoenix Pavilion is not low. This time they can save a considerable amount of expenditure. And the people who are interested in this matter also released it to the network. Also caused a small storm in the Magic City. "Brother, you were too handsome just now." That Wang Gang climbed out like, "It was really funny. Just like a big Wang Bang. Laughed me to death," Yilin exaggeratedly said. Chapter 32, Wild Brush Carnival. Li Xiana also looked at Yi Feng with admiration. Which woman doesn't want to see her man's mighty and domineering appearance? "Xiana, Lin, let's eat. Don't let irrelevant people affect our mood." The three of them started to enjoy the food, during which Yi Feng kept on giving Li Xiana food, causing Yilin to be strongly dissatisfied, and in the end he could only become the instrumental person of the food. When the three were almost done eating, Yilin mysteriously said to Li Xiana, "Sister Xiana, let's go to my brother's place to stay for a while. My room can be beautiful, and we are going to participate in the charity dinner tomorrow night. It's not good to take the dress to school." "Okay, I also want to see what Feng's house looks like. I heard that boys' houses are all very sloppy. I wonder if I'll find Feng's smelly socks. He. Seeing Li Xiana agreeing, Yilin winked towards her brother, as if to say, "Don't be quick to thank your cute sister." The three of them left Phoenix Pavilion and sped towards Townsend. Arriving at the door of the house, Yilin again asked Yi Feng to record the fingerprints and iris of Li Xiana. The beauty of the name was that in the future, Xiana's sister would be convenient to find her to come and play. As for what the real purpose was, it would be obvious. "Sister Xiana, come with me. I'll take you to my room to take a look. This is something I've gone through a lot of trouble to get from my brother." Yi Feng looked at Li Xiana, who was pulled away by Yilin, and smiled helplessly. He also thought that his old sister was going to create an opportunity for himself, but he didn't think that he would leave himself in the living room. So he had to lie on the sofa and brush the short video himself. Open shake. Looking at their own once net name Maple Snow Knight Returner. Now think of a little funny. Anyway, is a name? So it is. A video suddenly caught Yi Feng's attention. This video has just happened in the Phoenix Pavilion. Look down the comments. Praise and criticism. Some praised him for his bravado, a throw of money, but also said that he was too deceitful and unforgiving. After watching for a while, he skipped the video. A live broadcast screen appeared. A girl with a delicate face was singing, and this person Yi Feng recognized. It was his college classmate Feng Qi. The live broadcast room is not many people, only less than 50 people. The gift is also less pathetic, only a few scattered lollipops. "Anchor, you can't sing like this. You need to jump up and show your body." "Yes, Anchor, I see you have such a majestic career line. Jumping up must be choppy." Upstairs, two old colorful batch. Identification is complete. "Little sister, come to the first 18 touch. Brother give you brush rocket." At this time a PK invitation appeared on the screen. Not long after, the sexy and enchanting woman appeared in the screen. "I actually connected to Sexy Kitten. This is a big Anchor with 2 million fans. Anchor, you have to catch this wave of splashy riches. This is the 9th ranked kitten in the song and dance category. Little Chi-Chi, can we open PK?" The sexy voice came from the live broadcast. Feng Qi also knew that there weren't many chances to be able to connect to a big Anchor. This was an opportunity. A good chance to increase fans and become famous. "Hello kitten sister, it's possible to open PK," Feng Qi said excitedly. "That's good. Then I'll start with the punishment. The loser will have to remove their makeup on the spot and turn off the beauty filter. Oh, Kitten didn't think she would lose. How could a novice white person on the opposite side win against her? So the punishment was set very harshly. Okay, Kitten's sister. Let's start. PK began. Kitten began a sexy dance. A variety of seductive movements, flirtatious eyes, live room rockets, sports cars and other gifts continuously. Not long after the 2 points to pull open a large gap. Xiao Qiqi's live broadcast room at this time but miserable. Only a few lollipops in love. System, live streaming brush gifts. Can I return cash? Host, in order to prevent malicious brush cashback, live streaming rewards, no cashback. Yifeng had thought that he could find a way to quickly brush the cashback, but he had a huge amount of wealth in his hands, and brushing a small target was also without pressure. Charged 10 million huaxia coins, Yifeng began to send out. After all, it is also a classmate. He intends to help. Maple Snow Knight Returner sent Carnival *10. Maple Snow Knight Returner sends out Carnival *50. Maple Snow Knight Returner sent out Carnival *100. Xiao Qiqi's score immediately surpassed Sexy Kitten's, and the people in the live broadcast room were abuzz. I'm going. Here comes the Big Brother. Worship. 100 Carnival in one shot. Big Brother, are you short of pendants? Big Brother Maple Snow. Too powerful. One person killed 50,000 people on the opposite side in seconds. Sexy Kitten also noticed the abnormality. Seeing that she was being countered, she also got anxious. If he turned off the beauty filter and removed her makeup, then her image would definitely collapse. She pulled down her clothes and held up her breasts, boldly making various sexy poses, seducing the bigwigs in the live broadcast room. Sexy Kitten's set of operations caused her score to rise and achieve a reversal. Yifeng made another operation. Maple Snow Knight Returner sent Carnival *200. Maple Snow Knight Returner sends Carnival *500. Returner of Maple Snow Knight sends Carnival *1000. Xiao Qiqi's score completely crushed Sexy Kitten. The opposite side had absolutely no idea of resistance while Yifeng didn't end it. Maple Snow Knight Returner sends Carnival *1300. Maple Snow Knight Returner sends Carnival *1600. Maple Snow Knight Returner sends out Carnival *2000. Yifeng didn't stop until he finished 10 million Chinese coins. At this time, the number of people in Xiao Qiqi's live room had risen to 10 plus, and the number of fans was 50,000 people. Xiao Qiqi constantly thanked Yifeng. She never dreamed that a play PK actually had more than 100,000 people watching, and the gift was up to more than 10 million huaxia coins. After deducting the platform's share, she also had 5 million income. On the other side of the Sexy Kitten's face is exceptionally ugly. She knows she is finished. She very much regrets the punishment she proposed. Looking at the screen in the live broadcast room, the word remove makeup. She died. She had no choice but to turn off the beauty filter. Began to remove makeup. I go. Which is a Sexy Kitten? Ah, this is not a puffy big mom. Ha ha, Choo Choo Baby's whereabouts are unknown. I originally thought it was a paragraph, but I didn't think I'd see the real version. You guys didn't realize that Big Brother Pungjai ran away? Begging for the heart shadow of Big Brother Pungjai. This time the anchor collapsed the room, but the anchor really dared to remove the makeup. I respect you as a man. Looking at the various flirting words in the live broadcast room, Yifeng felt that there was nothing interesting and exited the live broadcast. At this time he found that his number of fans from the previous more than 100 has risen to 80,000. The background of the private message is more dense. Most of them want to hold thighs to ask him to go to the live room to see, and even more directly sent private photos. And Fang Qi also sent a private message saying that she wanted to invite him to dinner to thank him in person. Chapter 33 Electric Light Bulb Yilin. Yifeng did not reply. Directly exited the software. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, estimated that Xiana should not go today. Unfortunately, the first time to come to the house is not a two-person world. There is a Yilin this light bulb. Brother, today Xiana's sister does not go. She lived in my room. The night we have to have a good chat. You cannot disturb us, yo. Looking at the duo coming out of the room, Yifeng inquired, do you need me to prepare a quilt for you guys in? Brother, I'll just go to the guest room to get it in a while. Hey, don't forget to send Sister Xiana back to school tomorrow morning. Saying that, Yilin pulled Li Xiana and went back inside the room after getting the quilt. Sister Xiana, there's a big bathtub in the bathroom. I'll go and put water in it first. Let's take a bath together in a while. He. I'll close the door first. Otherwise it's not good if the colorful brother comes in. Brother Feng won't come in. He's always been a gentleman. How could he be a pervert? Li Xiana explained. She and Yifeng together seems to be the only one who has taken the initiative to hug him and kiss him. Brother Feng doesn't seem to have taken the initiative. Is it because she is not charming enough? What is Xiana sis thinking? Could it be that you don't want to sleep with me and want to sleep with brother? He. You little Yilin. How dare you molest your future sister-in-law? Look at my milk-grabbing dragon claw hand, a time full of spring color. Unfortunately Yifeng can't see it. He is currently outside the bathroom to take a shower. His room is not like the room occupied by Yi Lin. There is a separate toilet bathroom. After taking a shower and blow-drying his hair, Yifeng wore a knee-length shorts naked and came to the living room, took out a bottle of soda from the refrigerator and lay down on the sofa and watched TV. Half an hour later the two women had also finished washing, but Li Xiaona was embarrassed to find that Yelin's pajamas she was wearing were a bit small, and the buttons on her blouse were almost about to fall apart. Yi Lin looked at Li Xiaona, then looked down at herself, sighed and said, "Sister Xiaona, how did you make this up? It's so big. Look at me. It's only a little bit. Looks like I must have followed my dad." Lin, don't worry. It will get bigger in the future. Let's go out and see what Brother Feng is doing. The two came to the living room. Seeing Yifeng watching TV, the two also sat over. When Li Xiaona just sat down, that top button finally did not hold on. Coincidentally hit Yifeng's face. Yifeng was confused. Where is this hidden weapon? Picking it up, it was a button. He looked at the two. Yi Lin was covering her stomach and laughing maniacally, while Li Xiaona was red in the face and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yifeng. Older brother, how is it? Does it feel good to have a buckle hit your face? Just steal the joy. You will be blessed in the future. Ha ha. Yifeng realized that this was the button on Li Xiaona's chest. His girlfriend is really a treasure girl. In the future he can have a blessed mouth. No. It is the child who has a blessed mouth. Li Xiaona with the afterglow looked at the eyes of the blazing Yifeng, also gradually calmed down the mood. Their boyfriends so appreciate their own what shyness. Brother, hurry up and wipe your saliva. It's dripping onto the sofa. Why don't I evade for a while? Yi Lin opened her mouth at an inopportune moment. Yifeng hurriedly retracted his gaze and coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment he had just felt. This Yi Lin was also too blinkered. Shouldn't he send her back to Jin City? Older brother, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Yi Lin said with an innocent face. Li Xiaona also sized up Yifeng at this time. His upper body was firm and muscular. His abdominal six-pack abs were also furrowed and obvious, with smooth lines. It would be better if Feng was a little bit darker in complexion. Sister Xiaona, what are you staring at again? Are you not happy? Let's go back to the room. Let old brother stay by himself. After saying this, he didn't care about Yifeng and Li Xiaona's grudging eyes, and pulled her back to the room. Yifeng also had to go back to his room. Didn't want to sleep. Returning to her room, Yi Lin lay on the bed and asked, Sister Xiaona, what do you think of my brother as a person? Quite good, sunny, cheerful, responsible, and also particularly handsome, Li Xiaona said seriously. Didn't you find that he has one biggest drawback? Li Xiaona shook her head. My brother's biggest drawback is that he is not good at expressing himself, and is very passive in what he does. Like when you guys are together, he cares a lot about some details, and always does something silently without expressing it, and I'm sure that he didn't say that he loves you, right? I believe he did not say he loved you, and did not take the initiative to embrace you? In fact, it's not that he doesn't love you, but the way he does it may make you feel that he doesn't love you. He himself may not even be able to discover this problem. Sister Xiaona, if you want to be together with my brother for a long time, you should be a little more daring. Tell him what you think straight away. You don't expect that he, the pig, will be able to guess a girl's mind, Li Xiaona said with a face of recognition. Lin, what you said is really right. You say he loves me. He never took the initiative to hold my hand, nor did he take the initiative to hug me. You say he doesn't love me? You can send the same watch to both of us. This is treating me as the closest person. And that table where we dined today is also the one where we formally got to know each other. He did a great job with the details, but it's easy to be overlooked. It seems that I have to be more proactive in the future. The two of them chatted for a while afterward about Yifeng's interesting stories from his childhood before falling asleep. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, Li Xiaona got up gently, afraid of disturbing Yi Lin, who was still asleep, carefully came to the bathroom and giggled as she looked at her rosy cheeks in the mirror. After washing up, she came to the kitchen with anticipation and started to prepare breakfast. This was the first time she cooked for Yifeng. Li Xiaona was busy in the kitchen. Her movements were skillful and elegant, as if every step had been carefully calculated and rehearsed. The stove fire jumped, reflecting the surface of the pan as it glistened. She carefully poured oil into it, and then gently cracked a few eggs into it. The eggs spread quickly in the pan, making a zipping sound, and were gently tossed with a spatula to heat them evenly. In no time, the smell filled the room, and the tantalizing aroma made people salivate. She took out some more fresh vegetables from the refrigerator, cut them into thin julienne strips and added them to the pot. The vegetables instantly became bright green under the heat, contrasting with the golden color of the eggs, which looked both delicious and tempting. Finally, she took out a piece of bread from the cupboard and baked it in the oven. Before long, the aroma of the bread also wafted throughout the room, intertwining with the scent of the eggs and vegetables to form a unique breakfast aroma. When everything was done, Li Xiana brought the breakfast to the table. Yilin was also attracted out by the aroma at this time, and when she saw the prepared breakfast, her eyes were instantly glowing, but she realized that something was missing, and hurriedly took out 3 cups and poured them full of milk. This is perfect, Yilin said smugly. Chapter 34, Taking Over the Cloud Villa. Dang dang dang. A knock on the door sounded. Yifeng opened the door only to see Yilin said with an excited face, "Brother, get up. I prepared breakfast for you with Sister Xiana. He. Absolutely delicious." Yifeng is also looking forward to. In addition to Mom, no one has done breakfast for him. Hurriedly get up and go to the dining room. Arriving at the dining table, a plate of colorful and fragrant fried egg sandwiches was presented in front of him. Golden eggs, bright green vegetables, and bread that was baked just right. "Brother Feng, come and have breakfast." Li Xiana smiled sweetly. "Yeah, quickly sit down and taste and critique it," Yilin also said in a hurry. Yifeng picked up the sandwich and bit down. The flavor of the egg and the aroma of the vegetables burst out in his mouth. Every bite was filled with happiness and satisfaction. His heart couldn't help but gush out a warm current. This is the feeling of being loved. Right. At this moment, he wanted to hold Li Xiana tightly in his arms. "It's delicious. Thank you. This is my happiest day." Hearing Yifeng's praise, Li Xiana's heart was happy. Being affirmed by her beloved and recognized made her feel incomparably happy. "Brother, quickly taste the milk I poured for you. It must be delicious too. You praise me too," Yilin said hurriedly when she heard Li Xiana being praised. Yifeng's corner of the eye twitched. This girl, just pouring a milk, as to be so exaggerated. But seeing her eyes full of anticipation, he had to praise her against his will. After the 3 of them happily finished breakfast, Yifeng sent Li Xiana back to Magic City University. While Yilin didn't follow, she planned to go out on her own. Yifeng sent her to the dormitory floor and was about to leave when Li Xiana said, "Brother Feng, can you hug me?" Yifeng turned around and hugged her tightly in his arms. "Xiana, you're so nice. It's only from you that I feel what love looks like. That feeling is so sweet. I'm so lucky to have met such a nice you," said toward Li Xiana, kissed up deeply. The two forgot to kiss as if forgetting time. The whole world only 2 people like, too close to the heart, better than 1,000 words. Ahem. 2 students. Pay attention. You see the door are surrounded by people. The hostess auntie saw that the crowd of onlookers was getting bigger and bigger, so she had to speak out to remind them. Li Xiana immediately blushed and ran back to the dormitory without looking back. Yifeng thanked the hostile aunt who reminded him and also left in a panic. Returning to the dormitory, Li Xiana was surrounded by her roommates, each smiling wistfully. "Xiana, you didn't come back yesterday. Did you stay with Senior Yifeng?" "Yes. Don't tell me the truth yet. Just now I could see a certain couple downstairs kissing passionately." Li Xiana faced her roommates' questioning and had to say, "Yesterday I was staying at Feng's house, but I was staying with his sister Yellen, so don't talk nonsense. You didn't run into Senior Ye's room that night? Tell me, is Senior Yi awesome? Did he conquer you?" "Jingjing, what's in your head? It's not what you think at all. Brother Feng is very gentlemanly. I just chatted with Yilin for a long time in one room. Nothing happened. Don't you guys talk nonsense," Li Xiana explained. Looking at their unbelieving expressions, she also stopped explaining. Let them think what they want. Yifeng was driving his car to Cloud Villa at this time. After parking his car, a lady around 30 years old welcomed him. She carried a mature flavor. Her demeanor was elegant and calm. Her smile was both warm and subtle, making people feel at ease and comfortable. "Mr. Yi, my name is Bai Jia. I'm the housekeeper of Cloud Villa 6. Welcome back. Sister Bai, you can call me Yifeng, or Xiao Feng. I'm going to trouble you to take care of me in the future. Please help me with a brief introduction. Taking care of you is our responsibility. There are 3 people in the villa responsible for hygiene. 2 cooks, 2 gardeners, plus me, totaling 8 people, responsible for your daily life and living. The total cost is 2 million huaxia coins a year." Yifeng took out his cell phone and transferred 20 million huaxia coins over to Bai Jia. "Sister Bai, from now on, all the staff's salary will be doubled. I usually won't live here often, so you can take care of the daily expenses as well as the salary payment." Bai Jia looked at Yifeng dumbfounded. This is too trenchant, right? Just came and doubled the salary. And also so kind. The work should be very easy in the future. I thank Mr. Yi for his generosity on behalf of all the personnel. I will do a good job to repay your trust in me. The 2 came inside the villa. Bai Jia announced that Yifeng had just decided. All the staffs were very happy. Their salary was not low in the first place. Doubling it would be even more objective. Yi Feng, before Mr. Shen left 2 invitations for you when he was leaving. They are now being placed in the study. Do you want to take a look? Good. You take me to get them. The 2 of them came to the study. There were 2 invitations on the table. Opening them up, unsurprisingly it was tonight's charity dinner organized by the first family of the Magic City. The Qin family. Yi Feng collected the invitations and inquired to Bai Jie. Sister Bai, you guys are staying at the villa, right? Yes, except for me. All the personnel are staying on the first floor. If you find it inconvenient, I can arrange dormitories outside. No, it's good to live here. It's also convenient if anything happens. Why don't you live here, Sister Bai? I live with my husband in the outskirts of the city. There's a room for me here as well. When he's on a business trip I'll stay here as well. Yi Feng, are you staying here today? I'll arrange for the chef to go ahead and buy the ingredients. Sister Bai, I have something to do in the evening, so I won't be staying here. Yi Feng drove away after looking over the villa under Bai Jie's guidance. He still had to pick up Li Xiaona for tonight's banquet. Driving on the way to Magic City University, Yi Feng received a call from Wang Chao, the oldest 3 in the dormitory. Lao Si, what are you busy with? Our dormitory group at you old half a day. You also do not speak. Tomorrow to get the diploma. The boss said the evening dinner together. You kid cannot say busy Tomorrow even if you crawl you have to crawl to me. If not, Wang Chao said. He forgot that tomorrow he should graduate. Hurriedly said, Lao San, don't worry. Tomorrow I'm sure to. See, I don't drink down your. You just pretend. Which time is not the first time you get down. Well, tomorrow cannot forget. I hang up first. Hang up the phone. Yi Feng a little silent. Time shakes 4 years of college life as a dream. In the blink of an eye to the end. These 4 years he made 3 good brothers. They learn together, play together, share each other's joys and sorrows together. Now that the university life is coming to an end, everyone is about to embark on a new journey. I don't know if we can still meet each other in the future. Chapter 35, The Banquet Begins. Yi Feng shook off his head and stopped thinking about it. Even if he didn't want to part, he had to face separation. Came to the dormitory floor, sent a message. Shortly after, Li Xiaona ran down cheerfully, skillfully sat on the passenger seat. Brother Feng, why do you look a little unhappy? Nothing, we're graduating tomorrow. Just a little sentimental. Well, let's go back and change clothes first. You by the way ask Yilin that girl if she's at home. If not, let's go pick her up together. After Li Xiaona gave an enunciation, she picked up her cell phone and called Yilin. Sister Xiaona, you're out of class. What's up? Brother Feng asked if you're at home. If you're not home we'll go pick you up. Don't forget that we have to attend a charity dinner at night. I really forgot. You guys go home first. I'll just take a taxi back now. See you later. Hearing that he didn't need to pick up Yilin, Yi Feng directly drove back to Thompson. After the 2 returned home, they each went to their rooms to change clothes. Yi Feng went back to his room to find the suit he bought yesterday, changed into it neatly, came to the living room and poured a glass of water and sat on the sofa quietly waiting. Soon after, Li Xiaona also changed her dress, came to the living room and said to Yi Feng, Brother Feng, am I pretty? Turning her head to look, facing the setting sun, she was dressed in a white gown, just like a blooming lily. The setting sun sprinkled on her body, cloaking her with a golden halo, making her look even more dazzling. Her smile was warm and sweet, as if it was the sunshine of spring, bringing endless warmth and joy. At this moment Yi Feng was deeply mesmerized. A slight stirring in his heart made him involuntarily walk forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and softly said, Xiaona, you are so beautiful. This moment will be fixed in my heart like eternity. The 2 of them looked at each other with 4 eyes and their heartbeats accelerated. Their eyes met as if time stood still. He slowly moved closer to her and she closed her eyes, waiting for that sweet moment. Their lips gently pressed together, feeling each other's breath and temperature. It was as if they were one in this moment, feeling each other's burning love. However, this tranquility was broken by a sudden sound. Yilin's footsteps echoed in the living room, and she curiously poked her head out just in time to see the scene. Yi Feng and Li Xiaona's movements suddenly froze, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across their faces, as if they were suddenly interrupted in a dream. Yilin stood in the doorway, wide-eyed, looking at them with a surprised expression. A subtle awkwardness filled the air, as if time had stood still at this moment. Brother, sister Xiaona, you guys go on. I don't see anything. Why can't I see anything? Then Yilin fumbled and slipped into the room pretending to be blind. Yi Feng sighed softly and said to Li Xiaona, looks like it's time to send this girl back to Jin City. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, feeling both awkward and sweet in their hearts. Li Xiaona straightened Yi Feng's clothes and called out to the room again. Lin, it's almost time to go. You need to hurry up. Yilin poked her head out and looked around, Realizing that there was no imaginary picture, she walked out with a big smile. Brother, sister Xiana, I've been ready for a long time. Let's get going. The three drove to the Oriental Pearl Hotel. Yi Feng parked the car, helped Li Xiana open the door, very gentlemanly to help her out of the car, while Li Xiana obediently took his arm. The two of them walked towards the Oriental Pearl. Yilin still in the car is full of question marks. This is finished? She is still in the car. Ah. This C-color forgets sister's hateful brother. See, I do not tell moms. Then she hurriedly got out of the car and chased after the two of them. Yi Feng handed over the invitation letter. The security guard checked it and released it. When Shen Haoran saw Yi Feng arrive at the banquet hall, he immediately greeted him warmly. Elder brother Yi, after a few days of goodbye, I miss you very much. Come, let me introduce you. This is my sister Shen Haoyu. Yi Feng sized up this legendary business wizard. Her face was as delicate as a sculpture. Her eyebrows revealed a sense of self-confidence and strength. Her eyes were bright and godly as if they could see everything. Her nose was high and straight, giving people an impression of firmness and decisiveness. Her lips were slightly upturned, showing a kind of self-confidence and calmness. Her face was well-defined with smooth lines, exuding a kind of heroic temperament. Her body was slender and straight, and her demeanor was full of self-confidence and strength. Wherever he stood, he was an existence that people could not ignore. The two gently shook hands. Thank you for Mr. Yi's help to my Shen family. How you hereby thanks Mr. Yi. Miss Shen doesn't have to be polite. I also know Big Brother Shen at first sight. Yi Feng turned his head towards Shen Haoyue and said, Big Brother Shen, this is my girlfriend Li Xiana and sister Yilin. The two women stayed quietly beside Yi Feng after shouting Big Brother Shen. Elder brother Yi, if you and I get this close today, you will definitely attract the attention of the Feng family. You have to be careful. Congratulations to the host, spending 3 billion huaxia coins. The cashback of 300 billion huaxia coins has been credited to the Supreme Black Card with the tail number 8888. It seems that Big Brother Wuhan has struck again. It is really his own blessing. Ah. Not waiting for Yi Feng to finish feeling emotionally, another beep sounded. Congratulations to the host. The cumulative cashback reached 10,000,000,000 Chinese coins, triggering additional rewards. Congratulations to the host to obtain the Marrow Washing Dan *1. Primary Defense Talisman *10, can withstand the Grandmaster level martial artist full attack for 10 minutes. The work of the Chaos True Scripture introductory chapter, can be up to the cultivation of the Jindan realm. Yi Feng's heart was like a storm at this moment. It was hard to calm down. The reward items opened up a new world for him. A world of immortal cultivators. In the future, would he also fly with a sword? Will he live forever? Elder brother Yi? Elder brother Yi. Shen Haoran saw that Yi Feng was dazed and called out twice. He was worried that Yi Feng was scared and just wanted to speak out to comfort him. Yi Feng came back to his senses and said, Big Brother Shen, sorry, I just thought of something and got lost in thought. Don't worry, if the Feng family dares to make a move against me, I don't mind letting the Feng family disappear in the Magic City. At the words of Shen family, siblings were shocked. Could Yi Feng really have the strength to destroy the Feng family? That was a behemoth with assets of over 200 billion huaxia coins, and it also had an extremely strong social background. Elder brother Yi, let's go over there and take a rest. Several people came to the rest area in a corner of the banquet hall. Li Xiana saw that the three of them had something to talk about, so she dragged Yilin to go and taste various kinds of food. Shen Haoran looked at Yi Feng and said with some embarrassment, Elder brother Yi, the attack on the other family was interfered by various forces, had to be temporarily stopped. Although it cannibalized some of the industries, but the impact on the other family was not great. Yi Feng also knew that a big family could not be defeated so easily, and his investment in the Shen family was only $10 billion, which didn't matter to him whose value exceeded $1 trillion. Chapter 36 Banquet Clash. Yi Feng served a glass of red wine from a passing waiter and looked at the Shen family siblings and said, Big Brother Shen, I don't really care about all this and you don't have to feel guilty. Then Yi Feng looked at Shen Haoyu and said, Ms. Shen, I want to form an investment company in Magic City. I wonder if you are interested in being the CEO of the company? Shen Haoyu's eyes lit up. The current Shen family could not utilize all of her talents. Wanting to take revenge on the Feng family was just a pie in the sky. She desperately needed external help, but not many dared to confront the Feng family head-on. And more often than not, the fear of the Feng family made her restricted in every way. Mr. Yi, I don't know how big your company is. You should also be clear that if I take the CEO of the company I will definitely be suppressed by the Feng family, Shen Haoyu said calmly. Yi Feng also heard her concerns, but these are not a problem for him. He does not need to make money. As long as he can spend a lot of money, easy to get cashback, he does not smell good. Initial investment of 200 billion huaxia coins, the subsequent additional investment is not capped. and I will not interfere with all of your investments. And your treatment is an annual salary of 100 million huaxia coins plus 5% of the company's profit sharing. Shen Haorun on the side opened his mouth wide in shock. This Yifeng is also too incredible. Over 200 billion cash flow. This is also a top existence in the whole of China. No wonder he dares to say that if the Feng family targets him, he can make the Feng family disappear. Elder brother Yi, if Hao Yue joins your company, I wonder if I can help my Shen family to target the Feng family together. Shen Haorun said carefully. Yifeng smiled brightly and said, Big brother Shen, just now I said that I won't interfere with any of Ms. Shen's investments. Don't worry about that. Mr. Yi, thank you for your trust in Hao Yue. I will definitely live up to your expectations. After the three agreed on some details, Yifeng directly transferred 200 billion huaxia coins to Shen Haoyue, letting her take full responsibility for the company's formation. At this moment, the sound of a quarrel not far away caught the attention of several people. After seeing clearly that the person who was quarreling was Yi Lin, Yifeng immediately walked over and came to her side to inquire. Lin, what happened? Yi Lin said with an angry face. Brother, they are too bullying. I was eating here with Sister Xiana. They actually pushed Sister Xiana away, saying that we delayed them from taking pictures. I couldn't stand it, so I disliked them a few times back. When Sister Xiana pulled me away, they actually tripped Sister Xiana. Yifeng rushed to Li Xiana's side to check. Good thing there is no major obstacle. Just some redness. After comforting Li Xiana, Yifeng's cold eyes looked at the three women in front of him, went up to one person a slap. Three miserable screams resounded through the whole place. People's attention was all focused over. You actually dared to hit us. The three of us are internet celebrities with millions of fans. I must expose you. You're just waiting to be cyber violated. That's right. We must post this scum online and make him lose his reputation. Shen Haorun's siblings also rushed over at this time, and said to Yifeng, Yi old brother, do you need me to deal with it? This kind of netizen belongs to the toad-like, not biting people diaphragm. No, I can handle it. Now apologize. Otherwise the consequences are not something you can afford. Yifeng's cold voice came out at this time. He was really angry to the extreme. Yo, what a big mouth. How come I didn't realize that there is such a character in the Magic City? It's true that with things gathered together people are divided into groups. The one who mixes with trash like Shen Haorun must also be a piece of trash. Feng Jiping, you are unbridled. Dare to disrespect Mr. Yi. Shen Haorun chided loudly. Yifeng was still puzzled as to where a little cutie had appeared. So loved to offend people. It turned out to be the #1 eunuch in Mordor. Looked oddly at Shen Haoyue then continued. So it's eunuch Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm open today. I didn't think that after so many years of the Qing dynasty's demise, I'm still fortunate enough to appreciate the eunuch's elegance. The crowd cajoled and murmured. This young man really doesn't know how to live. How dare he mention this in front of Feng Xiao? Do any of you know what background this kid has? So powerful. Hitting the Feng family in the face. A ruthless person. This person seems to be the big brother who recently bought Phoenix Pavilion for $200 million on the internet. Right? What kind of big brother is this? 200 million is not even a fart in front of the Feng family. I think this kid is dead. Feng Jiping red eyes staring at Yifeng. This is his eternal pain. In the Magic City no one dares to say so in his face. Forced to hold back the killing intent coldly said, Kid, you are the first to dare to say so in my face. You're dead. Not only you. There is your family. I will not let go of one. I will let them die in pain in front of your face. Yifeng's gaze also chilled. It seems that there is no need for this Feng family to exist. You are looking for death. Your dependence is nothing more than the Feng family. I will see if without the Feng family, you will be wagging your tail in front of me like a dog. How you? Launch an all-out attack on the Feng family. Destroy the Feng family at any cost. Mr. Yi, promise to complete the mission. I have long wanted to destroy his Feng family, Shen Haoyu said excitedly. Her chance for revenge had finally come. The crowd dispersed. Three youths walked over. The man walking in the middle looked at the sword-drawn Yifeng and Feng Jiping and slowly said, Mr. Yi, right? And you, Feng Jiping, please also give my Qin family face and don't make trouble at my Qin family's banquet. Otherwise I can only ask the two of you to leave. Feng Jiping coldly snorted and turned around to leave. It looked like this Qin family was also not too amicable with the Feng family. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. After all, he was also a little overjoyed to make such a big commotion at someone else's banquet. Just as he wanted to leave, a voice called out to him. Brother Feng, why did you come to Magic City as well? I almost didn't recognize you just now. Yifeng turned around and looked, only to see that the one on the left of the three youths looked very familiar, and after recalling, it turned out to be Zhao Peng, who he met in Zinc City. Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to come to Magic City too. I thought you went back to Kyoto. He. I have nothing to do here. I heard that there is a charity meeting, so I came to join in the fun. Let me introduce you. These are my two cousins, Qin Tian and Qin Lang of the Magic City Qin family. So it's Qin De Xiao and Qin Er Xiao. Long time no see. I'm Yi Feng from Tianjin City. Yi Feng also introduced himself. Seeing that Yi Feng and Zhao Peng knew each other, the pair's faces eased up. After all, no one would have a good face for someone who caused trouble at their own banquet. Since brother Yi and brother Peng know each other, why don't we talk upstairs together? Qin Tian invited. Guests follow the host. Then Yi Feng will intrude. Yi Feng then followed the trio to a parlor upstairs. Chapter 37 Auction begins. Pushing open the door of the parlor, a faint sandalwood fragrance came to their noses. Under Qin Tian's guidance, a few people came to a huge golden nanmu tea table, which was like a work of art. Standing quietly in a corner, its surface was as smooth as a mirror, transmitting a faint luster, as if telling a 1,000-year story. Yi Feng carefully surveyed it, and the more he looked at it, the more he loved it. Brother Yi also likes this tea table? Qin Tian saw that he was mesmerized and asked with interest. After reacting, Yi Feng said with embarrassment, "That's not true. I'm just interested in all things of beauty." Ha ha, Brother Yi is really a wonderful person. Big brother thought that you also like the tea ceremony. Looks like he was happy for nothing. Qin Lang laughed. Qin Tian glared at Qin Lang without any good humor. Then picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for each of them. Picked up the teacup and sipped the tea before saying, "Brother Yi, I think the person who invested in the Shen family is you. Otherwise the Shen family would not have the capital to fight against the Feng family. Before you said that you want to overthrow the Feng family. Just one Shen family alone is not enough. I don't know if Brother Yi still wants a backhand?" Qin De Xiao, I won't lie to you. I don't have any backhand. It's just that I have a lot of money. If $10 billion can't kill the Feng family, then $100 billion. If $100 billion can't work, then $10,000 billion. I don't believe that his Feng family can stop it. Hearing Yi Feng's bold words, the three were stunned. This is too brutal. Directly take the money to smash. What is the background of this Yi Feng? The god of wealth's godson? Brother Feng, you're not kidding, right? How much money is this? My dad always said that I'm a loser. Compared to you, I'm not even a fart. Brother Feng, why don't you see how much I'm worth and take me in too? Zhao Peng said curtly. Elder brother Yi, forgive me for taking the liberty. I don't know which hidden family you come from. Looking at the whole of China, I haven't found a family with your strength, Yi. If it's not convenient to disclose it, just forget it. Qin Tian said solemnly. Yi Feng didn't explain. He couldn't explain either. The secrets of the system definitely couldn't be revealed. It was better to keep it mysterious. Elder brother Yi, I don't know if my Qin family can participate in dealing with the Feng family? Qin Lang asked carefully. It's fine. I don't care too much about those industries. My interest is to spend money on them, Yi Feng said indifferently. As long as it didn't delay him from swiping cash back, then it didn't even matter. Ha ha, then thanks to old brother Yi. In a moment the charity auction old brother Yi can be more supportive. Qin Tian said happily. Brother Qin, don't worry. I will definitely support the scene. My biggest hobby is spending money. Ha ha. Elder brother Yi. Then I'll excuse myself for now. I have to arrange a few good lots for you to enjoy yourself. Seeing Qin Tian leave, Yi Feng also excused himself and returned to the banquet. When Li Xiana and Yi Lin saw Yi Feng return, they immediately came over and scrutinized him, fearing that he would be injured. What are you two up to? I just went to have a cup of tea. It's not so bad, right? Yi Feng said helplessly. Brother, are you really okay? Sister Xiana and I thought you would be injured. Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I'm the one who caused you trouble. What are you saying? You're my woman. You're being bullied. Isn't it right for me to stand up for you? Don't always be careful. Remember, there's me behind you. No one can make you suffer. At this time aside the Shen family siblings also came over. Yi Feng explained that the Qin family will also take action against the other family, and once again emphasized to Shen Haoyu, ruthlessly take the money to smash the Feng family, not enough money to notify him at any time. Distinguished gentlemen and ladies, the charity auction is about to start. Please proceed to the venue upstairs. Hearing the host's voice, Yi Feng's few people also headed to the venue. The scene of the charity auction was decorated in a solemn and elegant manner, filled with an artistic atmosphere. On the high platform in front of the venue was a neat auction table. Below the auction table were 5 tables, and behind the tables were rows of seats as people took their seats one after another, looking forward to the auction that was about to begin. All around the venue, there were Qin's Charity Foundation's promotional posters, with photos of the recipients and their stories, letting people feel that the purpose of this auction was not only to raise funds, but also to pass on love and hope. Yi Feng several people originally sat in the back row of seats. Qin Lang found out. enthusiastically invited several people to come to the front of the table. Looking at the envious eyes of people in the back of the surroundings, Yifeng smiled. It seems that today we have to give the Qin family a good show, otherwise we can be sorry for this seat. At this time, the auctioneer came to the stage. He wore a formal dress, hand holding the auction hammer, looked at the seated guests, said aloud, "Thank you for all the guests to this charity auction, but also thank you for the Qin's charitable foundation on the mountainous areas of women and children's concerns." Qin Tian and Mr. Qin Lang this time took out a lot of precious lots, and said that all the proceeds of this auction will be used to improve the mountainous areas of women and children's lives. Please applaud everyone. Women and children's lives, please applaud. Loud applause rang out from the scene. The Qin family's dedication to charity over the years was evident to all. Otherwise there wouldn't have been so many people attending this charity dinner. Thank you all for your applause. Just now, Mr. Qin Tian and Qin Lang announced another donation of 100 million Chinese coins to help the women and children in the mountainous regions. Thank you for your generosity. Now I announce that this auction will officially begin. Please welcome the first lot. The Qin Kangxi 5-color butterfly vase. Starting price 2 million Chinese coins. Each increase not less than 100,000 Chinese coins. A Qin Kangxi 5-color butterfly vase 44 centimeters high, 12 centimeters in caliber, 13 centimeters in foot diameter. With a flared mouth, short neck, ample shoulders, tapering below the shoulders, and a rounded foot. The whole body is decorated with white glaze and 5-color decoration. In the middle of the neck, 1 week of rui head pattern, 1 week of brocade flowers and 1 week of polka dots, 1 week of brocade rui pattern where the neck and shoulder meet, 1 week of colorful butterflies fluttering from the shoulder to the foot, interspersed with dragonflies, and 1 week of Ganoderma lucidum in a double circle of blue and white flowers on the outer foot. Painter with delicate brushstrokes depicted the colorful butterflies in groups of 3 or 5, or gathering or dispersal of the scene, extremely sketching of the wonderful. Listening to the auctioneer's introduction, the people on the stage also began to bid. Mordor Huahai Group bids 3 million Huaxia coins. Magic City Gorgeous Group bids 4.5 million Huaxia coins. After a few rounds of fighting, in the end, the Magic City Huahai Group won the first lot with 6.5 million Huaxia coins. Thank you Mr. Chen of the Huahai Group for your support of charity, and I wish you all the best in your career. Now we have the second lot, the Tiffany Eternal Heart Necklace, with a starting price of 80 million Huaxia coins, and each increase of not less than 5 million Huaxia coins. The Eternal Heart was designed by top designer Landis Raphael. The Heart of Eternity was designed by top designer Landis Raphael, and consists of a rare 37.6 carat pink diamond as the main body, supplemented by 18 1.2 carat pink diamonds. It is an absolute rare treasure. Chapter 38, I'm talking about $5 billion. The attraction of jewelry to women that was undoubted. All the women on the scene stared at this Eternal Heart with eager eyes. Yifeng asked in a low voice, "Do you like it?" Li Xiana Yellen and the two of them nodded at the same time. Yifeng fondly said to Li Xiana, "Then it's yours. I hope that in the future you can bring it to marry me." Then he turned his head to Yilin and said, "If you like it, take a look at it more often, or you won't be able to see it in the future." When Yilin looked at Yifeng with a grumpy face, someone made a bid. 200 million Chinese dollars. The one who made the offer was Ren Hongmei, the #1 female richest person in Magic City. Her love for this treasure could be seen from her excited expression. "Sister Hongmei, this Eternal Heart my wife also likes it very much. Sorry to offend." 250 million Huaxia coins. As a famous wife favoring devil in Magic City, Qi Guangming was also determined to get this Eternal Heart. Seeing Ren Hongmei and Qi Guangming make their bid, the many women at the scene revealed expressions of chagrin, while the men breathed a long sigh of relief. The price soon soared to 500 million Huaxia coins, and Yifeng knew that the time had come for him to strike. 1 billion Huaxia coins. Yifeng quoted the price. The whole place was quiet. All of them looked at him with disbelief. The offer of 500 million had already nearly doubled the premium. This offer of 1 billion made everyone on the scene silent. Is there any higher offer? 1 billion for the first time. 1 billion second time. 1 billion for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for successfully auctioning this rare treasure. And may Mr. Yi's love be as eternal as this Eternal Heart. The auction after that, Yifeng had little interest and didn't participate. He just accompanied Li Xiana and chatted idly. Yilin looked at the two people from the side with a puff of air. Still angry at Yifeng for pissing her off just now. Today our auction is coming to an end. I also feel everyone's support for charity. Now we have our last lot. The Patek Philippe Dragon Watch. Starting price 10 million Huaxia coins. Each time the bidding increases by not less than 500,000 Huaxia coins. Patek Philippe Dragon Watch. Is Patek Philippe specially for the last emperor of China Puyi specially customized? The watch is also engraved with his English name Henry. This watch during his escape had flowed into the Malwachuo country. and then turned into China, due to the scarcity of the watch and the history of the watch, fully described as a historical artifact. Although the significance of this Patek Philippe Dragon watch is great, but the people here are not very interested. Yifeng decided to auction it and leave it as a souvenir. Yifeng rushed to the auctioneer and extended 5 fingers. Mr. Yi bid 50 million huaxia coins. Thank you for your support for charity. Only to see Yifeng shook his head and slowly said, Auctioneer, you've read it wrong. I'm not bidding 50 million huaxia coins. It's 5 billion huaxia coins. This, Mr. Yi, you are talking about 5 billion Chinese coins? The auctioneer couldn't believe the figure and finally dropped his gavel after confirming again and again that he got a positive answer. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your dedication to charity. I am deeply in awe. Please give Mr. Yi the warmest applause for his generosity. Amidst the thunderous applause from the stage, the charity auction came to a successful conclusion, raising a total of 9.23 billion huaxia coins, while Yifeng alone contributed 6 billion huaxia coins. The reporters under the stage were frantically taking pictures. Tomorrow Yifeng's name will be heard throughout the Magic City and even the whole of China. After coming to the backstage to deliver the perfect payment, Yifeng was invited to the meeting room by Qin Tian and his brothers. Elder brother Yi, thank you so much for your support. Today's charity auction will surely be remembered in history, and I also thank you on behalf of millions of women and children for your good deed. Qin Tian lamented. Brother Feng, you're really handsome. I finally know the gap between me and you. You've used all your money to lose your family in the right way, while I've lost my family to be a real loser. If I were to spend 5 billion Chinese dollars to auction this Patek Philippe Dragon watch, I reckon that regardless of whether it's a charity auction or not, my dad would still break my legs. Zhao Peng's words amused Yilin, who was laughing on the side. You girl, pay attention to your image. In the future you won't be able to marry me to see what you do. Yifeng said breathlessly. Brother Feng, I think Yilin's character is quite good. True nature. I think she and I can worship each other. Egu. Cousin, why are you hitting me? Qin Tian looked at Zhao Peng, who was talking more and more out of line, and directly gave a neck slip. Won't talk, you shut up. I see uncle beat you or less. You again mouth, see how I pack you. Then turned his head to Yifeng and said, Ye old brother, this guy is a comedian. Don't you mind? I'll clean him up properly in a while. Brother Qin, there's no need to be like this. I can still afford to joke. If it's that formal every day, it wouldn't be boring to death. Yifeng laughed. Zhao Peng, who was hiding far away, also interjected. That's right, look at me, Brother Feng, and then look at you. Every day is like an old curmudgeon. What fun is there in life? Looking at Qin Tian, whose head was bruised, Yifeng hurriedly said goodbye. Zhao Peng, you're on your own. Yifeng was driving on his way to Thompson's, when a big truck rushed his big G and came head-on. Yifeng gripped the steering wheel tightly and steered hard to the right, intending to avoid the big truck, but helplessly. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't change the fate of being knocked off. Soon after, the ambulance, police car sound resounded throughout the road. Yifeng also gradually wake up, hurriedly looked to the back row of Li Shan and Yilin, found that the two are not seriously hurt, a heart only counted down, looked at himself, found that in addition to his chest at the some heat and no problem. Yifeng unlocked the suit, found in the pocket of the suit of the primary defense talisman, of which one has been turned into flying ash. He understood. Is the talisman saved his life? Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. The police saw Yifeng woke up, immediately called emergency personnel over to check. The doctor found that the three did not have any injuries, but also feel very surprised. After all, the vehicle was seriously damaged, but the person has no problem at all. In the end, can only be attributed to a miracle. When the two women woke up, the three were taken to the police station to make a statement, during which the police also accessed the monitoring of the incident. Yifeng, 3 people without a little responsibility. The big truck DUI plus red light violation was found to be fully responsible for the driver in the accident, died on the spot, and can only be used to close the case. Yifeng called Qin Tian. Brother Qin, I have something to ask for your help. You're welcome, elder brother Yi. If you have something to tell me straight, I'll do my best. Yifeng briefly recounted the situation and stated his suspicions. Half an hour later, Qin Tian came to the police station, picked up the 3 on the car and returned to the Pearl Hotel and arranged for the 3 to stay in the presidential suite on the top floor. Yifeng sent the 2 girls back to their rooms and then went to the parlor that Qin Tian had taken into earlier. Chapter 39, Taking the Marrow Cleansing Pill. Qin Tian invited Yifeng to sit down and poured him a cup of tea before slowly saying, Elder brother Yi, the driver of the accident received a transfer of 5 million huaxia coins 2 hours ago. It was transferred from an anonymous account abroad. No surprise it should be the Feng family who made a move against you. Yifeng's face was icy cold as he pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Qin Tian. Brother Qin, Please help me deliver this envelope to the head of Huanyu Investment in Tianjin City. Yi Wuhan, please, don't worry elder brother Yi. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it. I guarantee that it will be delivered first thing tomorrow morning. After sending off Yi Feng, Qin Tian looked at the envelope in his hand and forced down his inner curiosity. He called one of his men and arranged for him to deliver it immediately. Back in the room, Yi Feng comforted the two girls, and did not tell me the truth about them. These dark sides or less let them contact. Yi Feng took out 2 scented pouches, each containing a primary defense talisman. Xiana, Lin Lin, these 2 scented pouches, you two should carry them with you. Remember. The 2 girls put away the scented capsules and nodded seriously. Alright, don't think too much. You guys rest early. Yi Feng returned to his room. Recalling the car accident, he felt a chill. Now he is not capable of protecting himself as well as his family. If not for the primary defense talisman today, he and his sister as well as Li Xiana would most likely have been killed on the spot. Now he must settle the Feng family as soon as possible. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed Shin Haoyu. Haoyu, this is Yi Feng. From now on start attacking the Feng family in full force, regardless of the cost. I will transfer a sum of money to you later. Do your best to overthrow the Feng family. Shin Haoyu was shocked in her heart, although she had a plan long ago, but if she destroyed the Feng family regardless of the cost, many of her plans would be overturned. Something serious must have happened, otherwise Yi Feng wouldn't have been so determined. Mr. Yi, did something happen? Yi Feng pondered for a moment and said, I was in a car accident just now, and the Feng family stepped in. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Hanging up the phone, Yi Feng transferred 800 billion huaxia coins to Shin Haoyu. Inside the room, Yi Feng took out the marrow cleansing pill rewarded by the system today. Looking at the 3 crystal clear pills in the jade bottle, he considered whether to take them or not. Cultivation of immortality might be a path of prosperity, or it might be a road of no return. After thinking for a long time, Yi Feng removed his clothes and resolutely poured out a pill and ate it. Soon after a burst of severe pain came. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down from Yi Feng's forehead. His body seemed to be gnawed by millions of ants. The pain was so intense that he almost fainted. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. He wanted to cry out, but his throat couldn't send out a single sound. The time passed little by little, and the body's severe pain subsided little by little, and a layer of black crystals had already solidified on his body, and a stream of warmth surged in his body, and he felt that his strength was increasing, and his meridians were becoming tougher and stronger. With a fierce rise, the black crystallization instantly shattered. A smooth and delicate body appeared in the room. Yi Feng held back his excitement and felt the changes in his body. He found that not only did his body's strength increase, but his 5 senses all got a huge boost. Yi Feng to the body impurities formed by the black crystals of a brain into the toilet flushed away. Not clean up cannot be the taste is too sour. Now his body is spotless, but still flushed a bath. This may be a psychological effect. After rinsing, back to the room Yi Feng lay on the bed and called out to the system. System learn chaos true scripture. Yi Feng felt a tingling in his head as a large amount of information flooded into his mind. This gong method was based on chaos. The practitioner could master the power of chaos through practicing the chaos true scripture, thus reaching an extremely high level. Through the information, he also understood the several realms of immortal cultivators: Qi refining stage, foundation building stage, Jin Dan stage, Yuaning stage, spirit transformation stage, harmonization stage, fortune transition stage, and Mahayana stage. Sitting on the bed, he ran the gong method for a big week, and felt that the spiritual power in his body had only increased by a trace. So he had no choice but to give up and continue to cultivate. In this era of the end of the law, the spiritual qi is too thin, and if it wasn't for the efficacy of the marrow cleansing pill, he wouldn't be able to reach the strength of the peak of qi cultivation, and he strongly pressed down the impulse to continue to take the marrow cleansing pill. Yi Feng began to think, I don't know what stage of martial artist his strength is now. It seems that there is an opportunity to communicate with Big Brother Wuhan. Early the next morning, the ringing of his cell phone woke up Yi Feng's beautiful dream. When he picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Yi Wuhan's call, he immediately answered it. Elder brother Yi, someone delivered an envelope this morning, saying that you arranged for someone to deliver it. Hearing that the envelope was delivered, Yi Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. This was the primary defense talisman that he had prepared in case the Feng family made a move to harm his parents. It seems that Brother Qin's efficiency is really high. This favor Yi Feng remembered in his heart. Big Brother Wuhan, inside the envelope are 2 defense talismans. Help me hand over to my parents as soon as possible and instruct them to make sure to carry them with them. Yi Wuhan's mind was shaken. Defense talisman. That is the means of cultivators. Since the pre-Qing dynasty, due to the thinning of aura, cultivators have been hidden from this world one after another. Martial arts began to prevail. It seems that there are still a lot of secrets in this world. Elder brother Yi. Don't worry. I'll do it right away. Brother Wuhan. Do you have martial artist friends? I want to hire a few as bodyguards at a high price. Money is not a problem, Yi Feng asked tentatively. He also knew that this kind of chance was very slim, but still wanted to try. After pondering for a while, Yi Wuhan slowly said, Elder brother Yi, it's not that I don't help you. Martial artists don't value money that much. It's very easy for them to get money. What they value is the enhancement of their strength, such as pills, or weapons and heavenly treasures. Big brother Yi, do you understand the corresponding martial realm of cultivators? Yi Feng asked expectantly. He wanted to know the corresponding martial realm of his current peak chi refining strength. The specific corresponding strength won't be too accurate. I only know that the cultivator's foundation establishment stage probably corresponds to the Hotian realm, which is the sovereign realm. Yi Feng understands that his peak chi practice strength should be equivalent to the peak of inner strength. Getting a satisfactory answer, Yi Feng also ends the call. Today he also has to go to the school to get his graduation certificate. Although for him now this is not much significance, but at least this is 4 years of hard work in exchange for it, has a great significance. After washing up and changing his clothes, Yi Feng saw that Li Xiana was still in a somewhat poor state. She should still be a bit scared of yesterday's car accident, while Yi Lin was the complete opposite, completely unaffected. The three of them packed up and prepared to go to Magic City University. Due to yesterday's accident, Yi Feng's Big G can no longer drive. The three of them had to take a taxi to go. Chapter 40 Graduation. Came to the gate of Magic City University, facing the familiar campus, the heart surging with inexpressible reluctance. 4 years of time rushed by. Those who have walked the road, seen the scene, experienced things, are like a vivid picture, floating in the mind. Now that he is about to say goodbye, his heart can't help but surge a sourness. Li Xiana felt his emotions, and held Yi Feng's hand hard and said softly, Brother Feng, no need to be emotional. Graduation is more than the end, but also a new beginning. Adjusting his mindset, Yi Feng pulled up Li Xiana's hand and walked towards the campus in stride, leaving Yi Lin alone and messy in the wind. The cell phone rang. The collared dormitory boss Yangdong. Lao Si, where have you gotten to? We've all arrived, just you yourself. Boss, I'm at school. Where are you guys? I'll go over to you guys. We're all in the school auditorium. You grab and come over. Hanging up the phone, Yi Feng pulled Li Xiana. Yi Lin hurriedly rushed to the auditorium. Graduation ceremony and late would not be good. Just entered the auditorium, Yi Feng saw Wang Chao waving at him. Immediately walked over. Came to the front to see the three people with odd faces looking at themselves. Only then did he react. He also pulled Li Xiana's hand, embarrassed, and scratched his head and said, I'll introduce you guys. This is my girlfriend Li Xiana. That pouting little girl is my sister Yi Lin. Ha ha, Lao Si. Okay, good vision. Younger sibling is really pretty. Younger sister is also very cute. Get acquainted. I am Yangdong. Old 4, can't see You kid secrecy work done so well. Have a girlfriend does not tell us. Two beauties good. I am Changwon. That's right. Lao Si, there is such a beautiful girlfriend secrecy even if there is such a beautiful sister still hiding. This is not good. How are you guys? I am Wang Chao. A few people recognized each other and then found seats to sit down. The four brothers also changed into bachelor's degree uniforms, and the school leaders and teachers on the podium had also taken their seats. With the host announcing the commencement of the graduation ceremony, the entire room resounded with warm applause. First, the principal delivered a speech, in which he reviewed the development of the school in the past few years, recognized the efforts and achievements of the graduates, and placed high hopes on their future life path. Then the representative of the graduates delivered a speech. He shared his schooling experience and feelings, and expressed his gratitude to his alma mater and confidence in the future. Then came the session of awarding degree certificates. The graduates went up to the stage to receive their own certificates one by one. At this moment, their faces showed bright smiles and their eyes flashed with determination. Brothers, we've graduated. No one is allowed to run away at night. I'll arrange it. No drunkenness, Yang Dong said excitedly. No problem. Boss, where are we going? The class can't be too low. Ha ha, yeah, boss, you have to prepare some good wine. Seeing his brothers so happy, Yi Feng decided to invite a few people to his place. Boss, second, third, let's go to my place today. I've made all the arrangements. Give my little brother a chance. Yang Dong was just about to refuse when Wang Chao interrupted. Boss, let's slaughter old 4 tonight and make him get a girlfriend without even telling us. This kid needs to be taught a lesson, or else he won't tell us if he has a hard time in the future. Right, boss, I think Lao San has a point. Let's slaughter him today. Old 4, today you prepared a hemorrhage. Ha ha. Seeing his brothers saying this, Yang Dong did not insist. After all, for years of feelings, there is no need to be polite. 3 brothers, later I will send the address to the group. Let's 6 p.m. See you there. A few people agreed and then they all left separately. Yifeng, first notified by Jie, told her to prepare a dinner at night. He wanted to entertain his friends, get ready for the reception, and told her the names of the 3 people, so that she could notify the security guards to let them go, so that no unnecessary misunderstandings would occur. Then Yifeng sent the location to the group and told them to just report their names to the security guard. Brother, where are we going? I've been with you all morning here. How are you going to compensate your lovely sister? Seeing that he had finished his phone call, Yilin came over and said, looking at this living treasure sister, Yifeng decided to tease her. Well, seeing that you worked so hard today, I'll go treat you to the cafeteria. Looking at Yilin, who was like Chuan province changing her face, Li Xiana, who was drinking water, sprayed out at once. Cough cough. Brother Feng, don't tease your little sister. Look at her expression. It's too cute. Yifeng also smiled and said, let's go to the cafeteria to eat something first. Then we'll go buy a car. I prepared a gift for Lin Lin before. I just never gave it to her. When he came back from Zinc City, Yifeng contacted Lu Wei. That is, the sales with him very good relationship. The Thompson, a product before that upstairs with the same type of house to buy down, fell into the name of Lin Lin. Real estate certificate he let Sun Ning sent to the Cloud Villa to go. This evening just to give her. A few people simply eat a little something to take a taxi and set off. 3 people came to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Outside the store, colorful balloons and banners fluttering in the wind. The store is also crowded. It seems that today this is an activity. Yifeng's C sales are busy to introduce the performance of the vehicle as well as preferential conditions. Remembered the last reception of his sales. Lin Yi came to the front desk to the lady, asked, Lin Yi sales today is not in? The receptionist gave him a strange look and said, Lin Yi has been fired. Yifeng asked doubtfully, fired? Isn't her performance good? How could she be fired? The receptionist said in a low voice, it seems to be because a customer came to complain about him every day, and this customer has a lot of background, so the boss could only fire Yi. Now she went to the opposite side of the Fiki luxury car exchange, and I heard that the customer always went to that side to look for Yi's trouble. Understanding the general picture of what happened, Yifeng decided to go over there to see what was going on. The 3 of them walked into the Flying Spur luxury vehicle exchange and saw a man abusing Lin Yi, and the people next to him might be in the way of the man's strength and didn't dare to come forward to stop him. Yifeng saw the situation, immediately went up to see the man's appearance. He immediately burned with rage. It turned out that the man is Wang Yang. Yifeng went up and kicked him, directly kicked him over on the ground. This is still he controlled the force. Otherwise, with his strength of peak refining chi, absolutely can kick him to death. Wang Yang, you are really a disgrace to men. If you have the ability to find me in trouble, bullying a girl counts for nothing. Ben. Wang Yang, who was lying on the ground wailing, seeing Yifeng's appearance, was also an enemy. He had been looking for Yifeng to avenge his last humiliation at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, but hadn't been able to find it, so he had come to find trouble with this sales who had helped Yifeng speak in the first place. Chapter 41, Bugatti Dark Elf. Yifeng, you little actually dare to kick me. You really think I, Wang Yang, am good at bullying? Last time I spared you. Today, believe it or not, I'll let you really kneel down and learn how to bark. Yifeng said in a cold voice. Wang Yang disdainfully looked at Yifeng. Before he found someone to investigate, Yifeng found that he is just an ordinary college student. His family condition is also average, although somehow he can afford to buy a big G, but it's impossible to compare with him. Wang Yang. Yifeng, stop pretending. Let's see how I can clean you up today. Brothers on him. Wang Yang's 3 minions waved their fists and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng laughed disdainfully and threw out 3 kicks in a row, only to see the 3 of them neatly sprawled on the ground. Wang Yang looked at the 3 people dumbfounded. How can this Yifeng be so capable of fighting? When did he know Kung Fu? At this time, he hated the investigation of Yifeng's little brother, so important information actually did not report. See, Yifeng walked over. Wang Yang was afraid of immediately kneeling on the ground to learn the dog bark. This scene saw Yifeng froze. This plot is not right. Should not beat him to death or not recognized? Master Yifeng, the dog barking finished. Can I go? Wang Yang said, trembling. You kid is a character. Can bend and stretch. Get lost. Wang Yang lifted his leg and ran out, not even looking at the 3 brothers lying on the ground. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. If it wasn't for your help, I would have to change jobs again today. Lin Yi said gratefully. She had been bullied by Wang Yang for several days. He wanted to leave Magic City and go back home. Don't be polite. This matter is still like this because of me in the end. I should be the one to apologize. Now start your own job. Introduce me to the car. Yifeng felt quite sorry for her. Today he wants to buy a few more cars to make up for it. Okay, Mr. Yi. Do you want to take a look at sports cars or sedans? Take a look at both piece by piece. I'm going to buy a few more cars. Lin Yi led Yifeng's trio to the luxury car area. When they walked into the car show area, the first thing that caught their eyes was the rows and rows of exquisite cars. They were quietly parked there, but exuded an irresistible attraction. The body lines are smooth and elegant, as if carefully carved by artists. The car's logo glitters, emphasizing the brand's dignity and glory. Not far from a separate booth on the lines of a smooth as if carefully carved works of art of the car attracted the eyes of the sky Yifeng. Yifeng quickly stepped forward, caressing the pure black body. Eyes revealed love. Lin Yi immediately introduced, Mr. Yi. This is the Volkswagen brand Bugatti Dark Knight series of Bugatti Dark Elf. Dark Knight series of each car is unique. It is equipped with a 8.0 LW16 turbocharged engine, which can burst out of 1500 horsepower. 100 kilometers accelerated in just 2.4 seconds. Design-wise, the handmade carbon fiber body, windshield that seamlessly integrates into the side windows and 3D printed wheels all showcase its uniqueness, which is why it's priced at a whopping 150 million huaxia coins. Yifeng waved his hand interrupting Lin Yi's continued introduction and said, I'll take this car, go look at the others. Lin Yi looked at Yifeng's relaxed look and felt that he didn't spend $150 million. It was like spending $15. Is this the world of God's rich? Buying things never look at the price, only whether you like it or not. Brother, come over here. Look at this car is so beautiful. You give it to Xiana's sister. She has a driver's license. He. Come back, she can also teach me. Yi Lin's voice came from not far away. A few people came closer. Lin Yi introduced. This car is the Maserati President. It carries the... Before Lin Yi could introduce, Yifeng said, no need to introduce it. I'll take this one too. Xiana, don't refuse or I'll be sad. Yes, sister Xiana, how beautiful it is. You can't refuse. When you come back you still have to teach me how to learn how to drive. Yi Lin also persuaded from the side. The siblings blocked her words of refusal in their mouths and finally could only agree. Lin Yi led the trio to introduce a few more cars, and in the end, Yifeng bought a total of a Bugatti Dark Elf, a Maserati President, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Porsche Cayenne, and a Mercedes-Benz S350. Mr. Yi, you're simply too trenchant. I feel like you're just like shopping in the food market. You just buy what you see, unlike other customers who need to consider for a long time. Lin Yi sighed. It was also her first time to meet someone who bought a car like this. Ha, it's good to get used to it in the future. Remember to notify me of any top luxury cars in the future. Yifeng said with a smile. He bought so many cars although he usually used them, but more because he even dragged Lin Yi to be verbally abused by Wang Yang and gave back to her. After swiping the card to pay to get the system rebate, Yifeng's trio drove away the Bugatti Dark Elf and the Maserati President, while the rest of the cars would be sent directly to the Cloud Villa. Xiana, I'll send you a location. You follow the navigation. I will also drive slowly in front and wait for you. Always remember, safety first, nothing else matters. Yifeng instructed Li Xiana. He also didn't know how Xiana's car skills were. He was afraid of problems. Brother, I'll be in a car with sister Xiana. You can drive slower in front. The two luxury cars were traveling slowly on the road, causing many passers-by to watch. Holy, Bugatti! When did one pop up in our magic city? This isn't just any Bugatti. This is a Bugatti Dark Elf, the only one of its kind in the world. But why is he driving so slowly? Why is he driving so slowly? This kind of top-of-the-line supercar is only enjoyable when the gas is pressed to the end. This, brother, you don't understand. If a supercar doesn't drive fast, it's either a rookie or a sunbather. He's fishing. Don't you see the fish on the roadside are glowing? Brother, you're the one who sees things through. Why didn't I think of that? What insightful. I've done this before, so I'm not going to mention it. I'm going to move bricks first. In the envious eyes of many passers-by, the three of them finally arrived at the Cloud Villa. After parking the car, Yilin immediately scurried out of the car. Brother, this place is so beautiful. Are we eating here today? Is this place a private kitchen? Look at this environment. It must be very famous. Sister Xiana, have you heard of it? Lin, I haven't heard of it either. Since Brother Feng brought us here, let's listen to the arrangement. Li Xiana didn't know either. She also took the software and looked at it. There was no indication of a restaurant nearby. Just listen to Xiana. Listen to my arrangement. Today you guys will definitely have a great trip, and there are many entertainment facilities inside. There is also a swimming pool. Hey, you guys will love it. Yifeng said confidently. This is what he spent a lot of money to buy. There are all kinds of facilities inside. Chapter 42 Arrival of Yang Dong's three people. Arriving at the main entrance, Bai Jia-led many staff members were greeting the three of them at the door. Yi Feng found that the number of people was a few more than last time. After thinking about it, he understood. It should be the waiters that Bai Jia had specially arranged for this banquet. Welcome Mr. Yi home. The banquet is almost ready. It can start any time, Bai Jia said respectfully. Sister Bai, the friends haven't arrived yet. We need to wait a little longer. After saying this, Yi Feng heard a system beep. It seemed that Shin Haoyu had started to act against the other family. Congratulations to the host for consuming 76 billion huaxia coins. Cashback of 7.6 trillion huaxia coins has been credited to the Supreme Black Card with the tail number 8888. Congratulations to the host. The cumulative cashback reached 9 trillion huaxia coins. Additional rewards: host system space. A bottle of realm breaking Dan *20. A bottle of spirit gathering Dan *50. Antidote Dan *5. A bottle of marrow cleansing Dan *5. Kung Fu Chaos Sword Skill Complete Version. Intermediate Defense Talisman *10. Intermediate Attack Talisman *10. The very best quality Spirit Stone *100. The items have been deposited into the system space. Holy, this is going to take off. With these resources, not only can Yi Feng's strength increase by a large margin, but he can also cultivate a few experts now. System, can this system space hold living things? And this extremely high quality Spirit Stone explain how to use it? Host, at this stage, the system space can't hold living things. You need a space core to upgrade the system space before you can. The Spirit Stone is divided into lower grade Spirit Stone, middle grade Spirit Stone, upper grade Spirit Stone, and extreme grade Spirit Stone. The exchange ratio of each grade is 1 to 100, and it can be directly absorbed and transformed into the body's spiritual energy when cultivating. Ending the conversation with the system, Yi Feng took the two girls into the villa. Brother, this place is much more luxurious than the East Lake Villa in Zinc City, and the swimming pool in the courtyard. It's so nice. Yi Lin was happy like a lark chirping around Yi Feng. Brother Feng, is this a private house specializing in private orders written in novels? Li Xiana also said curiously. Didn't you guys hear what Sister Bai just said about welcome home? I bought this place before, and Sister Bai is the housekeeper here. If you want to come here to play in the future, you too can come anytime. Yi Feng looked at Bai Jia and continued. Sister Bai, where did Sun Ming put the things he sent earlier? Bai Jia respectfully said. Mr. Yi, it's in your study. I'll bring it to you. No need. I'll go by myself. By the way, a few cars will be sent over recently. You receive them? Among them there is a Cayenne and a Mercedes-Benz. Leave them for your daily traveling. Saying that Yi Feng took Li Xiana and Yi Lin to the study. Brother, you really bought this place? This place is also too luxurious. Right. Where's the gift you prepared for me? Where is it? Quickly show me. Yi Feng walked to the desk in the study and picked up a file bag and opened it and looked at it before handing it over to Yi Lin. Brother, what is this? Yi Lin said doubtfully. You won't know if you open it yourself. Yi Lin opened the file bag and found a bright red real estate certificate lying quietly inside. She couldn't wait to take it out and opened it, and burst into laughter. Brother, you're too good. I love you to death. He. Now I, Yi Lin, am also a little rich woman worth over $100 million. Ha ha. Lin, where is the house? See how happy you are. Li Xiana saw that Yi Lin was so happy and also quickly asked. It's a house in Thompson, and it's right above my brother's. Sister Xiana, why don't you think about moving in with me? If not, how lonely I am alone. Do you want to let your lovely sister-in-law stay alone? Yi Feng suddenly realized that he had lifted a stone and hit his own foot. He wanted to send this big light bulb out, so that he could live in a two-person world. But he never thought that this light bulb was going to take away his big cabbage. How can this be? Little girl, you are trying to abduct my girlfriend. Looks like I have to reconsider if I should give this house to you. No matter. Brother, you misunderstood. I mean to say, older brother, I really can't make it up. You tell me what to make up. Looking at Yi Lin like this, Li Xiana bared her teeth and laughed out. I'd better live at school. It's never good for my family to know if I live outside. Xiana, your family is also from Magic City. See when it's convenient. I want to visit my aunt and uncle. Yi Feng said seriously. At this time, Li Xiana was very excited inside. Yi Feng's words warmed her heart. The fact that he could say this represented that he was serious about this relationship between the two of them, and also respected himself. Brother Feng, wait for me to discuss with my parents, and give you a reply. Okay, I'll listen to you. Who let me like you so much? At this time the door of the study was knocked. Yi Feng walked over and opened the door. It turned out to be Bai Jia. Mr. Yi, your friends have arrived. Hearing that Yangdong several people had arrived, Yi Feng immediately went down to greet them. And just as he arrived downstairs, he heard Wang Chao's voice. Lao Si, What kind of place did you find here? I thought I came to the wrong place. It costs a lot of money to have a meal here, right? You'll have to hemorrhage money today. Lao Si. This place is not simple I don't think it's like a private dining room. What's the situation? Yi Feng looked at a few people and said, Boss, it's you who has the insight. This really isn't a private kitchen. I bought this not long ago. You can also say that this is my home. You all treat it as if it's your own home. You can make it as much as you want. Changwon also opened his mouth at this time and said, Lao Si, I just checked. This Cloud Villa area is the top mansion in Magic City. Every set of villa here is sold for more than 800 million Huaxia coins. Are you being adopted? This sentence almost did not put Yi Feng choke to death. Although he looks quite handsome, but also not to be adopted he is relying on his own efforts to brush a little bit of cashback brush out. Hey, I was going to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but what I got in return was estrangement. No more pretending. I'm a trillionaire. I'm showing my cards. Roll roll roll. You even memorized your lines. Even if you're the leader of China. You'll have to serve your chow well today. Ha ha ha. A few people laughed together. The feelings of a few people would not change because of the difference in status and position. Yi Feng arranged for Bai Jie to start the dinner party, then took the three of them together to the wine cellar on the second basement level. 3 brothers, pick whatever you want to drink today. Tube enough. The three looked at the wine racks of a wide range of Chinese and foreign wines for a moment to see the eyes. The last few people still chose Mao Tai. According to the words of Wang Chao, northern men are not accustomed to drinking foreign wine, but also our Chinese white wine is good. With strength. Drinking is not drunk. That is called drinking. Chapter 43 The Brothers' Dinner. The 4 of them returned to the restaurant with 2 bottles of 76 Mutai and 2 cases of Eddie-Dam beer. Wang Chao looked at Yi Feng and spat, You dog big house? Really extravagant. This is the first time I've seen a villa with an elevator. See if I don't get you drunk today. It's not that I'm blowing. If you guys get me drunk today, I'll write the word Yi backwards. Yi Feng said arrogantly. As a cultivator at the peak of qi refining, it would be a shame if he was drunk by an ordinary person. Several people were seated one after another. Looking at the various food on the table made people's appetites rise. Okay, Lao Si. The food can be really good This big lobster, big abalone. Very suitable for the super brother's heart. Right. Caviar and then give brother 2 boxes. There is something missing. Didn't you realize? Yi Feng looked at the table after a variety of rare food, even patted his head. Hurriedly let Bai Jie to arrange the road to shoot cucumbers and fried nuts. Drinking without these 2 dishes, how can? Brothers, today we graduated. After each go their own way to meet the opportunity is not much. Let's drink a toast. To our brotherhood forever. Yi Feng proposed. 4 people raised their glasses and drank. Looked at each other and smiled. Each full of wine. Si Yang Dong and want to raise a glass. Wang Chao hurriedly stopped and said, Boss, let's slow down. Let's drink a cup after a cup of a while we'll be down. Let's eat a mouthful of food. This table of food. A mouthful of food. Not to eat would be too much of a waste. Yang Dong saw Wang Chao said so, also put down the wine glass and scolded with a smile. I think you kid is greedy. Right. I forgot to tell me you guys. I'm going to get married in the second half of the year. Remember to come Changwon asked, Boss, you're getting married so soon? I haven't heard that you have a girlfriend either? Yang Dong reveals reminiscence gaze slowly said, that is my family descent. I and her since childhood to know. She is 1 year older than me. When I was a child I always play behind her. Sometimes we'll be beaten up by her. I do not know if I like her. Just feel and she is very comfortable together. And then some days she went back to the United States. The 2 families on the marriage is set. In fact, think about it and her marriage is still not bad. Boss, wish you a happy marriage in the future. Cheers. Several people again a cup down. In addition to Yi Feng, the remaining 3 people's faces began to have a reddish color appeared. The topic also gradually to the post-graduation life to chat. Some drunken Yang Dong patted Chang Wen's shoulder and said, Lao Er, how is your examination for the editor? If you don't have much hope, then go to the Northeast with me. And bring your parents alone. You may not be rich and famous, but it's definitely not bad. Chang Wen was touched inwardly, but it's hard to leave one's hometown. It's hard for parents to go with him. After all, what people miss the most when they get older is still their hometown. Boss, I want to go home and try for the editorial exam. After all, our parents in Lu province are obsessed with the editorial exam. Don't worry, in the future if there are difficulties I will look for you to open your mouths. None of you can escape. Wang Chao, who was eating king crab legs at this time, looked at Yang Dong with grudging eyes and said, Boss, why don't you ask me? There's no chance that I'll go with you once you ask me. Roll roll roll. Didn't you decide to stay in Magic City? What's the point of asking you? Besides, Old 4 is also in Magic City. This thigh you don't hug? Are you stupid? Yang Dong said flirtatiously. Yi Feng picked up his wineglass and drank the wine in it in one go. Boss, this is point me. I speak a couple of sentences. Say no, good brothers, forgive me. We together for 4 years. Support each other, not halfway to go their separate ways. I think this is the old God gave me a brother. But also our own choice of brotherhood opportunities. This is today my words put down here. No matter who you are. In the future, there are any difficulties, do not talk to me. I will reverse the Big Dipper. Big ear melon whip you. For these brothers, Yi Feng in her heart is very important. Brotherhood. That is a tacit understanding without words. A kind of wind and rain side by side in the strength. A kind of plight in the warmth of mutual support. They may have very different personalities and different backgrounds, but they can find resonance in each other. They have laughed, cried and struggled together, and have experienced the ups and downs of life together. When the other person needs help, they will not hesitate to lend a helping hand. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, their friendship transcends blood, region and interests, and has become an inseparable emotional bond. Even as the years passed, their friendship remained the same as before, and that trust and tacit understanding was always the same. Lao-san, why don't you come over and help me? I've opened an investment company in Magic City on my side. Think about it, Yi Feng said seriously. The senior students of Mordor University are very sought after. Besides, they are also their own brothers. If Wang Chao is put under Shen Haoyue's hand to exercise for 2 years, then he can definitely be a unique person in the future. Lao Si, then in the future, please, it's best to arrange a beautiful young lady for me. I still don't have a girlfriend here. Wang Chao's internship was originally not good, often bullied by his boss. Today Yi Feng mentioned to go to his place to help, so he also agreed. Ha, the young lady does have one, and it's still a big beauty. It depends on whether you have the ability to catch up. Tomorrow I'll take you to see her, and you'll be directly under her leadership. Ha, don't worry, you still don't know the charm of your super brother. See how I conquer my beautiful boss. Ha, cheers everyone, wish me to get off the hook soon. In addition to Yi Feng, the three of them have some drunkenness, but do not want to leave the table. May be afraid to leave the next time we get together, will not know when it is. Since the ancient parting of the Morchile, how do you know what year to get together again? Looking at the three drunk on the table, Yi Feng refused by Jia's help, one by one to help them back to the guest room. Magic capital. Inside an ancient manor, an old man with a shadowy face was loudly reprimanding the middle-aged man below. The old man was none other than Feng Hongye, the head of the Feng family, while the middle-aged man was Feng Zhengyi, the father of Feng Jiping. Do you know that the Feng family's assets have shrunk by nearly a third in a single day? And 136 of the 200 downstream suppliers have actually stopped supplying us. You tell me why this is. Sweat was pouring from Feng Zhengyi's head. He was very afraid of this father. And this matter was still caused by his youngest son. Father, we should have been attacked by the Shin family. Feng Hongye cursed with a face full of anger. Is this how you do your job? The Feng family suffered such a huge loss and you can't even determine who did it. What use do I have for you? Why do I have such a useless son like you? He said and picked up the tea bowl on the table and threw it over. Feng Zhengyi didn't dare to dodge and let the teacup hit his body. The scalding hot tea water wet his face, but he didn't dare to make a single sound. Chapter 44, Night Talk in the Feng family. At this moment, a shrewd and capable woman pushed the door in. Her eyes were sharp as a hawk. She was dressed ably with an aura that could not be underestimated, and walked towards Feng Hongye with a firm pace. This person was none other than Feng Zhengyi's sister, Feng Mingyue. Father, the situation has been investigated clearly. Shen Haoyu of the Shen family launched this attack. Those 136 downstream suppliers were completely acquired by her. The other suppliers she is also in are negotiating. Soon this number will increase. And she also acquired more than 15% of my Feng family's shares in the financial market. Feng Hongye's face became more and more gloomy. He stood up violently like a devouring tiger staring at Feng Mingyue in death. This is impossible. The Shen family is only a second-rate family. How could they have this kind of financial power? Say, what the hell is going on? Feng Mingyue glanced sympathetically at Feng Zhengyi. She wouldn't dare to hide anything under the old man's intense anger. Father, at the charity dinner organized by the Qin family yesterday, Ji Ping had a heated clash with a young man named Ji Feng, and since Ji Feng is very close to the Shen family, it's basically certain that it was this young man who authorized Shen Haoyue to target my Feng family. Moreover, I investigated that Ji Feng had a car accident that night, which should have been arranged by Ji Ping. I also found out through some connections that Shen Haoyue's account had huge amounts of money coming into it. It should be 1 trillion Chinese coins. Elder Feng sat paralyzed in his chair as if he had been drained of all his strength. 1 trillion Huaxia coins, which was 5 times the total assets of his Feng family, could easily destroy the entire Feng family. With a trembling voice, he asked Feng Mingyue, Is there any other way to preserve the Feng family? Feng Mingyue shook her head. She really had no way at all in the face of such a situation. She could only break her arm to survive. Father, I suggest selling all assets, dumping all shares, the whole family emigrating abroad. Late my Feng family will have nothing left. Feng Zhangyi, who was on the side, immediately spoke out against it after hearing it. I don't agree. My Feng family is one of the 4 great families of Magic City. How can I retreat without a fight? Elder Feng angrily rebuked. Shut up. My Feng family has fallen to this state not because of your uncontested son. Then turning to Feng Mingyue, he carefully asked, Mingyue, if I personally escort Xi Ping to apologize to Yi Feng, will there be a turnaround? Feng Mingyue did not answer immediately, and after a moment of serious contemplation, said, Father, I don't think it's impossible. It's just that you have to be prepared to give up Xi Ping, and it will cost you an unimaginable price. Alright, Mingyue, you make contact. Just say that I will personally come to my door tomorrow to apologize. After saying that, Elder Feng waved his hand to signal the two to leave. At this moment he felt that he had instantly aged a lot. How could he not have imagined that he was half in the ground and had to give a door-to-door apology to a young man in order to have a chance of preserving the family? Outside the door, Feng Zhangyi looked at his sister with dissatisfaction. He couldn't understand. The Feng family had so many friendly families, and then seek official help is not without a fighting chance. Why grovel and apologize? Feng Mingyue saw his dissatisfaction and spoke out. Big brother, I just said that Yi Feng had a car accident last night. Through the photos I saw that the car was very badly damaged, while the people inside were not at all hurt. Don't you understand? Feng Zhangyi also understood his sister's words at this time, and said with a trembling voice, could he be a martial artist? Feng Mingyue nodded and said, I suspect that he is a martial artist from a hidden family, and his realm should be in the Zhongshe realm. Big brother, we should be thankful that the other party is only using conventional means to deal with the Feng family instead of directly striking. If father cannot obtain forgiveness tomorrow, then the Feng family is doomed to destruction. Feng Zhangyi froze in place for a long time. When he came back to his senses, Feng Mingyue had long left. He hurriedly rushed to contact his eldest son, Feng Jiwei, to tell him to watch over Feng Jiping and not allow him to go anywhere. Cloud Villa. Yi Feng returned to his room after sending the 3 to rest, taking out a bottle of realm-breaking Dan from the system space. Tonight he planned to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Feng opened the bottle of realm-breaking Dan. The 5 crystal-clear pills emitted strong spiritual energy. He hurriedly poured out one and swallowed it. As time passed, he gradually felt a powerful force converging in his body. His meridians began to burn slightly as if they were being penetrated by a blazing stream of air. His breathing became rapid and his heartbeat accelerated as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Suddenly, a violent vibration came from Yi Feng's body. As if something was breaking, he felt a powerful force erupt from his dantian, breaking through the restraints, allowing his cultivation to instantly rise. Yi Feng took a deep breath and felt the surging spiritual energy in his body. His heart was filled with excitement. He knew that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, which also marked an important step from being a mortal to a true cultivator. His physical quality, spiritual power and perception of the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth had all been greatly strengthened. His current divine sense could outwardly perceive everything around him at a distance of 100 meters. The feeling was like a high-definition camera. He could clearly see everything within 100 meters around him. Yi Feng's divine sense swept towards Li Shana's room. The exquisite curves made his heart flutter. Really big, why didn't he realize it before? Forced to endure the upwelling of nosebleed, continue to observe. When seeing Li Shana's black birthmark on the left calf, an inexplicable sense of familiarity rushed to his heart. Yi Feng tried his best to think of it, but did not have the slightest impression. But that familiarity could not deceive him, as if it had been a long time across the agreement. A sense of dizziness came. The divine sense was also interrupted. Yi Feng slowed down for a while. The sense of dizziness gradually disappeared. It seems that their own strength cannot support the use of the divine sense for a long time. After feeling slightly better, Yi Feng slowly said, System use Chaos Sword technique. This time, due to the increase in strength, Yi Feng only felt a slight tingle before completing the memory inheritance. Chaos Sword skill is a mysterious sword skill originating from the ancient times. It is extremely powerful. Cultivation to perfection can control the power of chaos. A sword all things are born. A sword all things are destroyed. Chaos Sword skill is extremely powerful, but the cultivation conditions are also extremely harsh. Need a lot of resources, but the good thing is that the most demanding conditions of a trace of chaos chi but perfectly fits his technique. It seems that the system is also quite thoughtful. Immediately after, Yi Feng from the system space to extract a bottle of poly-spiritual Dan carefully observed. A bottle of poly-spiritual Dan contains 30 pills, can provide a large number of spiritual power for the cultivator, not only can be used for daily cultivation, but also in the battle to replenish the spiritual qi. It is the early stage of the cultivation of the necessary elixir. Yifeng took 3 pills of the elixir, but it is not a good thing. Yifeng took 3 pills and felt the surging spiritual qi and hurriedly ran his gongfu to absorb the spiritual qi. Chapter 45, System Mall opens. Yifeng running gongfu quickly absorbed the spiritual energy. That a trace of chaos power in the dantian also began to gradually strengthen. From the initial hair size has become a small thumb thickness, until the breakthrough to the middle of the foundation establishment that the 3 spirit gathering dan was absorbed. Feel the strength of the enhancement. Yifeng is very excited. Now his strength is comparable to the peak of the Zhongshu martial arts. I do not know what the strength of the big brother will, such as the next time we meet to help him to enhance the strength of the next. Congratulations to the host. Consumption of 35 billion huaxia coins? Cashback of 3.5 trillion huaxia coins has been credited to the Supreme Black Card with the tail number 8888. Congratulations to the host. The cumulative cashback has reached 10 trillion huaxia coins. The system trademark is opened. The cashback will no longer be issued in cash. Every consumption of 100 million huaxia coins will be awarded 1 point. Now the system is starting to upgrade. It is expected that the upgrade will be completed in 1 hour. Hearing the system tone, Yifeng was very excited. Finally unlocked the system mall. It seems that Shinhaoyu's targeting of the other family is very smooth. Tomorrow it is just right to go to understand the specifics. The system upgrade still needs some time. Yifeng then used his divine sense to watch Li Xiaona again and went to sleep. The next morning, Yifeng woke up and opened the system mall with excitement. He waited for this day but waited for a long time. Yifeng browsed the items in the mall. The first thing he saw was the currency exchange. 10 billion Chinese coins are worth 1 point, and the previous ratio is the same. The back of a variety of pills and techniques as well as weapons have everything. The price is also a huge span, from the lowest 10 points to 1 billion points, which shall not be able to buy the entire blue star to exchange. Browsing these commodities, Yifeng felt that he would like to buy any of them, but unfortunately there are no points. At this time he found that the system space upgrades the space core required, but the price of that, look at his eyelids jumped straight. 1 million points. Yifeng sighed. It seems to have to speed up the speed of spending money. Otherwise looking at so many good things and cannot afford to buy. The heart, not to mention how difficult. At this moment, Yifeng found a commodity that he needed very much. Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard had the strength of a Grandmaster Junior. He was able to easily blend into the surrounding shadows in any environment, whether it was a bustling city or a quiet mountain forest. As if he had transformed into an invisible ghost, his figure flickered in and out of the interplay of light and darkness, making it difficult for even the keenest of eyes to catch his trail. This was definitely the most needed for him right now. Looking at the selling price of 200 points, he decided to work hard to earn points, then equip his parents, Yi Lin and Li Xiaona, with a shadow guard each. After all, the safety of his family came first. Yifeng used his divine sense to scan through the villa. Li Xiaona had already gotten up and was washing up at the moment, while Yi Lin was still lying on the bed huffing and puffing, and the 3 of them, Yang Dong, showed no signs of waking up at all. It seemed that they would have to sleep until noon at least. Seeing Li Xiaona walk out of the room, Yifeng also withdrew his divine sense and walked out. Brother Feng, you got up so early? You guys drank so much wine last night, I thought you had to sleep until noon to get up. Looking at that delicate face, Yifeng's mind flashed through yesterday's images, and he could no longer control himself, as he pulled Li Xiaona over and kissed her. After a long time, lips parted. Looking at her red face, he said, Xiaona, you are so beautiful. I feel that I like you more and more. Brother Feng, I also like you very much. I'm very happy to be with you. By the way, it's almost time for the exam. I won't be able to accompany you in these few days. Don't you dare not to miss me. Otherwise, see if I don't beat you to tears. Li Xiaona said mischievously. Yifeng favored her with a hug and said softly, don't worry. I will think of you every day. Don't forget the things I explained to you. Li Xiaona looked at him doubtfully and asked, what did you explain to me? Why don't I remember? You little fool, you forgot that yesterday I said I would pay a visit to aunt and uncle. Such an important thing and you don't remember. Li Xiaona spat out her tongue. She really forgot. Today is the weekend. It seems that she has to go home. Brother Feng, I'll go home and talk to mom and dad today. Hey, I'll leave first. After saying that, Li Xiaona left cheerfully as if she was a nimble little rabbit. Li Xiaona drove the Maserati President that Yifeng had given her towards the outskirts of the city, and on the way, she made a phone call to Mother Li. Mom, is your lovely daughter happy to be home today? My good daughter, you can remember that you still have a home. What do you want to eat? I'll tell your dad to go buy food and make it for you. Mom, you don't have to prepare anything special. I came back today to talk to you guys about something. He. Aha, then be safe on the road. Let's talk slowly when we get home. Yi Feng is eating breakfast at the moment. Yi Lin walks downstairs to the table, picks up a xiaolong bao and stuffs it into her mouth, and says in a slurred voice, "Brother, where did Sister Xiana go? Just now I went to the room to look for her. She wasn't there. Xiana went home today. She just left not long ago. Do you have something?" "There is nothing. Today is not a weekend. I want Xiana to accompany me to buy some clothes or something. Since she went home only I can go by myself," said Yi Lin, rubbed her fingers skillfully towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng mouth corner pumped a bit. This girl are almost become their own daughter. Sighed. Who let her is their own sister So he took his cell phone and transferred 20 million Chinese dollars to her. Received the money, Yi Lin jumped and left. See his eyelids jumping. And so Xiana vacation when you have to send this girl back to the city of Tianjin to wreak havoc on mom and dad to go. After a quick breakfast, Yi Feng called Shin Hao Yu. "How you? How is it? Are the funds still enough? If it's not enough, I'll transfer some more to you." Shin Hao Yu on the other side of the phone rolled her eyes. This Yi Feng is too much to look up to the Feng family, or look down on his own ability. Such a huge amount of money if you can't clean up a Feng family. You should find a block of tofu and hit the dead. "Mr. Yi, don't worry. Everything is going well. The funds are also very sufficient. Such a large sum of money, not to mention cleaning up a Feng family, is the acquisition of penguins. I have confidence." Yi Feng's two eyes lit up. Right. How did he not think of this? Not ashamed to be Shin Hao Yu. Hey, how many points must be gained to acquire the penguin? Hao Yu. It seems that I'm still short-sighted. You're right. After cleaning up the Feng family, prepared to acquire the penguin. The funds, you can rest assured. Not enough at any time with me. Shin Hao Yu at the moment smoked his heart. She just casually said. This Yi Feng actually took it seriously. That is the penguin, which is so good acquisition. Before she could speak, Yi Feng added. Hao Yu, do you have time at noon today? I want to hand my friend over to you to exercise. Don't worry. Everything in the company is still up to you. You don't have to be concerned that he is my friend. Just drill him hard. Chapter 46. Take Wang Chao to see Shin Hao Yu. After pondering for a while, Shin Hao Yu said, Mr. Yi, I have acquired a building as the office headquarters of Huan Yu Investment. Then let's meet there at noon. I will send you the address later. Hanging up the phone, soon Yi Feng received a location. At the Chengji building on the financial street in the new district of Magic City. Using his cell phone navigation, he looked at the distance. It was okay. He could get there in half an hour. Near noon, Yangdong, three people also finally woke up. The three people saw sitting on the sofa leisurely brushing the short video of Yi Feng full of incredulity. Old four, I remember that you didn't drink a lot yesterday. Right. How do I feel that you are not at all fine? Yangdong said in disbelief. Yeah, it turns out that old four is always the first to drink down. This time he has long ability. The three of us brother to drink down. Hey, I've disgraced Lu province. Changwen also chimed in. How do you two talk to my boss? It's not normal for Mr. Yi to drink down the three of us. Hey, Lao Si, when are we going to leave to see my beautiful boss? Wang Chao's words came out, immediately attracted a whack from Yangdong and Changwen. Old three, you guy who sees color and forgets about righteousness. How was the massage by our brothers and sisters? Is it comfortable? Old four, you have to drill this kid hard. Otherwise with his virtue sooner or later he will fall for the beauty plan. Looking at the jostling trio, Yi Feng said with a smile, don't worry, Lao San's good days are over. His boss is a strong woman. Boss, where are you guys going later? I'll give you guys a ride. The two men refused, knowing that he would have to take Wang Chao to see Shin Hao Yu later. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Yi Feng greeted Wang Chao and prepared to head to Qingji Mansion. The two came to the garage and Wang Chao looked at the supercar that emanated black color with his mouth wide open. Old four, this is the legendary Bugatti, right? Holy, you kid is really extravagant. Which model is this? Forget it, I'll check it myself, said Wang Chao. Took out his cell phone and opened the software to find the function of photo recognition car. After a meal operation, he finally found the answer. Waiting for two people on the car, Wang Chao slowly said, Old four, I thought that the old everyone playing mine is already I know people in the ceiling of the general existence. Which thought you are pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You live in a villa to open the supercars of the tycoon when going to school actually robbed me of noodles to eat. Even the ham sausage that I can't afford to eat didn't leave me a single one. Yi Feng looked at him, that grudging eyes comforted. Chow, rely on me. A moment I buy a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausage to let you eat enough. Not enough, I'll buy you again. In all the way, in the sound of jokes and laughter, in the two soon came to the Qingji building. Yi Feng parked the car ready to get off the car when he saw Wang Chao. Straight hook building door, said, Old four, fast look. There is a beautiful woman. This body, this value, at least 95 points. Especially that long legs. Look at me, are drooling. Which to be able to marry home. Every day kneeling on the scrub board, I'm willing to Following Wang Chao's gaze, he found that the one standing there was none other than Shin Haoyu. Yi Feng looked at him with an odd expression, intending to pit him. Brother Chao, I think with your charisma, as long as you make a move you will surely get it hand to hand. Go on, go forward for love. Brother, I support you. Wang Chao saw Yi Feng said so also came to the spirit, organized his hair and got off the car towards Shin Haoyu. Yi Feng was secretly observing in the car. If Wang Chao knew that the beautiful woman in front of him was his boss in the future, the expression would be wonderful. Yi Feng used his divine sense to observe the two. When he saw Shin Haoyu's face getting worse and worse with the impulse to make a move, he rushed over. He just remembered that Shin Haoran had said that this Shin Haoyu had kicked Feng Zhiping into a eunuch. Hurriedly came to the side of the two. Haoyu, this is my friend Wang Chao. In the future he will learn under you. Wang Chao, this is the CEO of Huanyu Investment Shin Haoyu. In the future to follow Mr. Shin to learn. Wang Chao's face was green for a while and white for a while as he gritted his teeth and said, Old four, you punked me. Yi Feng pretended not to hear and looked at Shin Haoyu whose face was not so good and said in a gentle voice, Haoyu, it's quite hot outside. Why don't we go in and talk? Qingji building has a total of 23 floors. Under the leadership of Shin Haoyu, the two of them came to the top floor of the president's office. Looking at Shin Haoyu's still gloomy face, Yi Feng had to apologize. Haoyu, no offense. Just now I just wanted to make a joke. Also let you understand Wang Chao's character. He is more jumpy. In the future you have to be strict with him. Shin Haoyu's face also gradually eased up, inviting the two to take a seat. Mr. Yi, let's forget about today's matter. In the future, please don't make such jokes. I don't like it. Speaking of business, I have acquired 142 of the Feng family's downstream suppliers. All of them have now interrupted their cooperation with the Feng family. And the Feng family shares have been acquired 17% as of now. The Feng family's assets have now shrunk by 1/3. If the plan goes well, about a week will be able to cause a destructive blow to the Feng group. If the complete destruction of the Feng family will take at least a month. Haoyu, you've done a good job. What's the company's next plan? Shin Haoyu pondered for a while. Huanyu Investment Company had just been established. There was still a lot that needed to be prepared. If not for the fact that she had drawn a portion of her manpower from the Shin family, she would not have been able to complete the acquisition of so many businesses. Mr. Yi, now the company manpower is still not enough. I have already found headhunters or digging people. Legal aspects, I have also reached a cooperation with the Magic City ranked the top 3 Guiyuan law firm. They will be responsible for the company's legal issues. Financial aspects are also the same with the Tongda accounting firm agreed. In about 2 days the company will be formally organized. Haoyu, you have worked hard. I suggest that if possible try to completely acquire the two firms, formed into the company's legal department and finance department. Personnel may wish to adjust the salary and some higher. After all, talent is hard to come by. Mr. Yi, I know. I'll do as I'm told. Wang Chao, I'll arrange for him to be a janitor for a month. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Yi Feng automatically ignored Wang Chao who was protesting at the side and agreed to Shin Haoyu's arrangement. Haoyu, when I came here, I saw 2 residential buildings not far away. They should not be sold to the public yet. If you have time, you contact them. Let's buy them as employee dormitories. Stipulate that if an employee works for 15 years, the property rights will be transferred to that employee automatically. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to contact. Shin Haoyu called his secretary and asked him to contact the developer immediately. And in the meantime, he took Wang Chao to report to the cleaning department. Looking at Wang Chao's grudging eyes as he left, Yi Feng could do nothing about it. He had said that the company was under Shin Haoyu's full responsibility, but he could not go back on his words. Chapter 47, Misunderstood. Li Shuna, thanks to Tan Yifen's book club for the kudos. A few middle-aged women were sitting in the garden chatting in the Tianhe neighborhood on the outskirts of Magic City. A woman with a black mole at the corner of her mouth who was on the chubby side said mysteriously, "Last week I saw the old Zheng family's daughter in Building 5 drive a BMW 5 Series back, and I later found out that it was the old Zheng family's future son-in-law who gave it to her. Old Zheng's family can now raise their heads. The daughter married a big money ah." The fat woman touched the black mole at the corner of her mouth and said disdainfully, "Raise your head? Get out of here. The future son-in-law of old Zheng's family is 2 years older than old Zheng." Angry old Zheng did not have a heart attack at that time. "Egu, this is a big news ah. I said these days how the old Zheng family did not come out it. Feelings are not face out. Yes, nowadays. These kids are really bad, always thinking of getting something for nothing. Yang Qin ah, your family Shana cannot be small. You can look after. Now the children have not had a hard life. Do not let her go down the wrong path." Yang Qin, Li Xiana's mother, sent her husband away to buy food and then came out to chat with the people. Yang Qin said disdainfully, "Our Xiana is not that kind of person. This child listens to us. and today she even said she would come home to see me. Just as they were chatting, Li Xiaona drove to the neighborhood, parked the car and saw her mother was chatting in the garden, came over to greet her mother home. See, the mother and daughter left. The black mole woman said, "You see, Yang Qin, just that a pair of swearing look. Did not think that this will hit the face?" Her daughter drove back to the car called Maserati, at least more than 2 million Chinese dollars. I or the last time the introduction of other people matchmaking to see the woman drove before recognizing the car. Ha ha, it seems that today the old Li family also have a lively look. Is not sure that tomorrow Yang Qin is still embarrassed to come out? This is if you find a son-in-law than their own older son-in-law how to shout? Son-in-law called her mom. She called her son-in-law brother? Ha ha, think about it, laughs, my stomach aches. Mother and daughter returned home. Yang Qin stared at Li Xiaona. Just now she can see her daughter drove back. When too many people in the garden, she was too embarrassed to ask. Back at home, Face Ugly asked, "Xiaona, how do you drive back? Where did you get the car? If you do something bad outside, do you believe I will break your legs?" Li Xiaona had a question mark on her face. What did she do that was bad? How come she didn't know herself? Mom, what's wrong with you? Your precious daughter, you still don't understand. I can do something bad. That car is a gift from my boyfriend. I came back today to talk to you guys about this matter. At this time, Li's father, Li Changlin, also bought groceries and returned home. See, the atmosphere of mother and daughter a little tense. Asked suspiciously, "Yang Qin, what's wrong? My precious daughter has just come home. Why are they arguing?" Yang Qin looked at the puzzled Li Changlin and said angrily, "Your daughter has a boyfriend. You don't care at all. Isn't it normal to have a boyfriend? Xiaona isn't young anymore. We both got married when we were her age," Li Changlin said indifferently. Looking at him in this indifferent manner, Yang Qin became more and more angry. "You dead old man. What do you know? Xiaona drove a $2 million car back today and said it was a gift from her boyfriend. When you get a son-in-law older than you one day, I'll see if you can still laugh." At this time, Li Xiaona finally understood why her mother was so angry. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. She could no longer control her laughter when she thought of Feng being thought of as a 50-something-year-old man. Yang Qin pointed at her daughter and said with an angry face, "Laugh. You still have the face to laugh. I'm telling you, Li Xiaona, I don't agree. If you want to recognize me as your mother, immediately return the car and cut off all contact with him." Looking at her angry mother, Li Xiaona forced a smile and explained, "Mom, you misunderstood. How could I possibly find an old man? My boyfriend is my senior, 2 years older than me. He just got his diploma from Magic City University." Li Changlin heard his daughter's words and also put down his heart towards Yang Qin and said, "Wife, you are also. Things are not clear to be so angry. If you don't know, thought Xiaona made some big mistake. In the future, let's stay with those old ladies. Every day will chew the tongue." Yang Qin also knew that she had misunderstood, and quickly sent Li Changlin off to cook dinner. "Xiaona, you too. You don't talk to mom clearly, making me worry for so half a day. Come and talk to mom about how this boyfriend of yours is." Li Xiaona at this time is also very speechless. "Mom, you this also did not give me the opportunity to explain. A door on the split face, a countdown. Well, how to say? Yi Feng brother, this person is very handsome, and very capable. Hey, today I came home as Feng brother, let me ask you and my father when convenient. He wants to come to visit you too, old man." Li Changlin revealed his head from the kitchen at this time and said, "I'm fine with this. Just see when it's convenient for you guys." Yang Qin glared at him in a bad mood and continued with Li Xiaona, "You guys just arrange the time. If your dad is busy here, I'll let him take a vacation." Seeing that her parents had both agreed, Li Xiaona was also relieved. "Mom, in the next few days after I finish my exams and take a vacation, I'll bring brother Feng along to our house. How about it?" Yang Qin nodded and agreed to her daughter's idea. "Xiaona, when you guys come you can tell me in advance, so I can prepare in advance. And you have to take Yi Feng for a walk around the neighborhood." Li Xiaona was a bit puzzled. Why did she still have to take a lap around the neighborhood? Is mom trying to show off? Yang Qin looked at her and said, "You don't get it, do you? You drove back today. Those old ladies still don't know how to make rumors. Your father is right. In the future I also less with them to interact. Day after day net chewing the root of the tongue." Soon after, Li Changlin made a good meal and greeted the mother and daughter for dinner. Inside the Feng family manor in Magic City, Elder Feng looked at his daughter who had just entered the door and hurriedly asked, "Mingyue, did you find out where Mr. Yi is?" Feng Mingyue looked at her nervous father and slowly said, "Father, I just got the news that Mr. Yi is meeting with Shen Haiyu at Qingji Mansion at this moment." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and get going." Only Feng Mingyue stepped forward and stopped Elder Feng. "Father, are you ready? This time, we may have to sacrifice Xiping for this trip, and the majority of the Feng family's assets will be offered up as well. I think it's better to sell all the assets and live in seclusion abroad." Elder Fong sighed and said, "Why don't I know that this is the case? I have also sent people to investigate Mr. Yi. All the information shows that he is an ordinary person. But how can an ordinary person have such strength? You probably don't know. Mr. Yi has a henchman in Jin City named Yi Wusheng. Your Uncle Ling told me that this Yi Wusheng possesses the strength of peak inner strength. He alone can destroy my Fong family. We can't escape. We can only beg for peace." Chapter 48, Fong family apologizes. Hearing Elder Fong's words, Fong Mingyue also stopped blocking him. She knew about Uncle Yin, the head of a martial arts family with a legacy of nearly 300 years. And he only possessed late stage of internal force strength even when he was over 70 years old. So it could be seen that her suspicion was right. Mr. Yi definitely possessed the strength of a Zhongshu level. In the president's office of Qingji Mansion, Shen Haoyu was telling Yi Feng about the next arrangement when a knock sounded on the door. After receiving permission, Shen Haoyu's secretary came in and said, "Mr. Shen, Elder Fong as well as Fong Mingyue are downstairs at this moment, requesting to meet with you and Yi Dong." Shen Haoyu looked at Yi Feng, saw that he did not object and let his secretary go down to bring a few people up. Yi Feng, on the other hand, asked with some doubts, "I thought you wouldn't meet them. Is it because of Fong Mingyue?" "That's right. If it's Fong Hongye himself, I won't see them, but I can't help but see Fong Mingyue. Once I was the best friend with her, and it's thanks to her mediation after that incident happened. Or else my Shen family would have long ceased to exist. I hate the Fong family, but not Fong Mingyue." Shortly after the knock on the door sounded again, the secretary brought Elder Fong as well as Fong Mingyue to the office. Fong Hongye looked at Yi Feng and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi is really a talented person, a dragon and phoenix amongst people. Before the Fong family had offended a lot, the old man came here to make amends. I ask Mr. Yi to please be magnanimous and let my Fong family off the hook," he said and bowed deeply towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "Elder Fong, is it too simple for you to let me release your Fong family with a touch of your upper and lower lips? If it wasn't for the fact that I still have some skills, I would have died at the hands of your Fong family long ago." Fong Hongye knew that it was impossible to be forgiven so simply. He sighed and said, "Mr. Yi, the car accident was caused by Fong Jiping alone. The people of my Fong family did not know about it. Right now Fong Jiping is downstairs. He can be disposed of at Mr. Ye's disposal. My Fong family will not ask questions. In addition, I would like to take out 90% of the assets of the Fong family to pay compensation to Mr. Yi for my sins." Yi Feng looked at Shen Haoyu and saw her nodding, knowing that she had no opinion. He continued to speak, "Elder Fong, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I won't do that kind of killing and taking away money. Mr. Yi, don't worry. My Fong family is willing to pay you 90% of the assets at a price of 1 huaxia coin. As for Fong Jiping, tomorrow he will take a yacht to go out to the sea to fish. As you know, the sea is windy and waves are high, so it is inevitable that there will be any accidents." Yi Feng is still very satisfied with Fong Hongye's attitude. That is, what is the meaning of 1 huaxia coins? This is not delaying their brush points. So he put forward his own program. "Master Fong, I will buy all the assets of your Fong family at the original price, but you have to use 90% of them for charity, or the consequences will be serious." After saying that, Yi Feng let Shen Haoyu go and account for the Fong family's assets. Soon after, Shen Haoyu and Fong Mingyu brought a breakdown of assets, about more than 130 billion huaxia coins. Yi Feng waved his hand and let Shen Haoyu transferred 140 billion huaxia coins in the past. His heart is happy. 1,400 points to hand. Yi Feng opened the system mall and purchased 4 shadow guards. This time the safety of his family is guaranteed. But he ignored that there were still people at the scene. 2 men and 2 women. 4 people in black suddenly appeared in the office. A chilling shock at the scene of the 3 people did not dare to move. Yi Feng is also full of embarrassment. But in time he reacted to the loud and furious shadow guards. Convergence of chi. Concealment. 4 figures instantly disappeared inside the room. After the 4 disappeared, the 2 women instantly collapsed on the floor. Yi Feng hurriedly helped the 2 up and sent them to the sofa to sit down. Looking at the shaking figure of Elder Fong, he said, "I'm sorry, I'm not strict in disciplining you all and disturbing you." Elder Fong barely stabilized his body, thinking to himself, what kind of lax discipline is this? This is giving himself a warning to keep his petty thoughts to himself. But on his lips, he still said curtly, "Mr. Yi, there is no harm. These underlings of yours might have sensed the danger and suddenly showed up. You should also pay attention to your safety." Fong Mingyue, who slowed down on the side, asked carefully, "Mr. Yi, these men of yours are really strong and powerful. I wonder if they have reached the Zhongshu realm." Yi Feng didn't hide it and nodded his head. All the shadow guards are at the minimum of the Zhongshu realm, so the Fong family had better not play any tricks, or you will definitely regret it. Hearing Yi Feng's threatening words, The father-daughter duo didn't dare to give birth to a trace of dissatisfaction and hurriedly excused themselves and left. At this moment, Shen Haoyu's face was pale and powerless as she looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Yi Feng and muttered, "Mr. Yi, is this the power of a martial artist? It's really terrifying." At that instant I felt like my body was going to be torn apart. You also know the existence of martial artists? It was reasonable to say that with the strength of the Shen family, they shouldn't be able to come into contact with martial artists. Could it be that the Shen family had other backgrounds? I know a little bit. I heard my father once said. It turns out that my father had befriended a martial artist when he was young, who could punch through a tree as thick as a man's ring with his bare hands. Yi Feng nodded. This should be an inner strength martial artist. How you? The world of martial artists is very cruel. If you cannot contact as much as possible, do not contact. Your task now is to arrange the manpower to receive the Feng family's industry. If there is any problem you can call me, and help me take care of Wang Chao. But do not keep him as a janitorial worker, otherwise I will be nagged to death by him. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. Leaving Qingji Mansion, just after coming to the car, Yi Feng received a call from Zhao Peng. Brother Feng, what are you busy with? Let's go out and have fun tonight. I found a good place in the past 2 days. Are you interested in relaxing together? What kind of good place can you bring me to? It won't be a place with colors, right? Yi Feng said with a smile. Brother Feng, you're underestimating me. I'm just a loser. Not vulgar. I don't care to go to that kind of place. The place I'm talking about is similar to the ancient greenhouses. That's still the same. You kid. Believe it or not, I'll tell Brother Qin to let him clean you up. Feng brother, this is no fun. How also su I think you may have a misunderstanding of the ancient greenhouse. High-grade greenhouse that is not for sale. Inside the ladies are all zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry and song, all proficient in the strange women. Of course, if you are talented, can conquer one of them? That happens a little bit of what is not impossible. He. Hearing Zhao Peng say this, Yi Feng also became interested and planned to go and meet them. The two of them set a time and Zhao Peng came to pick him up at night. While Yi Feng drove back to Cloud Villa, Yi Feng leisurely lying on the sofa, Bai Jia thoughtfully sent a cup of hot tea and then left. I do not know how Xiana went home. What kind of gift should I prepare? Chapter 49 Greenhouse. Yi Lin shot broke Yi Feng's thoughts. Brother, come and help me. There are too many things. I can't carry them. Looking at his sister who was holding a big bag, Yi Feng was very speechless. How did this brain get into Magic City University? Rushing forward to take over part of it. Lin, why don't you buy so many things and let them send them here directly? You still bring it back yourself. Aren't you stupid? Yi Lin looked at him doubtfully and blinked her eyes and said, it can still be like this? No one told me? If I had known I would have bought more. I still have a lot of things I haven't bought yet. Yi Feng didn't pay any attention to her and asked Bai Jia to help her send the things upstairs while he himself went to the study. When he came to the study, he called out the shadow guards and 4 figures immediately appeared in front of him. Yi Feng named them Shadow 1 to Shadow 4 for convenience and looked at the 2 middle-aged men, Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, and said, you two go to Jin City immediately and protect my parents. Remember not to let them suffer any harm. Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 both arched their hands, then disappeared into the darkness and disappeared into the room. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 were then assigned to protect Yilin and Li Shana. Around 6 p.m., the door of the study was knocked by Bai Jia. Mr. Yi, there is a gentleman named Zhao Peng outside the door looking for you, saying that he has an appointment with you. Should I ask him to come up? No, he and I are going out. I'll just go down. Seeing Yi Feng arrive, Zhao Peng said excitedly, Brother Feng, I've set the place, let's hurry up and get going. Ha, that place will definitely make you linger. Yilin, who was stealing food in the kitchen, immediately rushed over and said, Zhao Peng, where are you taking my brother to play? Can you take me with you? I don't know any fun places. Zhao Peng dejectedly said, Yilin, I have found a good place. Not only are there many beautiful women, but they are also multi-talented. It's like an ancient youth center. Yi Feng looked at Zhao Peng with a black line on his face. This pig teammate, how can he say everything outside? Or in front of his sister? This is to pit himself to death. Yilin stared at Yi Feng and said, older brother, you've grown up. I can't believe I'm going to go to a greenhouse. Do you believe I'll tell mom and sister Xiana? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. At this time, Zhao Peng also reacted to the fact that he might have said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained to Yilin. Yilin said with a skeptical look on her face, how do I feel that you two are fooling me? No way. I have to go today too. Otherwise I won't believe it. And I'll even tell mom and sister Xiana. In the end, Yi Feng could only take her along. The brother and sister got into Zhao Peng's car and headed to an estate on the outskirts of the city. 3 people came to the manor. Here, away from the city hustle and bustle, like a paradise in general. Bright moonlight sprinkled in every corner of the manor, as if to give it a layer of mysterious veil. Manor lights. Warm light through the windows sprinkled out, and the surrounding darkness in stark contrast, as if a lighthouse, in the silence of the night shine alone. A gentle breeze blew the wind chimes on the window panes, emitting a pleasant and melodious sound that made people feel pleasant and comfortable. The three of them came to an exquisite two-story building with the word Green Mansion carved on a plaque on the lintel, and below the plaque was a couplet. Upper couplet, the melodious rhythm of the zither transmits elegant meaning. Bottom couplet, dancing and dancing reflecting the moonlight. The crossword, the moon and wind have no boundaries. Zhao Peng led the two siblings to the reserved private room, which was on the second floor, and the inward window could be opened to provide a good panoramic view of the first floor high platform. Shortly after the three of them were seated, the service staff came up with a table of food. Yi Lin said while eating, "Brother, I see how this greenhouse is not the same as what I imagined." Before Yi Feng spoke, Zhao Peng explained, "Yi Lin, you are misled by the TV series. You imagine that the guests come in. A group of flamboyant beauties rushed over that is a brothel, not a greenhouse. The greenhouse is a group of talented women poetry, discussing the qin, chess, calligraphy and painting of the elegant place. You may not believe it. Some of the ancient greenhouse flower girl can not only because of you may not believe it, but some of the flower girls in ancient times were not only beautiful, but also had the talent of a scholar. Do you think this kind of girl would be willing to commit herself to someone else?" Yi Lin nodded thoughtfully and stopped asking questions, concentrating on eating, while Yi Feng was chatting with Zhao Peng while drinking. With the descent of the night on the first floor of the high platform, a couple dressed in ancient costumes came to the stage. The woman sat next to the ancient zither, and the man holding a shao stood on the side of the woman. The sound of the qin is like gurgling water, clear and melodious, and the sound of the shao is like the orchid in the empty valley, elegant and unassuming. A qin shao chorus of laughter and pride of the Jianghu uploaded from the platform to everyone's ears. With the qin as the dominant, the shao as a complementary backing, the two echo each other, interweaving a picture full of the Jianghu atmosphere, so that people are immersed in it. Yi Lin also stopped continuing to eat, came to the window to look down, face showing the color of intoxication. A song played under the stage. The two did not leave but another song of the sea of laughter. Listening to the sound of the song under the stage, Yi Feng also followed the light humming up. This greenhouse is really interesting, actually playing so full of the atmosphere of the rivers and lakes of the song. After the performance, a woman wearing a horse-faced dress with a heroic spirit came to the stage. "Thank you for coming to our greenhouse today. I am tonight's host Xie Xiaoqing." After the two zither and shao ensembles, everyone should know today's theme. Yes, today's theme is Jianghu. Let me ask you all a simple question first. What is Jianghu? Yi Lin stood by the window and shouted, I know. Marshal Zhang said that Jianghu is not fighting and killing. The Jianghu is the human condition. Xia Xiaoqing looked up to the second floor and said approvingly, "Thank you for this beautiful young lady's answer. That's right, China has been a humane society since ancient times, and the word humane runs through our entire history. There is Boyaziki's soulmate love, and there is also the brotherly love of the peach garden. And now we are going to write a poem on the topic of the Jianghu love. And if any of you's poem gets my young lady's favor, my miss is willing to meet with one of them." The people under the stage immediately caused a voice of discussion. All said that the Qinglou's Miss Hua Linger is beautiful, but people have never seen its face. Today is fortunate to be able to see the real face. People are even more excited. Yi Lin looked at Yi Feng and asked, "Brother, as a great talent of Magic City University, don't you come to sing a song? Will this flower girl?" "Stop it. If I dare to meet this flower girl, this little report of yours won't fly. I still want to live a few more years." Yi Lin revealed an expression that counted on your knowledge and continued to look at the songs and dances downstairs. Zhao Peng came over at this time and looked at Yi Feng and said curtly, "Brother Feng, why don't you write me a song? I want to meet this flower girl." Chapter 50, Young Lord of Han Family. Lowering his head and pondering for a while, Yi Feng murmured, "Let's borrow 2 taels of ink from the earth. Write all the love and evil in the Jianghu Lake. Then take a lamp from Spirit Mountain. Forget the dust of the past Shaohua Fall. Said then self-conscious drink up wine." While the sight of the Zhao Peng is like a treasure to come to the table took up the brush quickly wrote down the poem. Yi Lin also came over. Looking at the poem on the rice paper commented, "Brother, you do not say. This Zhao Peng level is not good, but this hand of ink painting is really good." Zhao Peng scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Yi Lin, you flatter me. I'm nothing. It's still Brother Feng's poem that's good. He. Yi Lin took the poem and went to the door and handed it to the staff, then quickly came back and said, "Brother Peng, look, my brother and I have helped you so much. How are you going to thank us both?" Zhao Peng didn't squirm and said boldly, "Regardless of whether or not we get the flower girl, how about I arrange for us to go to Australia for a few days tomorrow? It's not the same as Huaxia. There, as long as you have money, you are God. Yi Feng was also excited at this time. He hadn't been to Australia. His impression of the city was from a few God of Gamblers movies filmed in Hong Kong City. He had some rough understanding of it. Yi Lin on the side was exceptionally excited. Good lord. Let's leave early tomorrow morning. I was once motivated to become a female gambling saint. Unfortunately, it was mercilessly stifled by my mom and her studies. Yi Feng also laughed out loud. He remembered when he was a child after watching the Master Stars movie. Yi Lin secretly take pocket money to buy 3 dice. Take the family's water cups to secretly practice. Maybe too small. Broke several cups. Let the mother a beating. And finally the dice were confiscated by the mother to take to play mahjong to go. Downstairs singing and dancing dispersed. Xia Xiaoqing came back to the stage. Friends, the poems written by everyone my lady has already read them. Now please congratulate Mr. Zhao Peng on the second floor for getting the chance to meet the lady. There were murmurs of people coming from the crowd downstairs. Do any of you know who this Zhao Peng is? There's no such person in Magic City, right? Neither does the nearby Hang City in Su City, right? Which kid is this who got lucky and actually got to meet Miss Hua Linger? If I knew who it was, I would definitely let this kid know how powerful I am. The friend next to him immediately reminded him of the situation. You kid don't want to die. That's the son of the Zhao family in Kyoto, the in-laws of the Qin family, the #1 family in Magic City. When people realized Zhao Peng's identity, they no longer dared to speak for fear of retaliation. Zhao Peng in the private room on the second floor was dancing happily, and Yi Feng hurriedly urged him to go to the meeting when he saw him like this. Brother Feng, I'm going first He. They say that this flower spirit's national color is heavenly, and her wisdom is like Zhuge. I didn't think that Zhao Peng, would be able to get a glimpse of her today. I'll have something to brag about when I return to Kyoto. Open the door. A man with a cold face stood in front of Zhao Peng, looked up and saw that it was the young master of the Han family in Kyoto. Han Xiaoqing, Zhao family and the Han family strength is similar, but the gap between the two identities is huge. Han Xiaoqing is the future heir to the Han family, and he Zhao Peng is just a recognized loser. Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to come to Mordor as well. They say you're a loser. I didn't expect you, a loser, to get Miss Flower's favor. I advise you to hurry up and get lost. Miss Flower is not something you can covet. Han Xiaoqing said coldly. He knew some of Hua Linger's background from his family. Behind her was a hidden sect with extremely terrifying strength. That's why he specially came from Kyoto to try to climb some relationship with it. Humph. Han Xiaoqing, you're really arrogant. Miss Hua is willing to meet me. What do you care? I'll just go and meet. What can you do? Have the ability to bite me? Zhao Peng wasn't used to him either, and immediately spoke out sarcastically. Yi Lin on the side was happy to hear Zhao Peng's words and covered her stomach. Ha ha, Zhao Peng. I didn't realize that besides being a great loser, you're also so great at disliking people. Han Xiaoqing's face was already purple with anger at this point. His hallowed Han family's young master. Wherever he went, he was an existence that others looked up to. When had he ever been bullied like this? Uncle Feng, help me out and teach these two unknowing things a lesson. A middle-aged man leapt out violently from behind Han Xiaoqing and attacked fiercely towards Zhao Peng and Yi Lin. Yi Feng coldly looked at these two and did not make a move. A late-stage external force martial artist wanting to harm Yi Lin who had Shadow 3 protection was simply a fool's dream. When the middle-aged man was about to approach Yi Lin, a black shadow flashed. A muffled sound. The middle-aged man hit the wall heavily, spitting blood from his mouth. Several people were surprised and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, while Yi Feng ordered without waiting for them to open their mouths. Shadow 3, waste one of his arms. Seeing only a black shadow, Han Xiaoqing let out a miserable cry as his left arm was severed. Hanging down helplessly, bean-sized beads of sweat surfaced on his forehead. A pair of spiteful eyes stared at Yi Feng, itching to break him into pieces. Yi Feng looked at him disdainfully and said coldly, "You should be glad that your guards didn't lay the killers just now, or else neither of you two would be able to walk out of this room. Remember, my name is Yi Feng. If you don't want to submit to it, you can come to me at any time." Although Han Xiaoqing was reluctant, he could only help the middle-aged man leave in a mess. Yi Lin looked at her brother adoringly and said, "Brother, you were too handsome just now. Who was that sister in black just now? Is she your friend?" Yi Feng looked at this sister. It was hard to figure out. The average girl would have been scared to tears when she saw the situation, while Yi Lin looked very excited. Was she so nervous? "This is the bodyguard I assigned to you, named Shadow 3. She will step in when you are threatened in the future. But you have to be careful. Shadow 3 can kill. If you don't want to see that kind of bloodshed, it's better not to put yourself in dangerous situations in the future." Yi Lin nodded her head, not because she was scared, she just didn't want to cause trouble for her brother. Zhao Peng on the side was looking at Yifeng with a pleasing face at this moment. Looking at him straight, he hurriedly spoke out. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Be careful, I'll ask Shadow 3 to clean up after you. I know what you mean. I don't have many Zone Sure level guards, so don't even think about it. Zhao Peng was already shocked at hearing this and didn't know how to speak. Sovereign level guards. There aren't even a few? Are you sure this isn't a joke? The Zhao family, as one of the top families in Kyoto, had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, and the most powerful martial artist was only at the peak of the inner strength. Brother Feng, a lower level is fine. I'm not picky. He. No. Hurry up and go meet your flower girl, otherwise I'll let Shadow 3 throw you over. Zhao Peng walked slowly with 1 step and 3 turns back until Shadow 3's figure slowly emerged before fleeing. Chapter 51, Chinese Medicine Master Qi Yuanshan. After leaving Zhao Peng, led by Xie Shaoqing down to a small chic courtyard, the light inside the courtyard was sparse. A white woman wearing a veil was sitting at a stone table inside the courtyard. Zhao Peng tried hard to see the woman's face, but always like a fog to see flowers, came to the stone table and sat down, smelled the faint fragrance from the opposite side, let his mind swing. Hua Linger was not surprised by this, stretching out her jade hand to pour a cup of tea, gently pushed it in front of Zhao Peng and said softly, Mr. Zhao, please use the tea. The youngest daughter has some questions that I don't know if Mr. Zhao can solve the confusion. Miss Flower, but say no harm. Zhao Peng will surely know everything. As far as I understand, poetry is not your forte. Why are you able to produce such verses today? I won't hide it from Miss Flower. This poem was made by my brother Feng. He didn't have any intention of competing, so he passed it on to me. Could it be that it's Mr. Yifeng Yi, who is a close friend of Mr. Zhao? That's right. Brother Feng is truly a dragon among men. Ms. Hua will be rewarded if she has the chance to meet him. Mr. Zhao, today's young lady is a bit tired, so I'll leave first. Don't blame me. Miss, take care. Mr. Zhao will leave. Xie Shaoqing sent Zhao Peng back and then returned to the small courtyard, looking at Hua Linger and respectfully said, Holy Maiden, Mr. Zhao has already been sent back. I don't know if you have any more orders? Hua Linger was none other than the contemporary Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers sect, ordered by the Patriarch to enter the world to train and discover talents. I'm very curious about that Yifeng right now. Go investigate. Xia Shaoqing bowed and exited the small courtyard after she answered. On the other side, Yifeng saw that the state of Zhao Peng who came back was a bit off, and immediately pointed his finger at his forehead and poured in a trace of spiritual energy, shouting wake up. Zhao Peng's eyes gradually glowed and he came to his senses. Brother Feng? Wasn't I sipping tea with Ms. Hua? How did you come back? Yifeng knew that he was charmed. It seemed that this Miss Flower was not simple. She should be a cultivator as well. It was unknown if it was due to the technique she was practicing or her physique. Zhao Peng, just now you were sent back by Xie Shaoqing. Don't think about it, we should also go back. Yi Lin also came over and said, yes, I'm still looking forward to tomorrow's trip to Ao City. Zhao Peng simply didn't think about it, and the three of them quietly left. In the Magic City First Hospital, President Si Zhangyang led a group of orthopedic specialists who were seriously looking at an X-ray film. The arm in the film had been broken in more than 10 sections. Si Zhangyang said with a serious face, how is your research going? Is there a way to save young Master Han's arm? All the people did not dare to talk. They knew that even if this level of damage could be saved, it would be impossible to recover. With the background of the Han family, they would probably be blamed afterwards. So all of them were silent. Si Zhangyang also knew their worries and could only return to the dean's office alone. And after thinking for a long time, he took out his cell phone and dialed the Han family. Han family master. This is Si Zhangyang. I'm very sorry. Our ability is limited. Mr. Han's injuries are too serious. If we take the risk of surgery, it's very likely that it will lead to your son's left arm not being able to move well in the future. I don't know if Mr. Han family master has any opinions? Han Fuli, who was far away from Kyoto, had an icy face and slowly said, got it. I'll arrange for someone to fetch Shaoqing back to Kyoto. Before that, you have to make sure that Shaoqing's condition won't deteriorate any further. Otherwise, you know the consequences. After hanging up the phone, Han Fuli's wife hurriedly came forward and asked, Fuli, how is Shaoqing's situation? The situation isn't too good. Don't worry, I still have a way. Shaoqing will be fine. You go and get ready now. Shaoqing will arrive at the airport in about 2 hours. I'll go and invite Elder Qi now. Qi old name Qi Yuanshan. Chinese medicine family. The family has generations of medical books and secret prescriptions and unique medical heritage. His medical skill is exquisite. Medical ethics, known as the treasure of China. Kyoto second ring a set of 3 into the courtyard. A hale and hearty old man at this time is sipping tea while teaching a young woman a variety of pharmacological knowledge. This person is the Chinese medicine national Qi Yuanshan and her granddaughter Qi Jingyin. At this moment, a young lad came over and said, Master Shifu, the Han family master is asking for an audience. Qi Yuanshan put down his teacup and was a bit puzzled. He hadn't heard that someone from the Han family was seriously ill. So how come the Han family master came to the door in person? Invite the Han family master to the parlor. Elder Qi came to the parlor, and shortly afterward his apprentice grandson arrived with Han Fuli. Family master Han has come to visit late at night, so I'm sorry for the delay. Han Fuli didn't dare to be arrogant, and even said that he didn't dare. Elder Qi was more than just a healer. He was also a martial arts expert, and his connections were extremely large. Even the number one person in Huaxia had respect for him. Qi Lao. Today Fuli's late night visit is really something to ask. My son Xiaoqing offended a martial artist, resulting in a broken left arm. I implore Qi Lao to come to the rescue. Saying this, he bowed deeply. Qi Lao also secretly frowned. Normally martial artists would not take action against ordinary people, and like this kind of family's future heir, there must be martial artists around to protect him. It seems that this Han Xiaoqing was not lightly injured, but considering the friendship with Han Laozi, he agreed. Lead the way, Master Han. I'll accompany you. Han Fuli was overjoyed. Old man Qi was not such a good invite. How many big shots would be extremely difficult to meet? Boss Qi's favor Fuli will surely keep it in mind. Qi Yuanshan hurriedly walked out of the room, his footsteps eager and determined. He quickly crossed the corridor to the place where his belongings were stored. Picking up the medicine box placed in the corner, he checked if the medicines inside were complete. Then he carefully picked up a brocade box next to it and gently stroked the exquisite pattern on the surface of the box. After doing so, Qi Yuanshan took a deep breath before following Han Fuli to the Han family. It was at this moment that the Han family members finally picked up Han Xiaoqing and returned him home. When they witnessed her son's pain-filled face, Han mother's heart ached like a knife. She held her son's hand tightly, her eyes filled with tears. Unable to suppress the indignation and hatred she felt towards the person who had hurt him. Every subtle expression, every weak groan deeply pierced the heart of Han's mother. She couldn't figure out how there could be such a cruel person in the world who could bear to do this to her precious son. Anger surging like a tidal wave, Mother Han secretly vowed to make that murderer pay. Xiaoqing, bear with me, your father went to ask Elder Qi. Don't worry, Elder Qi will definitely be able to cure your arm. Han Xiaoqing's face was pale, his bloodless lips trembling slightly, his voice low and firm. Mother, don't need to worry, child can still endure. Just, how is Uncle Fong his condition today? Humph, don't care about that punk, can't protect my son well, he deserves to die. Chapter 52 Arrival in Ao City. It was at this time that Han Fuli was anxious to lead Qi Yuanshan back home in a hurry. Along the way, his pace seemed extraordinarily hurried, and when the two arrived at the door of the house, they rushed straight into the house before they had a chance to catch their breath. When Han's mother saw Qi Lao, it was as if she saw the last straw. A ray of hope flashed in her eyes, and without hesitation, she rushed forward, grasping the corner of Qi Lao's coat, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Qi Lao, please, you must help our family's Xiaoqing. After saying this, Han's mother couldn't help but weep. Han Fuli took an arrow step and rushed to the front, reaching out to forcefully pull Han's mother, Li Xinyue, aside and said, Xinyue, you first step aside, don't get in the way of Elder Qi checking Xiaoqing's injuries. Li Crescent, who was pulled away, stumbled a bit, but she didn't resist, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Xiaoqing, who was lying on the bed. She knew that now was not the time to argue, her son's well-being was the most important thing. Han Fuli, on the other hand, stared closely at Qi Lao, hoping to read some information about Xiaoqing's injuries from his expression. A tense atmosphere filled the entire room, everyone waiting with bated breath, expecting Qi Lao to give a clear diagnosis. Elder Qi scrutinized Han Xiaoqing's injured arm with a grave expression, his brows knit tightly, and after some meticulous examination, he secretly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Although the injury looked quite serious, there was still room for redemption, and it wasn't completely untreatable. From the condition of the arm, it can be deduced that the person who started the fight is obviously to leave a measure. If you really want to waste this arm, this blow will definitely cause more terrible consequences. Thinking of this, Qi Lao could not help but have a trace of curiosity about this mysterious martial artist, who is so ruthless but not lose mercy. Han Xiaoqing, who was currently lying on the hospital bed, was as pale as paper, his eyes tightly closed, seemingly enduring great pain. Qi Yuanshan's face was grave as he performed his family's healing arts, his techniques skillful and precise. He was seen gently lifting the injured arm, carefully inspecting the location of the broken bones. Then, he took out a purple ointment emitting a mysterious aura from the brocade box he carried with him. This was his family's secret medicine, the amethyst bone renewal ointment. Qi Yuanshan gently applied the amethyst bone renewal ointment to Han Xiaoqing's arm, and the ointment, as if alive, quickly penetrated the skin and bonded tightly with the bones. With the passage of time, the ointment gradually came into play, and the originally broken bones began to reconnect and glow with new vitality. During this process, Qi Yuanshan was fully concentrated, not daring to slack off in the slightest. He was well aware of the preciousness and magic of this amethyst bone renewal cream, but he also understood that only by treating it with heart could it bring out its maximum effect. Every action seemed so cautious and delicate, as if he was carving an absolute treasure. After completing the treatment, Qi Yuanshan gently breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of a pleased smile on his face. He slowly stood up and straightened his clothes before nodding to Han Fuli and Li Xinyue, indicating that everything was over. Han Fuli gratefully shook Qi Yuanshan's hand and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Many thanks, Elder Qi. You are truly a great benefactor to our family. Without your help, this arm of Xiaoqing would definitely be ruined." Li Xinyue, who was at the side, also hurriedly came forward, her face overflowing with joy and gratitude, and softly said, "Elder Qi, thank you for preserving Xiaoqing's arm. This favor, we will never forget it." Qi Yuanshan smiled and waved his hand, saying in a humble tone, "There's no need to be polite. This is just my job as a doctor." After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the door, his pace steady and calm. Han Fuli and Li Xinyue kept sending Qi Yuanshan to the door and expressed their heartfelt thanks to him once again. The husband and wife returned to their room, staring at their son, whose face was gradually improving, and asked softly, "Xiaoqing, what's going on here? Quickly give us a detailed account of what happened." Han Xiaoqing didn't dare to hide and told the whole story. After hearing this, Han Fuli was also secretly grateful. One must know that Feng Kai was a late-stage external force powerhouse. Such a powerful character could not even catch a single move from the other party's guards, so how powerful must the enemy be? When he thought of this, Han Fuli couldn't help but feel a bit scared. After exhorting Han Xiaoqing for a few moments, he pulled Li Xinyue away. After returning to his room, Han Fuli looked at Li Crescent with a serious face and said in a grave tone, "Li Crescent, I want to solemnly warn you that you absolutely cannot go and retaliate against the other party." His eyes revealed a firmness and determination, as if he had already made up his mind. When Li Xinyue heard this, her heart could not help but be stunned. She had originally thought about how to give that person who had hurt her son a little color, but now that she was being told this by Han Fuli, she said with some reluctance, "Could it be that my son's injuries were in vain? The other party is at least an inner strength powerhouse. If you want to destroy the Han family and your Li family, go ahead and take revenge." With that, Han Fuli left without looking back. The next day near noon, Yi Feng's trio had safely arrived in the bustling city of Ao City. As an internationalized metropolis, Australia City was full of high-rise buildings and the streets were busy with traffic and people coming and going. The three of them, Yi Feng, stood on the street, feeling the unique atmosphere and vigor of the city. Yi Lin, on the other hand, looked around curiously, her eyes filled with the desire to explore the unknown world. Zhao Peng proposed that the three of them head to the auspicious city resort, which featured a large casino, a shopping center and high-end restaurants. This idea was immediately received with enthusiasm by Yi Lin, so they decided to leave immediately. The three of them took a taxi to the Ao Cheng resort, which was located on the scenic waterfront, surrounded by lush greenery and sea breeze. As soon as they got out of the car, they were shocked by the grandeur of the resort, with tall buildings and spacious courtyards, revealing luxury and comfort everywhere. Zhao Peng took the initiative to go and check in, so that the brother and sister duo could go and relax first. Thus, he took his luggage and walked towards the front desk of the resort. While waiting for Zhao Peng, Yi Lin wasn't idle either. She pulled Yi Feng to admire the resort's garden, looking at the colorful flowers and green trees, and from time to time, she could hear the sound of waves coming from the distance. When Zhao Peng finished the check-in procedures, Yi Lin pulled Yi Feng's arm and said, "Brother, I'm a little hungry, so you treat me to a big meal." He. At the mention of eating, Zhao Peng came into the spirit. "Brother Feng, Yi Lin, I know a very unique local restaurant. Let me take you there." Under Zhao Peng's leadership they arrived at an elaborately decorated restaurant and ordered a few local specialties. Not long after, the delicious dishes were served one after another. They began to taste the fresh seafood, steaks with delicate texture, and local specialties with excellent color and flavor, and they ate to Yi Lin's delight. Chapter 53, Gambling Saint Yi Lin. Yi Feng looked at the empty food on the table and asked with a smile, "Do you want me to order some more for you guys? Seeing that you guys have eaten nothing left, the tourists next to you have been looking this way." Yi Lin rubbed her stomach and said contentedly, "No need. I can't eat anymore. My stomach will explode if I eat again." Zhao Peng, on the other hand, glared at the tourists next to him with a roguish look on his face. Yi Feng looked at the two of them, helplessly sighed and shook his head, and had to take the two of them back to the resort's hotel. When the three of them returned to the hotel, Yilin pulled Yi Feng and begged, "Brother, take me to the casino at night. Let the people of watching open their eyes and see the power of my gambling saint of Tianjin, and see how I kill the four directions." Zhao Peng on the side of the hearing, eyes glowing, such as meeting a soulmate, immediately came to Yilin, lowered his voice, mysteriously said, "Yilin, I did not think that you are also in this way. Ah, I do not lie to you, but I am known as the Kyoto gambling devil of the man. Today we are strong hand in hand. We'll certainly kill them not to stay in the armor." Yi Feng looked at the two of them bragging about each other so loudly and shamelessly, a burst of speechless, turned around and walked towards his room. Returning to his room, Yi Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, closed the curtains, and ran the chaos true scripture on the bed. Looking at the negligible aura, Yi Feng had to take out the spirit gathering pill, and poured out 3 pills and took them down. The medicinal effect of the spirit gathering pill was still powerful after he had broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Just 3 pills made the spiritual energy in Yi Feng's body surge. He sat on his knees, closed his eyes and began to run his spiritual energy according to the chaos true scripture. After the gong method was running, Yi Feng only felt a stream of warmth flowing through his meridians, as if there were countless amounts of spiritual energy gathered into a large river, rushing through his body. His breath gradually became calm and powerful, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. As time passed, Yi Feng's cultivation steadily increased. He could clearly feel his meridians expanding and his stored spiritual energy increasing. This feeling made him feel incomparably excited and thrilled. As the spirit-gathering pills contained spiritual qi gradually receded like a tidal wave, Yi Feng was still a long way away from the late stage of foundation establishment, and he didn't hesitate to swallow 2 spirit-gathering pills again. The medicinal effect of the spirit-gathering pill once again erupted in his body, and Yi Feng felt a powerful spiritual energy surging into his limbs and bones. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and began to go all out to impact the late stage of foundation establishment. Finally, after impact, Yi Feng felt a powerful force erupt from his body, as if it had broken through the shackles that bound him. His cultivation instantly increased and reached the late stage foundation establishment realm. He opened his eyes and felt the majestic spiritual energy in his body. His eyes flashed with excitement. Right at this moment, a crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Yi Feng's eyes were slightly closed, and his powerful divine sense instantly gushed out, covering the entire room like a large invisible net. He immediately sensed that the one standing outside the door was none other than his own sister, Yilin. It seemed that this little fellow could not hold back her inner urges and could not wait to go to the casino to try her hand. Yi Feng couldn't help but let out a soft sigh in his heart, thinking, this little girl is really a hothead. He slowly got up, walked to the door and reached out to open the door, only to see Yilin standing in the doorway with a face full of excitement and anticipation, her 2 eyes staring tightly at Yi Feng as if she was urging him to hurry up. "Why are you so impatient so early?" Yi Feng asked with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, smiling with a hint of a teasing tone. Brother, I'm just curious. I've only seen those casino scenes in the movies before, but I've never had the chance to experience it myself. Today, I finally have the chance to feel that exciting, intense atmosphere. So of course I'm anxious," Yilin explained while pulling Yi Feng's hand without saying a word, dragging him towards the outside of the house. Under Zhao Peng's guidance, the 3 of them quickly arrived at the casino in the resort. As soon as they stepped into the door of the casino, Yi Feng and Yilin were deeply shocked by the extravagant and glorious scene in front of them. A service staff dressed in an exquisite uniform with a smile on his face. His eyes keenly noticed these 3 guests with extraordinary temperament. He immediately took the initiative to welcome them and enthusiastically guided them towards the chip exchange area. With the assistance of this professional service staff, Yi Feng smoothly exchanged a whole 2 million chips. Yi Feng carefully placed one of the 10,000 chips into his coat pocket, then smiled and said to Yilin, whose eyes were glowing with excitement, "To God of gamblers, please start your brilliant and wonderful performance." As soon as the words left her mouth, Yilin couldn't wait to rush to the American roulette table not far away. She grabbed a $1,000 chip from her hand and bet on the number 4 without hesitation. "My lucky number is 4. Let me try my luck first." Yilin stared at the spinning roulette wheel with great anticipation, her eyes glittering with confidence and excitement. Seeing the experienced dealer skillfully shaking the roulette wheel in his hand, the small black ball was like being given life, jumping happily on the wheel. Everyone's eyes were focused on this small ball. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Finally, the small ball slowly stopped and finally settled on the number 27. Seeing this, Yilin couldn't help but frown gently, muttering, "Humph, this gambling saint is just trying his luck. He hasn't used his full strength yet. Let's go, Zhao Peng. Let's go play the dice game. That's what I'm best at." After saying that, She pulled Zhao Peng's arm and walked towards the dice area with great excitement. Looking at Yi Lin, who didn't know the sky and was speaking out of turn, Yi Feng smiled helplessly and could only follow her. This time, Yi Lin even directly bought a leopard with 10,000 chips. Zhao Peng on the side looked dumbfounded and marveled in his heart. Worthy of being a gambling saint, he dared to buy a leopard as soon as he came up. As the dealer opened the dice cup, there is no suspense. Yi Lin lost again, but how could she be willing to do so? She bought 6 more consecutive leopards. Zhao Peng looked dumbfounded, secretly muttered in his heart, to say that the loser. I do not serve anyone, just serve Yi Lin. Gradually, Yi Lin's chips are getting less and less, and her face is getting uglier and uglier. Just like an eggplant that has been hit by frost, the strong-hearted Yi Lin will not give up. She once again dragged the two to the baccarat table, secretly in the heart of the fight, this time, but the 3 choices. I do not believe that you cannot win. I'm not sure if I can't win, she said. I don't hesitate to take out 50,000 chips and put them on the player's side. After getting the right to open, she rubbed the card vigorously and then slammed it on the table. 19 points. Banker 13. Player 19. Player wins. As soon as the Dutchman's words fell, Yi Lin was so excited that she jumped 3 feet high, and she shouted proudly, "See, this gambling saint has just tried her hand at gambling. Next, watch how I'll sweep away thousands of troops." Chapter 54 God of Gambling Yi Feng Online. However, the good times didn't last long, and it wasn't long before Yi Lin lost all the chips on her body. She stared at Yi Feng with wide eyes, staring straight at him with anticipation in her eyes, hoping that he would go and exchange some more chips. Yi Feng saw right through that she had lost her mind at this point, so without hesitation, he utilized a trace of spiritual energy and shot it towards Yi Lin's head. In an instant, Yi Lin seemed to come back to her senses as if she had been enlightened, and her heart was filled with guilt. She looked down at Yi Feng and said softly, "Brother, I'm sorry." Yi Feng gently stroked her hair and comforted. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. That's the nature of gambling. Bringing you here today is to let you learn to restrain your desires and never indulge in it. It's okay if you lose. No need to take it to heart. Yi Lin nodded her head obediently and replied in a lowered voice, "Brother, I understand, and I will never do this again. It's just that I'm still upset. Those are all money. It's all gone in just half an hour." Yi Feng smiled faintly, looking at Yi Lin, who was full of sadness, relieved. "Don't be unhappy, cheer up. See how I can help you win back what you lost. Have you forgotten? I still have 10,000 chips in my pocket." Yi Feng brought the 2 of them to the American roulette wheel again. He gently waved his hand, and the 10,000 chips steadily fell into the number 0 area like a precise arrow. As the roulette wheel spun, a trace of imperceptible spiritual energy was silently injected into the small black ball like a trickle. Yi Lin's mood was like a flame that had been ignited, and as she watched the small ball jumping within the roulette wheel like a dancing elf, finally landing in area 0, her excitement was overflowing. "Brother, it's a hit. It's 35 times. You are simply amazing." Yi Feng wore a smile on his face as he gently placed the thick pile of chips he had won in Yi Lin's hands before turning around and walking towards the dice area. His pace was steady and confident, as if everything was under control. This time it was even easier, only to see Yi Feng faintly use his divine sense to scan the dice, and the points of the dice were clearly visible. He directed Yi Lin to place her bets, and each hand was accurate, and it didn't take long for him to win back the entire 2 million chips he had lost earlier. Zhao Peng, who was standing by the side, was full of reverence, staring at Yi Feng without taking his eyes off, and spoke excitedly, "Brother Feng, you're really marvelous. With your superior gambling skills, even if the legendary god of gamblers was present, I'm afraid he would still have to bow down to you." After hearing this, the corner of Yi Feng's mouth slightly raised, revealing a teasing smile, and responded, "You two call yourselves the saint of gamblers, and the other calls himself the devil of gamblers, so how am I qualified to teach you? Besides, there's nothing new here. Do you know of any other fun places to go?" A mysterious light flashed in Zhao Peng's eyes, and he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Feng, have you ever heard of stone gambling?" He. I recently inquired that there is a very exciting stone gambling ground upstairs." Hearing Zhao Peng's words, Yi Feng also became interested. It was said that it was hard for a god to cut off an inch of jade. I wonder if his divine sense could see the emerald in the raw stone. The atmosphere of the quarry was very different from the casino. There was no noisy clamor here, only the occasional knocking sound and whispered conversations. Yi Feng, Yi Lin and Zhao Pan walked to the gambling stall, only to see a table with jadeite raw stones of different shapes. They were lying there quietly, as if waiting for the arrival of a person of destiny. Yi Lin looked at these raw stones and couldn't help but feel some curiosity in her heart. She reached out her hand and gently touched a raw stone. Feeling its cold and hard texture, she turned her head to Yi Feng and asked, "Brother, How come there are still stones for sale here? Before Yi Feng could say anything, Zhao Peng jumped the gun and explained. Yi Lin, this is not an ordinary stone. This is a jadeite raw stone. You know jadeite, right? It is a very precious gemstone, known as the king of oriental gems. The raw emerald stone here is the uncarved emerald. They may be wrapped inside the sky-high emerald. There may just be an ordinary stone. Whether or not you can open a good jadeite depends entirely on luck and personal vision. Looking at Yi Lin's eagerness to try, Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knew that this girl was going to show off again, so he could only say, go and choose, and buy whichever piece of raw stone you like. Yi Lin jumped up happily when she heard her brother's words. She started to pick the raw stone, only to see her patting here and there. Looking at Yi Feng, he had black lines. This was not picking a raw stone. This was clearly the rhythm of buying a watermelon in a vegetable market. He couldn't help but remind Lin, selecting the raw stone is not this. You have to carefully observe the color, texture and grain of the raw stone. These are important bases for judging the quality of emerald. Yi Lin heard her brother's words and stopped her hand movements. Looking carefully at the raw stone in front of her, she tried to discern some clues from the surface of the raw stone, but realized that she found nothing. She shook her head with some disappointment. Brother, I can't tell. I feel like they all look the same. Yi Feng swept through the raw stones on the stall with his divine sense. His found that his divine sense could penetrate the surface of the raw stones and see the internal structure. The raw stones on the stall didn't have any emerald at all. So he said to Yi Lin, these raw stones don't have any destiny with you. Change the family. Just pick whichever one you like when you see it and it'll be fine. Yi Feng's divine sense slowly swept across the entire field. His gaze passed through each stall, and among the many stalls, the raw stones in one stall were particularly eye-catching. They were colorful, like nature's palette, emitting an attractive luster. Yi Feng's heart stirred as he led Yi Lin and Zhao Peng over. In front of the stall, Yi Lin's eyes were immediately drawn to a watermelon-sized raw stone. Its skin was as smooth as a mirror, like a gemstone that had been polished over the years, emitting a fascinating luster. Yi Lin squatted down and carefully observed the raw stone, as if she could feel the mysterious power it contained. Yi Lin pointed at the original stone and said in a firm tone, brother, I want this one. Somehow I just like it. Yi Feng smiled faintly, and his divine sense once again probed into the original stone. A moment later, he opened his eyes and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. There was indeed a fist-sized piece of red fei hidden in the raw stone, with a bright color, pure texture, and great value. He nodded, signaling that Yi Lin could purchase this piece of raw stone. Then, he picked out 3 pieces of raw stone as well. The stall owner looked at the 3 guests in front of him, his heart filled with joy. He had operated this stall for many years, and although he had seen many buyers, it was still uncommon for him to purchase 4 jadeite raw stones at once like today. Knowing that these 4 raw stones could be worth a lot, he cleared his throat and began to calculate the price. After some calculations, he came up with a satisfactory figure. 3 guests, 4 raw stones, totaling 3.5 million. Chapter 55 Extreme Jadeite. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction after hearing this price. He was aware of the condition of the emerald in the raw stones. Even if this price was 10 times higher, he would not hesitate to buy it. After transferring $3.5 million to the boss, the deal finally came to an end. The 3 of them happily borrowed a cart from the stall owner and slowly walked towards the stone deciphering area. Zhao Peng's eyes are sharp, and he quickly locks on to the figure of the master stonecutter. After some bargaining, the 2 sides reached a consensus, and the work of unlocking the stone officially began. The first thing to be unraveled is naturally the piece of raw stone carefully selected by Yi Lin. The master was focused. His movements were gentle and cautious. He carefully placed the stone on the machine and fixed it firmly. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a dazzling red light suddenly gushed out from the inside of the original stone, as if a round of red sun rising, dazzling, mesmerized. Surprisingly, it's a glassy red fei. The master of the stone deciphering master lost his voice and exclaimed. This voice was like a huge stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. The surrounding people who were originally busy with their own business were attracted over, and in the blink of an eye, the place was surrounded by a sea of people. Oh my god, such a high-quality red fei. This is the first time I've seen it in my life. There were exclamations of surprise from the crowd, people staring with wide-eyed disbelief, as if they were witnessing the birth of a miracle. Looking at the people with shocked faces and mouths wide open enough to stuff down eggs, Yi Feng secretly thought in his heart, if a few more pieces of superb yellow fei and purple fei are opened later, I really don't know to what extent they will go crazy. So he raised his arm and gently waved his palm, signaling the crowd to remain quiet. Gentlemen, please be at ease. There are still 3 pieces of raw stone left here that master has yet to unravel. After all the work of unraveling the stones is completed, it's not too late for all of you to come back and discuss. As Yi Feng's words fell, the originally noisy crowd gradually quieted down. The stone unraveling master took a deep breath, fixed his mind, and started to work on a new round of unraveling. Time passed by. About half an hour later, the 3 pieces of raw stone were finally completely unraveled. Presented in front of the eyes of the crowd were a piece of crystal clear purple fey, a piece of brightly colored yellow fey, and a piece of texture is slightly inferior, but still belongs to the top quality of the ice type of emerald. In an instant, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? The 4 pieces of raw stone were all cut up without exception. Even the worst one is an ice-grade jadeite. That's right. It's unbelievable that such rare red jadeite, purple jadeite and yellow jadeite all came from the same person. I even wonder if I'm not seeing things right. I must be dreaming. I'm afraid this kind of plot wouldn't even dare to be filmed in a TV show. Someone mumbled as if waking up from a dream. At this moment, a chubby middle-aged man, like a flexible fish, struggled to squeeze out from the crowd and said with a pleasing smile on his face, "I am Huang Yue, the general manager of Wanlong Jewelry, and I wonder if you are interested in selling these pieces of jadeite. Don't worry, the price is definitely not a problem." After saying that, he pulled out a business card like a magic trick and handed it to Yifeng. Yilin stared at Yifeng with a wary face, as if he was a thief who might take away the treasure, afraid that he would sell such a beautiful jadeite. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. He wasn't short of money, so how could he have the thought of selling the jadeite? He said to Huang Yue, "Mr. Huang, I'm really sorry. I don't have the idea of selling these pieces of jadeite. Please forgive me." Huang Yue was filled with regret, as if he had lost something precious, and said, "All right then, if you change your mind at any time and want to sell these pieces of jadeite, please feel free to contact me." Carrying the 4 precious pieces of jadeite in their arms, the 3 of them slowly left the raw stone quarry under the envious gazes of the crowd, and walked towards the nearby hotel, ready to take a good rest. At this moment, that raw stone stall owner looked at their distant backs and felt remorse in his heart. He quickly returned to his stall and carefully put away the several pieces of raw stones that he had originally regarded as treasures, deciding to unravel them himself to see if he could recoup some of his losses. At the same time, the surrounding crowd seemed like they were attracted by an invisible force, flocking to the stall owner's stall. In the blink of an eye, the raw stones on the stall were snapped up. Those who had bought the raw stones were excited and full of smiles, while those who had not been able to snatch their favorite raw stones were beating their chests and feeling remorseful. Those who bought the stones couldn't wait to go to the stone decomposition area, and scrambled to start decomposing the stones. However, the results were very disappointing. Only a few people were lucky enough to cut out some jadeite, but the quality of the stones was really hard to praise. At that moment, the stall owner also joined the ranks of the unstone. He stared nervously at the hands of the cutting machine, a knife down, a piece of egg-sized, crystal clear ice variety of jadeite in front of the eyes. This surprise left the stall owner ecstatic, excited, almost speechless. Back to the hotel, Zhao Peng eyes staring straight at Yifeng, see him uncomfortable. Goosebumps fall to the ground. Yifeng helplessly shook his head, then touched out the piece of ice seed jadeite from his pocket, threw it to Zhao Peng, and said with a slight flirtation, "Look at your appearance, where there is half a bit of Kyoto Zhao's son's appearance. If you let your old man see you must whip you hard." Too disgraceful to Zhao's family. Zhao Peng like a treasure to catch the emerald, and then carefully stuffed it into his arms, as if it was some rare treasure in general, for fear of the slightest damage. After he had packed up, he turned to Yifeng and said, "Brother Feng, you must not underestimate this piece of jadeite. Although it is not as good as the 3 pieces of jadeite, but if you get to the market to sell, but also absolutely considered to be a first-class goods, at least can be worth tens of millions of it." Sitting on the side of the Yilin was originally drowsy, heard this instantly awake, both eyes glowing to the side of Zhao Peng asked, "That my piece of red jadeite can be worth how much money Zhao Peng frowned and pondered for a moment, then replied, "I can't really say, but it's certainly not less than 100 million Chinese dollars. Looking at Yilin's eyes that were glittering and full of banknotes, Yifeng hurriedly interrupted her reverie with a voice and quickly proposed to go out for dinner together. As expected, food for Yilin is always in the first place. Just now she still can't forget the value of the emerald. At this moment she has long thrown this matter to the clouds. Can't wait to pull the two towards the hotel restaurant. Chapter 56, Meeting Mengyu again. The 3 of them walked into the restaurant, although they had long missed the peak dining time, but the store was still crowded and bustling. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the waitress, they arrived at a vacant table and sat down. Yilin couldn't wait to pick up the tablet handed to her by the waitress, tapping her fingers as if they were flying, and then handed the tablet to Yifeng and Zhao Peng. The two hurriedly scanned it before handing it back to the waiter. Looking at the reaction of the two of them, Yilin asked with a suspicious face, "Brother, Zhao Peng, aren't you guys hungry?" Black lines appeared on Yifeng's forehead and said helplessly, You've ordered enough for 5 people. What else can we order? If you can't finish it today, let's see how I'll clean you up. At this point, Zhao Peng finally couldn't hold back his laughter. But when he felt Yi Lin's murderous look, he immediately gathered his smile and explained, Yi Lin, don't think too much about it. I'm not laughing at your amazing appetite. It's just that I suddenly thought of my dog giving birth to a baby, so I'm especially happy. Hearing this, Yi Lin's cheeks unexpectedly flushed with an undetectable blush. Soon after, the waiters began to bring dishes to the table one after another. The 3 people ate and chatted. The atmosphere relaxed and happy. Just as they were immersed in the food and pleasant conversation, a familiar figure suddenly broke into Yi Feng's line of sight. That person was exactly his extremely gold-digging, long-broken-up ex-girlfriend, Meng Yu. At the moment, Meng Yu was dressed in a luxurious branded outfit, holding a middle-aged man on her arm as she walked towards the empty table beside them. At the same time, Meng Yu also noticed Yi Feng and looked at him provocatively. The middle-aged man seemed to notice that the atmosphere was a bit strange, and asked Meng Yu in a low voice, Honey, do you know them? Meng Yu had a look of contempt on her face as she replied, It's just a guy I dumped once. Don't worry dear, you're the only one in my heart. Hearing this, Yi Lin immediately pouted and muttered, I told you, why did the air suddenly become so unpleasant to smell? So it's because a Thai fox appeared. Meng Yu's face instantly clouded over. She angrily pointed her finger at Yi Lin and cursed, You little, how dare you scold me? Then, as if she had suffered a great grievance, she violently jumped into the middle-aged man's arms. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Feng's trio with a watery face, and said with a cold voice, I am the chairman of Hong Kong City's Fuda Group. Lu Fuda, Milky Boys, don't be too arrogant. This sea of Australia City is very deep. If you are not careful, you will be buried in the belly of a fish. Hey, this little beauty, why don't you come over and share a drink with brother? As long as you are willing, brother can buy you a variety of brand name bags guaranteed to let you linger. Happy, hearing what Lu Fuda said, Yi Lin was burning with anger. Thinking that this dead fat man dared to have bad intentions towards herself, she copied the water cup on the table and threw it at the other party without hesitation. Caught off guard by the splash-soaked Lu Fuda instantly furious. He never expected that someone dared to use water to splash himself. He had never expected that someone would dare to splash himself with water. Just as he angrily raised his palm and prepared to teach Yi Lin a lesson, Zhao Peng at the side stood up suddenly and kicked him to the ground. Lu Fuda covered his chest in pain. His face was gloomy to the extreme as he glared viciously at Zhao Peng. His eyes seemed to be itching to break Zhao Peng into pieces immediately. Seeing this, Meng Yu, who was on the side, rushed forward anxiously and pulled Lu Fuda up, asking with a concerned face, Honey, are you alright? Are there any injuries? Then, her eyes widened angrily and she turned her head to Yi Feng and angrily rebuked, Yi Feng, you're in big trouble now. Don't think that you can be so arrogant and domineering just because you have a bit of stinking money. Compared to our chairman Lu, you are simply worse than an ant. You're just waiting for your revenge. Yi Feng slowly stood up, his eyes coldly staring at the pair in front of him. He never expected that Lu Fuda would dare to openly molest his sister and even attempt to hit her. If he didn't give the other party a little color today, he was afraid that this person would become more aggressive in the future. Thus, Yi Feng took a step towards the 2 men and said coldly, Meng Yu, nowadays you are actually still this vain and foolish. Originally, I almost forgot about you, but on the contrary, you still have to take the initiative to appear in front of me and get in my way. As for you, Lu Fuda, if you really want to seek revenge, then feel free to let the horse over. I'm always waiting for you. Only, I'm afraid that the consequences are not something you can afford at that time. As soon as the words fell, Yi Feng secretly operated a trace of spiritual energy and silently injected it into Lu Fuda's body. This trace of spiritual energy quickly traveled between the meridians in Lu Fuda's body and destroyed one of the key parts of the meridians with precision and accuracy. Since then, Lu Fuda lost the ability he should have as a man forever. Zhao Peng on the side playfully bragged to Yi Lin about the bravery of his kick just now. Seeing Yi Feng lecturing the duo, he also rushed over and said provocatively, Lu Fuda right, I'm Zhao Peng. If you have the ability to come and retaliate if I frown at the little master, I'll take your surname. Lu Fuda's heart is very clear. His own this time is considered to be planted, but can only wait to go back later to find another way to revenge. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to barely get up from the ground, viciously dropping a few threatening words before dragging Meng Yu away in a hurry. As soon as the 2 of them returned to the house, Meng Yu began to cry, My dear, they actually dared to treat you like this. They definitely can't be let off easily. They must be taught a hard lesson. At this moment, Lu Fuda is also burning with rage. After all, he has never suffered this kind of shame since he grew up so big. So he gritted his teeth and responded, Don't worry about it. This revenge will not be reported as not a gentleman. I'm sure that they're not finished, but right now well, you first help me dissipate the fire. Hearing this, Mengyu's face instantly swept through a touch of imperceptible revulsion, but quickly returned to a delicate and charming attitude, and squatted down to prepare to serve Lu Fuda. But no matter how hard she teased, Lu Fuda always had no reaction, only to see Lu Fuda's face more and more gloomy like a black charcoal, violently pushed Mengyu away. In his heart, he also wondered, his body has never had any problems, how could he suddenly become so like this? On the other side, Yilin said to Yifeng with a guilty heart, brother, was I too impulsive and caused you trouble? Yifeng gently stroked her head and said in relief, Lin, you didn't do anything wrong. Treating this kind of person should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he'll think you're a good bully and in turn intensify his behavior. Chapter 57 Arrival in Hong Kong City. Hearing her brother's words, the haze on Yilin's face instantly dissipated. She pulled Yifeng's hand tightly and said excitedly, brother, let's go shopping tomorrow. I heard that the Oching shopping center is very big. Her words were full of anticipation. At this time, Zhao Peng, who was on the side, interjected, if we want to go shopping, I think it's better to go to Hong Kong City. It's a famous shopping paradise. Not only do they have a wide variety of goods with everything you need, but the latest styles of various fashion trends will be the first to be launched there. As he spoke, there was a glint in his eyes. Yilin's eyes instantly lit up when she heard Zhao Peng's words and looked at Yifeng with a longing face, as if she was waiting for his decision. Yifeng couldn't bear to disappoint his sister, so he nodded his head readily and agreed to their proposal. With that, the three of them agreed to take the ferry to Hong Kong City early tomorrow morning to start a shopping trip. Afterward, the three people each returned to their own rooms. Yifeng sat on the edge of the bed, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to Li Xiana. Xiana, did you tell uncle and auntie about us? When would it be more appropriate for me to pay a visit? At this moment, Li Xiana, who had already returned to the dormitory, was lying on the bed looking at her cell phone, and when she saw the message sent by Yifeng, the corners of her mouth could not help but spread a sweet smile. She quickly replied, Brother Feng, after I finish my exams, let's go home together. My mom has been looking forward to meeting you. The words revealed a full of joy. Receiving Li Xiana's reply, the stone hanging in Yifeng's heart finally landed. He also felt extraordinarily happy to learn that his uncle and aunt agreed to his visit. What do uncle and aunt like? This is my first time at home. If I am empty-handed, I won't be kicked out by my future mother-in-law? Li Xiana was said by Yifeng, this future mother-in-law. Her face swished red, thought for a moment and replied, this has to be your own choice. If you don't choose well, you won't be able to marry such a lovely wife as me. Brother Feng, I'm going to study first, you think about what gift to buy. When the roommates saw Li Xiana holding her cell phone and giggling, they knew that she must be chatting with senior Yifeng again. Bing Li joked, yo, our Xiana wants a man. I think you should just marry Mr. Yifeng now. You can get married in college anyway. Nan also followed and agreed, I think nah. Our Xiana has long been taken by Yifeng Sr. Before she did not return to the dormitory several times. Must be with Yifeng Sr. to go to the world of two people. Li Xiana was teased by them. Her face immediately reddened to the root of her ears. Although she and Yifeng hadn't broken through that layer of relationship yet, but in her heart, she had already decided that she was Yifeng's person. You guys don't think like that, La. It's really not what you think it is, Li Xiana retorted with a blushing face. Sun Jingjing responded mischievously, Aya, an explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. Xiana, look at your face red like an apple. After some laughing and joking, the dormitory returned to quiet. Meanwhile, Yifeng was feeling very torn. After all, this was the first time he met his future mother-in-law. What gift could be both decent and fitting? After careful consideration, he felt that this gift should not be perfunctory. It seems that when he goes to Hong Kong City tomorrow, he has to choose carefully. Early the next morning, under Yilin's repeated urging, the three of them rushed to the pier early and boarded the ferry to sail to the harbor city. After about half an hour had passed, they successfully arrived at their destination, Harbor City. Immediately after, they stopped a cab and headed towards Harbor City, the most well-known shopping mecca in Harbor City. Harbor City Central Hospital. Lu Fuda face ugly sitting in front of an old man. The old man is the most famous male specialist in Harbor City, Wu Mingxian. Since yesterday his little brother did not anyway after the early morning rushed back to the Harbor City, but until now there is no reaction. Wu Mingxian frowned, carefully scrutinized the test report in his hand. After a moment of silence, sighed softly, Lu Ba, according to this report, all aspects of your body's functions are normal, and there is no abnormality. Think about it, could it be due to too much hard work or too much psychological pressure recently? After hearing this, Lu Fuda pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, during this period of time, He had indulged with the charming menu, and had indeed overindulged a bit. In that case, he did need to exercise a little restraint in the future. However, despite these thoughts, the deepest worries in his heart did not dissipate. He always felt that this time the situation was unusual, although he was already getting old. Occasionally there would be a feeling of power failure, but by no means to no reaction. Elder Wu, can you really be sure that everything is fine? I always feel that this time is a bit strange. Or you'd better prescribe me some special medicine. Lu Fuda's face was full of suspicion, and he persistently pleaded. Wu Mingxian helplessly shook his head, secretly pondering in his heart. These so-called special effect medicines can certainly produce quick results, but the damage they cause to the body should not be underestimated. Faced with Lu Fuda's repeated insistence, Wu Mingxian finally had to reluctantly prescribe some effective drugs, but at the same time, he also warned Lu Fuda to use it with caution. Yi Feng, Yi Lin and Zhao Ping arrived at the Harbor City shopping center together. As soon as they stepped into Harbor City, Yi Lin was attracted by the beautiful decoration in front of her. Gorgeous chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Dazzling, the walls were covered with exquisite wallpapers with delicate and artistic patterns. The floor was covered with smooth marble flooring, reflecting a bright light. Everything was so mesmerizing, as if they were in a dreamlike world. Brother, I'll go shopping by myself. He. You also hurry up and go pick out some gifts for Sister Xiana, Yi Lin said excitedly, then dashed into the mall like a happy bird. Yi Feng was a bit uneasy about letting his sister run around alone, fearing that she would cause any trouble again. So, he turned his head to Zhao Ping beside him and said, Zhao Ping, you'd better follow up and watch over Lin Lin. Don't let her get into trouble. I'll go around by myself. After making the arrangements, Yi Feng started to stroll around the huge shopping center alone, while admiring the wide array of goods around him. He thought about what kind of gift he should choose to express his respect and sincerity to Xiana's parents. As he walked, Yi Feng stumbled upon a store called Hong Kong and China Nutritional Products Store. The door of the store was open, and there was a wide variety of nutritional supplements and healthcare products on display inside. Just as he was hesitating whether to go in and take a look, a sales clerk noticed him and took the initiative to greet him warmly. Hello, sir. Welcome to our Hong Kong and China Nutritional Supplement Store. We have a variety of rare nutritional products as well as high-quality healthcare products that can meet the needs of different people. Whether it's a gift for your parents to show your love, or a gift for your girlfriend to pass on your feelings, it's all a very good choice. Do you have any special needs? Or I can recommend a few suitable products for you according to your requirements. The sales clerk introduced with a smile. Chapter 58 Shopping. Yi Feng looked at the clerk with such enthusiasm, so he opened his mouth and said, I'm thinking of purchasing some gifts for my future in-laws. I wonder if you can give me some recommendations. As soon as the clerk heard that Yi Feng wanted to buy gifts for his future in-laws, his eyes immediately lit up. He smiled warmly and said, Sir, you are really thoughtful. We have many gifts here that are suitable for elders, such as exquisite teas, high-level healthcare products, and fine handicrafts. If your in-laws like to sip tea, then our Longjing tea or pu'er tea is definitely a good choice. If they pay attention to health, we have a wide range of healthcare products to satisfy different needs. If they like to collect, our handicrafts are also highly distinctive and valuable. Yi Feng said after thinking a little, I wonder if you can recommend me some high-grade nutritional products specifically. The clerk looked at Yi Feng thinking, she knew that Yi Feng was a powerful young man, and would definitely not be sloppy in his choice of gifts. So, he started to recommend some high-grade nutritional products to Yi Feng. Sir, if you want to buy high-grade nutritional products, we have several models here that are very good choices. First of all, we have an imported fish oil health product, which is rich in omega-3 fatty acids and is very beneficial to cardiovascular health. Secondly, we also have a bird's nest product. Bird's nest is a natural tonic that can nourish and tonify the kidneys, beautify and nourish the face, and is loved by the rich and the stars. Yi Feng listened to the introduction of the clerk and couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart. At that moment, Yi Feng did not hesitate to say to the clerk, those nutrients you just introduced and the tea, give me 5 copies of the same. Originally, Yi Feng not only wanted to prepare gifts for his parents-in-law, but also planned to bring one each to his parents and his girlfriend, Li Xiana, to show his feelings. After the clerk heard this, a very pleased expression immediately appeared on his face. After all, if she could facilitate such a big deal, she would definitely get a lot of commission. So, she said to Yi Feng in a respectful manner, Okay sir, please wait here for a moment. I will immediately go and help you wrap these gifts beautifully. Yi Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. After the payment was made, he left the store amidst the shopkeeper's enthusiastic farewell. Walking out of the store, Yi Feng looked around and realized that there was no one around to notice him. Afterwards, he quickly walked to a secluded and unoccupied corner, and with a thought, he collected all the gifts into the system space. Only after doing these things did Jifeng let out a sigh of relief, and then continued to wander around the streets with a big swing. Meanwhile, in another corner of the mall, Yilin was immersed in the joy of crazy shopping, but Zhao Peng, who was following her, was in agony at the moment only to see that he was covered with all kinds of handbags, which made him look like a moving shelf. Zhao Peng looked at Yilin with a sad face and begged almost with a crying voice, "My little auntie, we have bought enough, right? I really don't have any more room to hang anything on my body." Yilin couldn't help but laugh out when she heard Zhao Peng's words. She looked at the handbags hanging all over Zhao Peng's body and also felt that it was a bit too much. So, she nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's go take a rest first," Yilin said. The two of them found a rest area and sat down. Yilin began to organize her loot. She picked up a handbag containing a beautiful dress she had just bought, and looked at the shoes she had just bought and nodded in satisfaction. After a while, as if Yilin remembered something important, she suddenly got up, placed the handbag in her hand on the ground, and then walked back without hesitation. Zhao Peng, who was sitting on the side, was completely puzzled, secretly muttering in his heart, "Is it possible that this young lady really intends to move the entire mall back home?" Not long after, only to see Yilin carrying two big bags ran back in a hurry, her mouth still chattering, "Oops, almost left the latest Chanel suit behind. Luckily, there are still two sets here. I'll keep one for myself and give the other one to Xiana. He. Well, let's hurry to find my brother. I do not know what he has picked what baby." At this very moment, Yifeng had just finished his shopping and was about to put the Patek Philippe watches, LV belts and wallets he had purchased into his system space. This time, he had put in a lot of blood, buying dozens of watches and a dozen belts and wallets in one go. These were all carefully selected by him, and he intended to keep them as gifts for his friends and relatives in the future. Just as Yifeng stepped out of that unnoticed corner, he happened to collide with Yilin and Zhao Peng, who were walking this way. Yilin frowned, her eyes filled with doubt and suspicion, staring closely at Yifeng, and opened her mouth to question, "Brother, why did you appear here? It couldn't be that you tailed the pretty young lady over here, right?" When Yifeng heard this, 3 black lines appeared on his forehead, and he secretly muttered in his heart, in the eyes of his own old sister, could he be such an unpleasant person? He helplessly spread his hands and explained with a bitter smile, "I thought this was a restroom, so I wanted to come in and take a look." Who knew it was actually a safe passage? Yilin did not dispel her doubts after hearing this, but shifted her gaze to the empty-handed Yifeng, and asked, "Brother, you've been wandering around for half a day, and you didn't buy anything? Look at Zhao Peng. He gave me a bunch of things." Between words, she reached out towards Zhao Peng beside her and pointed. At this time, Zhao Peng's whole body is full of large and small shopping bags, living like a human-shaped coat rack in general. Seeing this, Yifeng tried to hold back his laughter and replied calmly, "I've already asked the shopkeeper to mail the stuff directly back to Magic City. Carrying so many objects in your hand, how troublesome." Looking at Yilin, who still wanted to continue to ask questions, Yifeng quickly changed the subject and said, "You should also hurry up and take care of the things you want to send. Look at Zhao Peng's appearance of being covered in handbags. Don't you feel sorry for him?" After saying that, Yifeng used his divine sense to quickly scan the surrounding area, looking for a nearby store where he could mail the items, and led the two of them to walk quickly. After arriving at their destination, under the warm reception of the store's staff, they quickly and smoothly completed all the mailing procedures. Just then, Zhao Peng suddenly received a phone call from the capital. His father's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone, urging him to rush back home immediately. Zhao Peng said with a grave expression, "Brother Feng, Yilin, I'm really sorry, there are some urgent matters at home. I must rush back to Kyoto immediately." Yifeng nodded slightly and said, "No matter, feel free to contact me anytime." After saying that, Zhao Peng quickly went to the Hong Kong City airport like an arrow leaving the string, took the earliest flight, and sped towards Kyoto like a flying bird. Chapter 59, The Wildflower Sect. Yilin looked at Zhao Peng walking away, and the originally high mood of fun in her heart instantly dissipated. She turned her head and said softly to Yifeng beside her, "Brother, why don't we also return to Magic City? I suddenly miss Sister Xiana." Yifeng silently nodded his head in agreement. Immediately after, the two siblings embarked on their return journey together, heading towards Magic City. On the other hand, Lu Fuda was also informed of the situation at this moment. He was enraged and led a group of his men to the Harbor City shopping center in a furious manner. However, unfortunately, they were one step too slow after all when they arrived. Yifeng and the other three had long disappeared without a trace. Perhaps for Lu Fuda, this was not a kind of luck. If he had really met with Yifeng, I'm afraid he would have regretted it too late. Turning his gaze back to the Zhao family in Kyoto, the family head, Zhao Jian, was gazing at his eldest son, Zhao Xingyu, with a serious face, and asked in a low tone, "Is the information you have received reliable or not? Lord Father, please don't worry. This news is true. My younger brother clashed with Han Shaoqing in Magic City, and although the Han family did their best to block the news, the fact that Han Shaoqing was seriously injured with a broken arm, and was later cured by Qi Lao, was still passed out by the eyes that I arranged to lurk within the Han family." Zhao Xingyu replied with earnest words. Zhao Jian nodded slightly in agreement, then said in a grave tone, "All right, everything will be finalized when Xiao Peng returns. The most important thing at the moment is to pay close attention to the Han family's every move. Never take it lightly, and beware of any retaliatory actions they may take." At this moment, the Magic City International Airport was crowded. Yi Feng and Yi Lin had just walked off the airplane. Just as they were about to stop a cab to return, a woman suddenly blocked their way. Yi Feng lifted his head, fixed his eyes on the woman and realized that she looked familiar. It turned out that she was none other than Xie Shaoqing from the greenhouse. Seeing Xie Shaoqing welcoming up with a smile on her face, she said to Yi Feng, "Mr. Yi, it's really a pleasure to meet you. My lady has long admired Mr. Yi's talent, and has sent my slave to invite Mr. Yi to have a talk, so I implore you to enjoy your time." Yi Feng secretly pondered in his heart. Ever since the last time he witnessed the situation after Zhao Peng was charmed, he began to suspect that Hua Linger might also be a cultivator. Holding the idea of finding out what was going on, he decided to go with the flow and agreed to Xie Shaoqing's request and let Yi Lin return to the Cloud Villa first, while he himself followed Xie Shaoqing and left together. About half an hour later, the two of them arrived at a quiet courtyard on the outskirts of the city. Hua Linger had already waited here for a long time. Seeing Yi Feng arrive as promised, she hurriedly bowed down and said in a delicate voice, "Mr. Yi's great presence has made my daughter overjoyed. I still hope that Mr. Yi will move inside and we will talk about it in detail." After saying that, she personally led Yi Feng into the house. When the two of them walked into the room, Hua Linger was about to open her mouth to speak when she was suddenly interrupted by Yi Feng. "Miss Hua, since you purposely invited me here, you must have already investigated and understood my situation in advance, right? We are all open people, so let's not beat around the bush. There is something you might as well say directly." Hua Linger saw that Yi Feng was this straightforward and refreshing, so she no longer continued with the fake pleasantries, only to see her faintly smile and said, "My daughter has always admired and respected your talent. If I can let you serve as our sex agent in China, it would be great." But after some in-depth investigation only to find out that the original son you may also be a powerful martial artist. "Oh really sorry the little girl before really have eyes not recognized Taishan. Please son more tolerance I don't know what kind of cultivation realm you are in now." Yi Feng used his divine sense to quickly scan the whole body of Hua Linger, as he expected this woman is indeed a real cultivator, and its own realm has reached the peak of the qi refining stage, so it seems that may be able to obtain from her body to some news of the cultivation world. "Well, I just managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage not too long ago," Yi Feng replied in a calm tone. Hua Linger was shocked when she heard this. She originally thought that Yi Feng was just an ordinary martial artist, but she didn't want the other party to be a cultivator, and had already stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Such a qualification was a rare sight. If he could be brought into the clan, it would greatly enhance the strength of the clan. So, Hua Linger said to Yi Feng with a sincere face, "Mr. Yi, today I have seen your extraordinary talent. I deeply admire you. Here, on behalf of the 100 Flowers sect, Hua Linger solemnly invites you to take up the position of honorary elder of the sect." I don't know what you think. When Yi Feng heard this, he didn't answer immediately, but asked the system in his mind. "System, if I purchase the position of honorary elder of the 100 Flowers sect, is this considered an act of consumption? Also, if I use spirit stones to pay for the expenses required for this position, then will I also be able to receive a corresponding cashback?" Soon after, the system gave a reply. "Host, please rest assured that if it's a purchase of a position, it falls under the category of consumption, and for the consumption of spirit stones, the same cashback can be obtained. Specifically, for every one lower-grade spirit stone consumed, 1 point can be gained. For every one medium-grade spirit stone consumed, 100 points can be gained, and so on." Hearing the system's answer, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. He had finally gotten the answer he wanted and could make his decision with confidence and boldness. Afterward, he ended the conversation with the system and redirected his gaze to Hua Linger in front of him. "Miss Hua, I wonder if the positions in your sect can be sold. For example, how many spirit stones does an elder require? And how many spirit stones does a supreme elder require?" Hearing this, Hua Linger was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. She really couldn't figure out what this Yi Feng actually meant. He refused to take the free honorary elder. Did he still want to spend spirit stones to buy it? "Mr. Yi, the clan has never had a precedent of selling a position. I really don't have the knowledge." Yi Feng, however, said with disinterest, then you can contact the sect. Well, I'll offer 30. No, I'll offer 50 extreme spirit stones to purchase the position of honorary supreme elder. Hua Linger was shocked beyond words at this point. As the holy maiden of Hundred Flowers sect, her yearly cultivation resources were only 50 medium-grade spirit stones, while Yi Feng opened his mouth with 50 extreme-grade spirit stones. Is he crazy? With so many spirit stones, wouldn't it be better to use them himself? Under Yi Feng's constant urging, she hurriedly went to contact the Hundred Flowers sect leader, and after explaining the situation, she began to anxiously wait for the outcome of the Hundred Flowers sect's deliberation. Chapter 60, Buying a Supreme Elder. The atmosphere in the Hundred Flower sect's council hall was grave. Patriarch Hua Li and all the elders were sitting around, discussing a matter with serious expressions. Patriarch, this is unbelievable. Not to mention that Foundation Establishment stage loose cultivator who is only in his early 20s. But how is this possible with those 50 extreme spirit stones alone? Our entire clan's reserve of top-grade spirit stones is only this much. An elder frowned, his tone filled with skepticism. Another elder chimed in. Yes, Patriarch, it would be somewhat believable to say that it's a top-grade spirit stone, but this extreme-grade spirit stone is really unimaginable. At this time, Hua Li slowly stood up and swept his gaze over every elder present before saying steadily, Elders, in fact, even I myself am not entirely convinced. However, if he is truly able to take out 50 extreme spirit stones, then we might as well grant him the position of an honorary Taishang elder. If he is unable to do so, granting him the title of an honorary elder would not be out of the question. After all, such a talented person, even if he can't provide substantial help, it won't be too much of a loss to our sect, but will instead help to enhance the sect's overall strength. After much deliberation and heated discussion, all the elders eventually expressed their approval of Hua Li's proposal and decided to relay the news to Hua Linger. After Hua Linger received the news, she didn't dare to have the slightest delay and immediately found Yi Feng and told him the good news. Mr. Yi, the sect has agreed to the proposal you made earlier. As long as you are able to take out 50 top-grade spirit stones as a contribution to the sect, then the sect master will personally grant you the position of honorary supreme elder. Yi Feng was overjoyed when he heard this news, but he was worried that Hua Linger would suddenly change her mind, so he didn't hesitate to take out 50 extreme-grade spirit stones from his system space and quickly handed them over to Hua Linger. After all, this wasn't just a simple 50 spirit stones, it represented a huge amount of points. Right at this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in Yi Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully spent 50 top-grade spirit stones, and have been rewarded with 50 million points. Yi Feng immediately smiled with joy and was in an exceptionally happy mood. Such a large amount of points meant that he could purchase many long-desired goodies. At this moment, Hua Linger looked at Yi Feng, who was smiling from ear to ear due to his excitement, and couldn't help but be infected with a light laugh. She had never imagined that the usually graceful and dignified Yi Gongzi would have such an innocent and cute side. Immediately after, Hua Linger said to Yi Feng, Mr. Yi, since the sect has agreed to your conditions, I wonder when it would be convenient for you to make a trip to the sect. On one hand, you can meet with all the disciples of the sect and familiarize yourself with each other. On the other hand, you can also receive the identity token that belongs to you. Yi Feng thought for a moment and then replied, I've been a bit busy lately, so I really can't spare the time. When I am free, I will definitely tell you in advance. At this moment, Zhao Peng had already arrived at the Kyoto residence. Just as his front foot stepped into the door of the house, his back foot was tightly pulled by his older brother, Zhao Xingyu, and he ran straight towards where his father was. Brother, what exactly happened? Pops is so anxious for me to rush back? I haven't caused any trouble lately, nor have I lost any money. Zhao Xingyu's face was grave as he responded with a taut face. You haven't caused any trouble? Then did Han Shaoqing cause the injuries on his body himself? Cut the crap. Father is waiting to ask you. The two hurriedly arrived at Zhao Construction's study and stood aside respectfully, afraid of disturbing their father, who was wielding his ink and writing a piece of calligraphy. Zhao Construction scrutinized a masterpiece of calligraphy he had just completed, revealing a look of satisfaction, and then asked in a flat tone, Xiao Peng, tell us the truth about your conflict with Han Shaoqing. Zhao Peng saw his father's seriousness and knew that he couldn't hide it, so he recounted the story of going to the greenhouse with Yi Feng's siblings and encountering Hua Linger, and also mentioned that Han Shaoqing's men had attacked Yi Lin, but had been defeated and crippled by Yi Feng's guards. Zhao Construction, who had heard the whole story, was deeply shocked. A Grandmaster level guard. This Yi Feng's background is so horrible, that Han Shaoqing is also lucky. Not being killed on the spot is already a blessing. Then, his face blossomed into a smile as kind as the spring breeze, said softly, Pang Ah, how is your relationship with this Yi Feng? If you have time, invite him to our home as a guest. Zhao Peng proudly pulled out the ice jadeite in his arms. Showing off. My relationship with Brother Feng is very iron. This piece of jadeite is given to me by Brother Feng. He. If it wasn't for your call to urge me to come back, I would have had to play in Hong Kong City for 2 more days with Brother Feng and Yilin. Looking at Zhao Peng who was gloating there, Zhao Xingyu couldn't help but feel a little funny. This kid is really a fool with a fool's luck. He was able to make friends with such a marvelous big shot. Does he have to learn how to be a loser like him in the future? At this time, Yi Feng had already returned to the Cloud Villa in Magic City. He was browsing through the system mall in his study, as if he was exploring an endless treasure. He was pleasantly surprised to find that spirit stones could also be purchased in the mall, and the exchange ratio was 1 to 100, which was a great deal. It seemed like he could exchange spirit stones for more points in the future. In the end, he didn't hesitate to exchange a space core and 500 extreme spirit stones, spending a total of 6 million points. Although the other things were also tempting, he couldn't use them for the time being, so he didn't exchange them. System, use the spatial core to upgrade the system space. Yi Feng softly chanted. Host, the system space has begun to upgrade. It is expected to take 12 hours, during which time the system space cannot be used. Accompanied by the cold electronic sound, Yi Feng knew that the next thing to do was to wait patiently. However, he didn't intend to wait. After the system space started upgrading, Yi Feng left the study. As he passed by the living room, he called out to Yilin in passing, and the 2 siblings walked towards the dining room with a smile on their faces. At this moment, the restaurant was already filled with a tantalizing aroma. It turned out that Bai Jia had already ordered her subordinates to prepare a sumptuous dinner in advance. The table full of exquisite and delicious delicacies made Yilin salivate, and she couldn't wait to rush to the table and feast. Yi Feng stood by the side, looking at his sister who was devouring the food. He couldn't help but reveal a doting smile, thinking to himself, this girl is really an uncompromising snacker. Once she saw something delicious, she could put everything behind her. What's even more amazing is that no matter how she eats, she doesn't gain weight. Lin, eat slowly. No one is stealing from you. Be careful not to choke. Look at you eating like this. How can you marry in the future? Yi Feng half-jokingly teased. However, Yilin didn't care about her brother's words and mumbled indistinctly as she ate. Humph. If I can't get married, then I won't get married. Anyway, there's still brother and sister Shana. You guys can raise me. He. After saying that, she picked up another piece of braised pork and stuffed it into her mouth and ate it with gusto. Chapter 61, Accepting Wei Ziyuan as an Apprentice. After the siblings finished their meal, Yilin went back upstairs to rest, while Yi Feng had the idea of going out for a walk. Since obtaining this system, he hadn't strolled the streets like this for a long time. At the moment, under the dim light of the street lamps, he walked without any goal in mind, sweeping his eyes over the figures around him who were still busy. Not so long ago, he himself was in the midst of all these people, striving for a better life, going all out. However, nowadays, he was already in possession of an uncountable amount of wealth and had successfully stepped into the field of cultivation, which could be described as transcendent and above the crowd. Without realizing it, Yi Feng had already walked to the old woman who was selling snacks at the roadside. Seeing Yi Feng approaching, the old woman's face blossomed into a kind and friendly smile and asked softly, "Young man, what do you want to eat?" Yi Feng smiled faintly and replied, "Granny, you watch and iron a few skewers for me." The old woman responded cheerfully, pointing to a small bench next to the stall, and enthusiastically greeted, "Young man, you first sit down and wait for a while. When I'm done, I'll bring it over to you right away." Soon after, the old woman smilingly carried a big bowl, lightly placed it in front of Yi Feng, softly said, "Young man, if you don't have enough to eat, just tell Granny. I'll heat some more for you. Don't worry, Granny sends you. No need to pay extra. Nowadays, you young people are under too much pressure, and your wages are not high. Granny doesn't have much ability, so it's still not a problem for you to have a full meal." Looking at the steaming hot spicy hot pot in front of him, Yi Feng slowly ate. Although it was not delicious enough, it warmed his heart. Watching Yi Feng finish eating the spicy hot pot, the old woman smiled joyfully. However, this harmonious scene was mercilessly broken by several fierce men, only to see the 3 depictions of dragons and phoenixes, grim-faced youths, such as hungry tigers, escorted a 16-year-old boy, student-like, came to the front of the stall. One of them, with a fierce face, as if he were a vicious god, roared fiercely, "Granny Wei, your family Wei Ziyuan has just scratched my car with his bicycle. I don't want to blackmail you. I only want $2,000. Otherwise, don't blame the 3 of us for being ruthless." Seeing Wei Ziyuan in such a sorry state, Granny Zhang shouted anxiously, "Don't hurt my grandson. I'm willing to compensate you for your losses." Before the words left her mouth, She quickly reached into her bosom and took out a handkerchief that had been washed white and carefully unfolded it. One of the youths, quick as a flash, snatched the handkerchief and began to carefully count the bills inside. However, when he realized that the total was only 300 or so, he was instantly enraged. "Old woman, how dare you tease me? Humph, it looks like I have to give you grandchildren a little color." After saying that, he raised his foot and viciously kicked Wei Ziyuan's abdomen, only to hear a mournful howl ringing out. Creepy. It turned out that just in the nick of time, Yi Feng made a decisive move, only to see that young man as if he was hit by an invisible force. He immediately fell to the ground holding his feet. Yi Feng slowly got up and looked at Wei Ziyuan and said, "All right, now tell us what happened." Seeing this, Wei Ziyuan hurriedly explained to Grandma and Yi Feng, "Grandma, this big brother, the truth is not as they say. I didn't scrape their car at all, but rather, on my way home on my bike, I was intentionally knocked down by them, and not only did I suffer a severe beating, but I was also forcibly brought here." At this time, the other youth glared viciously at Yi Feng and gritted his teeth. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, don't mind your own business, or else I won't blame me for cleaning up even you." Seeing that Yi Feng was unresponsive, the two immediately swung their fists and pounced over. However, in a split second, Yi Feng's figure flickered, and those two people were like being hit by an invisible force. They flew backward and fell to the ground viciously. Wei Ziyuan on the side watched with jaws agape, secretly thinking in his heart, could this be the legendary martial arts master? He had always been fascinated by martial arts novels, and since he was a child, he had dreamed of one day becoming a supreme master and eradicating all injustices in the world. Yi Feng's face sank like water as he coldly scolded the three youths. "Get lost. If you dare to come and cause trouble again, you will not blame me for making it impossible for you to ever get up." Granny Wei saw that Yi Feng drove away those three people and hurriedly pulled Wei Ziyuan forward to thank him. At this moment, Wei Ziyuan was full of expectation and asked, "Brother Yi, can you take me as your disciple and teach me martial arts?" Yi Feng couldn't help but be stunned at his words, thinking that this Wei Ziyuan was really an interesting person who wanted to worship himself as a teacher. One must know that he was a cultivator. Not just anyone could step onto this cultivation path, so he asked the system, "Is there any way to check if a person is suitable for cultivation?" Host, you only need to spend 100 points to test the cultivation qualification of others. Oh, hearing the system's reply, Yi Feng thought briefly and decided that it would be better to test whether Wei Ziyuan really possessed cultivation potential before making any plans. Immediately after that, he gave the command, "System, then help me detect whether Wei Ziyuan possesses cultivation qualifications." A moment later, the system gave the results. Name, Wei Ziyuan. Qualification, top grade. Enlightenment, top grade. Chi-luck, top grade. Seeing Wei Ziyuan's excellent qualification conditions, Yi Feng secretly muttered in his heart, thinking that it seemed like a good thing to accept such a disciple for fun. At this moment, Wei Ziyuan was looking at Yi Feng with bated breath, his heart filled with apprehension and anticipation. He knew that this mysterious figure in front of him might be the key to changing his fate, so he didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Finally, after a period of silence, Yi Feng spoke with a serious expression. "Are you really determined to worship me as your teacher?" When Wei Ziyuan heard this, he nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, stating that he would definitely not miss this rare opportunity. "All right, since you are so sincere and determined to worship me as your master, then I will accept you as my disciple." Yi Feng agreed with a smile. Wei Ziyuan was so excited that his hands danced and jumped excitedly like a child. At this time, it was getting late, so he left his contact information to Wei Ziyuan and told him that he still had some things to deal with on his side, and that he would come back to bring him to cultivate after everything was done. After saying that, Yi Feng turned around and walked towards the Cloud Villa. Wei Ziyuan, who remained in the same place, was still immersed in joy. He tightly pulled Granny Wei beside him and yelled with excitement, "Granny, do you know? I finally have a master. In the future, I will be able to learn powerful martial arts and protect you well." His words were full of longing and anticipation for the future. Granny Wei looked at her grandson with love and relief, tears glistening in her eyes. She smiled faintly but did not reply. She understands that this child has finally grown up and started to understand responsibility and commitment. Perhaps this is the best arrangement of fate. Chapter 62. Meet the Parents' Eye. The next morning, when the morning sun was slightly exposed, Yi Feng got up early. Today is the last day of Li Xiaona's examination. He secretly calculated in his heart, want Li Xiaona a unique surprise. Yi Feng walked towards the garage. His eyes swept over the vehicles parked there, and finally selected the luxurious and honorable Cullinan sedan. The roar of the engine sounded, and the car sped out like a wild horse, heading towards a neighboring flower store. As soon as he stepped into the flower store, The owner, the young and beautiful girl, greeted him and asked with a smile on her face, "Little handsome, what kind of flowers do you need?" Yifeng replied boldly, "Red roses, just fill up the trunk of my car." Seeing Yifeng's huge demand, the shopkeeper hurriedly called his boyfriend, who was busy at the back of the store, to help. The two of them worked together and started to carefully arrange the car full of roses. After a lot of hard work, a long time later, it was finally accomplished. They skillfully used these delicate red roses to put together a lifelike heart shape in the trunk. Yifeng scrutinized the masterpiece in front of him, very satisfied, and then gently placed the necklace of the eternal heart, which he had won in the charity auction, on top of the heart-shaped roses, and then finished the payment and drove away, heading straight to the Magic City University. At this time during the examination period, there were not many people on the campus. Yifeng drove slowly, arrived in front of Li Xiana's dormitory building and quietly waited for her to appear. Half an hour passed, and the outside of the examination center gradually became lively as the people taking the exam began to walk out of the classroom in twos and threes. Among the crowd, a familiar figure caught Yifeng's attention. It was Li Xiana, who had just finished the exam, only to see her with a smile on her face, walking towards Yifeng with a brisk pace. "Brother Feng, it's great to see you right after the exam," Li Xiana said with a heart full of joy, looking at the girl with a bright smile in front of her. Yifeng smiled gently before leading her to the back of the car. "I have a small gift for you." As soon as the words fell, he gently opened the trunk. The trunk slowly rose, and an elaborate heart-shaped bouquet was displayed in front of Li Xiana's eyes. Brightly colored red roses clustered into the shape of a heart, emitting a charming fragrance. Li Xiana's eyes widened and her face was filled with surprise and emotion. She couldn't help but jump into Yifeng's arms and hugged him tightly. "Brother Feng, thank you. I really love this gift." Yifeng felt the warmth in his arms and whispered softly in Li Xiana's ear, "Don't be anxious, take a closer look. There are other surprises inside." After hearing this, Li Xiana slightly loosened her embrace and redirected her gaze to the beautiful bouquet of roses. She carefully scrutinized each petal, and suddenly, her eyes fixed on the center of the flower. There was a shining necklace hidden there. "This necklace is the eternal heart." Li Xiana simply could not believe her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand, so excited that she could hardly speak. Standing aside, Li Xiana's roommates witnessed all this. Their eyes showed envy. They silently took out their cell phones and recorded this beautiful and heartwarming moment, not bothering the two who were immersed in happiness. With a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth and a hint of tenderness and anticipation revealed in his eyes, Yifeng softly said to Li Xiana, "Xiana, shouldn't you return to the dormitory to tidy up a bit? After all, you're already on vacation, and it's time to bring me to meet my future in-laws." Li Xiana's cheeks instantly flushed as bright as the evening sun. As if it was as tantalizing as a ripe apple, she shyly lowered her head, not daring to meet Yifeng's eyes, and then fled back to the dormitory like a frightened deer. As soon as she entered the dormitory, she couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and sent a message to her mother, telling her that Yifeng was going to come to visit today. Afterwards, she quickly packed up her belongings. After Yang Qin received her daughter's message, her heart burst with joy and she hurriedly informed her husband, Li Changlin, urging him to take leave and go home as soon as possible. She, herself, hurried out to the market to buy ingredients. A few neighbors in the garden of the district were surprised to see Yang Qin out so early to buy food, and asked curiously, "Yang Qin, do you have guests visiting today? Why did you go grocery shopping so early?" With a smile on her face, Yang Qin replied happily, "Yes, Xiana's boyfriend will be coming over today, so I have to make some preparations, so I can't neglect him." However, right after Yang Qin left, the neighbors began to talk and whisper, "Look at Yang Qin's smug look. If her future son-in-law is an old man, let's see if she can still laugh then. That's right, giving away such an expensive car. 9 times out of 10, it's a rich old man." On the other side, Li Xiana also quickly organized, lightly went downstairs and walked in front of Yifeng, the corner of her mouth slightly raised and said, "I also drove here, so I'll send the address to you. Let's compete and see who can be the first to arrive." He. The words were full of confidence and playfulness. Immediately after, the two drove towards Tianhan neighborhood. Halfway through the trip, Yifeng glimpsed an exquisite tobacco and liquor store on the side of the road, so he didn't hesitate to stop and walk into the store. After a careful selection, he purchased 2 cases of top-grade Mutai wine and 10 Chinese cigarettes. When Yifeng finally arrived at the Tianhan neighborhood, he found that Li Xiana had already been waiting here. At this moment, she is standing in place, looking slightly anxious, as if eagerly waiting for him to appear. Seeing Yifeng appear, Li Xiana immediately showed a wry smile and pouted, "Brother Feng, you lost this match, but it doesn't matter. Come on, go home with me." After saying that, she took the initiative to go forward to receive a large bag of Chinese cigarettes that Yifeng took out from the backseat of the car. While Yifeng shouldered the 2 boxes of Maotai wine, and together they walked towards Li Xiaona's house. When they walked to the door of the house, Li Xiaona noticed that Yifeng seemed to be a bit uncomfortable, so she asked with concern, "Brother Feng, are you feeling alright? Is it somewhere uncomfortable?" Yifeng's face was flushed with a trace of nervousness, and he stammered and replied, No la, I'm just a little nervous in my heart as I'm here for the first time to pay my respects to my parents." At this moment, the door of the room slowly opened, and Yang Qin welcomed out with a smile on her face. She said enthusiastically, "Xiana, why don't you hurry up and invite Yifeng into the room?" "Yifeng, don't be too formal, relax." After saying that, she greeted Yifeng and entered the house. As soon as he walked into the house, Yang Qin hurriedly served a plate of fresh fruits and handed it to Yifeng, letting him taste it first. Afterwards, she gently pulled Li Xiaona's hand and brought her to the kitchen, lowering her voice and said, "What I told you last time, don't forget it." Li Xiaona was at a loss after hearing this, blinking her big eyes and asked, "Mom, what exactly did you ask me to do? I really can't remember." Yang Qin sighed helplessly, patted Li Xiaona's shoulder, and reminded, "Didn't I tell you to take Yifeng around our neighborhood, especially to the garden? This will block the mouths of those people who love to chew the cud, so that they don't talk nonsense." Chapter 63 Meeting the Parents 2. Li Xiaona returned to the living room, sat on her butt on the sofa, and recounted to Yifeng what her mother had just said. Yifeng forced a smile and listened to the whole thing, secretly muttering in his heart, "It's not just sending a card to Xiana. How did it get rumored to be like this? Xiana, why don't we go out for a walk and let those people see that I'm not an old man? Moreover, there are still some gifts in the car that haven't been taken down." Yifeng proposed. The two of them walked to the car together, and Yifeng, from the system space, took out the gifts and put them in the back seat. Then, he opened the car door and first took out a tea and nutrients and handed it to Li Xiaona, while he himself took the other two. Then, he felt out $2 million Patek Philippe watches from his space and stuffed them into his pants pocket. "Xiana, this one in your hand is for you. The two copies I'm holding are for my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Hey, let's go. Let's go around the neighborhood garden," Yifeng said to Li Xiaona with a smile. At this moment, there was a group of Amazons gathering in the community garden to chat. They looked far away and saw Yifeng and Li Xiaona walking towards them, and their spirits were immediately lifted. "Yo, Xiana, this is your boyfriend, right?" One of the Amazons was the first to ask. Li Xiaona held Yifeng's hand tightly and introduced to everyone with a joyful heart. "Hello aunts, this is my boyfriend, Yifeng. He came over to my house today to pay a visit." At this moment, there was a sudden sigh of admiration from the crowd. "Yo-ho, look at these gifts he brought. They are really worth a lot of money. Xiana, your boyfriend treats you really well. Even the luxury car you drive is a gift from him, right?" Hearing this, Li Xiaona's face immediately blossomed into a bright smile as she replied poutingly, I actually said I didn't want it, but Brother Feng just wouldn't listen and insisted on giving it to me." As she said that, she exuded a look of happiness and fulfillment. Just then, Yifeng also courteously greeted the elders present. "Hello aunts, the two of us will go back first. It's not good to keep the elders at home waiting for us." As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned around with Li Xiaona and walked towards home. After the two of them left, the surrounding Amazons began to talk and whisper, TSK, this old Li family has really gotten lucky, finding such a handsome and golden young man as their son-in-law. That's right, and the key is that he's especially generous. He's willing to spend money on Xiana." However, just as the crowd was talking heatedly, the woman with a black mole at the corner of her mouth suddenly interjected and said in a strange tone, "Don't talk so nicely. Although he is not a bad old man, but in my opinion, this relationship may not last long. In today's society, how many rich people don't change their minds and have a hard time with each other? After a long time, there will definitely be problems." After saying that, she didn't forget to roll her eyes, expressing her disdain. The two of them walked into the house together, and coincidentally ran into Li Changlin, who had taken a vacation and arrived home early. He was walking out from the kitchen, and as soon as he saw Yifeng, he greeted him with a smile on his face, and expressed his satisfaction with the pile of gifts that Yifeng had brought. "Little Feng, it's good that you're here. Why did you bring so many things? Don't spend so much money in the future. Just go straight home. Don't bring anything." Yifeng at the moment unusually apprehensive. After all, as the saying goes, the daughter is the father's little lover in the past life. This world's sweet little coat. So he had been worried, afraid that Li's father would look at himself and not give himself a good face. "Uncle, this is the first time I've come back to visit you and Auntie. I'm not sure what you like, so I took the initiative to prepare some extra gifts," Yifeng hurriedly explained. At this time, Yang Qin quickly walked over, took the gift from Yifeng and said with a big smile, "You two sit down for a while. The food will be served soon. Changlin, don't just stand there. Come and give me a hand. We'll eat and talk later. It didn't take long for a large table full of delicious food to be completed. The atmosphere was cordial and pleasant as everyone took their seats. At this time, Li Changlin slightly hesitantly turned his head to Yang Qin and asked softly, Your Honor, today Xiao Feng is visiting our home. Why don't I have a little sip of wine? Yang Qin glared at Li Changlin in an unfavorable manner, then said, For the sake of little Feng, I'll let you have some wine today, but definitely don't be greedy. Although her tone carried a hint of reproach, her eyes showed concern. Hearing this, Li Changlin immediately stood up and cheerfully took out a bottle of Mutai wine that he had treasured for many years from the cabinet and carefully opened the cap. Then, he skillfully picked up the bottle, first poured a full glass for Yi Feng, and then poured it for himself. At this moment, a strong aroma of wine filled the dining table. Yang Qin, on the other hand, continuously gave Yi Feng dishes, each of which was a delicious dish that she had carefully prepared. As she watched Yi Feng eat with relish, her heart couldn't be happier, as if she saw the picture of a happy and fulfilling life in the future. Little Feng, don't be so formal. Just tell auntie what you like to eat. I'll help you clip. Xiana, don't just eat by yourself. Take care of little Feng. Yang Qin admonished with joy. Li Changlin also smiled and raised his wine glass, gently clinking it with Yi Feng before drinking it all. He said with emotion, Little Feng this child Xiana is rather introverted and sometimes not good at expressing her emotions. Even when she encounters unhappy things, she may hold it in her heart and not say it. So I hope you can be more tolerant and understanding of her in the future. In fact, we as parents are really very happy that you two can come together. As early as a long time ago, Xiana often mentioned you in front of me. After saying that, a trace of relief flashed in Li Changlin's eyes. Yang Qin looked at the father and daughter in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. Good wow. It's true that a daughter is her father's lover in her past life. She doesn't even speak to me from the bottom of her heart. There was a bit of anger and loss in his words. Seeing this, Li Changlin quickly consoled. Aya, don't worry about these details. On the contrary, little Feng, what do you think about the two of you? He turned his gaze to Yi Feng, his eyes filled with concern. Yi Feng replied with a focused expression. Uncle, Auntie, Xiana is also on summer vacation now. I plan to bring her along to Jin City to pay a visit to my parents. I wonder what you two think. After saying that, he quietly waited for Li Changlin and Yang Qin's response. At this moment, after Li Changlin and Yang Qin glanced at each other, they said in unison, We have no objection to this, as long as the two of you discuss it. Their tone was very gentle, revealing their respect and trust for their children. Li Xiana, who was standing on the side, had long since blushed her cheeks, her eyes filled with happiness and sweetness. She silently gazed at Yi Feng, and her shy and cute look made people feel compassionate. Chapter 64 Yilin who informed. After that, Li Changlin and Yang Qin asked about some of Yi Feng's family's situation with great interest. In the face of the elders' concerned and curious gazes, Yi Feng acted very calmly, answering every question patiently and carefully. The whole atmosphere seemed particularly relaxed and happy, as if they were close as a family. Time passed quietly, and not surprisingly, Li Changlin gradually became intoxicated by the wine. Seeing this, Yang Qin helplessly glared at her husband before carefully assisting him into the room to rest. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng could not help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, it was a bit inappropriate to let his future father-in-law get drunk and lose his temper on their first meeting. With an innocent look on his face, he looked at Li Xiana and asked softly, Xiana, will auntie be angry about this? Or else I'd better hurry up and slip away. Li Xiana smiled faintly and comforted. Don't worry, it will be fine. Don't look at my mom who always nags dad on a regular basis, but she actually cares about him in particular. The two of them are a typical couple who love each other. Hearing this, Yi Feng's heart was a little bit more at ease, and at the same time, he was also a little bit curious about this couple's unique way of getting along with each other. Immediately after, Yi Feng took out two exquisite Patek Philippe watches from his coat pocket, handed them over to Li Xiana, and instructed, This is a gift I specially picked for my aunt and uncle. I hope they will like it. I hope they will like it. It's getting late. I should go home too. After saying that, he smiled and said goodbye to Li Xiana and turned to leave. Returning to the car, Yi Feng ran his body's spiritual energy to swim through the meridians of his body, and his drunkenness instantly dissipated without a trace, and his entire body became incomparably sober. He started the car and sped towards the Cloud Villa. After arriving home, as soon as Yilin saw Yi Feng, she puffed and asked, Brother, where did you go to have fun today? How dare you leave me alone? Humph. Yi Feng looked at his sister's angry look, and couldn't help but laugh out loud, explaining, Today I went to visit your sister Xiana's parents. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to bring you along on that kind of formal occasion. Moreover, You were still in bed when I left the house. Yilin heard her brother's words, although she understood in her heart that such an occasion was indeed not suitable for her to participate in. She refused to give in on her lips and argued, "Humph. It's your fault anyway. I don't care. You have to compensate me. I'll punish you for taking me to a big meal." Yifeng nodded helplessly, thinking that this sister was really a little glutton. "Alright, Lin. I'm planning to make a trip back to Jin City in the next 2 days, so you do some preparations in advance as well," Yifeng said to Yilin. Yilin asked with a suspicious face, "We're staying here fine. Why do we suddenly have to go back? Did something happen at home?" Yifeng quickly shook his head and comforted her. "Don't worry. No big deal. I just want to bring Xiaona home to pay a visit to our parents." Yilin's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light, and she secretly rejoiced in her heart when she realized that sister Xiaona would be traveling with her. Thinking to herself that this would be fun, she had to hurry up and tell her mom, so that she could make adequate preparations in advance. "Brother, you've been busy all day. You're exhausted, right? Go rest and take a break. I won't bother you." As soon as the words fell, she flew back to her room like a happy bird. Yifeng looked at his sisters departing back and couldn't help but feel very confused. This little ninny's way of thinking was just too unique. One second she was clamoring to enjoy a sumptuous meal, but this moment she shifted into a thoughtful and caring elder brother's good sister, urging herself to go and rest. After entering the room, Yilin couldn't wait to pick up her cell phone and dialed her mother's number. However, before Yilin had time to speak, the deafening roar of Wang Meiwan came from the other end of the line. "You this heartless dead girl, you've been out for so long. And you only thought to call me now. Do you think you've gotten your wings back? Believe it or not, I'll take your wings and make soup out of them." Hearing her mother's ferocious scolding, Yilin, who was standing next to the phone, couldn't help but tremble for a moment, but quickly replaced it with a fawning smile and responded curtly, Mom, don't be in a hurry to scold me. I have some important information about my brother here. Do you want to hear it?" Wang Meiwan said unconcernedly. "Your brother has always been understanding since he was a child. What could be wrong with him? It's you. You've been a troublemaker since you were a child." There was a hint of anger in her tone, but more than that, she was still doting on her daughter. Yilin, on the other hand, had a look of hopelessness, secretly muttering in her heart, "I'm so lively and lovely. How good am I? How can I be a troublemaker? At most, I'm just slightly restless," she thought while making a face at the air. Then, Yilin said excitedly, "Mom, I have some great news for you. My brother is going back to Jin City in the next few days, and he's bringing my future sister-in-law with him." Surprised? Upon hearing this news, Wang Meiwan didn't have much of a reaction at first. "It's just going home. What's all the fuss about? It's not like we haven't been back before." "Wait, what did you just say? Your brother is bringing your future sister-in-law back?" Her voice instantly raised an octave, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Yeah, Mom, you have to prepare yourself to welcome your future daughter-in-law," Yilin said with a smile on the other end of the phone. However, before Yilin could finish her sentence, Wang Meiwan could not wait to shout, Old Yi, son is bringing his girlfriend home." Then there was a cacophony of noise, as if Wang Meiwan was scrambling to find Yi's father to share the good news. Yilin listened to the fading voice on the phone, helplessly shook her head, and sighed in her heart. "Old mom is so old, still so unstable. It seems that this character of mine must have followed my mom's." After saying this, she gently hung up the phone, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but smile with a touch of happiness. On the other hand, Wang Meiwan came to the villa courtyard full of joy, saw Yi Yuanhai who was tending to the flowers and plants, and couldn't wait to shout, "Old Yi, great news! My son is bringing his girlfriend home." Hearing this news, Yi Yuanhai was so excited that he immediately threw down the tools in his hands and responded excitedly, "Really? Ha, that's great. Our little piggy is finally going to start arching cabbages. Tell me, what day are they scheduled to come back?" Wang Meiwan was amused by him, but suddenly realized that she was so focused on being happy that she forgot to ask Yilin about her son's specific return date. She slapped her head for a moment, then said with a smile, Look at my memory. I didn't say what day he would be back, but it should be in the next few days." "Right, let's go to the mall and buy some new clothes. Also, I need to go to the beauty parlor to get dressed up for my future daughter-in-law. When they come back, we'll tidy up the room." "Right, Old Yi, what do you think about giving them a room? That way, we'll be able to hold our grandson sooner." Speaking of this, Wang Meijuan's face was filled with a smile of happiness and anticipation. Chapter 65, Going to the Company. Yifeng did not know that the news that he was going to bring his girlfriend home had already been revealed to his mom by Yilin, and he was still full of joy and wanted to give his mom a surprise. The next day near noon, Yi Feng only lazy get up. He casually cleaned up a bit, and then went straight to Qingji Mansion. When he arrived at the entrance of Qingji Mansion, the doorman saw that it was the big boss of the company, so he hurriedly let him through. After Yi Feng stepped into the elevator and arrived at the company, he suddenly felt that there was a gaze staring at him. He looked back and saw Wang Chao staring at him with a grudging face. Yi Feng couldn't help but be surprised. It had been a few days. Why was Wang Chao still working as a janitor? It seemed that Shin Haoyu's words of letting him do janitorial work for a month were true. Lao San, how have you been lately? Has it been adapted? Wang Chao was filled with sadness and lamented. Old 4, I am almost tortured to death. Do you think I can adapt? Tortured? How could this be? Don't they know that Wang Chao is one of their own? At this exact moment, a chiding sound came. Wang Chao, how dare you be lazy? Don't come over and wipe the parlor clean. You don't have any eyes all day long. You deserve to be a janitor at such a young age. At this, Yi Feng's face instantly turned gloomy, but Wang Chao just patted his shoulder, remained silent, and walked towards the parlor with a mop in hand. Yi Feng returned to the elevator, pressed the button for the 23rd floor, and went straight to Shin Haoyu's office. Just out of the elevator, the secretary saw Yi Feng and rushed forward to welcome him, introducing him into the office. Inside the office, Shin Haoyu was talking with Feng Mingyu. Seeing Yi Feng's angry face, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Yi, why did you come to the company today? Seeing your unhappy face, what happened? Yi Feng said, how is the reception of the Feng family's industry? Also, has 90% of the Feng family's assets been invested in charity? Shin Haoyu replied, the Feng family's assets are still in the process of receiving. As for the charitable input, it has only just begun. By the way, Mr. Yi, I want Mingyu to join the company as a vice president. What do you think? Yi Feng did not answer and said to Feng Mingwei, go back and bring a message to Master Feng. Ask him whether he wants money or life. Let him choose one. Now you can go. Feng Mingyue's body was cold. She didn't dare to retort and hurriedly left. She had to report to the old master. Yi Feng turned his head to look at Shin Haoyu and said coldly, Shin Haoyu, what is the situation with Wang Chao? Although I promised you to take full responsibility for the company, and also agreed to let Wang Chao be the janitorial staff for a month, but a receptionist dared to yell at him, Yin and Yang and bury my brother. I want to ask you, is this what you meant? Shin Haoyu also understood why he looked angry at this time. So it was because of Wang Chao. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry, it was my poor consideration. I will punish those people. Yi Feng gave her a deep look and said, all the people involved are dismissed. No matter who it is. Remember, I don't point to how much money this company makes. I don't care even if I lose it clean. As for the vice president, I will arrange for someone to come over and enter the company as my representative. And I'm disappointed in your current performance. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned away without hesitation and walked straight to the office area downstairs. After his eyes quickly locked onto Wang Chao, he quickly stepped forward to pull the other party to leave. However, before they reached the elevator entrance, he was intercepted by someone midway. Wang Chao, you don't have a lot of guts. How dare you leave your post without authorization? Could it be that you don't intend to continue? Believe it or not, I will fire you immediately. A sharp and ear-piercing rebuke suddenly rang out. This sudden scene happened to be bumped into by Shin Haoyu, who hurriedly arrived. Seeing this, without saying a word, she immediately stepped forward and raised her hand to slap the woman with a loud slap, only to see that woman's face filled with shock and disbelief. Glaring at Shin Haoyu angrily roared, cousin, how dare you hit me because of a stinking cleaning lady? Yi Feng stared at Shin Haoyu expressionlessly and responded indifferently. So this is someone from your Shin family? Humph. I'll give you 3 days to clean out all the Shin family parasites from the company. As for the vacant positions, directly commission a headhunting company to recruit talents at 3 times the salary. I will personally explain this matter to Big Brother Shun. Before the words fell, he once again pulled up Wang Chao and left the scene without looking back. The two of them came downstairs. Yi Feng first asked Wang Chao to wait for himself in the car, while he picked up the phone and called Shin Haoran. Big Brother Shun, I just went to Huanyu Investment Company and found that there are a lot of Shin family relatives that are arrogant. Is this something you arranged? Shin Haoran was a little embarrassed, because all of this was indeed arranged by him. Elder brother Yi, I'm really sorry. At that time, the company was short of manpower, so that's why I deployed some of my people there. If you have any dissatisfaction with this, you can replace them at any time. It's all my fault for being ill-considered, so I hope that old brother Yi will bear with me. Seeing that Shin Haoran apologized so sincerely, Yi Feng couldn't afford to continue pestering him, and just nodded silently. Afterwards, he opened the system mall and used 2,000 points to exchange a 5-star business genius and named him Yi Hongfei. Immediately afterward, Yi Feng gave orders for Yi Hongfei to head to Huanyu Investment to take up the position of vice president. After completing these deployments, Yi Feng turned around and returned to the car. Lao San, why didn't you tell me this time when you suffered an aggravation? Sitting in the car, Yi Feng asked. However, Wang Chao responded with disinterest. I don't need to talk to you about such a small matter. Although I was ostracized at work, my salary is not low. They probably thought that I must have offended someone when I was assigned as a janitor. So they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to curry favor with Shin Hao Yu. And that's why they purposely made things difficult for me. In reality, this matter doesn't have much to do with Shin Hao Yu. Yi Feng nodded slightly in agreement. And after secretly pondering over it in his heart, he stopped worrying about this matter. Then, he turned his head to Wang Chao and said, Lao San, there will be a person named Yi Hongfei who will come over as the company's vice president this afternoon. From now on, let him lead you to do things. I still have some miscellaneous matters to deal with on my side. If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to call me. Let's not get separated. After saying that, Yi Feng pushed open the car door to get out of the car, and opened the trunk, from which took out a LV belt and an exquisite wallet, handed to Wang Chao in front of him, said with a smile, a few days ago was not to run the Hong Kong City shopping circle, by the way, to give you back to the two small gadgets. Wang Chao cheerfully took the gift, flirting, hey yo, Lao Si, grow up. Actually no to brother I bring gifts see in your so good behavior understanding of the part. Quickly go to find your little girlfriend sweet go. Chapter 66, Qian Zhongwen's accident. Yi Feng just left soon. The cell phone rang abruptly. He glanced at the caller ID and it was surprisingly a call from Zhang Jiwei who was far away from Tianjin City. Brother Zhang, what wind blew you here today? Yi Feng asked with a smile. Zhang Jiwei on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then slowly said, Yi old brother something happened to old money, and this time the problem is very serious. He specially instructed me not to tell you, but after thinking about it for a while, I think I should still inform you and see if I can help. Hearing this news, Yi Feng's brows tightened. One had to know that Qin Zhongwen was a person of some power in Jin City, and generally speaking there wouldn't be anything that could be difficult for him. In that case, it seemed that the matter this time was definitely not trivial. Brother Zhang, what exactly is going on? Could it be that the officials have intervened? Yi Feng asked anxiously. Zhang Jiwei replied, that's not so bad. I don't really understand the specifics, but I heard that it has something to do with martial artists. Now, Yi Feng muttered even more in his heart. It seemed that he had to rush back to Jin City and ask Brother Chen face to face in order to figure out the situation. Brother Zhang, I understand. I will move back to Jin City immediately. After saying that, Yi Feng hung up the phone and immediately contacted Li Xiana and Yi Lin, preparing to depart immediately. After a flight of more than 2 hours, Yi Feng and his trio finally arrived at the Jin City International Airport. As soon as they got off the airplane, Yi Feng arranged Yi Lin to send Li Xiana home to rest first, while he rushed to East Lake Hotel without stopping. Yi Feng was concerned about Qian Zhongwen's safety, so he hurriedly walked straight to his office. When he pushed open the door, he unexpectedly found that Zhang Jiwei was also here. When Qian Zhongwen saw Yi Feng's sudden appearance, a stunned look appeared on his face. Yi old brother shouldn't you be in the Magic City? How come you suddenly returned here? Qian Zhongwen asked. Yi Feng gazed at the haggard Qian Zhongwen in front of him and asked with concern, Brother Qian, if Brother Zhang hadn't informed me, I'm afraid I would still be in the dark. Quickly tell me what exactly happened. Qian Zhongwen helplessly glared at Zhang Jiwei, let out a long sigh, and slowly spoke. Alas, Yi old brother, as you know, I was also a well-known figure on the road back in the old days, but now I have suffered a sudden disaster. Gu Feihu, the son of the enemy that I had eliminated, came to seek revenge on me. What's even worse is that this kid has transformed into a powerful martial artist, and has already entered the early stage of inner strength. On the contrary, I've only just touched the level of outer strength. Last time, if it wasn't for Brother Wohen who happened to be there to help, I'm afraid that my life would have been lost long ago. After listening to what happened, Yi Feng pondered for a moment with furrowed brows, and then said decisively, Brother Qian, don't be anxious. The first priority at the moment is to find out the trace of this person. As for the follow-up matters, let my little brother handle it. After finishing his words, Yi Feng excused himself and left. After all, there was still Li Xiana at home, and he didn't know how her mom was getting along. After Yi Feng left, Qian Zhongwen immediately started to mobilize all the interpersonal relationships he could use to search for Gu Feihu's whereabouts. At this time, Zhang Jiwei gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Old Qian this time, with Ye's help, you can rest assured. However, Qian Zhongwen responded with a deep sigh. I'm just afraid that it will bring trouble to elder brother Yi. In my opinion, Gu Feihu is most likely hiding some mysterious sect behind him. If that's true, I'm afraid that even elder brother Yi will be implicated. On the other hand, when Yi Feng stepped into his home, He glanced at his mother gazing at him with a stern face, and his heart suddenly panicked. Could it be that his mother did not like Li Xiaona? Or was there some conflict between them? Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, Wang Meiwan took the lead and scolded. You bastard! How could you do such a thing? Xiaona came all the way from Magic City, and just after getting off the plane you ran off without a trace. Let's see if I don't teach you a good lesson today. Just then, Li Xiaona heard a sound coming from outside and curiously walked out. When she saw that Wang Meiwan was preparing to teach Yifeng a lesson, she hurriedly shouted, Auntie! When Wang Meiwan heard the voice, her body stiffened violently, and the originally serious expression on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by an amiable smile. She turned her head and said gently to Li Xiaona, Xiaona, go rest for a while. This brat is just too unreasonable. How could he let you come by yourself on your first visit? If it's always like this in the future, then it's going to be a disaster. That's why we have to teach him a good lesson this time. Li Xiaona hurriedly explained for Yifeng. Auntie, don't be angry. Brother Feng has already told me before. He does have things to take care of, and he also specifically instructed Yilin to take good care of me. Wang Meiwan glared fiercely at Yifeng and said in a bad mood, Humph, seeing that Xiaona pleaded for you, I'll let you off the hook for now today. Xiaona, if he dares to bully you in the future, just tell Auntie and see if I won't clean him up. After saying that, she tightly pulled Li Xiaona's hand and turned around to walk towards her room. Yifeng, who stayed in the same place, was at a loss and didn't know what to do. On the side, Yilin looked at him gloatingly and said with a smile, Ha ha, brother, now you can finally taste what it's like for me to be reprimanded by my usual mom, right? He. Yifeng did not respond to Yilin. He was previously worried about whether his mother would like Xiaona. However, from the current situation, his mother seemed to be quite satisfied with Xiaona. Brother, where are we going to eat tonight? Mom is not preparing a meal. Oh, hey, how about considering the East Lake Hotel? Yilin mischievously suggested. Yifeng nodded in agreement and quickly picked up his cell phone to start making dinner arrangements. Just then, Yi Yuanhai also hurried back home. As soon as he entered, he couldn't wait to ask Yifeng, where is my future daughter-in-law? Tell me quickly. Yilin couldn't help but snicker and replied, being dragged into the room by mom for a chat. Yi Yuanhai muttered with some dissatisfaction. Your mom is really something. Why did she have to go back to the room to chat? I rushed back in a hurry, but I haven't even met my future daughter-in-law yet. Alright, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I'll go inside first to change my clothes. Watching her father walk into the room, Yilin finally couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Brother, once sister Xiaona came, your status in the family plummeted. Ha ha ha. Chapter 67. The Passionate Wang Meiwan. In the room, Wang Meiwan held Li Xiaona's hand tightly and said in a serious tone, Xiaona, you are the first girl that Xiao Feng brought home. I can see that he really likes you in particular. If only you had graduated today, I could have helped you prepare for your wedding. So I could have held my big fat grandchildren sooner. Hearing this, Li Xiaona shyly lowered her head, her cheeks as red as the evening sun. She knew in her heart that Wang Meiwan was very satisfied with herself, but it seemed too early to talk about having children. Wang Meiwan continued, I heard that ghostly girl Yilin say that Xiao Feng has already visited your parents. Do they have anything to say about that? Li Xiaona replied softly, well, my parents also quite like Feng. They don't have any opinions. Wang Meiwan smiled and nodded, then said, that's fine. When you guys return to Magic City, I'll go with your uncle piece by piece to pay a visit to your parents, and both parents will meet, so they can also discuss about the two of you. At this moment, Yilin pushed open the door and walked in, shouting cheerfully, Mom, Sister Xiaona, my brother has already booked a good seat at the East Lake Hotel. We should move to set off. Several people drove to the East Lake Hotel. After the car was parked, the door opened and Yifeng stepped out with his family. At this time, Chen Tai, the hotel manager who had already been waiting at the front door, immediately greeted him. Mr. Yi, everything is ready. Please follow me. Chen Tai said respectfully and led Yifeng's family towards the interior of the hotel. Entering the spacious and bright private room, everyone sat down. Chen Tai, on the other hand, silently exited the room and headed to the kitchen to instruct the chefs to speed up the serving speed. Not long after, plates of exquisite and delicious dishes were served one after another. Yilin stared greedily at the food on the table, and when she was about to stretch out her chopsticks to have a feast, she was startled by her mother Wang Meijuan's stern look, and could only withdraw her hand unhappily, looking pitifully at the table full of delicacies. With a big smile on her face, Wang Meiwan turned to Li Xiaona and said, Xiaona, try this terracotta pork. It's a famous dish in Tianjin. There's also this 8 precious tofu. It's also a local specialty. Li Xiaona carefully picked up a piece of buckwheat and placed it into the bowl, then gently bit into it. Instantly, Her eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Wow, I had thought that such a fatty meat would definitely be greasy, but it doesn't feel that way at all. It's really too delicious. With Li Shana's exclamation, Yi Feng explained at the side. That's for sure. It is recorded that this is the specialty of an imperial chef in the late Qing dynasty. The production requires more than 10 procedures, but it is one of the intangible cultural heritages of Jin City. After seeing Li Shana start to move chopsticks to eat, Yi Lin's pair of big watery eyes immediately became pitiful, beeping at her mother and asked as if she was pampered. Mom, can I eat now? When she received an affirmative answer, her face instantly blossomed into a bright smile, and then she couldn't wait to devour it. This cute and funny scene made everyone present couldn't help but laugh heartily. Wang Meiwan kept pouring food into Li Shana's bowl while telling her to eat more with concern. Faced with such warm hospitality, Li Shana was a bit flattered and hurriedly thanked her, saying shyly, "Thank you, Auntie, that's enough. I really can't eat that much." However, Wang Meiwan didn't think so, and comforted her with a smile, saying, "It's okay, eat some more. Don't worry about getting fat. A little bit fatter will be more beautiful, and also look lucky." At this moment, a burst of crisp knocking sound came. The room door should be opened. It turned out to be Qian Zhongwen. Zhang Jiwei and Yi Wuhan, three people walked in together. As soon as he entered, Qian Zhongwen walked straight to Yi Feng and laughed bashfully. "Yi old brother, I just heard Chen Tai say that you came, so I specially rushed over to have a look. Is it possible that this young and beautiful little girl is a younger sibling?" Yi Feng hurriedly stood up and politely responded. "Three old brothers. Today happens to be my girlfriend's first visit to the door, so why don't I stay at your place for a little while longer in the afternoon?" "Brother Qian." Hearing this, Qian Zhongwen replied with a quick laugh. "Ha ha, well said. Since this is my sister-in-law's first visit, it would be inappropriate for me to disturb you too much. This meal today is on my tab. Please enjoy it to your heart's content and order whatever you want." After saying that, he gave a slight nod to the crowd and turned to leave. After a while, Yi Feng looked at his mom and Li Shana and said softly, "Mom, Xiana, you guys eat slowly, no need to rush. I'll go over to Brother Qian's side to say hello." After saying that, Yi Feng gently got up and left the private room. Walking to the door of Qian Zhongwen's office, Yi Feng reached out and pushed the door open, and just as he stepped into the room, he heard a bright laughter coming from inside. "Ha ha, I told you, old brother Yi will definitely come over to us," Qian Zhongwen said with a big smile. At this time, Yi Wuhan also laughed and chimed in. "Well, it's still Brother Qian who understands this brother of mine, but even if you guessed correctly, there's no reward." While saying that, Yi Wuhan also waved his hand towards Yi Feng at the door, signaling him to come in quickly and take his seat. Yi Feng quickly walked into the room and sat down on the sofa, then looked at Yi Wuhan and asked, "Big brother Wuhan, where is Nyo Nyo? How come I didn't see her come with you this time?" However, before Yi Wuhan answered, Zhang Jiwei on the side couldn't wait to interject. He, Nyo Nyo is with her godmother right now. That's Wuhan's pretty little secretary. Ha ha ha." The corner of Yi Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile as he said softly, "Big brother Wuhan, it seems like you've already figured it out. That's good. There will be someone to take care of you and Nyo Nyo in the future." People, they always have to look forward. They can't always be immersed in memories that they can't pull themselves out of. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan's face immediately blushed, and somewhat embarrassedly defended. "Yi Feng, don't get involved. There's nothing going on. It's just that Nyo Nyo likes Shaolin more. I don't have that kind of idea." Seeing this, Qian Zhongwen couldn't help but flirt. "Wuhan, since Nyo Nyo likes her so much, you might as well give it a try. After all, for the sake of the child, everything is worth it. And I think Lin Eveningchio is really good. Not to mention she's pretty, and she's also very caring towards Nyo Nyo. You can think about it." However, Yi Wuhan didn't pick up the conversation and just sat there quietly without saying a word. Yi Feng knew clearly in his heart that Yi Wuhan always had difficulty in forgetting his deceased wife, so he took the initiative to change the topic. "Brother Qian, regarding that Gu Feihu's whereabouts, have you found out some clues?" Qian Zhongwen frowned slightly and shook his head as he replied, "There hasn't been any progress yet. Ever since that day, it's as if this guy has evaporated into thin air, without the slightest news at all." Chapter 68, A Stroll by the Lake. Yi Feng could not help but frown and pondered in his heart. It was impossible for him to stay in Jin City for a long time, but if he left, he was afraid that something bad might happen to Qian Zhongwen. Thinking about it, if he really wanted to leave, he could only arrange for a shadow guard. For now, it would be better to give him a primary defense talisman. With his mind made up, Yi Feng pretended to be calm and reached his hand to his jacket pocket, but in fact, he took out a primary defense talisman from the system space and handed it to Qian Zhongwen. Qian Zhongwen received the talisman with suspicion. and after examining it for a moment, he asked in confusion, "Elder brother Yi, why did you give me this talisman paper?" Yifeng hurriedly explained, "This is not talisman paper. This is something that can save your life in a critical situation. It has the effect of resisting Grandmaster level attacks for up to 10 minutes. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan and Zhang Jiwei on the side immediately opened their eyes wide and stared at Yifeng, as if the eyes were saying, "Where's ours? Still not quick enough to bring it out." Yifeng had no choice but to take out the remaining 4 talismans together and said, "That's all, you guys split it among yourselves." In the end, after some deliberation, Yi Wuhan took one of them, while Chen Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei got 2 each. Yifeng once again took out 2 bottles of pills from his storage bag, a bottle of spirit-gathering pill and a bottle of boundary-breaking pill, and handed them to Yi Wuhan, and explained to him in detail the respective medicinal effects of these 2 types of pills. Then he turned his head to look at Chen Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei and said, "These 2 types of pills are not suitable for both of you to use, so I'm not going to give them to you. Big brother Wuhan, hurry up and find a quiet place to prepare for a breakthrough in your cultivation. I'll go ahead." After saying his words, Yifeng turned around and returned to the private room. As soon as he entered the private room, Yi Lin couldn't wait to welcome him. "Older brother, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go home earlier." Thus, the family of 4 left the East Lake Hotel and returned home. After arriving home, Yi Lin, without saying a word, directly pulled Li Xiaona to go to her room. At this time, Wang Meiwan hurriedly spoke out to stop Xiaofeng. "It's still early in the day. You take Xiaona to go around the East Lake and enjoy the beautiful scenery there." Hearing this, Yi Lin instantly became excited and hurriedly chimed in, Yes, brother, why don't we go to the Happy Valley to play together? I want to ride the roller coaster so badly." However, Wang Meiwan coughed lightly twice, then said to Yi Lin with a serious face, "Xiao Lin Mom has something to tell you. You go back to your room with me first." When the 2 of them left, Wang Meiwan said to Yi Lin in a bad mood, "You girl, what a mess. Can't you let your brother and Xiaona be alone for a while? What's the point of blindly getting together? Not even a little bit of eye candy. It's simply the same as your father. Not even half like me." Yi Yuanhai on the side muttered helplessly, "How come the good parts are like you, and the bad parts are like me? I'm lying down and getting shot too." After leaving the villa, Yifeng softly asked, "Xiaona, do you want to go to the playground? Or shall we go for a walk by the lake?" Li Xiaona thought a little and replied, "Brother Feng, let's go walk by the lake." Since Xiaona wanted to go to the lake, Yifeng did not drive, but held her hand tightly and slowly walked towards the lake. The night was low. The 2 of them held hands and looked at the shadows reflected on the lake. Li Xiaona took out her cell phone and took a picture of the lake and then said with a smile, "Brother Feng, I remember a poem. The moon under the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of me is the person in my heart." Yifeng tightly wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "There is no other person in front of my eyes, and you are everywhere." The 2 of them stood side by side, their gazes casting towards the sparkling, faintly glimmering surface of the lake. They quietly relied on each other, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Just then, a soft and slightly timid voice broke this quiet atmosphere. "Big brother, big sister, buy a flower." Li Xiaona crouched down at the sound, gazing at the cute little girl of about 4 or 5 years old. With a friendly smile on her face, she asked, "Little sister, it's so dark, why are you still selling flowers here alone?" The little girl gently shook her head, pointed her finger towards the figure of a man who was setting up a stall not far away, and softly replied, "I came here with my dad. Daddy once told me that only the happiest people can have these beautiful flowers. That's why I decided to run over here to try it out." Looking at the little girl's eyes full of anticipation and longing, Li Xiaona couldn't help but feel a warm current in her heart. Without hesitation, she bought a bright red rose and handed it to Yifeng. The little girl was so excited that she danced around and ran away happily while shouting back, "It's great! Now I've sold 3 flowers. As long as I sell 96 more, Mommy will be back." Li Xiaona was deeply touched by the little girl's innocent words, and her eyes gradually became moist. She silently watched the little girl's distant back. She slowly stood up, gazed at Yifeng, and softly said, "Brother Feng, I once happened to read a passage like this. It is said that the chance of a boy receiving a flower is only 0.01%, and the only time in a man's life that he can receive his first bouquet of flowers is at a funeral. And now, I give this rose to you. May we be able to hold hands like this and be together in this life." At this moment, Yifeng's heart was full of emotion. He tightly embraced Li Xiaona and softly whispered, "Thank God for letting me meet such a beautiful you. I am also grateful that you love me with all your heart, making me realize that love is so wonderful and touching." Li Xiaona slightly tilted her head and gazed at Yifeng with affection. Her vermilion lips lightly opened. "Brother Feng, please kiss me." Yifeng nodded his head and stayed close, and kissed deeply with all his strength, as if time stood still at this moment. In this moment, the only thing left in their eyes was each other's silhouettes. After a long time, the two finally separated their lips. Li Xiaona shyly looked up and looked around, and realized that there were quite a lot of watching people gathered around. And then her face turned scarlet, and she hurriedly pulled Yifeng to leave quickly. After moving away from the crowd, Li Xiaona saw that Yifeng was gazing at herself with a smile on her face, and pouted, "Brother Feng, you actually laughed at me. Humph, let's see if I don't punish you properly. How about this? You have to carry me home." Yifeng slightly leaned down, and Li Xiaona quickly leapt onto his back like a spirit cat, gently leaning against it. The gentle touch coming from his back was like a current hitting Yifeng's heart directly, causing ripples in the lake of his heart. His footsteps unconsciously slowed down, as if time also became slow at this moment, slowly walking towards the direction of home. At this moment, how he wished that this stretch of road could be longer. Chapter 69, Yi Lin and Li Xiaona's whispering. When he returned to the door of his home, Li Xiaona's face was full of blush, and she pouted and whispered, "Brother Feng, you quickly put me down. If the uncles and aunts see us like this, how embarrassing it would be." Hearing this, although Yifeng was a little reluctant in his heart, he still carefully placed her on the ground gently. Afterwards, the two of them walked into the villa together. Just after stepping into the house, Yi Lin was quick to pull Li Xiaona, who had just entered, and dragged her into her room without saying a word. At the same time, in the downtown area of Tianjin City, in a dark, damp, musty basement, a man with a big, muscular body was drinking wine alone in a sulky manner. This man's name was Gu Feihu. A few days ago, he went to find Xian Zhongwen to take revenge, but unfortunately met Yi Wuchen. As a result, not only did he fail to take revenge, but he was also seriously injured. Since then, he had been hiding in this dark and sunless place to recuperate. At this moment, a slight sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the basement door. Gu Feihu instantly became alert. His eyes became sharp like a falcon. His right hand quickly reached out to the incomparably sharp short knife on the table and tightly gripped the hilt as he stared intently at the closed door. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps gradually approaching, Gu Feihu's heartbeat accelerated more and more, and his nervousness continued to climb. Finally, the door slowly opened, and a radiant and refreshed old man appeared in front of him. Gu Feihu called out with a happy face, "Master, why did your old man personally come over?" The old man in front of him was Gu Feihu's benefactor, Jiang Linhe, one of the 5 elders of the empty Spectre Valley. Jiang Linhe casually threw his hand, tossing a return to origin pill to Gu Feihu and instructing, "You hurry up and take this pill to heal your injuries. Old me will be waiting for you outside." As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned around and left. Gu Feihu knew that time was running out and didn't dare to have the slightest delay. He immediately swallowed the dan and then sat down on his knees, practicing his energy to regulate his breathing. About half an hour later, he felt that his body had completely recovered and was even stronger than before, so he couldn't wait to get up to find Jiang Linhe. Arriving in front of a pavilion in the small area, he only saw Jiang Linhe sitting there quietly with his eyes tightly closed. Hurriedly rushed to the Gu Feihu dare not make a sound to disturb. Straight stood aside, waiting for it to wake up. It wasn't long before Jiang Linhe finally slowly opened his eyes and opened his mouth to ask, "Feihu, tell me about it. How exactly were you injured?" Gu Feihu respectfully answered, and then recounted the whole story in its entirety. After listening to this, Jiang Linhe lectured, "In the future, you must not act in such a reckless and impulsive manner. Make sure to find out the opponent's details, and plan before you move, and strive to kill with one blow. Tomorrow for the teacher to accompany you to walk. Settle this karma." Inside the East Lake Villa, Yifeng was lying flat on the soft and comfortable big bed, secretly pondering in his heart why Yi Lin had pulled Li Xiaona into the room. With curiosity, he decided to use his divine sense to spy on the movements of the two in the room. When his divine sense scanned into the room where the two women were, Yifeng saw that Yi Lin was holding a heavy photo album, flipping through it page by page to show and explain in detail the photos in it to Li Xiaona. "Sister Xiaona, look at this one. This was taken by my brother when he was in high school during his summer vacation when he went out to play with his classmates. At that time, I insisted on going along with him. Do you see that pretty girl standing beside my brother? Her name is Molly, and now she has become an enviable flight attendant, but she has always been secretly in love with her brother, and even had the courage to confess her love to him, but unfortunately, she was mercilessly rejected." Hearing this, Li Xiaona couldn't help but ask softly, Lin, are there a lot of people who like Brother Feng?" Yi Lin's face overflowed with pride as she proudly replied, "Of course, ever since I was little, there have been countless people who like my brother. He. Those girls have sent me all kinds of delicious food in order to find out about my brother. The most impressive time, One girl even gave me a whole big box of chocolates, only asking me to help her pass on a love letter to my brother. Li Xiana laughed and trembled. You are really selling your brother for food. Did you send that letter out or not? The corner of Yi Lin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. Hey, of course not. If he really got together with that girl, wouldn't that cut off my fortune? I'm not that stupid. Hearing this, Li Xiana laughed even harder, almost gasping for breath as she rubbed her stomach while saying, how many peach blossoms did you have to cut off from Brother Feng? You little girl. Luckily, you were still in Tianjin when Feng and I fell in love. Otherwise you would have broken us up long ago. After saying that, she pounced on Yi Lin with her teeth and claws open. After a while of laughing and joking, Li Xiana suddenly quieted down and asked thoughtfully, Yi Lin, do you know what Brother Feng usually likes? Yi Lin frowned and thought carefully, then shook her head and said, well, I can't seem to think of anything in particular that he likes. Yeah, it always seems like he's a pretty boring person and a super straight guy. The first time he took me to visit the Magic City University, he actually had to ask me to remind him to buy you a bouquet of flowers. Gosh, I really can't figure out how someone as stupid as him managed to get you. At this time, Yi Lin seemed to have thought of something, and said with a playful face, Sister Xiana, I saw that Mom only packed one room. It seems that today you'll be sleeping with your brother. If you beg me now, I can consider letting you sleep here with me. Li Xiana's cheeks were as crimson as ripe apples, and her eyes revealed a hint of anticipation mixed with trepidation. She stood frozen in place, as if she was a statue, until Yi Lin reached out her hand and waved it in front of her eyes for several times before she came back to her senses as if she was waking up from a dream. You, this little brat, make fun of me. How could Auntie make such an arrangement? It must be you talking nonsense, Li Xiana said. Yi Lin gazed at the red-faced Li Xiana with interest. The corner of her mouth rose with a wry smile. In my opinion, you are afraid that you don't want to sleep in the same bed with my brother in your heart. Otherwise, what are you blushing for? Xiana's sister this idea is not very simple. Oh, shy dead people. Just as the two of them were fooling around, Wang Meiwan pushed open the door and stepped into the house. Her face was filled with a friendly smile. She gazed tenderly at Li Xiana and said softly, Xiana, the room has already been organized for you. It's right across the door from Xiao Feng's room. If you are tired, you can go over and rest at any time. Tomorrow, let Xiao Feng lead you around. As for Yi Lin, you should go to bed early too. Tomorrow remember to go to the driving school to enroll and work harder to get your license this summer. Chapter 70 Gu Feihu's letter. Yi Lin's heart still holds a glimmer of hope. Want to strive to be able to go out to play with them, but when she was about to open her mouth, but met Wang Meijuan's stern and incomparable gaze, hard-to-the-mouth words swallowed down, unable to do anything about it. Yi Lin could only respond with an aggrieved heart. Okay, Mom, I understand. I won't disturb brother and sister Xiana from enjoying their two-person world. There was an obvious loss in her voice. Wang Meiwan seemed quite satisfied with Yi Lin's answer, nodding lightly before turning to leave. Looking at her mother's distant back, Yi Lin said to Li Xiana with a sad face, Sister Xiana, in that case, you'd better go find my brother. I need some time alone. Emo. Li Xiana smiled and comforted. I think Auntie has a point yet. You need to get your driver's license as soon as possible. After all, Brother Feng promised before that he would give you a car as soon as you get your license. So don't be sad anymore. As soon as the words fell, Li Xiana turned around and went back to her room. When she passed by Yi Feng's room door, she deliberately glanced inside and happened to meet Yi Feng's gaze. After the four eyes met, she walked into the room without hesitation and closed the door smoothly. Entering the room, Yi Feng gently patted the edge of the bed, signaling Li Xiana to come over and sit down. Li Xiana obediently walked over to the bedside and sat down. Facing Yi Feng's passionate and blazing eyes, she couldn't help but blush. Li Xiana gently closed her eyes and quietly waited for Yi Feng to give her a deep kiss. However, time passed by minute, never seeing any movement. Finally unable to hold back her curiosity, she slowly opened her eyes, only to see Yi Feng tiptoeing towards the door of the room. Just then, Yi Feng suddenly pushed open the door violently, only to see Yi Lin stumbling and tumbling into the room. Yi Lin woefully patted the dust on her body and explained with an embarrassed look on her face, Brother, Sister Xiana, don't misunderstand. I just saw a small ant burrowing into the room. That's why I was in a hurry to catch it. You guys say that this is a good enough reason for me, right? Yi Feng glared at her and said without any goodwill, Come on you. I think you are that big ant that likes to eavesdrop on corners. Why don't you quickly go back to me? You're a net troublemaker. Yi Lin scratched her head in embarrassment and said with a smile, Then I'll leave first. You guys continue. After saying that, she ran away in a puff of smoke. At this moment, Li Xiaona's face was full of shyness and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She also hurriedly stood up and fled back to her room. Looking at the empty house, Yi Feng could only sigh helplessly. Other people's sisters know how to create opportunities for their brother, but his own sister is a troublemaker who loves to stir up trouble. The next morning, when the east had just turned white, Wang Meiwan had already gone out to buy breakfast. At this moment, she was carrying the steaming breakfast towards the dining table, and happened to bump into Li Xiaona coming over to help, so she hurriedly waved her hand to stop. Xiaona, don't be busy, just let me do it. Just hurry and go and call Xiao Feng and Lin Lin down for dinner. Right at this moment, Yi Feng had also finished washing up and was striding towards downstairs. After hearing his mother's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile as he spoke. Mom, don't expect Lin Lin to get up early. She's always been a late sleeper and late riser. So let's get started and not wait for her. Saying that, he walked straight to the dining table. Looking at the wide array of breakfasts on the table, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. Mom, how much did you buy? Even if there were 5 more Yi Lin, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to finish so many. Hearing her son's words, Wang Meiwan smiled from ear to ear and explained. I don't know what Xiaona likes to eat, so I bought some of each. Xiaona, come and sit down. Do you like tofu brain or soy milk? Oh yeah, you might not be used to this noodle tea, but you can also try it. Yi Feng nodded and followed suit. Xiaona, you also quickly come and try this pancake fruit and this egg fruit. The flavor is really quite good. Oh, but this big cake roll circle well. Guess you may not like it too much. Then I will settle it first. After saying that, Yi Feng picked up a piece of big cake roll and ate it in a big mouth. Wang Meiwan, who was sitting on the side, looked at the two of them with a pleased smile on her face. She gently patted Xiaona's hand and gently instructed. After dinner in a while, you should let Xiaofeng take you out for a walk. It's not good to be cooped up at home all the time. Breathing more fresh air is good for your body. However, before Yi Feng could open his mouth, an abrupt cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Yi Feng picked up his cell phone smoothly, and the screen showed the incoming call from Qian Zhongwen. He could not help but feel a trace of doubt welling up in his heart, but still quickly connected the call. He only heard Qian Zhongwen's anxious voice coming from the other end of the phone. Elder brother Yi, it's not good. That Gu Feihu fellow has appeared. He asked me to go to a rotten building in a distant suburb to end the grudge between us. After he was injured by Wuhan last time, I didn't expect him to come to my door again so soon. I'm afraid he's found a powerful helper. Yi Feng's heart tightened. He knew very well that the situation this time was not trivial. Since the other party dared to provoke again, they must have something to rely on. But no matter what, he could not let Qian Zhongwen face such a danger alone. Brother Qian, don't be in a hurry. I'll rush over right away. Remember, don't go alone hastily. Wait for everything until I get there. Yi Feng said while he had already stood up and was ready to move off. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Li Xiaona with an apologetic face and said, Xiaona, I'm really sorry. I may not be able to accompany you today. Li Xiaona naturally understood Yi Feng. She looked at him tenderly and softly instructed. Brother Feng, go at ease, but also remember to return early. Yi Feng didn't dare to delay for a moment and hurriedly ran to the East Lake Hotel. As soon as he entered, he saw that Zhang Jiwei and Yi Wuhan were also here. However, at this moment, Yi Feng did not exchange pleasantries with them, and walked straight to Qian Zhongwen, impatiently inquiring, Brother Qian, have you already met Gu Feihu? Qian Zhongwen slowly shook his head and replied in a grave tone, Not yet. This morning the front desk delivered a letter from Gu Feihu. After speaking, he handed the mysterious envelope to Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly opened the envelope and carefully read its contents. After reading it, he raised his head and said to the crowd with firm eyes, Brother Qian, it's not too late. Let's move immediately. With me by your side, you don't need to worry. Just as the group was about to step out of the hotel, Yi Feng suddenly turned to face Zhang Jiwei, who also wanted to accompany him, and sincerely persuaded, Brother Zhang, this operation is full of variables and the danger factor is quite high. With your current ability, it would be more appropriate to stay and wait for news from us. Zhang Jiwei knew that he was nothing more than an ordinary person, and even if he went, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to play a role, so he obediently nodded his head and no longer insisted on following. Chapter 71 Zhang Linha who spits out blood in anger. On the way to the agreed location, Yi Feng suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Brother Qian, the talisman I gave you yesterday, you have it with you, right? Hearing Yi Feng's inquiry, Qian Zhongwen nodded and replied, Don't worry, I have both talismans with me. After all, this is a contraption that can save my life. How would I dare to leave it lying around? By the way, Wuhan, did you give that talisman to Niu Niu? Yi Wuhan nodded silently, indicating that it did. Yesterday, after taking the elixir, he had successfully broken through to the sovereign realm. Nowadays, his strength had increased so much that it was almost difficult for ordinary people to pose a threat to him. So he gave the talisman to Nyo Nyo. At this time, Qian Zhongwen fished out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Yi Wuhan while saying, "Wuhan, I know you are very strong now, but prevention is better than cure. Take this talisman first. If you encounter danger, you will be protected. Don't be polite to me. You can return it to me when the matter is over. However, you can't cheat and not give it back to me at that time." Ha ha. Faced with Qian Zhongwen's good intentions, Yi Wuhan didn't make too many excuses and accepted the talisman with alacrity. The three of them finally arrived at the agreed-upon rotten building. It was surrounded by desolation and looked very dilapidated. Yi Feng muttered secretly, "I really don't know which idiot would choose to develop a building in such a place. It's not obvious that it's going to lose money." Yi Feng slowly swept his gaze around and finally settled on the two figures on the roof of the building. In his heart, he secretly muttered, "These two guys are really sick. They have to run to the roof of the building. Is the air upstairs better? Hey, you guys come down!" Yi Feng shouted at the top of his voice. At this moment, the master and disciple duo upstairs also responded. "You guys come up." Yi Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders and shouted again. "Sorry I'm afraid of heights. I really can't go up. If you guys don't come down, then we'll have to leave." After saying that, he made a gesture to turn around to leave. Hearing this, the master and disciple looked at each other, thinking in their hearts, "What kind of person is this? Completely without a bit of martial artist demeanor. It's simply a scoundrel." There was no other way. The two could only obediently go downstairs. After all, they didn't want to waste their time and energy for nothing. When the master and disciple walked downstairs, Yi Feng said, "Master, what do you have to teach me? Why don't you draw down the path, so we can discuss it?" Jiang Linha immediately froze. He never thought that the young man in front of him would call himself master. To know, he is the fifth elder of the empty Spectre Valley, the identity of the noble incomparable, who see him on weekdays shall not be respectfully added. Today, he was treated so rudely by a brat, which really made him angry. Jiang Linha was so angry that his veins were straight up pointing at Yi Feng and said, You. Yi Feng revealed a dazed expression and said, "So you're a stutterer, boss? Don't be anxious, speak slowly. If not, let's add a friend WeChat say? By the way, you can type, right?" On the side of Qian Zhongwen and Yi Wuchen tried to hold back their laughter. They really can't help it. Secretly marveled in their hearts, this ye old brother is really a rare talent. At this moment, Jiang Linha finally couldn't suppress the raging anger within him any longer. His eyes widened angrily and he slammed a palm at Yi Feng. Feeling a strong wind coming, Yi Feng quickly sidestepped and dodged away, followed by pointing his finger at Jiang Linha and shouting, "Hey, you bad old man is bad. Surprisingly sneak attacked me. Take it. Watch my hyper dragon." Hearing these words, Jiang Linha's heart tightened and he hastily stepped back and took a defensive stance in a strict waiting position. However, he waited for half a day, but never saw Yi Feng launch any offense. At this time, Yi Feng revealed an innocent expression and scratched his head to explain, "Old man, I just casually said that just now. It doesn't mean that I will really use that move. See how nervous you are. Don't move and get angry. Be careful of getting a cerebral thrombosis, yo. I'm pissed off. Brat. Today, I'm going to go out on a limb. I have to fight with you." Jiang Linha roared in anger, and after saying that, he once again pounced towards Yi Feng like a tiger. Seeing this, Yi Feng was undaunted and yelled at the top of his voice, "Try my 7-star chaos palm, shattering star." Before the words left his mouth, he had already swung out a palm and struck straight towards Jiang Linha's chest. Jiang Linha pondered in his heart, feeling that the person in front of him was again playing tricks and deceiving him, but he did not feel wary. Instead, he rushed straight ahead without hesitation. In an instant, both of them swung out a palm coincidentally, striking each other heavily, and then both of them flew backwards. Yi Feng climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, gently wiped away the blood that spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and then said flirtatiously, "Old man, I'm really sorry. I do know this move, surprised or not." At this moment, Jiang Linha was finally unable to suppress his inner rage and violently spewed out a mouthful of blood. As to whether this was due to the trauma from the palm just now, or whether he was angered by Yi Feng's anger, there was no way to know. Just as Jiang Linha was about to charge over again, Gu Feihu, who was on the side, quickly stepped in to stop him. "Master, please calm down. Don't act impulsively. This person is clearly provoking you. Don't fall into the trap he has set." Seeing that Jiang Linha's emotions gradually calmed down, Yi Feng couldn't help but scream that it was not good. In fact, when the party first met, he has perceived that the other party's strength is slightly better. If you choose to fight head-on, certainly difficult to win. The only way to provoke each other There is a chance, although he has a lot of backhanded, but Qian Zhongwen can be dangerous. Old man, how about we make a deal? Zhang Linha sniffed and revealed a disdainful smile, then snorted coldly and said proudly, a deal? I am the fifth elder of the empty Spectre Valley. How can I casually make a deal with others? Who do you think you are? It's not like any cat or dog can be my equal. Hearing this, Yi Feng could not help but frown and muttered in his heart, this old man is really arrogant. However, he did not show it, but instead, without moving, he reached his hand into his pocket and quietly took out from the system the intermediate level attack talisman that he had been rewarded with last time. Then, he demonstratively waved it a few times at Jiang Linha. Old man, see? This is a good thing. Oh, I'm a person. Sometimes my hands shake unconsciously. So if I accidentally throw it out and hurt the flowers and plants around me, that would be bad. Otherwise, he. Yi Feng looked at Jiang Linha with a bad smile on his face. Jiang Linha felt the powerful spiritual power contained in the talisman and his face instantly became grave. He hurriedly pulled Gu Feihu beside him and took a few steps back, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. After Yi Feng put away the talisman, Jiang Linha immediately replaced it with a flattering smile and his tone became much milder, saying, little friend, please forgive me for the offense just now. I think your proposal is very good. We can indeed talk about trading things. After all, protecting these flowers and plants is also very important. Chapter 72 Reaching a Deal. Yi Feng looked at the fawning Jiang Linha in front of him and couldn't help but be a little stunned, thinking that this old guy could really be a talent. On the face of this child, thickness and improvisation skills, no wonder can be on the elders. It can be said to really do can bend and can stretch. At this time, Yi Feng casually pointed towards the side, where there were a few bricks neatly arranged. He opened his mouth and said to Jiang Linha, boss, you don't stand so far away from me. Both of us have to rely on roar to hear clearly. You'd better come over here and sit down and talk. Hearing this, the corners of Jiang Linha's mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered in his heart, how dare you ask me to sit on a brick? I'm a hallowed fifth elder. How can I be this undignified? At least get me a cushion to sit on. Despite his dissatisfaction, Jiang Linha walked over and sat down. Seeing this, Yi Feng continued, boss, this is really no big deal. It's just that my brother Qian killed Gu Feihu's father. I don't know if they are related to each other or not. Even if they are related to each other, so what? Anyway, it wasn't my brother Qian who killed him, and the guy who did it is already dead. How about this? I'll pay 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones as compensation, and we'll end this feud? Of course, I can also offer 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, as long as you personally go and finish off Gu Feihu. Jiang Linha stared at Yi Feng with a suspicious face, secretly thinking in his heart, what on earth is this kid thinking? The hatred of killing his father is not shared by all. He even said that the other party might not be his biological father, and now he is even trying to buy his disciple's life. But, these 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones really make people's hearts flutter. But if this matter spreads out, won't others think that I am killing my disciple for the sake of coveting spirit stones? Then where would I put my old face? After some struggle, Jiang Linha finally spoke. What my young friend said is very true, but it's really difficult for me to personally take action to settle Feihu. How about this? Let's settle this feud with 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones? After hearing this, Yi Feng slowly stood up and pretended to return to the car. However, in reality, he was from the system mall and managed to exchange 100 top-grade spirit stones. Then, he put these top-grade spirit stones into a worn-out and cracked plastic bag before folding back and handing it to Jiang Linha. Boss, truth be told, I don't have that many medium-grade spirit stones on me, so I can only use these top-grade spirit stones instead. Seeing this, Jiang Linha couldn't help but cry out in his heart. He had never thought that this young man would so casually place the precious and incomparable top-grade spirit stones in such a tattered plastic bag. Moreover, this plastic bag was actually still broken. If it were a different disciple of his who had done such a thing, he would definitely slap his mother so hard that she wouldn't even recognize him. Little friend, since this matter has been settled, then we master and disciple will part ways. In the future, if you have the time to spare, you can come to my empty Spectre Valley for a visit. And you only need to report my name as Jiang Linha. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, dragging the unhappy Gu Feihu with him. After the two of them were gone, Gu Feihu lowered his voice and muttered, Master, how can you not take revenge for killing your father? To leave like this, I'm really not willing to do so. Jiang Linha did not know what he thought in his heart. But today, if he started again, I'm afraid that both master and disciple will be difficult to get away. Feihu, not for the teacher is not willing to help you. Just that bastard boy hand talisman you also see, can easily will be our master and disciple, two people killed here. This matter needs to be discussed in the long run. but if there is no good plan to deal with that kid, we can't do it rashly. At the same time, a huge stone hanging in Qian Zhongwen's heart finally fell to the ground. To know that being quietly spied on by an inner strength expert is never an easy thing. Elder brother Yi, thanks to your help this time. I'll be the host later. Let's have a good drink. Qian Zhongwen looked at Yifeng with gratitude. His eyes were full of sincerity. Yifeng waved his hand with a smile and responded in a calm tone. Brother Qian, you are too polite. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. It's not worth mentioning. Besides, my mom specially arranged for me to take my girlfriend out for a stroll today, so I'm really sorry that I can't drink with you guys. But then again, in my opinion, I'm afraid that Gu Feihu won't be able to let go so easily. Before he has enough strength to deal with me, he should not strike at you again. Qian Zhongwen nodded his head in understanding after hearing this, and did not say any more. Afterward, the three of them returned to the East Lake Hotel together. After arriving at the destination, Yifeng drove straight back to Cloud Villa. When he arrived at the door, Yifeng parked the car, got off the car and carefully organized the slightly wrinkled clothes on his body, and then gently pushed open the door and walked into the house. As soon as he entered, Li Xiana greeted him with a smile on her face and asked with concern, Brother Feng, things are all done, right? Is everything still going well? Yifeng nodded slightly and replied softly, well, not bad, although I encountered some small troubles in the middle, but overall it's quite smooth. Oh, right, where did that Yi Lin girl run off to? Li Xiana pursed her lips and gently explained. Lin, she was urged by her aunt to go to the driving school to enroll. She's probably going home soon. Right at this moment, Wang Meiwan heard the commotion and also came out from her room to the living room. When Yifeng saw his mom coming, he asked, Mom, Dad has been away all day recently. Where did he go? Wang Meiwan glared at her son and said in a bad mood, It's not because of you. I had to ask your dad to manage some stupid flower base, and he simply hates to live there now. If I didn't know his character, I would really suspect that he has raised another family outside. You, take advantage of Yi Lin's absence to take Xiana out for a walk. Don't always stay at home. Yifeng heard his mother's words and scratched his head with some embarrassment, then hurriedly pulled Li Xiana out of the house. When the two of them walked to the door, Yifeng turned his head and asked Li Xiana, Xiana, are we going to play at the playground? Or are we going to go to the Style Street for a stroll? Li Xiana thought a little and replied, Brother Feng, why don't we go to the Style Street? I've heard that Jin City's Style Street is known as the Universal Exposition. Ha ha, when we're done shopping, we can also go and ride that famous Jin City Ferris wheel. Yifeng held her hand, walked to the Aston Martin 177, smiled and opened the car door and said, Beautiful Miss Li, your exclusive driver is here. Today must make you satisfied. The corners of Li Xiana's mouth lifted up as she happily replied, Mr. Yi, I'm relying on you today. If you perform well, I'll be rewarded. Chapter 73, The Eye of Jin City. Yifeng carefully helped Li Xiana into the car and then drove towards the city. At the moment, his mind was filled with anticipation and curiosity as he was filled with the rewards she was talking about. Upon arriving at his destination, Yifeng, who couldn't hold back his inner urges, finally opened his mouth and asked, Xiana, can you reveal a little bit about what kind of reward it is? Only to see the corners of Li Xiana's mouth rise slightly, revealing a touch of sweet smile, followed by her elegant movements as she gently lifted up the leg of her jeans. Yifeng's gaze was instantly attracted and his heartbeat involuntarily sped up. Pants lease, his eyes became passionate, and in his mind, he secretly thought, I must do my best to satisfy Xiana today. I really want to touch it with my own hands. Li Xiana noticed the change in Yifeng's expression and deliberately pouted and teased. Brother Feng, if you perform well today, I can allow you to touch my beautiful legs. But well, you can't turn into a big colorful wolf so quickly yo. Yifeng took a deep breath, tried to calm down his excitement, and responded confidently, Don't worry, I will definitely make your heart happy today. The two of them got out of the car. Yifeng glanced ahead and saw a place for renting tandem bicycles, so he didn't hesitate to take Li Xiana's hand and walk towards there together. Xiana, what do you think about us riding around on bicycles? If you're worried about being too tired, there's also a sightseeing carriage over there for us to choose from. Oh, Li Xiana pondered a little before replying, Brother Feng, I think it's better to ride a bicycle. This way, not only will we be able to wander around as we please, but we can also stop and take pictures whenever we want. Remember that you have to make sure to photograph me beautifully. The two of them carefully selected a side-by-side tandem bicycle, and Yifeng carefully assisted Li Xiana onto the seat, then turned around and walked to the other side, and with an easy leap they sat firmly on the bike. Afterwards, they leisurely pedaled and slowly moved forward. Brother Feng, look, there's even a wishing fountain over there. Let's hurry over and take a look. As soon as they arrived at the wishing fountain, Li Xiaona couldn't wait to open her handbag, and after rummaging around for a while, she finally found a coin. She tossed it into the pool with joy, then closed her eyes tightly, folded her hands together, and silently prayed for the wish in her heart. I pray that the heavens will bless Brother Feng and I to be happy forever, with no quarrels, and, in the future, we'll have a pair of children, a well-behaved and cute boy and a sweet and adorable girl. Ha ha ha. When she opened her eyes, Yi Feng immediately came closer and curiously inquired, Xiaona, what kind of wish did you just make? Can you reveal a little bit to me? Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed with a shy blush like the evening sun, and she softly whispered, I won't tell you. It won't work if I tell you. Her pleasant and melodious voice was mixed with some playfulness and mystery, making Yi Feng's inner curiosity stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Yi Feng knew that it would be futile to ask further, so he stopped asking questions. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of doting smile, silently gazing at the quirky girl in front of him, and at the same time, he took out his cell phone from his pocket, and took several beautiful pictures of her. Afterwards, the two of them strolled side by side, traveling all the way forward. Not long after, they came to a lifelike sculpture. Li Xiaona blinked her big, soulful eyes and opened her mouth full of suspicion and inquired, Brother Feng, do you know who this statue is? Yi Feng was slightly stunned, and then reacted, quickly took out his cell phone to check some information, and then patiently explained to Li Xiaona, this statue depicts Marco Polo, the current Italian scholar. He once visited our Chinese land during the Yuan dynasty, and wrote a famous Marco Polo's travels. Hearing this, Li Xiaona's eyes were glowing with excitement, and she was so excited that she was dancing and yelling, Brother Feng, you don't know that, but I am a great player of mark. I am great. Yi Feng helplessly stroked his forehead, secretly muttered in his heart, did not think that the seemingly quiet and well-behaved Xiaona actually is also an uncompromising internet-addicted girl. So, he hastily changed the topic and proposed, Xiaona, you see there is a cold drink store over there. Do you want to go in and have a seat, or what do you want to drink and I'll go buy it back? Li Xiaona's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy blush, and she softly said to Yi Feng, Brother Feng, please help me buy a cup of hot milk tea, because I'm having a visit from my great aunt today, so I really can't drink cold drinks. Yi Feng instantly understood and immediately dashed off to purchase a cup of hot milk tea, while also picking out a cup of cold and refreshing iced Americano for himself. He handed the warm milk tea to Li Xiaona and asked with concern, Xiaona, if you are not feeling well, why don't we simply go home and rest? Only to see Li Xiaona gently wrinkle her nose, take a sip of the sweet milk tea beautifully, and then mischievously replied, no way, I still want to go on the Ferris wheel, or else your long-awaited reward will be in vain. He he he. As soon as the words fell, she lightly ran back to the double car like a happy deer. Yi Feng looked at her fading figure, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a happy smile. He quickly opened his feet and jogged to catch up. After the two of them returned the tandem car, they walked towards the eye of Tianjin City with great excitement. At this moment, a long queue had already formed underneath the Ferris wheel, perhaps because it was a holiday. Most of the people in the crowd were loving couples in pairs. However, all these were nothing to Yi Feng. Before long, he had gotten 2 tickets through his strong money power. Seeing that he walked to Li Xiaona, he elegantly shook the tickets in his hand and asked softly, this beautiful and touching Miss Li, I wonder if I have the honor to ride this Ferris wheel with you and enjoy the charming scenery of the city of Tianjin together? Seeing this, Li Xiaona smiled happily, quickly stepped forward, intimately took Yi Feng's arm, and playfully responded, since Mr. Yi is so kindly invited, how could I not? He he he. Thus, the two of them boarded the Ferris wheel together. As the Ferris wheel slowly rose, Li Xiaona quietly snuggled in Yi Feng's arms like a birdie, leisurely enjoying the scenery outside the window. Since the Eye of Tianjin happened to stand on top of a magnificent bridge spanning the river, the beautiful scenery along the river could be seen from here. At this moment, Li Xiaona suddenly reached out and pointed to another bridge not far away, and asked curiously, Brother Feng, look at all the people gathered over there. Could it be that something has happened? Chapter 74, The Spell of the Eye of Jin City. Yi Feng looked over in the direction of her finger and really saw a large crowd gathered over there. He pondered in his heart, and suddenly had a flash of light, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a hint of a smile. Where is that something happened? You must have swiped it in a short video before. Right. There is a newly promoted 6A attraction in Jin City, the Diving Master. When Li Xiaona heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, full of anticipation, shaking Yi Feng's arm, begging like a petulant, Brother Feng, we'll go over there and take a look later, okay? His voice was filled with endless excitement and curiosity. Yi Feng tenderly embraced her into his arms, gently caressing her slender waist, softly responded, today, everything is at your disposal. Wherever you want to go, I will accompany you. He. By the way, Xiana, guess, those little couples lined up at the bottom are actually tourists from out of town. Or are they local? Li Xiana blinked her big, soulful eyes, and after thinking for a moment, she replied, I think it should be both, but I feel that there might be more local couples. Yifeng stretched out his hand, gently scraped her cute little nose, and retorted with a smile, ha ha, this time you can guess wrong. Those couples down there are basically all the tourists from outside the country yo. Li Xiana looked at Yifeng with a skeptical face and asked in confusion, how is this possible? Brother Feng, how do you know about it? The words were full of confusion and curiosity. Yifeng said with a mysterious face, there is a weird spell circulating amongst the locals of Jin City. It is said that any couple who have taken a ride on the Eye of Jin City will end up breaking up. So the people of Jin City have given it a special name, breakup wheel. Everyone says that if you don't truly love each other, it's best not to easily try to challenge this magic spell. Li Xiana's face turned a little pale after hearing this, and her voice weakly asked, then is it too late for us to hurry down now? Her trembling look amused Yifeng, who couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was originally just joking, but he didn't expect her to be so superstitious. So, he hurriedly comforted, don't be afraid, baby, we are true love. If you're really worried, why don't we just each secretly take out our household account books and go get our marriage licenses first? That way, you should always feel relieved, right? Looking at Li Xiana nodding her head seriously in agreement, Yifeng froze. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that Xiana was really planning to go home and steal the household account book? If this was known to her parents, wouldn't he become a villain who seduced an ignorant girl? Right at this moment, the Ferris wheel had slowly finished turning a circle. Yifeng carefully carried Li Xiana down from her seat. Xiana, now let's set off to see the diving master. Li Xiana's eyes lit up when she heard this and she nodded, an expectant smile spreading across her face. She took Yifeng's hand and the two of them walked together in the direction of the crowd not far away. It was as if the surrounding scenery had lost its color, leaving only the two of them, hand in hand, moving towards a common goal. They passed through the bustling crowd and came to the railing of the bridge, where an old man in red swimming trunks was standing on a protruding platform, ready to jump into the water. Li Xiana excitedly pointed at the old man and shouted, look, that's the diving master. Yifeng followed the direction of her finger and saw that the old man's body was slightly leaning forward, his hands gripping the railing, his eyes firm and focused. He took a deep breath and then leapt. His body drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed steadily on the water. Li Xiana looked dumbfounded and marveled. Wow, this is too powerful. I've only seen diving on TV before, but this time I've actually seen it live. It's simply too cool. She turned her head to look at Yifeng, only to see Yifeng's gaze fall on a youth who was walking towards the high platform. Li Xiana asked suspiciously, Brother Feng, do you recognize that person? Yifeng smiled and replied, I know him, but he probably doesn't know me. He is the world diving champion Chong. I really didn't expect him to be here today. Li Xiana excitedly pointed to a short distance away and shouted, Brother Feng, look over there. There's a person in a frog suit there ready to jump as well. And look over there. There's another one wearing a flowery cotton jacket. Hey, he actually doesn't feel the heat. At this moment, people jumped into the river one after another, just like dumplings. The scene was very spectacular, and at this moment, the people jumping into the water were no longer pursuing skills, they were only enjoying the joy. Li Xiana was infected by the joyful crowd and couldn't help but yell at the top of her voice. Brother Feng, Jin City really deserves the name of Funny City. It's simply a sea of joy. It's no wonder that this place has the lowest depression rate in the country. Who could be depressed in such an environment? Yifeng also laughed out loud and said, yes, when people are happy, their appetite is also good, and they eat well, so the obesity rate in Jin City is also at the top of the national list. Feng, look over there. Li Xiana pointed to a stall not far away and said, that old grandpa who sells sugar gourds. His sugar gourds look really delicious. Let's go buy one. Yifeng followed her finger and saw an old grandpa selling sugar gourds. The old grandpa's stall was filled with colorful sugar gourds, each one emitting a tantalizing aroma. He nodded and said to Li Xiana with a smile, yes, come on, let's go buy a sugar gourd to try. The two of them walked through the crowd and arrived at the old grandpa's stall. Li Xiana excitedly picked the biggest sugar gourd and handed it to the old grandfather. The old grandpa skillfully wrapped it for her and handed it to her. Li Xiana took a bite of the sugar gourd, and the sweet flavor filled her mouth. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the wonderful flavor. Then she opened her eyes and looked at Yifeng and said, Brother Feng, you also taste this sugar gourd. It's really delicious. Yifeng took the sugar gourd and tasted it as well. He nodded and said with a smile, well, it's really delicious. However, Xiana, do you know? The reason why the sugar gourds in Jin City are so delicious. besides the old grandpa's craftsmanship, is also because the air here is filled with joy. Li Xiana laughed out loud at his words. She pointed at the surrounding crowd and said, "Yes, the people here are so joyful that even the air becomes sweet." Yifeng looked at the joyful Li Xiana and asked softly, "Beautiful Ms. Li, seeing that you are so happy today, then you must be satisfied with my performance. Hey, when will my reward be given?" When Li Xiana heard Yifeng's words, a shy blush floated on her face and she scolded, "Brother Feng, why are you always thinking about this? Let's talk about it at home." Chapter 75, Going to Kyoto. Yifeng tried to calm down the turbulent emotions in his heart, and tightly pulled Li Xiana's small hand and said, "It's already late. It's time for us to go home, or else Mom will definitely be worried." Li Xiana faintly smiled, pouted and responded, "Humph, you ah, less to take the ant to use as an excuse ah. What exactly in your heart in the fight small? I can see a clear. You this big pervert." Despite this verbal flirtation, Li Xiana was still very obedient and followed Yifeng to get into the car and leave. With the sound of the vehicle's engine starting, the two of them ended their beautiful and fulfilling day trip. When they arrived at the Cloud Villa, they saw Yilin sitting on the sofa with a grumpy face, while Wang Meiwan went up to hold Li Xiana's hands with joy and enthusiasm. Yifeng leisurely sat down on the sofa, jokingly teased, "Hey, Lin ah, you look like this in the end is with whom to play sex? Is it possible that the driving school disliked your ugliness, so they rejected you outright?" Hearing this, Yilin instantly stood up and indignantly argued, "Damn bad brother. He only flirts and teases me. This young lady is a great beauty with the looks of a beautiful country and the face of a shy flower, so how could they refuse to accept me? I was originally looking forward to you being able to take Sister Xiana to play in the Happy Valley today, so that I would immediately rush over to meet up with you guys after my registration was over. Who would have thought that it would end up turning into a whole day of fun for me alone?" Yifeng tried to restrain the urge to laugh out loud. If they really went to the Happy Valley today, then this beautiful world for two would definitely be ruined by this mischievous girl. Just then, Yi Yuanhai also returned home. As soon as Wang Meiwan saw him enter, she couldn't help but start complaining. "All day long, you just fiddle with your broken flowers. You used to be able to do something for me on your days off, but now it's so bad that you don't see anyone all day long. Do you need me to give you a model worker award?" Yi Yuanhai revealed a smile of embarrassment and explained, "Meiwan, you know that keeping flowers and growing plants is my only hobby. To tell you the truth, my precious vegetable crown lotus dinosaur actually bloomed today." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was unceremoniously interrupted by Wang Meiwan. All right, stop it. I have something important to discuss with you. All come over to this side of the sofa. Yifeng watched his mom and dad walk over and hurriedly moved to the side, secretly wondering in his heart, "I wonder what exactly Mom has to announce." After everyone sat down, Wang Meiwan then said, "Little Feng when you guys go back to Magic City, your dad and I are also planning to go over to visit Xiana's parents together, to finalize the two of you beforehand." Yifeng turned his head to look at the delicate Li Xiana beside him and nodded slightly in agreement. "Okay Mom, I have no opinion. After Xiana and I discuss the exact time, we can set off. This way, you and Dad can just take this opportunity to have some fun in Magic City as well." Hearing this, Yilin could not hide her joy and cheerfully interjected, "That's great, Mom and Dad. Let me be the tour guide and show you around. By the way, I can also take a look at the house that my brother gave me. He. At this moment, Yifeng's cell phone once again rang with a pleasant ringtone. He pulled out his cell phone, and on the screen was Zhao Peng's call. After pressing the answer button, Zhao Peng's excited voice immediately came from the other end. "Hey Brother Feng, I heard that you have returned to Tianjin. Ha. Do you want to come over to Kyoto to play with me for a few days? My old dad has specially instructed me to invite you to our Zhao family as a guest." Yifeng thought about it briefly and realized that he didn't have any other things to deal with, so he agreed with alacrity. "No problem. I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow morning. I'd like to see the elegance of this legendary famous loser from Kyoto. Ha. Brother Feng although put 100 hearts, to ensure that you have a big eye-opening. Hey. Then I will now give our old man a phone call to report a report. Brother Feng, you first busy with your ha." After hanging up the phone, Yilin immediately glowing eyes, excitedly came over and asked, "Brother, is it that Zhao Peng I want to go so badly, and I've never been to Kyoto before." Seeing this, Wang Meiwan couldn't help but roll her eyes and said in a bad mood, "You little girl, what are you talking about? Didn't our family go to Kyoto together when you were little? At that time, you even clamored for roast duck." When Yilin heard this, she first froze for a moment, and then began to pout as if she was playing a rascal. Mom, I remember this from when I was a kid, and besides, how long ago was that? Brother, please, take me with you. you're the best brother in the world. Yi Feng had no choice but to speak to this quirky sister. He had no choice but to say, okay, don't shake. If you keep on shaking like this, my bones are going to be shaken apart by you. Let's go together tomorrow, okay? Sioux City and Kyoto were not far from each other, and if one drove there it might take quite some time as one might encounter traffic jams and such on the way. After much deliberation, they finally chose to travel by high-speed rail, a more convenient mode of transportation. The next day when the sky was light and the morning sun was emerging, Yi Lin couldn't wait to run to Yi Feng's door and knocked on the door. Brother, get up. If you're late, you won't be able to catch the high-speed train. Hearing his sister's anxious shouts, Yi Feng, although a little reluctant, could only get up quickly to dress and wash. After all, this little sloth who always likes to stay in bed until late afternoon on weekdays, once it comes to going out to play, will become exceptionally excited and active. After Yi Feng hurriedly finished washing up, he was hurriedly dragged out of the house by Yi Lin. Looking at the still sleepy-eyed Li Xiana, the two couldn't help but look at each other with a bitter smile, secretly sighing in their hearts that they really couldn't do anything about her. Subsequently, the three of them called an online car and went straight to the high-speed rail station. There were no words along the way, and they soon arrived at their destination. After entering the high-speed rail station, Yi Lin took the initiative to take up the task of ticket collection and smoothly took out the tickets that were booked in advance last night. Then, they smoothly passed through the security check and boarded the train bound for Kyoto. About half an hour later, the train arrived in Kyoto on time. As soon as they got off the train, Yi Lin immediately took out her cell phone and dialed Zhao Peng's number. Hello, Zhao Peng? This big lady has safely arrived at Kyoto South Station. Where are you now? You're still not quick enough to come and pick up the driver. The words revealed an excitement that was hard to hide. Chapter 76, Staying at the Dragon Bay Hotel. Zhao Peng, who received the call, was sleepy-eyed and his mind was blank, completely unaware of what had happened. He blankly glanced at the clock on the wall and wondered in his heart. It was only a little more than 7 o'clock in the morning. How could they have arrived so early? Yi Lin, why did you guys come so early? I originally thought that you guys would only arrive around 10 o'clock. You guys hold on, I'll rush over right away. After saying that, Zhao Peng hurriedly washed his face and hurried towards Kyoto South Station. On the other hand, Yi Lin was puffing and complaining to Yi Feng and Li Xiana. Zhao Peng, this lazy bastard, the sun is already on his butt, and he's still staying in bed. Humph, when he comes, let's see how I'll clean him up. Sister Xiana, what do you think about having him treat us to roast duck? Right, there's also halibut, fried liver, copper pot shabu shabu, fried noodles, and bean juice. Well, forget about the bean juice. That flavor is just unacceptable. Li Xiana, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's true when they say that everyone in Tianjin is a master of comedy. Lin, where are you punishing Zhao Peng? It's clearly just naming the dishes. Ha ha ha. Hearing Li Xiana's words, Yi Lin also scratched her head in some embarrassment, realizing that she had a momentary craving and said all the things she wanted to eat. But this was good, so she could find more reasons to punish Zhao Peng. Thinking of this, Yi Lin secretly rejoiced in her heart, looking forward to Zhao Peng's quick arrival. About 40 minutes later Zhao Peng hurriedly came. Before he could open his mouth, Yi Lin crossed her arms and said aggressively, "Good you Zhao Peng, let us wait for so long. You say you're admitting to the beating or the punishment." Zhao Peng was also very embarrassed. After all, he was the one who invited Yi Feng's people over, and he hadn't received them properly, making them wait for so long. This time, it's all my fault for not making adequate preparations. I'm willing to be punished. Yi Lin, you can punish me however you want. I'll never say anything. Hearing this, a wry smile appeared on Yi Lin's face, and she deliberately coughed twice before speaking. Peng, since you've apologized so sincerely, I'll be generous and forgive you for now. However, punishment is still essential. How about this? You treat us all to a roast duck? When Zhao Peng heard this, he waved his hand and responded uncaringly. I thought it would be some serious punishment. It turns out that I just want to eat roast duck. This is very simple. I can treat you to as many as you want, even if you only have a small taste of one duck. It's no problem at all. Immediately after, Zhao Peng invited everyone to board the car, and turned to Yi Feng and said, "Brother Feng, let's go to the hotel first. I'll get you all settled in, and then go to my house at noon, and set up a reception banquet for you." Yi Feng smiled and nodded his head, expressing his agreement, and at the same time, half-jokingly flirted. "Ha ha, everything is at your disposal. I'm now waiting with great anticipation for you." The tycoon's arrangement. Several people walked into the Dragon Bay Hotel together. The hotel manager saw Zhao Peng from afar and immediately ran over to greet him with a smile on his face. "Young master, you're here today. I wonder what you're doing here. Please feel free to order." The cozy and romantic couple's room that you booked before. I've been specially reserving it for you. Zhao Peng's face immediately turned red, so embarrassed that he coughed twice, and hastily argued. Hey, what do you mean by that? I don't understand at all. Today, my big brother has come to Kyoto from overseas. Move quickly and hurry to prepare a luxurious presidential suite for me. Immediately after, Zhao Peng lowered his voice and secretly asked Yi Feng, Brother Feng, why don't you and your sister-in-law experience our couple's room here together? Then how about letting Yi Lin enjoy that presidential suite alone? Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a little foolish in his heart after hearing this suggestion from him. However, when he thought that Xiana's relatives hadn't left yet, he had no choice but to give up on this idea. Forget it, there's no need to bother. We can all just stay in the presidential suite. By the way, I seem to have just heard you say something about reserving a couple's king-size bedroom for a long time. Hey, you guys are really good at this, but you should also take care of your body. Don't indulge yourself too much ha ha ha. Zhao Peng, on the other hand, replied with a proud look on his face. Hey, I'm so tough that I'm practically invincible. Invincible and invincible. The hotel manager walked hurriedly to Zhao Peng's side at this moment and said softly, Young master, your room has been arranged. I'll lead you and a few friends forward together. After saying that, he made a pleased gesture and led the way towards the VIP-only elevator on the side. Zhao Peng greeted a few people and signaled to follow him, and the group entered the elevator together, arriving directly at the luxury suite floor on the top floor. After arriving at their destination, the hotel manager respectfully brought them to the entrance of the suite, and then slightly bowed and exited the room. While Yilin and Li Xiana chose their favorite rooms to go, Zhao Peng looked at Ji Feng, who was still remaining in place, and said with a smile, Brother Feng, you guys rest for a while. I'll go and inform the family that we have arrived at the hotel. When it's noon, I'll be waiting for you guys in the hotel lobby, and then we'll go to my house together. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Peng turned around and left. After Zhao Peng stepped out of the room, Yi Feng also picked a room at random and walked in. He was lying on the comfortable and soft bed, but in his heart, he always felt that he had forgotten something important. Just as he was thinking hard, Li Xiana suddenly walked into the room, and only then did he suddenly remember that the reward he had promised yesterday had been forgotten by him. At this moment, Yi Feng's eyes were full of longing and eagerness, gazing straight at Li Xiana, the corners of his mouth spreading a bad smile as he flirted. Xiana, could it be that you have come here precisely to present me with that reward that belongs to me? Li Xiana's pretty face was instantly like a ripe apple. Shyly blamed, Brother Feng, you are really annoying. Your heart is always thinking about those things. Who let you not yesterday? The reward has expired. He. Yi Feng also no longer entangled. His divine sense observation realized that Yi Lin was coming this way. This little girl, always messing up at critical moments. It seems that next time he can't take her out to play. Yi Lin pushed open the door and said with a smile, Sister Xiana, I knew you were here at my brother's place. Why don't you two just live together? Yi Feng gave her a blank look and said, knowing that you still come in, it seems that in the future you can't go out and let you follow. Let mom watch you at home to save you from always messing up. Chapter 77, Guest at Zhao's House. Yi Lin's tiny nose wrinkled slightly. Her face revealed a hint of feigned fierceness, and she said petulantly, Humph, you actually dare not let me follow. This young lady is determined to follow you. Let's see what you can do to me, and be angry with this annoying brother of yours. Before her words fell, she tightly pulled Li Xiana beside her and walked out of the room without looking back. Yi Feng looked at the two peoples far away back, hopelessly shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems that he has to educate this girl properly. Then he gently clicked on the system interface, entered the system mall and successfully exchanged a 1,000-year-old ginseng. He intended to use this ginseng as a gift when he visited the Zhao family. System why do I feel that your presence has become weaker and weaker recently? Yi Feng suddenly muttered to himself. Host, it's not that this system's sense of existence has decreased, but you yourself have become more and more salty. Neither do you have any ambition, nor do you lack the vigor to look proudly at the sky and dominate the world. The system responded without mercy. What's wrong with being a leisurely salted fish? It's good to be able to do what you like every day and live a comfortable life. At one time, what I dreamt of was this kind of life, and now that it has been realized, I naturally have to enjoy it. Yi Feng retorted uncaringly. In the face of Yi Feng's remarks, the system was speechless for a while. Hey, system, why are you suddenly silent? It couldn't be that it's stuck, right? Seeing that the system did not respond for a long time, Yi Feng could not help but open his mouth and flirt. I'm too lazy to communicate with your unmotivated salted fish again. The system replied without any good humor. It was close to noon when Yi Feng slowly got up and left the room. He casually placed the 1,000-year ginseng into a handbag bearing the logo of the Dragon Bay Hotel. then softly called the two girls to go downstairs to the hotel lobby together. Just as they arrived downstairs, Zhao Peng saw them from afar and immediately waved his hands in greeting. When the three approached, he led them to board the luxury Maybach sedan parked in front of the hotel. The vehicle then sped towards the Zhao family. About 20 minutes later, the Maybach steadily stopped in front of a magnificent courtyard. On both sides of the door, a pair of lifelike, majestic stone lions stood tall, as if guarding this ancient and solemn residence. Zhao Peng could not help but secretly rejoice in his heart when he saw the astonished looks of the crowd. His face showed pride, and he slightly exaggeratedly introduced to Yi Feng, "Brother Feng, please come in. The scenery in here is even more beautiful. It's a masterpiece." Saying that, he personally pushed open the courtyard door and invited everyone to enter and visit. Zhao Peng led the crowd through the carved beams and painted lintels, through the twisting corridors, to an open courtyard. Inside the courtyard, there were rockeries with flowing water, and the bamboo swaying beside the flowing goblet, as if they were in a quiet paradise. "Brother Feng, take a look at this courtyard. Isn't it more tasteful than those high-rise buildings outside?" Zhao Peng proudly introduced it. Yi Lin couldn't help but sigh. "It's so beautiful. The air here feels so much fresher." Zhao Peng continued to lead the group to visit the various rooms, each of which was exquisitely and elegantly decorated, and the furniture and furnishings were all of the finest quality. Finally, he led the group to a study room, where the bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books, from classical to modern. "This is my old man's usual favorite place, where you can read books, sip tea, and enjoy a peaceful time," Zhao Peng said, pouring everyone a cup of fragrant tea. Yilin picked up the cup of tea, gently tasted it, and praised, "This tea is so good, and everything here is cozy and relaxing." Zhao Peng heard this and a smug smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a straight suit with a serious look walked quickly to Zhao Peng's side, bowed slightly, and spoke respectfully, "Young master, the banquet has been prepared, so please enter the banquet with a few of your friends. Master is waiting for you all to arrive." Zhao Peng nodded slightly, indicating that he knew, then turned his head to Yi Feng and said, "Brother Feng, my old man has already prepared the banquet. Why don't we go over there now?" Hearing this, Yi Lin was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to interject. "Then let's get going." "Hey, Zhao Peng, for the record you can't be counted as being punished this time." Thus, led by Zhao Peng, the group of people walked through the courtyard and straight towards the main hall of the courtyard. As soon as they stepped into the main hall, they saw Zhao Construction sitting on top of the main seat. Seeing the crowd coming, he hurriedly stood up, greeted them with a big smile, and said enthusiastically, Aya, it's really a great honor for me to have Mr. Yi come to my house today. Please sit down." After everyone was seated, Yi Feng gently placed the handbag with the logo of Dragon Bay Hotel on the table, and then smiled and said to Zhao Jian, "Uncle Zhao, this is my first visit. I have prepared a small gift. I hope you don't mind it." Zhao Peng's eyes were sharp and glanced at the bag. His heart was filled with curiosity and he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, what treasure is inside?" "I actually used my family's hotel's bag." Yi Feng scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and explained with a smile, "This is filled with 1,000-year-old ginseng. I saw that there was a bag in the hotel room, so I put it in by hand." Hearing this, Zhao Jian's eyes lit up and he immediately reached out and took the bag, carefully removing the precious and incomparable 1,000-year ginseng. He held it gently, as if he was holding a rare treasure in his hands, as discreetly as if he was holding a rare treasure in his hands, and then placed it in an exquisite mahogany brocade box on a sidebar. However, when he saw the few broken roots remaining in the handbag, his heart couldn't help but feel a pang of regret and heartache. Zhao Peng was equally filled with curiosity and couldn't help but pick up the handbag that Zhao Jianzhuang had put down and rummage through it carefully. Finally, he found a small section of the root beard between the gaps of the bag and didn't hesitate to put it into his mouth and chew on it. "Well, this isn't as godly as the legends say it is. I didn't feel anything special after I ate it." Zhao Peng said while shaking his head doubtfully. However, just before his words fell, a surprising scene occurred, only to see 2 columns of bright red blood suddenly gushing out of his nostrils, gushing out like a fountain. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden sight. Their eyes widened with shock. Seeing this, Yi Feng was shocked in his heart and hurriedly stepped forward, inputting a spiritual force into Zhao Peng's body to help him absorb the powerful medicinal power of the Millennium Ginseng. After some effort, Zhao Peng finally gradually regained his composure and his nosebleed stopped. Yilin witnessed all of this and turned pale with fear. She secretly resolved that she would never dare to eat randomly again, especially if it was something given by her brother. She had to be extra careful. After all, she didn't want to have a nosebleed fountain like Zhao Peng. Chapter 78, Educating Yilin. Zhao Peng quickly changed out of his blood-stained clothes before returning to the table and sitting down. The gazes of the crowd gathered on him in unison, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. Why are you all staring at me like that? I feel like I'm in great shape right now. Pops, why don't we start dining? Zhao Peng scratched his head and laughed. However, before Zhao Jian responded, Yi Lin couldn't wait to reach out her chopsticks to clip the food. Right at this moment, Yi Feng's face suddenly changed, and his powerful divine sense instantly surged towards Yi Lin like a tidal wave. Yi Lin's face was as white as paper in an instant. Her hands loosened, and her chopsticks fell to the table in response. Yi Feng turned his head slightly apologetically to Zhao Jian and said, Uncle Zhao, I'm really sorry. My sister is young and ignorant. Her behavior was a bit inappropriate. I hope you'll bear with me. Zhao Jian also keenly noticed Yi Feng's fleeting fluctuation of divine sense just now, and was deeply shocked inwardly, so he hurriedly responded, Mr. Yi, don't take it to heart. Today is purely a gathering of good friends, so there's no need to stick to all the red tape. All of you don't just stare anymore. Hurry up and move your chopsticks to taste it. At this moment, everyone on the dining table had picked up their chopsticks and started eating, but only Yi Lin was still sitting in the same place, as if she hadn't come to her senses yet. When she finally came to her senses, her face was filled with aggression as she gazed straight at Yi Feng. Li Xiana, who was at the side, sensed the situation and hurriedly got up to comfort her. Yi Feng gently tugged on the corner of Li Xiana's coat, implying that she did not need to pay attention to Yi Lin. Seeing that Yi Lin was just looking at herself with such bated breath but hesitant to move her chopsticks, he couldn't help but coldly speak, If you don't want to eat, you can leave now. At this time, Zhao Peng hurriedly stepped forward to round off the situation, and said to Yi Feng with a smile as he raised his wine glass, Brother Feng, come on, let's have a toast. To tell you the truth, since the last time I saw Hua Linger in Magic City, those dudes in Kyoto simply held me up as their object of worship. The two of them clinked their glasses and drank it all. Mentioning Hua Linger, Yi Feng couldn't help but remember that she had invited herself to return to the 100 Flowers sect. He thought that it was about time to make a trip forward, and he might even be able to take this opportunity to earn some points. Zhao Construction similarly raised his cup to thank Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, it's fortunate that you were there to help me last time. Otherwise I'm afraid that Xiao Peng would inevitably suffer. After saying that, he drank the wine in his cup. Yi Feng picked up his glass and took a sip, then smiled and responded, Uncle Zhao, you are too outgoing. I am good buddies with Xiao Peng. It's not natural for friends to help each other when they are in trouble, so don't take it to heart. By the way, did the Han family side because of this to find Zhao family trouble? Zhao Construction is also quick, truthfully answered, no. Not only that, since the occurrence of this incident, the competition between the Han family and our Zhao family has become a lot less, and I heard that they also invited Qi Yuanshan, who is known as the National Doctor Saint, to cure Han Shaoqing's arm. Hearing this, Yi Feng just nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Anyway, the person had already been cured, so he didn't care that much. However, if the Han family didn't know how to die and messed with him again, then don't blame him for not being polite. It wouldn't be a matter of an arm at that time. Afterwards, Zhao Jianzhuang toasted Yi Feng again and instructed Zhao Peng to treat everyone well before leaving the banquet first. At this time, Yi Lin suddenly whimpered and cried, muttering her mouth aggrievedly and said, Brother, you were so fierce just now. Oh. Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but snort coldly and educated her with a serious face. Look at your unproductive appearance. I think you are usually spoiled. Now you don't even know the rules. If you're still so capricious and reckless in the future, believe it or not, I'll throw you overseas alone. Yi Lin's body slightly trembled, shrinking towards the seat behind her, her beautiful eyes showing aggression and fear. Her lips lightly trembled, but she no longer dared to say anything. At this moment, Yi Feng was equally uninterested, so he signaled Zhao Peng to bring the three of them back to the hotel where they were staying. When they stepped into the lobby of the hotel, a graceful and charming woman greeted them like a whirlwind. She said in a whiny voice, Young Peng, why haven't you contacted anyone lately? If I didn't learn that you were here from a friend today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find you. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Peng's face, and he quickly glanced at Yi Feng, then pulled the woman to one side and whispered softly, Baby, you go to your room and wait for me first. After I send my friend to the room, I'll come down to find you. Before the words fell, he also gently patted the woman's round and firm buttocks. After entering the suite, Yi Feng called out to Zhao Peng, who was about to turn around and leave. The corner of his mouth flashed a teasing smile and teased, Look at your anxious appearance. Later you can take it easy. Zhao Peng grinned and responded, Brother Feng, it's not that I'm in a hurry, it's just that the ginseng medicine is too strong. I'm all energized. Let's not talk about it. I have to hurry. Saying that, he couldn't wait to run towards the door. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Zhao Peng's distant back with a smile or not, then turned around and returned to his room. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, using his divine sense to probe towards the room where Yi Lin was. As expected, he saw that Li Xiana was softly soothing the crying Yilin. At this moment, Yilin was full of grievances and dissatisfaction, and kept complaining to Li Xiana, "That nasty brother actually dared to bully me. I obviously didn't do anything wrong. Wu sister Xiana, only you are the best to me. I'll never pay attention to him again." Li Xiana looked hopelessly at the future sister-in-law in front of her, and said in a serious tone, "Yilin haven't you noticed the recent changes in yourself? In the past, although you were a bit naughty, you were still cute and understanding, but now you've become a bit bratty and capricious. Brother Feng's scolding of you isn't just because of what happened today. Over the past few days, you have changed too much. If you are not able to deeply reflect on your own problems, then sooner or later, even the good friends around you will leave you one by one." Li Xiana got up and left the room as soon as the words left her mouth, leaving Yilin sitting alone by the bedside, hoping that she could calm down and seriously think about it. Seeing this, Yifeng also silently withdrew his divine sense. He knew in his heart that Li Xiana should be walking towards his room at this moment. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the door to the room was gently pushed open by Li Xiana, who quietly sat down beside Yifeng and said softly, "Brother Feng, don't be angry. I've talked about Linlin as well, and she's also realized her problem." Yifeng sighed helplessly and said, "This girl is really spoiled. If she doesn't get a good education, she might become something in the future." Chapter 79, The Night Wei Yang Bar. Yifeng shook his head vigorously and stopped thinking about this. He tightly embraced Li Xiana into his arms and softly asked, "Xiana, have you told your aunt and uncle about my parents going to Magic City?" Li Xiana playfully shook her head and pouted, "Not yet. Don't be so hasty. I will tell them tonight." He. "Brother Feng, do you still want the reward you said before? I've already come over." After saying that, she deliberately moved closer to Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes instantly lit up. His eyes burned as he stared at the blushing beauty in front of him. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a bad smile. He gently pulled, and the two of them collapsed together on that big, soft and incomparable bed. Yifeng, like a hungry wolf, couldn't wait to kiss those tantalizing red lips, while his hands were not honestly exploring towards those towering peaks. Li Xiana couldn't help but let out a wooing sound, and that slightly trembling eyelashes made his heart surge and became more and more excited. His hands gradually moved down, enjoying wandering around and rubbing on those plump buttocks and long, smooth legs. Just when he was about to touch that mysterious triangle, Li Xiana suddenly struggled a little. A pair of charming eyes like silk looking at him, shyly whispered, "Brother Feng, my relatives haven't left yet." Yifeng suppressed his inner fire and also gradually sobered up. His eyes were filled with deep affection. He gently kissed Li Xiana's forehead and said tenderly, "Xiana, I really like you very much. Since you came into my life, I realized that love can be so sweet and beautiful." Li Xiana gazed at him with the same deep emotion and gave him a warm and long kiss in response. Just at this moment, the sound of Zhao Peng shouting suddenly came from outside the door of the presidential suite. "Brother Feng, have you guys rested yet? I've found an excellent place to go. Should I bring you guys along to have some fun?" Hearing the voice, Li Xiana hurriedly straightened up the slightly wrinkled clothes on her body, and then like a frightened deer, she quickly darted back to her room. Looking at the departing Li Xiana's back, Yifeng couldn't help but have a happy smile appear on his face. Immediately after, he climbed up from the bed, walked to the door and reached out to open the door, only to see Zhao Peng standing at the door with a red face and glowing spirit, excitedly yelling to Yifeng, "Brother Feng, that ginseng is simply too nourishing. You can't even imagine how much pain I felt just now when I killed the 4 directions. Do you have any more ginseng? Give me another one." The corner of Yifeng's mouth slightly raised. With a hint of playful smile, he flirted, "Hey, didn't I just send one to your family? If you need to use ginseng, why don't you just sneak your dad's one out and use it?" Hearing this, Zhao Peng violently shivered. He knew in his heart that if he really dared to touch that ginseng, his father would beat him half to death. Zhao Peng quickly changed the topic and opened his mouth to ask, "Brother Feng, where are sister-in-law and Yilin?" "We're ready to go." Yifeng walked to Li Xiana's room door and gently pushed it open, probing in and asking, "Xiana, quickly pack up. We're going out." Li Xiana sat on the edge of the bed, shook her head slightly, and replied softly, "Brother Feng, you two go. I want to stay here with Yilin. You guys play nice and have fun." Yifeng understood Li Xiana's decision and did not force her to go along. He silently exited the room and left with Zhao Peng. After the two of them left, Zhao Peng suddenly revealed a mysterious expression and approached Yifeng and whispered, "Brother Feng, since sister-in-law and Yelin aren't going to go, why don't we change the place? It's guaranteed to satisfy you." There were a few hints of cunning in his eyes, as if he had some special plan to hide from Yifeng. Yifeng didn't care. Where to go didn't make a difference to him, so he just let it be. Kyoto night, neon lights flashing, Bar neon signs in the night especially eye-catching. Zhao Peng led Yi Feng into this bar called Night Central. Once they entered, they were surrounded by deafening music. As soon as the bar manager saw Zhao Peng walking over, he greeted him with a smile on his face, nodding his head and saying fawningly, "Aya aya. Mr. Zhao has come to visit us. Please take a seat inside. Your card seat has already been prepared." After saying that, he personally guided Zhao Peng towards the card seat. After the two of them came to the card seat and sat down, Zhao Peng immediately became brash and shouted at the manager, "My brother Feng is here today. He must be properly entertained." Directly on the Divine Dragon set, the atmosphere team should also hurry up and arrange for me. We must let brother Feng have a good time today. Accompanied by the DJ's ear-piercing screams, the lights of the scene suddenly focused on the front of the stage, only to see a group of sexy bikini-clad beauties slowly walking up to the stage, each with a bottle of wine in their hands, twisting their bodies and walking towards the card seat where Zhao Peng and Yi Feng were. Seeing this, Zhao Peng's mood grew higher and higher. Excitedly turning his head to Yi Feng, he said, "Brother Feng, look at this scene. Is it rowdy enough? If you don't feel satisfied, I'll rearrange it again. It's definitely to your satisfaction." However, Yi Feng did not seem too interested in such a scene. After all, it was his first time coming to this kind of place, and it was more out of curiosity. As the rhythm of the music increased, the beautiful women in sexy bikinis began to dance. They twirled their bodies and walked towards the card seat where Zhao Peng and Yi Feng were in a flamboyant manner. Zhao Peng looked at them with an excited glint in his eyes. He picked up his wine glass and signaled to those beauties before drinking it all in one go. Yi Feng, on the other hand, sat quietly on the side and watched it all happen. There weren't too many waves in his heart. He just felt that it was all a bit new and interesting. Just at this moment, a woman with a delicate figure walked over to Zhao Peng's side. She smiled and said to Zhao Peng, "Mr. Zhao, you look so handsome. Can I buy you a drink?" When Zhao Peng heard this, he was instantly enraptured. He nodded and then raised his glass with that woman. After that, Zhao Peng was grabbed by the woman and dragged onto the dance floor without a second thought. The music was deafening. The colorful lights flashed non-stop, and people danced their bodies on the dance floor, enjoying the warm atmosphere. At the same time, several sexy beauties in bikinis also gathered around Yi Feng. They twisted their waists, their brows contained love, and intentionally or unintentionally touched Yi Feng with their bodies. One of the beauties was even more daring. Her plump breasts were hidden, and her deep career line was almost close to Yi Feng's face. On the other hand, there was another beauty who directly sat on Yi Feng's lap and gently rubbed the skin of his legs. Faced with such a passionate and unrestrained move, Yi Feng looked a bit embarrassed and at a loss for words. At this time, the beauty sitting on his lap pouted and said, "Handsome, don't be so serious. Come out to play is to have fun. Come on, I'll toast to you." With that, she handed over a glass of wine to Yi Feng. Chapter 80 Conflict. Yi Feng took the glass without hesitation, tilted his head and drank it all in one go. His movements were crisp and clean. Seeing this, several other bikini-clad beauties showed their adoration, and together they raised their glasses to drink with him. Immediately after, Yi Feng was forced into the dance floor by this group of passionate women, and a passionate, glamorous hot dance began. Right at this moment, Zhao Peng also returned to the card seat. He looked at Yi Feng, who was dancing on the dance floor. An annoying smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, Zhao Peng raised his wine glass and drank it all in one go, and in the process, he tightly embraced the hot bikini beauty beside him in his arms. However, just when the atmosphere was warm, a burst of words with a sneering meaning suddenly came. "Hey, I said who was so arrogant? It turns out to be Zhao Peng. You, the loser who doesn't know the height of heaven." The person who spoke was none other than the second son from the capital's #1 family, Chu Feng. Hearing the voice, Zhao Peng's eyes instantly became sharp as he indifferently responded. "Chu Feng, after many years of not seeing you, your foul mouth still hasn't changed at all." Chu Feng coldly laughed and hummed as he continued. "You useless fellow, you've only met Hua Linger once. Look at how complacent you've become. Let me tell you, if you're capable, let's compare. Manager, give this young man a set of 9 dragons offering happiness. Let this loser see what is called true splendor." When the manager heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "This is a whole 9 divine dragon sets. Today will surely be a big profit." He immediately waved his hand excitedly to signal his men to go and prepare. The corner of Chu Mufeng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile, and after glancing at Zhao Peng, he turned to face the middle-aged man behind him and said softly, "Mr. Liu, please take your seat, and don't let certain worthless people interfere with our mood." At this moment, the middle-aged man Lu Fuda's eyes widened angrily as he gazed viciously at Zhao Peng, his heart filled with indignation. Thinking back to the last time he was miserably kicked by Zhao Peng in the Australian city, it still made him lose his virility and make it difficult for him to have sex. despite going around seeking medicine, but did not see the slightest effect. For Zhao Peng and Yi Feng, two people can be described as hateful to the extreme. Chu Mufeng noticed Lu Fuda's strange look. His heart was suspicious. Curiously inquired, "Mr. Lu, could it be that there is something entangled between you and that Zhao Peng?" Lu Fuda clenched his teeth and replied indignantly, "It is precisely because of him that I had to turn to you." Second Prince Chu. Chu Mufeng instantly realized that the root cause of Lu Fuda sparing no expense to ask him to assist in finding elder physician Qi to cure his illness actually lay in Zhao Peng. "Mr. Lu is at ease. Please take your seat first. This son's background is not trivial. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with him," Chu Mufeng reminded in a calm tone. Lu Fuda knew very well in his heart that someone who was able to fight with Chu Mufeng against each other must have a background that was not trivial, so he had to think deeply and act cautiously. At this moment, Zhao Peng arrogantly glared at Lu Fuda. After all, this is the capital city. Not like in Hong Kong City need to be concerned. If the real fight, Zhao Peng has full confidence that can easily be over the other side. Along with the DJ's voice sounded again, "Thank you very much to Mr. Chu from Kyoto for successfully opening the 9 dragons offering happiness. I would like to wish Mr. Chu a prosperous career and a bright future. Let's all party together now." After Yi Feng heard the DJ's words, he also re-entered the card seat. When he saw that Zhao Peng was not looking well, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Peng pouted and replied, "Brother Feng, the one sitting next door is none other than Chu Mufeng from the Chu family. And the other one is Lu Fuda from Hong Kong City. They both seem to be deliberately messing with me today. I just opened a bottle of Grand Dragon. I didn't expect him to order a 9 dragons offering happiness right afterward. Isn't this a clear attempt to overwhelm me?" Yi Feng slowly turned his head and his gaze fell on that young man. "That's right. This person must be Chu Mufeng without a doubt." Just as he noticed that Lu Fuda was staring viciously at himself, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, outlining a teasing smile. This scene fell in Lu Fuda's eyes as if it was a great insult, only to see his eyes widen in anger, veins rippling on his forehead as he furiously roared, "What the are you laughing at? If you have the guts, try laughing again. Believe it or not, I'll kill you in minutes." Facing Lu Fuda's angry rebuke, Yi Feng just lightly snorted and then responded in a cold and mocking tone, "Just by you? You're also worthy of clamoring with me? You're nothing but an insouciant clown. How dare someone like you come to a bar to have fun? I think that thing of yours has already become a decoration." Before the words left his mouth, Lu Fuda's face instantly became extremely gloomy, as black as the bottom of a pot. He violently stood up from his seat, his index finger almost poking the tip of Yi Feng's nose, and angrily growled, "Brat, keep your mouth clean. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know the height of heaven." Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Peng, who was on the side, quickly got up and blocked in front of Yi Feng without hesitation. His eyes were as cold as frost as he stared dead at Lu Fuda and warned, "What do you want? Don't think that we will be afraid of you. If you dare to touch a single hair on my brother Feng's head, I can guarantee that there is absolutely no way for you to leave Kyoto alive." Chu Mufeng stepped forward, yanked Lu Fuda, who was about to lose control of his temper, looked at Yi Feng with cold eyes, and said in a cold tone, "In my memory, there doesn't seem to be such a character as you in Kyoto. To be able to hang out with this kind of goods like Zhao Peng, I think you must also be an arrogant, wantonly spendthrift dude. This is Kyoto. I advise you to be more restrained and keep a low profile." Yi Feng was unconcerned about this. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile as he responded, "Low profile? Oh, good. Then I'll let you see what a real low profile is." Immediately after, he signaled Zhao Peng to call the manager over in order to send a bottle of Ace of Spades to every other table present except Chu Mufeng's table. After doing so, Yi Feng playfully turned his head to look at Chu Mufeng and said provocatively, "Mr. Chu, might as well show the demeanor that should be expected of a noble son of your capital city family." At this moment, Chu Mufeng's face became extremely ugly. He never thought that this Yi Feng in front of him would be so bold as to dare to provoke himself in front of him. He was simply living with impatience. "Kid, listen up. There's a bad news to tell you. You have completely pissed me off. Of course, there's also you, Zhao Peng. Just wait to bear my wrath and revenge." As soon as the words fell, Chu Mufeng pulled Lu Fuda with all his might and angrily turned around to leave. Chapter 81: The Conspiring Chu and Lu. Looking at the back of those two people leaving, Zhao Peng spat fiercely in their direction with a face full of contempt, and then sneered with extreme disdain. This Chu elder, pretending to be a rich and powerful young man all day long, is really disgusting to the extreme. If there is no Chu family to rely on, he is just a useless waste. Yi Feng felt very interesting after hearing this, so he looked at Zhao Peng with a smile on his face, teasingly saying, "Yo ho, you're saying this in a righteous manner. Could it be that you're not relying on the Zhao family's power?" Zhao Peng was a bit embarrassed by Yi Feng's words. He subconsciously scratched his head. a trace of shyness appeared on his face, and he stammered and explained, hey, 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 brother Feng, don't make fun of me. You almost didn't choke me to death with these words of yours. I'm the one who admitted openly and honestly that I'm a dude who spends money like dirt, but that guy refused to admit it to death. Yi Feng nodded slightly in recognition. Indeed. In comparison, Zhao Peng didn't have that kind of arrogance that the children of the world often had. If not for that, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for the two of them to become friends. Alright, since that's the case, let's put all this aside for the time being. Let's just drink to our heart's content, Yi Feng said while raising his wine glass and clinking it with Zhao Peng. At this moment, the group of beautiful women in sexy bikini swimsuits returned to the card seat, and for a while, the surroundings were filled with singing and laughter, and the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. Afterward, the two continued to have fun for some time. Seeing that Zhao Peng was still enthusiastic and still a little bit tired, Yi Feng greeted him and then returned to the hotel to rest. Inside a villa in Kyoto, Chu Mufeng was sitting in the study with an iron expression on his face. His brows were locked tightly and he was holding a document in his hand. The atmosphere in the study was very depressing. The moonlight outside the window sprinkled on his body through the window, appearing somewhat gloomy. Chu Mufeng stared tightly at Lu Fuda who was sitting in front of him and said with a serious expression, Mr. Lu, this Yi Feng is definitely not an ordinary character. From the information that he currently possesses, he even controls a large company called Huanyu Investment, whose business scope covers places such as Jin City and Magic City, and the huge scale is even more mind-boggling, having already reached a staggering trillion level. Hearing this, Lu Fuda couldn't help but be secretly shocked in his heart. To know, he after 30 years of wind and rain, all the way to struggle, can be said to be smooth sailing, only to make his family's Fuda Group development to today's scale of 200 billion, and in front of this but 20 years old young man, and how can have such a huge amount of wealth? With a heart full of doubts and incomprehension, Lu Fuda cautiously opened his mouth to test, Chu Young, these intelligence, will not be wrong ah? Chu Mufeng helplessly sighed and responded, alas, why wouldn't I want all of this to be false? But to tell you the truth, this information is something that I expended a great deal of my family's resources and connections to find out with great difficulty. Not only that, as far as I know, all the funds in his hands originate from outside the country. Therefore, I seriously suspect that he is probably the spokesperson of a certain foreign consortium in China. Thankfully, for the time being, we haven't found any involvement between him and the officials, which kind of gives us a chance to take advantage of it. After listening to these words, Lu Fuda's mood slightly settled down a bit. If the other party didn't have an official background, then things would be better handled. At this moment, his mind was filled with Yi Feng's huge wealth that amounted to trillions of dollars. His heart couldn't help but surge with a strong desire and urge. Shu Xiao since this guy doesn't have any official backstage support, and such a huge and tantalizing piece of fat meat is in front of us, why don't we think of a way to swallow it together? Lu Fuda excitedly proposed. The corner of Chu Mufeng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile as he responded, ha ha, that's what I'm thinking too. Mr. Lu, after I take you to pay a visit to Elder Qi tomorrow, let's discuss the specific plan in detail. In addition, I need to further investigate clearly to see if there are any other opponents for him. If there are, we can join forces to deal with him. Otherwise, if our two families alone want to swallow this big piece of fat meat on their own, I'm afraid that it will cause other people to be jealous and jealous. Lu Fuda similarly nodded his head in agreement with a smile on his face and said, alright, then I will trouble Xiao Chu to make the arrangements. Then I'll take my leave for today, and look forward to working with you again tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who had already returned to the door of the presidential suite of the hotel, used his powerful divine sense to secretly spy on the situation inside the room. When he realized that Li Xiaona was in Yi Lin's room at that moment, he immediately flashed his body and slipped into his room silently. This was because he had to hurry up and wash off the strong perfume smell that remained on his body. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain clearly to her later on. He hurriedly stepped into the bathroom, as if he was afraid of being discovered, and couldn't wait to turn on the shower head. The water poured down like a torrent, hitting his solid muscles with a splash. He tweaked the temperature of the water slightly until it felt just right, before he began to meticulously clean his body. Especially those areas that might have gotten the scent of perfume on them were rubbed repeatedly, as if he was trying to banish every trace of it. He scrubbed his skin vigorously, praying silently in his heart, hoping that the strong scent would disappear without a trace with the flow of water. Finally, when he could no longer detect the faint scent of perfume, he nodded his head in relief and recognition of his efforts. Afterwards, he changed into a set of loose and comfortable pajamas and returned to his bedroom with satisfaction. At this moment, a slight rattling came from the originally quiet room. Li Xiaona pushed open the door to her room. and when she took a step out, she smelled the faint perfume odor that filled the air if nothing else. Her willow eyebrows slightly knitted, her heart was suspicious, and she walked straight to the bathroom to find out. After entering the bathroom, her eyes fell on the clothes hanging on one side, and then came close to sniff carefully, and indeed found that the scent originated precisely from these clothes. So, Li Xiana gasping quickly rushed into Yifeng's room, without saying a word, reached out and grabbed him by the ear, pouting and questioning, "Could I or this heartless guy, clothes actually stained with perfume flavor? Honestly explain, you and Zhao Peng in the end were to fool around?" Facing the sudden questioning, Yifeng immediately revealed a trace of embarrassment. He secretly grumbled, only focusing on washing the residual odor on his body, but completely ignored the fragrance still remaining on his clothes. At this moment, he could only harden his head and try to explain all this. Chapter 82 Disappointed Lu Fuda. The corner of Yifeng's mouth slightly twitching, trying to maintain the surface of the calm, with a tone that he felt very calm, said, "Xiana you start a little lighter, okay? Really very painful don't be anxious, let me explain first, okay? In fact, it was that guy Zhao Peng who insisted on dragging me to the bar. I really didn't do anything. In all conscience, I've been keeping my virginity for you, otherwise I wouldn't have come back so early to find you, right? You must believe me." Yifeng secretly muttered, "Didn't they say that women who fall in love will become stupid? Why is this Xiana as shrewd as Sherlock Holmes reincarnated? Zhao Peng, this black pot can only be taken by you. Who told you to drag me to that kind of place?" Zhao Peng, who was having a good time at the bar, suddenly sneezed loudly, rubbed his nose and muttered, "Is someone secretly missing me? Forget about it. Look at all the beautiful women around. It seems that at night I will be able to show off my charms and sweep the whole place again." At this time, Li Xiana was still staring at Yifeng closely, as if her gaze was trying to penetrate his face, trying to find any trace of something unusual. However, when she saw that Yifeng's expression was not unusual, the doubts in her heart were slightly alleviated, so she let go of the hand that was pinching Yifeng's ear, and said in a soft voice, "Brother Feng, I am also worried that you will be brought down by the outside world. Besides, what's wrong with me? I'll go back to my room first." After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Yifeng's figure flashed, appearing at the door like a ghost. He raised his foot and kicked it gently, and the door closed tightly. Immediately after that, he took a big step forward, and picked up Li Xiana by the waist, and threw her onto the soft big bed like throwing a sandbag, and then he himself leaped forward and pressed on top of her. "Xiana, you can't escape today. Oh, just obediently let me enjoy it." Yifeng had a wicked smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of aggression as he stared at the beauty underneath him. Li Xiana's cheeks were flushed and shy as she ranted, "Brother Feng, you're so bad, but even if you try your hardest, it's still futile. Oh, people's relatives haven't left yet." Hearing this, the smile on Yifeng's face became even more intense. His narrow eyes flashed with a cunning light, staring straight at Li Xiana's sexy and charming red lips. Li Xiana naturally understood his intentions and couldn't help but blush, but still gently nodded her head to show her acquiescence. Thus, the two gradually fell into a warm and raw lingering. The next morning, Lu Fuda had long been unable to hold down his inner excitement and couldn't wait to rush to Chu Mufeng's villa. However, when he learned that Chu Mufeng had not yet gotten up, although there was some dissatisfaction in his heart, he didn't dare to have the slightest complaint, and could only anxiously sit in the living room and wait silently. After about an hour and a half, Chu Mufeng finally slowly came downstairs. Upon seeing him appear, Lu Fuda immediately stood up and eagerly greeted him, saying in a loud voice, "Chu Xiao, let's hurry up and get moving. I can't wait for my little brother to regain his former virility." Chu Mufeng slightly sidestepped his head, swept Lu Fuda with the corner of his eye, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and said in a flat tone, "Mr. Lu, don't be impatient. Since I've already promised to take you to see Qi Lao, I naturally won't go back on my word." Lu Fuda secretly cursed in his heart, but didn't dare to show it. After all, he was begging Chu Mufeng at this moment. He had no choice but to accompany a smiling face and said, "Chu Xiao, you have to sympathize with my feelings. This is about my sexual happiness for the rest of my life. Don't worry, as long as I can see Elder Qi, the 100 million huaxia coins that I promised you before will definitely be handed over to you in no less than 1 cent. Hearing these words, a trace of a smile finally surfaced on Chu Mufeng's face as he waved his hand and said with feigned generosity, "Mr. Lu, you're being too outgoing when you say that. Could it be that in your eyes, I, Chu Mufeng, am the type of person who is greedy for money? Seeing that you are so anxious, let's move now." 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Qi Lao's courtyard. After being informed, they were led into Qi Lao's parlor. As soon as they entered, Chu Mufeng said to Qi Yuanshan with a fawning face, "Grandpa Qi, it's been a long time. You look much more refreshed. You're really getting younger and younger." Qi Yuanshan laughed and responded, "Mu Feng, how did you have the time to visit me today? How is your grandfather? I haven't seen him for some days as well." Chu Mufeng replied with a respectful expression, "Thank you very much, Grandpa Qi, for your concern for my grandfather. His old man's health is still good at the moment. I came to visit today, but I actually wanted to implore Grandpa Qi to perform his wonderful skill to save this friend of mine." Before his words fall, Lu Fuda hurriedly walks up and gently places the carefully prepared gift on the table, and respectfully says, "Old Qi, under Lu Fuda, this little gift is not a token of respect. Please accept it." Qi Yuanshan gazed at Lu Fuda in front of him, his face showing suspicion, and inquired, "Mr. Lu, from the looks of it, you are rosy-cheeked and refreshed. You don't seem to be troubled by the disease." "Ah, could it be that?" Mr. Lu Fuda sighed long and truthfully told, "The truth is, Qi Lao, since not long ago, I inexplicably lost the male function. For this reason, I went around to seek medical advice, but never saw the results. No improvement. Under the desperation, I have no choice but to come here, and I implore you, Qi Lao, to personally come out and save me from the fire." Qi Yuanshan understands Lu Fuda's mood at this time, so he led him into a quiet room for a comprehensive and detailed examination. When the inspection was complete, Qi Yuanshan returned to the parlor. He gazed at Chu Mufeng, his tone as calm as a lake, and said, "Mufeng ah, let your friend bring the gift back." Lu Fuda's heart abruptly tightened, and he hurriedly said, "Elder Qi, could it be that there is something that I have done that is not thoughtful enough? Please ask Elder Qi to clarify. This time I have come with full sincerity. I implore Qi Lao to save me." Qi Yuanshan sighed and said, "It's not that old man is unwilling to save you. It's really that your meridians in this lower body have been broken. An old man is also unable to return to heaven unless you can find a healer from the Reclaiming Spring Valley." Lu Fuda hurriedly asked, "Elder Qi, please tell me the location of Huichun Valley. I am willing to pay half of my family's wealth just to be saved." Qi Yuanshan's face showed a look of reminiscence as he slowly said, "Old me also only happened to meet a disciple of Huichun Valley who came out to practice when I was young. As for its specific location, I also don't know anything about it. Mr. Lu, please return." Chapter 83, Yilin recognizes her mistake. Hearing this news, Lu Fuda was struck by lightning, and it was as if his entire body was drained of all strength. He sat there dumbfounded, his eyes empty, his heart filled with despair and helplessness. Huichun Valley, a name he had never heard of, now became his only life-saving straw. However, Qi Yuanshan's words were like a pot of cold water, dousing the hope in his heart. He didn't know where the Spring Return Valley was, nor did he know how to find it. He even began to wonder if such a magical place really existed in this world. He slowly stood up and walked out of Qi Yuanshan's courtyard. The sunlight outside was blinding and piercing, causing him to feel a wave of vertigo. Qi Yuanshan looked at the back of the duo as they left and muttered, "Another martial artist's tactics. It seems that this world is going to be in chaos again." Outside the courtyard, Lu Fuda's originally confused face gradually became hideous, and finally even fell into a state of madness. He stared deathly at Chu Mufeng behind him and roared through gritted teeth, "Please rest assured, young Chu, I'll immediately send someone to transfer that 100 million Chinese coins. That damn Yi Feng and Zhao Peng. I will definitely not let the two of you off the hook." Chu Mufeng nodded slightly in agreement. He had never expected that Lu Fuda's little brother had been poisoned by a martial artist. In that case, this Yi Feng seemed to be hiding some mysterious identity that even he did not understand. So at this moment, whether or not to continue to take action against Huan Yu investment, this was no longer something that could be decided by him alone. "Mr. Lu this incident involves martial artists and the situation is very complicated. I must report back to the family and let my father make the final decision. Once there is new information, I will inform you first." After saying those words, Chu Mufeng turned around and left without looking back. Looking at Chu Mufeng's gradually moving away figure, Lu Fuda's heart was filled with indignation and unwillingness. However, if the Chu family chose to give up their attack on Yi Feng, with only his personal strength, wanting to take revenge was simply a fool's errand, with no chance of victory to speak of. And right at this moment, Yi Feng gazed down at Li Xiana in his arms and murmured softly, "To have a person like this life is enough." His gaze was filled with deep love and doting. Li Xiana was awakened by Yi Feng's voice and raised her head sleepily, asking vaguely, "Brother Feng, what are you talking about?" Her voice carried a hint of lethargy and confusion. Just as Yi Feng was about to lean down and kiss her, he suddenly heard Li Xiana let out a slight exclamation. "Oops, Brother Feng, you're pressing down on my hair." Yi Feng was a bit embarrassed, and hurriedly stood up, gently helped Li Xiana up, and softly said, "Sorry, my baby, It hurts you, right? Let's go wash up together. Li Xiana blinked her eyes mischievously and said in a petulant manner, Brother Feng, I want you to carry me over. Remember to Princess Ha Go. Her tone revealed endless flirtatiousness and cuteness. Yi Feng did not hesitate to hold her tightly into his arms and then stride towards the washroom. After entering the washroom, the two quickly finished washing up. Afterward, they held hands and came to the hall of the room. Yi Lin was sitting quietly on the sofa at the moment. When she saw Yi Feng walk in, her heart was flustered. She hurriedly hung her head and said in a low voice, Brother, I know it's wrong. I'm really sorry. Yi Feng slowly walked over to Yi Lin's side and sat down, asking in a calm tone, Then you know what you did wrong? Yi Lin gently nodded her head and replied, Ever since brother took me to the magic city, my entire mindset has changed. Perhaps because I saw my brother become rich, the vanity deep inside me gradually swelled up. Thus, I started to become arrogant and rude, no longer caring about the feelings of others, and only thinking about satisfying my own selfish desires in my heart. Yi Feng heard, face showed a trace of gratification smile. He said in a serious tone, I hope you can really understand these words you said, and not just verbally perfunctory. You look at mom and dad. They have a certain amount of wealth, but the mentality is still well maintained, and did not change as a result. Finally, I would like to give you another sentence. If virtue is not matched with position, there will be disaster. If people are not matched with wealth, there will be loss. Goodness is like water. Virtue carries things. If virtue is greater than gain, there will be gain. If gain is greater than virtue, there will be loss. I hope you can understand. At this time, Li Xiana came forward and pulled Yi Lin's hand to comfort her. Alright, Lin, Brother Feng has already forgiven you. Don't be unhappy anymore. Yi Lin's state of mind was already much more cheerful at this time, and her original lively and playful nature gradually returned, only to see that she rushed at Li Xiana and squeezed her eyebrows and flirted. Sister Xiana, just now I could see that you were walking out of brother's house. Oh, it's hard not to believe that you had a good time last night, said here. Yi Lin deliberately dragged out her tone, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Li Xiana heard, her cheeks slightly flushed, but quickly regained her composure, and responded without showing any weakness, yes, just as you think. How? Do you have a problem with that? Even if you have an opinion, it won't help. Come and call out sister-in-law for me to hear. Between the words, there was actually a bit of bravado and forthrightness. Yi Lin did not expect Li Xiana will be so frankly admitted. On the contrary, there is a little discomfort. She thought that there must be an unknown secret between the two of them last night, so she quickly adjusted her emotions, revealed a sweet smile, and cried out in a delicate voice, Sister-in-law, my dear good sister-in-law, when are you going to give me a cute little nephew or niece? I, Yi Dahua, am willing to serve as a dog and horse. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily after hearing this, and teasingly said, Come on you, with your temperament, you will not be able to bring the child to the wrong side. As he spoke, he shook his head and laughed lightly, seemingly full of helplessness towards Yi Lin. Yi Lin scratched her head with some embarrassment, secretly thinking in her heart that if she continued like this, she might spoil her child into a lawless little bully, so she hurriedly changed the topic. Brother, and my favorite sister-in-law, can you guys take me out to play today? Staying in the hotel all day is too boring. Hearing his sister's words, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile and replied, You're just a playful little girl. But at this point in time, Zhao Peng should have gotten up as well. Let him, the local snake, help us arrange our trip. After all, the capital is his familiar territory. After saying that, Yi Feng took out his cell phone and dialed Zhao Peng's number. He only heard Zhao Peng's excited voice from the other end of the phone. Brother Feng, you don't know, since you left yesterday, how free and easy I've been. I've been so relaxed and happy since you left last night. I fought several people in a row last night. It was a winning streak. I even wanted to go home and secretly take my dad's ginseng to replenish my body. Chapter 84, Feng Mingyue's Plan. When Yi Feng heard this, he couldn't help but cough a few times, secretly grumbling in his heart. If he had known that it would be like this, he might as well have just taken them out to have fun in the first place. Why bother looking for help from this troublesome guy? As he thought, he glanced at Li Xiana beside him from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Li Xiana's attention wasn't on herself today, he was slightly relieved. Zhao Peng, come on less mentioning to me about your glorious battles. Quickly tell me, what are some interesting places in this Kyoto? Take us for a stroll in a while. Yi Feng interrupted with an impatient face. Zhao Peng hesitated for a moment, then cautiously opened his mouth and asked, will sister-in-law and Yi Lin go together? Yi Feng rolled his eyes and disliked back without any humor. What? If the two of them don't go, are you still planning to make some messy places to fool me? Hey, how could I? Brother Feng, please don't worry. since my sister-in-law and Yi Lin are also going along. I'll definitely have to think hard and arrange some reliable and interesting activities. By the way, it's almost noon now, so why don't I come over and pick you up for dinner first? Zhao Peng hurriedly patted his chest and guaranteed. Yi Feng on this is no objection, expressed acquiescence after hanging up the phone, and turned his head to the side of the two women instructed, wait a moment, Zhao Peng will come over to pick up the three of us. You also a little pick up the preparation of the next ha. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the Magic City Feng family mansion, Feng Hongye just received a mysterious phone call. At this moment, he is in deep distress, facing this difficult choice, really do not know where to go from here. After much hesitation, he decided to ask his servant to send a message to Mingyu, saying that he had something important to discuss, and asked her to come and see him quickly. The servant nodded in understanding, answered and hurriedly left. Not long afterward Feng Mingyu hurriedly arrived. Seeing Feng Hongye's serious face, she hurriedly said, Father, I don't know what you are looking for me for? Feng Hongye frowned and said, word came from the Chu family in Kyoto, asking us to fight against Mr. Yi together. This matter is of great importance, and it is really difficult for me to make a decision, so I asked you to come here to discuss it together, to see what decision our family should make. After Feng Mingyue heard this, she also lowered her head and pondered, secretly calculating in her heart what kind of pros and cons this matter would bring. After a while, she finally raised her head, looked firmly at Feng Hongye, and said, Father, in my daughter's opinion, my Feng family simply cannot take any effective leverage to fight against Mr. Yi. Even if the Chu family wins in the end, I'm afraid we can only watch with bated breath, and we may not even get a share of the soup. Today's Feng family is really not the right place to be involved in such a strife. Feng Hongye seemed to have been drained of all his strength in an instant, and sat helplessly in his chair, echoing in a low tone, yes, you're right, the present-day Feng family has long since lost the capital and strength to participate in the fight. It's just that, I'd better reply to the Chu family as soon as possible to show that we have no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, Feng Mingyue hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Father, please wait a moment. In Mingyu's opinion, with Mr. Ye's character, if we can give him some support and help in the dark, we might get unexpected rewards yet. Feng Hongye's originally somewhat dull eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. He immediately became excited and couldn't wait to say to Feng Mingyue, Mingyue, quickly tell father what you really think in your heart. Feng Mingyue knew that this opportunity was of great significance to the Feng family, and was related to whether or not they could revive their former glory, so she unreservedly told her well-thought-out plan. Father, in my daughter's opinion, we might as well pretend to agree to the Chu family's request first, and then find a way to relay some important information to Mr. Yi. However, this matter is so crucial that we must not let anyone else in the family know about it, so as to avoid leakage of information. Feng Hongye frowned slightly after hearing this and asked with a suspicious face, that group of people from the Chu family are very shrewd. If we just say yes without any actual action, how can they easily believe it? Feng Mingyue smiled faintly and replied with confidence, Father, don't be anxious. What the Chu family values is just our family's connections in Magic City. But don't forget, there is still the Qin family in Magic City, and they are very close to Mr. Yi. As long as we do a little trick, and the Qin family to play a good show, naturally, can make the Chu family fall into the trap. As for the specific details, later on, my daughter will go to find Hao Yue to discuss it carefully. After Feng Hongye heard this, a gratifying smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly in agreement. Well, Mingyue, what you said is very true. If this is the case, then just act according to your plan. Remember, when you act, you must be extremely careful, and do not allow the Chu family to notice any traces. Feng Mingyue responded with a grave expression. Father, please be relieved. My daughter will definitely fulfill her mission. After speaking, she resolutely turned around and left, leaving only Feng Hongye to gaze at her fading figure and could not help but let out a long sigh. He secretly thought, if his daughter really has the ability to make the Feng family rise again, then the position of the person in charge of the Feng family might as well be handed over to her in the future. The idea was set. Feng Hongye immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the Chu family's number, conveying to the other party that the Feng family had already agreed to the conditions they proposed. At the same time, Zhao Peng also arrived in front of the Dragon Bay Hotel. When he saw Yi Feng and his party show up, he immediately quickly stepped forward to welcome them. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, and Yi Lin, let's get on the car first. We didn't get to eat roast duck yesterday, so let's go to Quanjude and have a big meal today. Yi Lin also smiled happily and came over to interject. Zhao Peng, you really do what you say. Actually I've long been salivating over Quanjude's roast duck. Zhao Peng said proudly. Yi Lin, you don't ask around. Although my Zhao Peng is a loser, but his reputation is unquestionable, absolutely reliable. The crowd could not help but laugh after hearing this. Zhao Peng saw this as even more complacent, continued, well, everyone do not laugh. Hurry up and get on the car. Let's hurry up and leave. The crowd got on the car. Zhao Peng started the car. The car slowly drove out of the hotel. On the way, Zhao Peng complimented Quan Jude's roast duck from time to time, causing a burst of laughter from the crowd. Finally, the car arrived at Quan Jude. After the crowd got off the car, they were attracted by the scene in front of them, only to see the restaurant crowded with people. A lively scene. Zhao Peng led the crowd to the reserved seats and ordered a few signature dishes, the most notable of which was the roast duck. Chapter 85, Eating Roast Duck, Climbing the Great Wall. It didn't take long for a waiter to bring a plate of fragrant, steaming roast duck to the table. Yilin couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and clip out a piece of oily duck meat from the plate into her mouth, chewing it carefully and then swallowing it slowly. A contented look immediately appeared on her attractive face, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wowzers! This roast duck is simply too delicious. The meat is extremely tender and juicy, and the duck skin is crispy but not greasy. It really lives up to its name." Li Xiana, who was sitting by the side, also hurriedly stretched out her chopsticks and put a piece into her mouth to savor it. In an instant, her originally dull eyes suddenly became bright and energetic, nodding her head in praise while exclaiming, "It's indeed very delicious. This is much better than what I've had elsewhere." Seeing the two of them so enamored with the food, Zhao Peng secretly rejoiced in his heart and a look of pride and triumph spread across his face. He smiled faintly and said boldly to Yilin and Li Xiana, "Ha ha, since you all think it's delicious, I'll order 2 more. Everyone enjoy yourselves today." At this time, Yi Feng also picked up a cicada-like thin spring pancake in his hand, skillfully wrapped 2 slices of roast duck meat, and then gulped it down with gusto. After eating, he wiped the grease stains on the corners of his mouth and turned his head to Zhao Peng and inquired, "Zhao Peng, what's the next arrangement for our trip?" Zhao Peng pondered a little for a moment and replied, "Well, should we consider visiting the Great Wall? Or a visit to the Forbidden City is also a good choice. Oh, of course, if you guys are interested in royal gardens, the Summer Palace is also an excellent place to go. The exact place to go is still up to you guys to decide." Yilin thought for a moment and then replied, "I actually want to go to all of these places, but with limited time, I'm afraid I can only choose one of them. Sister Xiana, it's better for you to make the decision." Li Xiana pondered for a while, then firmly said, "As the saying goes, it's not a good man until he reaches the Great Wall. How about we go to the Great Wall?" Hearing their discussion, Yi Feng decisively clapped his hands and decided, "Okay, then it's settled. We'll go to the Great Wall together later." Not long after, the waiter brought the freshly sliced roast duck to the table. Seeing this, Yilin and Li Xiana immediately started to feast again. Yi Feng, on the other hand, gently sipped a mouthful of tea and slowly said, "Zhao Peng, you've always been such a reckless spender, not caring about fame at all. Have you never thought about becoming the Zhao family's family head? If you have this idea, I can help you out." Zhao Peng hurriedly waved his hand and repeatedly excused himself. "Brother Feng, don't make fun of me. I'm not one of those male protagonists in novels who is deeply hidden and deliberately pretends to be a playboy. I simply like to have fun. I really don't have any lofty ambitions. Besides, I neither have a shrewd business mind like my elder brother, nor do I have the ability to manage family affairs. Moreover, our brothers are very close to each other, and it would be good for him to be the head of the family in the future. I'm free to live as I am now. I can do whatever I want to do. How cozy and elegant it is. I don't bother to worry about those troublesome things." Yilin, who was eating roast duck with her head down, raised her head when she heard what Zhao Peng said, gave him a thumbs up and said loudly, "Zhao Peng, I didn't expect that you were quite dashing and open-minded. In fact, my dream is pretty much the same as yours. That is, I want to be an idle fish with food and drink and no worries." Zhao Peng smiled faintly at his words, then responded in a teasing tone, "Ha ha, we're not quite the same then. My goal is to become the kind of high-level salted fish that can eat meat, drink wine in a big bowl, and enjoy fun, which is much more powerful than ordinary goods like you." Yilin was very unconvinced. She pouted and muttered, "Che, after talking for so long, isn't it still a salted fish in the end? What's so great about it? We are all just half a catty." After saying that, he continued to bury his head and nod on the roast duck in his hand. At this time, Yi Feng, who had been sitting next to him and drinking tea silently, finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. He put down the teacup in his hand, looked at the 2 living treasures in front of him, and joked with a smile, "You two, since you've decided to be salted fish, then don't compare each other anymore. I see that everyone has almost eaten. Why don't we move out now?" So, the group left the famous old store Quan Jude and headed towards the majestic Great Wall in high spirits. Along the way, they talked and laughed, sang and sang. The mood is extraordinarily comfortable and happy, enjoying this wonderful and joyful time. At the foot of the Great Wall, they were shocked by the magnificent wall and took out their cell phones to record this unforgettable moment. Yilin waved her arms excitedly and said loudly, "Wow! This is the Great Wall. It's so shocking. We must take a good walk and feel the historical underpinnings of this great structure." They meandered along the Great Wall, feeling the weight and vicissitudes of history. The scenery along the way unfolded like a scroll, which was refreshing. They stopped from time to time to take pictures and leave behind the wonderful memories. At the top of the Great Wall, they overlooked the mountains and villages in the distance, feeling the magnificence of nature and the greatness of mankind. Yi Feng said with emotion, "Standing here, it's as if I can feel the valor and grandeur of the ancient warriors. They used their blood, sweat and lives to build this immortal miracle, leaving us a valuable cultural heritage." Li Xiaona also exclaimed, "Yes, this Great Wall is not only the pride of China, but also the treasure of the world. We should cherish it, protect it, and let more people come to enjoy it." Yilin wore a smile and excitedly shouted towards the two people in front of her, "Brother, sister Xiaona, let me take another photo of you together. You two can get a little closer." After hearing his sister's words, Yi Feng did not hesitate to walk behind Li Xiaona and gently extended his arm around her slender waist. The two's heads were slightly tilted, close to each other, as if time had stood still at this moment. Just then, Yilin pressed the shutter button, recording this beautiful and cozy moment. Looking at the perfect photo in the camera, Yilin was full of joy, and couldn't wait to send the photo to her mother, Wang Meiwan, who was far away from Tianjin, and left a message saying, "Mom, look at how loving my brother and sister Xiaona are. There is also a little secret to tell you. The two of them were living together last night, so maybe you'll be able to hold a cute little grandson soon." At this moment, Wang Meiwan, who was busy tidying up her room in Jin City, was unusually excited after receiving the message from her daughter, Yilin. She couldn't even care less about the vacuum cleaner she was still holding in her hand, and directly threw it aside, quickly replying, "Shaolin, you must pay close attention to your brother and Xiaona's situation for your mom. Since that's the case, then we have to hurry up and arrange our trip to Magic City." The words were filled with a sense of anticipation and joy. Chapter 86, The Ninth Game. Yi Feng stared suspiciously at Yilin, who was covering her mouth and snickering, and asked curiously, "Hey, you little brat, are you secretly holding something bad again?" Yilin naughtily made a face at him, then replied with a smile, "No, I'm not. I just sent a picture to Mom." "Hey, brother, look." From Mom's reply, "We will soon leave for the Magic City." Yi Feng smiled after hearing this and responded, "That's just right. Anyway, sooner or later we have to go. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaona hasn't graduated yet, we would have gotten married a long time ago." When Zhao Peng heard this, he couldn't help but interject, "Brother Feng, this is really enviable. When will I be able to find a girlfriend as good as my sister-in-law?" Seeing this, Yi Feng laughed and teased Zhao Peng, "Come on you, don't be so hypocritical there. You change girlfriends faster than you change your clothes, so why worry about finding someone?" Zhao Peng revealed an aggrieved look and muttered an explanation, "Brother Feng, don't make fun of me, those are all a joke. My life's major events. Where is my turn to make my own decisions? A family descendant like me is inevitably united by marriage." Seeing that everyone had fallen into silence, Yilin hurriedly stepped forward to break the deadlock, proposing, "Why don't we take a group photo together, or leave a memory?" Hearing this, the crowd responded in agreement. Just as they were immersed in the joyful atmosphere, a huge conspiracy against Yi Feng was quietly unfolding, and at this moment, Yi Feng knew nothing about it. At the same time, in the Chu family's old mansion in the capital, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Chu Xiaotian sat steadily on top of the main seat, staring at Han Fuli in front of him with a torch-like gaze, asking in a serious tone, "Han family master, nowadays, the Feng family of the Magic City has already promised to join hands to deal with Yi Feng, and even Mr. Liu of the Hong Kong City has contacted a few local family members to prepare for a joint attack. But why is your Han family still so hesitant? Can it be that your family has really fallen to such a state that you can only tolerate the humiliation of your own heir suffering a broken arm?" Facing Chu Xiaotian's questioning, Han Fuli's face was gloomy to the extreme. He took a deep breath and responded, "Chu family master, that Yi Feng's strength possesses at least the cultivation of the Zhongshe realm. If you can come up with a way to deal with it, my Han family will definitely do everything in their power to help." Upon hearing that, Chu Xiaotian let out a loud laugh and turned his head to Chu Mufeng beside him and commanded, "Since that's the case, Mufeng, you might as well explain it in detail to the Han family master." Chu Mufeng said respectfully towards Han Fuli, "Han family master, you don't know, but my elder brother, Chu Muyun, is about to return to Kyoto to report for duty and join the Dragon Tendency Squad. He has already reported to the 9th Bureau of China. And if the Qifeng dares to strike against someone who is not a martial artist, he will surely be rounded up. The 9th Bureau has strong martial arts Jindan practitioners sitting in their ranks. Han Fuli said suspiciously. Are you really sure that the 9th Bureau will make a move? Chu Mufeng laughed loudly. Don't worry, Family Master Han. There will be a senior member of the 9th Bureau who will go and put pressure on Yifeng today. Han Fuli frowned and contemplated for a moment before slowly nodding his head in agreement. If Yifeng is indeed unable to personally step in, then my Han family is willing to join in. Chu Xiaotian let out a loud laugh before responding confidently. Han Family Master, please rest assured that the decision you made today will definitely not make you regret it. At this moment, in the council hall of Kyoto's 9th Bureau, the state agency that served as China's specialized agency for dealing with martial artists and mysterious events, was already packed with people. Zhongli Dust sat steadily on the main seat and gently tapped the tabletop with his finger, signaling the crowd to quiet down. He said solemnly, all of you, please be quiet. I have summoned all of you here today because there are important matters that need to be discussed together. In recent times, signs of some hidden sex activities have been discovered one after another all over China. Even though there has not yet been any fierce fights between martial artists, we still need to be highly vigilant and keep a constant eye on them. If the situation warrants it, a stern warning must be issued to these sects, and their behavior must not be allowed to interfere with the normal lives of the general public. Mu Chongqing, the leader of the Dragon Concealment Squad sitting at the first place below, wore a difficult expression and complained to Zhongli Dust with a bitter smile. Director Zhong, the number of martial artists emerging nowadays is increasing, and our existing manpower is really stretched to the limit. Zhongli Dust frowned slightly and said, I know that the current situation is difficult, but we need to keep the people as safe as possible. I will deploy more manpower to support your work as soon as possible. Mu Chongqing nodded gratefully and continued. In addition, we have received reports of some mysterious incidents, some of which appear to be supernatural phenomena. Although it's not possible to determine if it's related to these clans yet, we need to investigate this. Zhongli Dust nodded in understanding. Alright, I will have the relevant departments cooperate. If there are any new developments, report back to me in time. Shang Wanhong, the leader of the Dragon Tang squad in the next seat below, stood up and said with a serious expression, Director Zhong, according to the report made by Chu Muyun, who has just been transferred to our Dragon Tang squad from the Northwestern War Zone, there is a martial artist named Yifeng who seems to have stepped into the realm of the Zhongshe and has also moved against Han Xiaoqing of the Han clan. I wonder if our Dragon Tang squad needs to take action regarding this situation? Zhongli Dust frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. A moment later, he spoke and replied, For now, Dragon Tang does not need to intervene in this matter for the time being. Your most important task at the moment is to focus on training the newly recruited members from each war zone. As for Yifeng, Evergreen, you go and give him some proper warnings and investigate his background. If this person has a good character and is trustworthy, you might as well try to invite him to join your Dragon Hidden. Hearing Zhongli Dust's arrangement, a delighted smile appeared on Mu Chongqing's face. After all, Zhongshe realm martial artists were really rare to see, and if he could successfully recruit such a talent to join his squad, then the team's overall strength would definitely be greatly improved. Don't worry, Director Zhong, after I investigate this in detail, I will immediately go and deal with this matter personally. Mu Chongqing agreed readily, secretly looking forward to meeting with this mysterious Yifeng in his heart. After the meeting was over, Zhongli Dust returned to his office and was fully focused on the matters at hand. He was well aware that although the current situation was still quite stable, he always had a premonition of a rainy mountain. At the same time, Yifeng's 4 men also left the Great Wall and rushed back to the Dragon Bay Hotel. Zhao Peng saw the crowd back to the room, then like a sly rabbit, quickly went to his own couple big bedroom. It turned out that he had long ago agreed in advance with the beautiful woman he met at the bar to prepare for a fierce battle. Chapter 87, Shin Haoyu's Call. When Yifeng and the others walked into the suite, Yilin went back to her room early to rest, probably because she was a bit tired. Instead, Yifeng pulled Li Xiana close to his body and whispered in her ear, Honey, do you want to take a Mandarin duck bath with me? Hearing this, Li Xiana's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy blush, and she blurted out, Hate it, you big pervert. I don't want to be with you. I'd better go back to my room first. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. Just as Yifeng wanted to reach out and pull Li Xiana, who was about to leave, a crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. He picked up the cell phone in his hand and saw that it was Shin Haoyu's name that was displayed on the screen. So without hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hey, how you are? Calling so late. Is there something wrong? Yifeng opened his mouth and asked. The tone of Shin Haoyu on the other end of the phone looked quite anxious. Mr. Yi. Just now, Fang Mingyue's side passed over an important news, saying that the Chu and Han families in Kyoto, as well as the Fang family in Mordor, have already joined together, plus several groups in Hong Kong City. They are ready to make a move against Huan Yu investment. Hearing this, the corner of Yifeng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. These guys were simply out of their depth. They hadn't even gone to find their bad luck yet, but they dared to take the initiative to make an alliance to deal with themselves. However, the one that surprised him the most was Fang Mingyue. She would actually leak such crucial information to herself. It seemed that this woman was really something. Oh, what exactly does this Fang Mingyue mean? Since her Fang family has already decided to join, why would she purposely reveal such important information to us? Yi Feng frowned and whispered softly. Shen Haoyu thought for a while and said, Fang Mingyu actually has a deep meaning in doing so. Although her Fang family has joined the opposing camp on the surface, it is actually secretly communicating with us for information. In other words, the Fang family is trying to help us in this way. Of course, there must be some intellectual and strategic arrangements involved. As for us, we need to cooperate with the Fang family to put on a good show. Yi Feng nodded in agreement after hearing this. He thought to himself that this Fang Mingyue could really be a cunning and intelligent person. In this way, he could show friendship to himself, but also on the surface not to anger the other several powers. It could be said that it was a move to kill two birds with one stone. You go convey to Fang Mingyue and say that I agree with this plan of hers, and at the same time, I will also remember this favor. In the future, the Fang family can completely follow the normal pattern to develop and grow their strength. In addition, Huan Yu Investment will also give certain support to the Fang family. Only, before the promised 90% of the assets will be invested in the commitment to charity, the Fang family must be honored to do. As for the specific how to implement the operation, well, hey, the doorway joints, you should be more clear than I understand it. Anyway, I only look at the end result. The process details will not be too much to ask interference, Yi Feng said with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, seemingly smiling. With a smile on his face, Shen Haoyu said to Yi Feng, Mr. Yi, please rest assured. I will definitely convey your words to Fang Mingyu truthfully. I firmly believe that she will be ecstatic when she learns the good news. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he responded with the same smile. Well, feel free to ask if you need anything. There is no need to be formal. And if there are any problems with the funds, feel free to contact me. As soon as the words fell, Shen Haoyu ended the call and turned to face Fang Mingyue beside him. Fang Mingyue looked at Shen Haoyu with joy in her heart, gratitude flashing in her eyes, and said softly, How you? Really, thank you too much. The Fang family finally has the hope of rising again. Immediately after, she swore and assured, Please tell Mr. Yi that the Fang family will always stand firmly on his side. At this moment, I can't wait to rush back home to inform my father of this happy news. After saying that, Fang Mingyue said goodbye to Shen Haoyu and hurriedly left. On the other hand, Yi Feng was leisurely lying in the bathtub taking a bath, but his thoughts had already flown to the sky. He secretly pondered that he had to give those few families a little color and let them taste the bitterness. Just as he was deep in thought, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open without warning, only to see Li Xiana's cheeks blushing, clad in a loose bathrobe, slightly shyly walked into the bathroom. Her appearance caught Yi Feng a little off guard, but he quickly regained his composure. He gazed at the shy and lovely Li Xiana in front of him, and a strange emotion could not help but well up in his heart. However, in this delicate atmosphere, both of them were silent, seemingly waiting for the other to break the deadlock first. Li Xiana's voice was slightly trembling as she said, Brother Feng, didn't you say you wanted to take a Mandarin duck bath together before? Now that I'm here to find you, aren't you going to invite me? As she spoke, her eyes showed a complex emotion of expectation and shyness. After hearing this, Yi Feng did not hesitate to stretch out his arm and pull Li Xiana into the bathtub with a strong tug. The two of them were instantly close to each other, as if there was no distance to speak of. He gazed down at the delicate, lovely and charming Li Xiana in his arms and murmured softly, Little sheep, the big bad wolf is going to devour you today. Immediately after that, there was a period of passionate and enthusiastic time, the details of which were really hard to depict in words. After all this, Li Xiana curled up in Yi Feng's wide and warm embrace like a docile kitten. At this moment, she was already feeling weak, as if all her energy had been used up in the storm just now. She looked up to Yi Feng, who was still in a relaxed state, and softly said, Brother Feng, now Xiana already belongs to you, so you must treat me well in the future. Yi Feng tenderly picked her up, picked up a towel and carefully wiped her body. At the same time his mouth responded, That's a natural thing. From now on I will definitely treat you with all my heart. Why don't we return to Jean City tomorrow, pick up Mom and Dad and then depart to Magic City together, or let the elders of both sides formally meet. For this proposal, Li Xiana just gently nodded her head to express her agreement, and then she let Yifeng carry her back to the room to rest. The two of them lay in the soft bed. Yifeng gazed at the flushed face like a ripe apple and couldn't help but kiss it. After the lips parted, Li Shana felt that rejuvenated little Yifeng and begged for mercy in a delicate voice. Brother Feng, please spare me. I don't have the slightest bit of strength anymore. Yifeng forced down the impulses in his heart that were raging like a tidal wave. After all, how could Xiana, who had first tasted clouds and rain, not be able to withstand him tossing her around like this? He tenderly took her into his arms and together they entered a sweet dreamland. Chapter 88, Mu Changqing's Visit. At dawn, a faint morning light poured into the office of the Ninth Bureau through the window. Mu Changqing was sitting in front of his desk, staring at Yifeng's data in his hand with a grave expression, murmuring under his breath, "It's really puzzling. This person was clearly just an ordinary guy before. How could he accumulate such a huge amount of wealth in such a short period of time? And even break through to the realm of the Zone Master? This Yifeng must be hiding many unknown secrets. I just don't know if he has connections with forces outside the country. It seems like I must find a chance to meet with him as soon as possible." As soon as the words fell, Mu Changqing got up and left the office, speeding towards the Dragon Bay Hotel. At the same moment, Yifeng also woke up leisurely. He quietly gazed at Li Shana, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and a strong emotional wave could not help but well up in his heart. Just when he wanted to make a move, suddenly, his sharp divine sense sensed that a martial arts expert was gradually approaching outside the presidential suite. Thus, Yifeng carefully pulled his arm out from underneath Li Shana's head, and after quickly putting on a nightgown, he took a step towards the door. Only when he sensed that the person had stopped at the doorway did Yifeng slowly push open the door of the room and opened his mouth to inquire, "Dare I ask what is the purpose of your visit?" Mu Changqing's heart was shocked. He should know that he was already a strong person at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, only one step away from the Grandmaster realm, but he didn't expect that he would actually be detected by Yifeng. So it seems that the assessment of Yifeng's strength was off before. He fixed his mind, and then opened his mouth and said, "My name is Mu Changqing, the current leader of the Dragon Hidden Squad of the Ninth Bureau of Chinese Security. I'm sorry for disturbing you this time, but I wonder if I can talk with you downstairs?" Yifeng saw that the visitor was an official of China. His nerves finally relaxed. After all, deep down in his heart, he had a deep emotional attachment to China. So he responded, "Please wait for a moment. Allow me to go back to my room to change my clothes." After saying that, he turned around and returned to his room. Not long after, Yifeng changed into a neat and decent outfit and reappeared, and followed Mu Changqing downstairs to take a seat in a parlor. After the two of them were seated, Mu Changqing did not delay any longer and opened the door to ask Yifeng, "Yifeng, according to the information we obtained from the Chu family, you have once made a move against the Han family's Han Shaoqing. I wonder if this is true?" Yifeng nodded his head slightly, expressing his approval and said, "Indeed, when I was in the magic capital, that Han Shaoqing dared to order his subordinates to make a move against my sister. Naturally, I wouldn't just sit back and watch, so I instructed the guards around me to waste one of his arms. In fact, me not taking his life is already considered merciful and benevolent." Hearing this, Mu Changqing secretly cursed. How in the world did this Chu family work? Such important information was not even mentioned. That Han Shaoqing was also too arrogant and domineering, daring to lay his hands on a patriarch's family. It was considered lucky that he wasn't put to death. This matter I really didn't know before. This Han Shaoqing even dared to lay hands on your family. You waste his arm is also his own fault. Deserved to be punished. I came here today mainly to remind you that martial artists can't easily take action against ordinary people. However, if the other party provokes trouble first, then it's a different story. Yifeng nodded his head in agreement with this. If martial artists could inflict violence on ordinary people as they wished, then wouldn't the whole of China be thrown into chaos? Captain Mu, please don't worry. I will never take action against ordinary people for no reason. There is no need to worry about that. Also, can you please tell me about this so-called Ninth Bureau in detail? Hearing Yifeng's question, Mu Changqing's face became grave and serious as he said in a deep voice, "The Ninth Bureau is different from any other department. It directly belongs to the number one leader and shoulders an important mission. We mainly focus on dealing with martial artists and mysterious events within the country, while also dealing with various threats from outside the country. As for more specific details, I'm sorry that I can't reveal too much, so please bear with me." "Oh yes, Yifeng, I would like to find out just what realm you are at now. Is there any interest in joining the Dragon Hidden Squad led by me?" Deep down, Yifeng was filled with respect and admiration for the Ninth Bureau that maintained the stability of the country and guarded the peace of the people. However, considering his own personality preference for freedom and freedom from constraints, it was really difficult for him to accept joining such an organization. Thus, he politely replied, "Captain Mu, in my opinion, I am probably equivalent to the Grand Master level myself. Regarding joining the Dragon Hidden Squad, I'm afraid it's better to forget about it. I'm a person with a casual nature, and I've never been used to being bound by too many constraints. However, please rest assured that as an honorable Chinese, if there is a need to use me in the future, as long as it is within my ability, I will definitely do my best and will never refuse. Although he had long expected that Yi Feng might possess extraordinary strength, Mu Changqing was still shocked when he heard him confirm it in person. Immediately afterward, Mu Changqing could not help but express his deep regret for Yi Feng's refusal to join the Dragon Hidden Squad. However, what was comforting was that from Yi Feng's firm words, it could be seen that he harbored an extremely strong sense of belonging to China. Yi Feng, in that case, I won't force myself anymore. If you have a change of mind one day, you can contact me at any time. In addition, the information provided by the Chu family this time seems to have reservations. I think they are secretly planning a plot against you, so make sure to be more careful. Then, I will take my first step. Seeing Mu Changqing walking away, Yi Feng's good feelings towards him multiplied in his heart. He turned around and stepped into his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Xiana sleepily sitting up from the bed, rubbing her eyes and asking in a delicate voice, "Brother Feng, why did you wake up so early? I didn't see you after I woke up, but I thought you had gotten a bargain and skipped out." Ha ha ha. Before the words fell, Yi Feng took an arrow step forward and fiercely embraced her into his arms, his lips tightly fitted together. After a passionate kiss, Yi Feng smacked his lips and said with a smile, "Well, it smells good." Li Xiana immediately blushed with shame, lightly pushed Yi Feng's shoulder, scolded, "I hate it. I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Yi Feng, however, did not think so, and responded with a bad smile on his face, "So what's the harm? I'm inclined to taste the truest and purest you. Go wash up quickly, and when Yi Lin wakes up, we'll set sail back to Jin City." Chapter 89, Chu Mufeng's Plan. Looking at the shapely figure that was heading to the restroom to wash up, the corner of Yi Feng's mouth rose slightly and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He quietly stretched out his palm and gently slapped it towards that round and plump buttocks, only to see Li Xiana let out a slight exclamation. Her delicate body trembled violently for a moment, and then like a frightened deer, she hastily accelerated her steps and rushed into the restroom without looking back. Yi Feng, on the other hand, stood in place, watching her back as she fled in a mess, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Near noon, Yi Feng and his group set foot on the high-speed train back to Jin City. Just got on the train and sat down. Yi Lin couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and send a message to her mother. "Wang Meiwan, Mom, we are now on the high-speed train back to Jin City. About 1 hour to arrive home." My brother also said, "Tomorrow we are going to leave for the Magic City." Receiving her daughter's message, Wang Meijuan's face showed a pleased smile. She quickly replied, "Xiaolin, you have to be smarter. Remember to tell your mom if there is anything that happens. By the way, I read the news earlier that universities seem to allow students to get married now, right?" Yilin quickly replied, "Yes, Mom, as long as you reach the legal age." "But, do you want my brother and sister Xiana to get married now?" Wang Meiwan replied, "This matter does not need you to blindly involved, aside from the child to play it. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to hurry up and pack my bags." After saying that, she stopped paying attention to Yilin and dialed her husband Yi Yuanhai's phone, informing the other party of the schedule, and then began to busily organize her traveling clothes. At this moment, in the distant Magic City, the Feng family welcomed a mysterious young visitor. This person was no other than the famous Chu Mu Feng. In the spacious and bright parlor of the Feng family, Feng Hongya said with a smile on his face, Aya, Mr. Chu's great visit to my humble abode is indeed a supreme honor for my Feng family." However, in the face of Feng Hongya's warm pleasantries, Chu Mufeng only smiled coldly and responded nonchalantly, "Elder Feng, let's stop being hypocritical. We all know very well that the funds from our families have already arrived in the accounts, and now it's also your turn for the Feng family to make a statement, isn't it?" A cold light flashed in Feng Hongya's eyes, but it faded in an instant. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "What Mr. Chu said is very true, but I am getting old and my energy is limited. The specific matters will be assisted by my daughter, Ming Yue, who is fully assisting Mr. Chu. The old man is slightly tired, so I will take my leave first." Before his words fell, he turned around and left. Seeing this, Feng Mingyue faintly smiled and softly said, "My father's health is not good, so I hope that Mr. Chu will bear with me. If there is anything that requires the services of my Feng family, please speak frankly." Chu Mu Feng became even more arrogant after hearing this, and disdainfully said to Feng Mingyu, "Humph, what can your Feng family do nowadays besides that so-called connections? Let's do it this way. You guys first find a way to let the officials find some trouble for Huan Yu investment." Feng Mingyue nodded slightly in agreement and responded, please rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will immediately start arranging the relevant matters. At the same time, if you have any subsequent plans or needs, please feel free to inform me, so that I can be fully prepared in advance and fully cooperate with your actions. Chu Mufeng had a smug look on his face as he confidently said, first, you will try to get Huanyu investment into a chaotic situation. Next, I will launch a suppression offensive against the businesses they have acquired, and then purchase them at a low price when the time is ripe. Oh yeah, I'm sure there are still many of your Fong family members within the Fong group that was acquired by Yi Feng, right? There may be no harm in mobilizing them to take some actions and create some negative impacts. After realizing Chu Mufeng's preliminary plan, Fong Mingyue flattered. Mr. Chu's plan is wonderful. This time, we will definitely be able to successfully annex the entire Huanyu investment. I just don't know what kind of benefits my Fong family will obtain after this is accomplished. However, Chu Mufeng secretly pondered in his heart, just with your Fong family, how could you think of asking for benefits? If it wasn't for the fact that your Fong family still had some connections, with your Fong family's current state of decline, how could you be qualified to cooperate with me? He pondered in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move and said, as long as the Fong family can show their own value, then the corresponding return will naturally be generous. It's not too late. Let's act quickly. As for the other aspects, there is no need to worry too much. Well, I still have important matters to attend to, so I will take my first step. After speaking, Chu Mufeng turned around and left. After his silhouette faded away until it disappeared into thin air, the smile that had originally hung on Fong Mingyue's face instantly converged without a trace, and was replaced by a haze of color. She knew that the Fong family was simply insignificant in Chu Mufeng's eyes, and could even be said to be dispensable. Good thing that he did not sincerely cooperate. Otherwise in the end not only the basket of water is empty, and even more likely to lead to fire. The disaster of extinction. Fong Mingyue made an immediate decision. Without hesitation, she summoned her subordinates, and began to plan to deal with the Huanyu investment in a tight schedule. After all the arrangements were made, she dialed Shin Haoyu's phone without stopping, the details of the entire plan to the other side of the hole. After learning the news, Shin Haoyu also dare not have the slightest negligence of heart, and immediately began to carry out the targeted strategic deployment of work. At the same time, she also took the initiative to contact the Qin family to seek their assistance and cooperation. At this moment, Yi Feng and his group had already arrived at the East Lake Villa. Just after stepping into the door of the house, Wang Meiwan couldn't wait to welcome them, but she directly ignored Yi Lin, who flew towards her. Instead, she took Li Xiaona's hand and shushed her with concern. Yi Feng witnessed all this. A hint of a teasing smile appeared on his face. He turned his head to Yi Lin, who was left out in the cold, and flirted. How does it feel to be left out by our mom? Isn't it unpleasant in your heart, old sister? When Yi Lin heard her brother's words, her mouth turned away and she retorted without showing any weakness. Che, what's so funny? You're no better, just half a catty. You still have the nerve to mock me. Humph. After saying that, she huffed and puffed as she turned around and drilled into her room. Seeing his mom and Xiana chatting feverishly, Yi Feng briefly greeted them and then headed to the East Lake Hotel on his own. On the way, he dialed Yi Wuhan and Zhang Jiwei's phone numbers and made an appointment to meet up at Brother Qian's place together. Not long after, Yi Feng arrived at Qian Zhongwen's office. When Qian Zhongwen saw Yi Feng's arrival, he enthusiastically poured him a cup of hot tea, and then asked with a smile, Yi old brother, how come you are free to come to my place as a guest today? Yi Feng didn't beat around the bush. He picked up the cup of tea and drank it all in one go, then replied bluntly, indeed there is something that I need to inform you all about. Let's discuss it together when Brother Zhang and Big Brother Wusheng arrive later. Chapter 90. Barking at Qian Zhongwen and the others. Not long after, Zhang Jiwei and Yi Wuhan arrived at Qian Zhongwen's office in a hurry. As soon as they entered, Zhang Jiwei looked at the three people in front of him and inquired suspiciously, elder brother Yi, what has happened to make you summon us over so urgently? Yi Feng nodded slightly, then replied bluntly, in the recent period of time, the Chu family and Han family in Kyoto, plus several corporations in Hong Kong Island, will join forces to launch an offensive against me. You guys have to pay more attention to avoid being implicated. Hearing this, Qian Zhongwen, Zhang Jiwei and Yi Wuhan's faces instantly turned serious. It was important to know that it was not easy to deal with even just any of them, let alone the fact that these families and enterprises actually chose to ally together to deal with Yi Feng now. Qian Zhongwen took a deep breath and said in a firm tone, elder brother Yi, please don't worry. If there is any need for me to help, just open your mouth. I, Qian Zhongwen, am absolutely obliged. Zhang Jiwei followed and said, that's right, although these opponents are indeed powerful, we will never easily succumb to their pressure. When Yi Feng saw that the two men were so righteous, his heart couldn't help but surge with warmth, and he was touched. Thank you for your support. But please rest assured that I have already thought of a good response to the current situation. In case you encounter an attack, make sure to notify me first. The two nodded in agreement. Qian Zhongwen followed up with, Elder Brother Yi, you must pay more attention. The primary target of attack of those several forces must be none other than you. And you don't have to worry too much about our side. Yi Feng nodded in agreement and responded. According to my speculation, they should focus on my Huanyu investment in Magic City. As for the Tianjin side, there is nothing to worry about for the time being. Brother Wuhan, if they attempt to acquire our companies, do not let them depress the share price. Once there is a shortage of funds, contact me immediately. We must find a way to trap their funds, and when the time is right, we will be able to strike back and annex them. Yi Wuhan nodded without hesitation and replied, please rest assured, Elder Brother Yi, I will definitely bite their funds to death and not let go. At this time, Qian Zhongwen saw that the topic had been talked about quite thoroughly, so he opened his mouth and asked, Elder Brother Yi, I wonder how many days you are planning to stay in Jin City this time. If you have enough time, why don't you get together and have a drink together? Yi Feng knew in his heart that he would be returning to the Magic City tomorrow, and was afraid that it would be difficult for him to come back again in a short period of time, so he quickly responded, okay, then I'll trouble Brother Qian to arrange for tonight's game. And Big Brother Wuhan, don't forget to call up Lin Evening Autumn and Nyo Nyo at night. I just heard Brother Qian mention it, but I haven't been able to see them yet. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan's face flushed an imperceptible blush, and he said somewhat helplessly, hey, Yi Feng, you've gotten worse. You've actually learned to make fun of me. Alright, I'll have her bring Nyo Nyo along at night. You kid, remember to bring your mysterious girlfriend along then too. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth slightly raised, revealing a wry smile as he promised, don't worry, absolutely no problem. But seriously, Brother Qian, we've known each other for a long time, but it seems like I've never met my sister-in-law yet? Qian Zhongwen let out a soft sigh, a bit of despondency showing in his tone. Your sister-in-law. She took my pair of children to settle in the Eagle Sauce country on the other side of the ocean. I have made too many enemies in the past, and I really don't feel comfortable with them staying here. It's better to go abroad to live more peacefully, so as not to follow me and be on edge all day. After saying that, he silently looked into the distance, seemingly caught up in the thoughts of his family. Yi Feng looked at Qian Zhongwen with a sad face in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. He softly consoled, Brother Qian, I think your sister-in-law and child can definitely understand your good intentions. Whenever you are free, you must remember to go over and visit them. Hearing this, Qian Zhongwen nodded slightly in agreement, then he sighed and said, alas, yes, I actually miss them very much as well. It's just that there are too many things at hand lately, so I just can't get away. By the way, Elder Brother Yi, you should also be well aware that the situation over at Eagle Jam is not very stable, right? There are always shootings, and even though I've arranged for special protection, I'm not afraid of the worst, but I'm afraid of the worst. So I want to ask you, do you still have that magical talisman in your hands? Yi Feng laughed out loud after hearing this, and said with a bit of teasing, Brother Qian, so you've been waiting for me for a long time, but coincidentally enough, I just got a new batch of goods here. After saying that, he pretended to reach into his jacket pocket, but in reality, he quickly exchanged 30 elementary defense talismans through the system mall and placed them neatly on the table. Then, Yi Feng continued, there are a total of 30 talismans here. You can divide them up and prepare one for each of the people close to you. Just in case, his tone was full of concern and sincerity, letting people feel the importance he placed on his friend's well-being. Zhang Jiwei saw Qian Zhongwen grabbing the talisman over as soon as he could. He quickly stepped forward and opened his mouth to shout, Old Qian, what are you doing? Elder Brother Yi had said before that he would let us share these talismans equally. How can you want to monopolize them all by yourself? Yi Wuhan, who was on the side, followed and agreed. That's right, Old Qian, I've already broken through to the sovereign realm now. Hey, if you really want to start a robbery, do you think you'll still be able to keep even one talisman? Hearing this, Qian Zhongwen turned his head to look at him, frowned and said, Wuhan, I don't quite understand when you say that. Since you are already an expert of the sovereign realm, what do you need these talismans for? Is it hard to believe that there are other uses for them? Yi Wuhan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and responded, I really don't have any need for myself, but Nyo Nyo and Shaolin might be able to use them. Alright, don't dawdle. Hurry up and take out the talisman and let's all split it together. Zhang Jiwei nodded his head in agreement from the side. Right, Old Qian, just hurry up, we'll each have 10. Move quickly. Facing the urging of the two men, Qian Zhongwen looked a little reluctant, but eventually he felt out 20 talismans from his bosom and handed them 10 each. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched the scene in front of him. Then he greeted the crowd. Then I'll leave first. Oh, I'll bring Xiana along with me in the evening to find you guys. After saying that, he turned around and left. Chapter 91, Catching Yi Yuan Hai. The departing Yifeng did not immediately return to the East Lake Villa, but rolled over to the Jin City flower base. He used his powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings and soon discovered that Yi Yuan Hai was currently staying in the greenhouse, carefully tending to the precious orchid. Thus, Yifeng walked towards the greenhouse with light steps. Yifeng carefully walked to the door of the greenhouse, then poked his head out and carefully observed Yi Yuan Hai. He saw that Yi Yuan Hai was concentrating on watering the orchids. His movements were skillful and gentle, as if what he was holding in his hand was not a pot of flowers, but a rare treasure. Looking at his father who was so devoted, Yifeng suddenly had a thought in his mind that he wanted to tease him. Just as I said, I saw Yifeng tiptoeing behind Yi Yuan Hai, and when he was not ready, he slapped his shoulder. This sudden blow made the unguarded Yi Yuan Hai tremble, and the kettle in his hand was out of control and slammed into the orchid. Fortunately, Yifeng reacted quickly, rushed forward with an arrow step, and steadily caught the pot that was about to fall to the ground. Seeing his beloved orchid almost suffered, Yi Yuan Hai was furious, just about to open his mouth to reprimand, but after seeing that it was Yifeng, he laughed and scolded helplessly. You brat, you really scared me a lot. If you really broke my orchid, see if I won't teach you a hard lesson. Yifeng responded playfully. Dad, is it possible that in your heart, my own son is not as good as a pot of flowers? Tomorrow our whole family is going to Magic City. You have to arrange someone in advance to take care of these babies. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed and cordial. Yi Yuan Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart as he listened to his son's words. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled and joked. Brat, this time when we go to Devil's capital, your mom and I intend to personally go out and settle things between you and Xiana. Xiana, that child is really quite good. You can treat them well in the future. If I learn that you dared to bully her, humph, see how I will pick you up. When Yifeng heard his father say this, he subconsciously touched his ears. A wry smile appeared on his face, and responded, Dad, you can rest assured, as the saying goes, like father, like son, I, in the future, will definitely become a man who is afraid of his wife, just like you. As for who's bullying who, it's still uncertain. After saying that, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Yi Yuan Hai heard this, his old face instantly turned red. He glared at Yifeng, and purposely made a face to pretend to be angry and said, Hey, you little brat, your wings are hardened, aren't you? You actually dare to make fun of me. Let me tell you, where am I afraid of my wife? This is clearly my heartache for your mom. Alright, 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 alright. I still have some things to take care of. I'll go home when I'm done. Seeing that his father was a bit embarrassed, Yifeng knew that it was inappropriate to continue teasing him, so he said goodbye to his father and turned around to leave. After returning to the East Lake Villa, Yifeng realized that his home was empty and could not help but feel puzzled. He scratched his head and said to himself, Strange, how come there is not even a single person at home? He then picked up his cell phone and dialed Li Xiana's number. Hey, Xiana, why isn't there anyone at home? Where have you all gone? Li Xiana couldn't help but feel a bit amused and deliberately teased. What's the matter? Would someone as powerful as Brother Feng be afraid of being home alone? Don't worry. Auntie took me out for a beauty treatment, while Yilin went to the driving school to practice, but don't worry too much. We'll be home in about an hour or so. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a little comforted in his heart, but he couldn't help but show a hint of aggravation. He sighed and said, Alright then, I'll wait for you at home. Oh yeah, there's a party in the evening. Do I need you to accompany me to it? Li Xiana responded sweetly. I know. Wait for me at home. The two of them chatted casually for a few more sentences, and then hung up the phone. Yifeng put down his cell phone and turned around to walk into his room. He took out 3 spirit-gathering pills from the system space and swallowed them without hesitation, then sat on his bed with his legs crossed and began to exercise and cultivate. On the other side, Mu Changqing arrived at Zhongli Dust's office. Seeing that Zhongli Dust was concentrating on reading the documents, Mu Changqing wisely chose not to disturb him and instead poured himself a cup of hot tea and leisurely savored it. After some time, Zhongli Dust finally finished handling the work at hand. He raised his head and looked at Mu Changqing, who was cozily sipping tea across from him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled. Hey, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider. I haven't even had a chance to take a sip of this tea, but you're enjoying it first. Alright, come on, what is it that you are looking for me for? Mu Changqing said with a serious face. Director Zhong. About this person Yifeng. I have already dealt with him. According to my judgment, I'm afraid that his strength has already reached the realm of Grand Master. Moreover, from the information given to us by the Chu family, it is obvious that they have intentionally concealed some important information. As a matter of fact, Yifeng didn't make a move against Han Xiaoqing for no reason, but rather for the sake of protecting his sister. Hearing this, Zhongli Dust couldn't help but be shocked. A young man in his 20s had such profound martial arts attainments to become a grandmaster? This was simply unbelievable. One must know that Zhongli Dust considered himself to have outstanding talent, and after decades of arduous cultivation, he had only just touched this realm. Zhongli Dust tried to calm himself down, then asked, "Then, what kind of attitude does Yifeng hold towards our ninth bureau? Did you try to invite him to join us?" Mu Changqing replied. His attitude towards us is quite friendly. Although he politely declined my invitation and expressed his unwillingness to join the ninth bureau, he promised that if the country was in trouble or needed his help, he would definitely not stand idly by and would not hesitate to step forward. Zhongli Dust nodded and said, as long as he carries the motherland in his heart, then it couldn't be better. Otherwise, such a supreme expert will bring endless trouble if he goes against us. Yifeng, who was in a deep state of cultivation at the moment, suddenly sensed that his old mom and Li Xiana had returned home. So he slowly collected his breath and stopped his cultivation movements. He quietly felt the surging spiritual energy in his body like surging waves, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart according to the development of this situation. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would be able to try to launch an attack on the coveted Jindan realm. Chapter 92, Complimenting Yiwuan. Yifeng couldn't hide his excitement as he left his room and walked downstairs to the living room. Facing Wang Meiwan, he spoke. Mom, we're going to attend a party later, so we won't be eating at home tonight. Wang Meiwan responded with a gentle and cordial smile on her face. Okay, you two have fun, but don't forget to go home early. We still have to leave for Magic City tomorrow morning. Without hesitation, Yifeng took Li Xiana's hand and turned around and left. They quickly boarded the car and sped towards the East Lake Hotel. At this moment, Qian Zhongwen was sitting in a box, flirting with Yi Wuhan for fun with each other. Nyo, on the other hand, stayed at the side and happily played with Lin Eveningqiu. When Yifeng and Li Xiana stepped into the box, Nyo immediately dashed to the box with an excited smile on her face. She pounced on Yifeng and shouted ecstatically, "Brother Yifeng, Nyo hasn't seen you for a long time." Immediately afterward, she turned her gaze to Li Xiana with a curious glint in her eyes as she continued, "Wow, this sister is really as beautiful as heaven. Sister, are you Brother Yifeng's wife?" Yifeng smiled as he took Nyo into his arms and said dotingly, "You little brat, your mouth is really sweet nah. That's right, she is my wife. From now on you can address her as sister-in-law." Nyo squealed gleefully, "Sister-in-law is good. Brother Yifeng, I have to tell you a little secret. Nyo has a mom now. He. Yifeng looked in the direction of her finger, only to see a woman with a pretty face and a temperament as gentle as water standing there, looking at them with a smile and nodding slightly. Yifeng gently put Nyo aside, then took a step towards Yi Wuhan. With a teasing smile on his face, he said softly, "Big brother Wuhan, what a good fortune. When will you do the wedding ceremony? You can be sure to notify little brother me." Hearing this, Yi Wuhan's cheeks instantly flushed an imperceptible blush, and he replied with some embarrassment, "Don't talk nonsense, Shaolin. She's just Nyo's godmother. There really isn't any special relationship between the two of us." His voice seemed a bit low, as if he wanted to hide his inner embarrassment. At this time, Qian Zhongwen also interjected and said with a slightly flirtatious tone, "Wuhan don't blame my old brother for talking too much. She is a young and beautiful girl, and she is doing her best to take care of Nyo all day long. If you say that she doesn't have any interest in you, do you believe it yourself? I think you'd better hurry up and seize the opportunity. Don't wait until she leaves before you start regretting it." Yifeng nodded his head, indicating that he agreed with Qian Zhongwen's statement, and then persuaded, "I think brother Qian has a good point. Big brother Wuhan, do you really have no feelings for Lin Eveningqiu at all? In fact, you just can't pass that hurdle in your own heart." Yi Wuhan silently listened to the two of them, and couldn't help but feel a wave of complex emotions welling up in his heart. On one side was his deceased wife who had already passed away, and that deep love and affection was unforgettable to him, while on the other side was Lin Eveningqiu who was now accompanying him and was kind and lovely. His heart was like being pulled by two forces, painful and struggling. Seeing this, Yifeng and the two of them did not say anything else, but went to chat with Zhang Jiwei who had just arrived. Yifeng looked at Zhang Jiwei curiously and opened his mouth to ask, "Brother Zhang, why didn't you bring your sister-in-law? Could it be that she was delayed by something?" Zhang Jiwei helplessly shook his head and replied with a bitter smile, "Alas, don't mention it. My unlucky went out traveling with some of her old sisters. What a headache. But then again, what's going on with Wuhan? There seems to be something wrong with him by the look of him. Ha! Qian Zhongwen, who was beside him, hurriedly explained. Just now, Yi and I were persuading him to accept Lin Eveningqiu, but after all, this kind of relationship needs time to think and decide, so at this moment, it is estimated that he is still pondering in his mind on how to choose. Zhang Jiwei's eyes turned after hearing this, and with a plan in mind, he said with a smile, "Why don't I come and give him a hand again?" After saying that, he quickly pulled out a lollipop from his pocket before striding towards Nyonya. After reaching Nyonya's side, Zhang Jiwei bent down and whispered a few words in her ear. Then, Zhang Jiwei returned to his original position and said smugly, Hey, you guys just watch and see. Today's matter of no trace is 80% going to come true." Before the words left her mouth, she saw Nyonyo running towards Yi Wuhan like a happy bird. When she ran in front of Yi Wuhan, Nyonyo blinked her big innocent eyes, looked up at Yi Wuhan, and asked in a milky voice, "Daddy, is it because Nyonyo likes her godmother that you are not happy?" Yi Wuhan, who was hesitating, heard his daughter Nyonyo's words, and suddenly came back to his senses as if waking up from a dream, and responded with a doting smile on his face. "Sweetie, good boy. As long as Daddy sees Nyonyo happy, his heart will be happy too." The innocent and cute Nyonyo like a little monkey climbed up to Yi Wuhan's wide and warm embrace, blinking her big bright eyes looking up at her dad, and said in a milky voice, "Daddy, Nyonyo likes godmother so much. If my godmother can be my mom, and we can live together forever, that would be so nice. Every time I see other little friends have their moms and dads with them, I'm really envious." After listening to Nyonyo's words, Yi Wuchen's inner defense that was as hard as a city wall instantly collapsed. At this moment, he finally made a decision. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he tenderly said to Nyonyo, "Since it is Nyonyo who wishes this, then Daddy has no opinion at all." As soon as his words fell, he only saw Nyonyo cheer cheerfully. "Yay! That's great!" Then like a happy little bird, she flew to Lin Evening Autumn's side. At this time, Yi Wuhan also rediscovered his former style, walked to Yi Feng and the others with a smile on his face, waved his hand boldly and said, "The personnel are all here. Brother Qian, let's get started." Seeing this, Yi Feng and Qian Zhongwen tacitly gave Zhang Jiwei a thumbs up. Immediately after, Qian Zhongwen began to arrange for the waiters to serve the food. After the crowd at the scene took their seats, a dish of colorful and fragrant delicacies began to be served on the table one by one. Qian Zhongwen joked towards Yi Feng and Yi Wuhan, "Two ye old brothers, why don't you introduce us to the beautiful women beside you?" Yi Feng generously held Li Shana's hand and said, "Let me introduce. This is my girlfriend Li Shana. I hope that a few brothers will take care of me in the future." After Yi Feng and his duo sat down, the crowd looked at Yi Wuhan with burning eyes. At this time, Yi Wuhan, who had already figured it out, sparingly pulled Lin Eveningqiu's and said, "This is my girlfriend Lin Eveningqiu. Thanks to Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, and Yi Feng today. If it wasn't for you guys, I might have lost such a good girl." Lin Eveningqiu on the other side held back her tears of excitement. She had been under tremendous pressure for this moment, and now that she had finally achieved her wish, she could only choke up and say thank you. Chapter 93, The Wine Grows Stronger. The people get closer. After Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei heard the self-introductions of the two people, they coincidentally raised their cups filled with wine and said in unison, "How are the two younger siblings? Our two elder brothers warmly welcome you two to come here, and at the same time sincerely wish you two couples to love each other, grow old together, and tie the knot forever." As soon as the words fell, the two of them tilted their heads and drank the wine in their cups. At this moment, Li Shana and Lin Evening Autumn were completely immersed in the crowd's fiery enthusiasm and sincere blessings, and a sweet and happy smile involuntarily appeared on their pretty faces. Immediately after, only to see the two women gracefully raise their hands, gently touched the cups in front of them, and then sipped a small mouthful of juice, savoring the rare and precious warmth and joyful pleasure contained therein. Innocent, lively and lovely little Nyo as if a falling into the mortal world of elves in general. More, this party added a lot of laughter. She was like an adult drinking and cheering, and her naive demeanor was hilarious, even though what she drank was just a cup of ordinary fruit juice. Seeing that the atmosphere was so harmonious, Qian Zhongwen was in a happy mood, so he turned his head to Yi Wuhan with a smile on his face and raised his own glass to flirt with him. "Wuhan, today is a rare opportunity. You must drink a few more cups, otherwise how can you stand up to the good intentions of the three of us brothers? Later on, if you get drunk and can't walk, there's no harm, just stay here directly. After I'm done ordering, I'll prepare a spacious and comfortable room for you. I guarantee that I can let your family of three sleep comfortably." Ha ha ha. Yi Wuhan was fearless. His eyes gently glanced at Lin Eveningqiu, whose cheeks were as scarlet as the evening sunlight beside him. Then he steadily lifted his wine cup and said with a loud voice, "Excellent! Let's indulge in drinking today and not get drunk." Before the words left his mouth, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in the cup in one go. Witnessing this scene, Xian Zhongwen had a satisfied smile on his face, then turned his head to face Yi Feng and said with a smile on his face, "Yi Feng, don't just sit there. Hurry up and accompany Wuhan to drink a few more cups. Today, he's got a beautiful woman in his arms." Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled and finished a glass with Yi Wuhan. At this time, Nyo, who was sitting at the side, held the juice in her hand and shouted cheerfully, "Daddy, I also want to toast you. From now on, Nyo finally has a mom." Nyo is really happy. Yi Wuhan gazed at Nyo, who was snuggled in Lin Evening Autumn's arms. His eyes slightly reddened, and the last trace of hesitation in his heart instantly dissipated and turned into incomparable firmness. He resolutely raised the wine cup in his hand and said solemnly, "Evening Autumn, Nyo, let's raise our glasses together. I, Yi Wuhan, hereby swear that I will not fail you in this life." Yi Feng said to Yi Wuhan with a teasing face, "Brother Wuhan, don't you hurry up and get the license? When are you planning to hold the wedding? I have specially prepared a generous gift for you." Yi Wuhan laughed and responded, "If the Evening Autumn has no objections, then we will go directly to receive the certificate tomorrow. As for the wedding, we both think there is no need to organize it. The Evening Autumn, she has no father, no mother, she is an orphan, and I have no relatives on this side. Today we get together as a banquet." Hearing Yi Wuhan's words, everyone once again toasted to him. After a few rounds of drinking, everyone was more or less intoxicated, so they simply ended the party, which also gave Yi Wuhan and Lin Eveningqiu some time alone. Yi Feng personally escorted Yi Wuchen back to his room, and then quietly exchanged an elixir from the system into his coat pocket. Yi Wuchen noticed in a daze that there seemed to be something more in his pocket, so he asked vaguely, "Elder brother Yi, what the hell did you just stuff into my pocket?" Yi Feng replied with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "This is a wedding gift for you, resurfacing Dan. Let your sister-in-law eat it when you go back later." After sending Yi Wuchen back to his room, Yi Feng and Li Xiana returned to East Lake Villa. As soon as they entered the door, Wang Meiwan welcomed them, smelling the smell of alcohol all over Yi Feng's body. She couldn't help but complain, "This brat of yours, how much did you drink? Do you know that we still have to go to Magic City tomorrow? Old Yi, why don't you take your son to the bathroom and let him have a good wash to get rid of the smell of alcohol?" Wang Meijuan's rebuke made Yi Feng sober up. He subconsciously touched his nose, showing a smile of embarrassment, then stood up straight staggeringly, politely refused his father's good intention to help him, and walked into the bathroom alone. After entering the bathroom, Yi Feng took a deep breath and operated the spiritual energy in his body, dispersing all the alcohol around him. Afterwards, he turned on the lotus head and let the warm water wash over his body, feeling the warm and cozy feeling. During the shower, Yi Feng's thoughts couldn't help but drift away. He thought about tonight's party, the hardships and difficulties of Yi Wuhan and Lin Eveningqiu, and also the future of himself and Li Xiana. Various thoughts intertwined and swirled in his mind, making him a little lost in thought for a while. It was not until Li Xiana walked in with a set of clean pajamas and gently placed them on a hanger that Yi Feng's thoughts were pulled back to reality. He turned his head to look at Li Xiana. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he winked mischievously at her. Li Xiana's face instantly flushed with a blush as she softly scolded him before darting out of the bathroom like a frightened deer. On the other side, Lin Evening Autumn gently patted Nyo, murmuring like a loving mother, and before long Nyo entered dreamland. Looking at Yi Wuhan, who was lying on the bed soundly asleep, Lin Evening Autumn's mouth couldn't help but spread a sweet smile. After helping him remove the clothes on his body, she went to the bathroom and called a basin of hot water, wringing out the towel soaked in hot water on Yi Wuchen's robust body and constantly wiping it. Lin Evening Autumn's movements were gentle and meticulous. She carefully wiped Yi Wuchen's body as if she was caring for a precious porcelain. The steam from the hot water filled the air, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Her gaze fell on Yi Wuchen's robust body from time to time, and a warm current surged in her heart. She recalled the recognition and promise he had just made to herself, and those sweet and happy moments seemed to still be in front of her eyes. "Wuhan, you finally belong to me," Lin Evening Autumn whispered softly to herself, a happy smile appearing on her face. She knew that from now on, they would spend every moment of their lives hand in hand, and whether it was rain or shine, they would cling to each other. Chapter 94, Parents Meeting. Rinsed clean Yi Feng put on the pajamas sent by Li Xiana and came to the living room. Looking at Wang Meiwan, who was busy, she asked, "Mom, do you think it's better for us to go to Xiana's house tomorrow? Is it better to go directly to her house? Or should I arrange a hotel in advance?" Wang Meiwan stopped her hand movements, raised her hand and slapped Yi Feng's head, and responded in an unfavorable manner. "We are going to visit Xiana's parents. How can we let them meet at a hotel? It would be bad if we let others mistake us for borrowing our status to pose. Yi Feng rubbed his head while smiling nervously and said, Mom is right. I am also inexperienced. Still, you've given it a lot of thought. You're really worthy of being the head of our family. Yi Yuanhai, who was sitting on the side, heard the conversation between mother and son, and couldn't help but cough lightly, as if hinting at his presence as the head of the family. Wang Meiwan turned her head to look at Yi Yuanhai, her eyes sharp as she asked back, What, old Yi, could it be that you have a different opinion on what your son just said? Seeing this, Yi Yuanhai immediately revealed a flattering and pleasing smile on his face, and hurriedly explained, Meiwan, I don't dare to have any opinions. I completely agree with what my son said. I totally agree with my son's statement. In our family, we can do without anyone, but we definitely can't do without you. After saying that, he even gave Wang Meiwan a thumbs up, expressing his praise and affirmation. Wang Meiwan revealed a satisfied smile, nodded her head and laughed softly. Well, you know what you're doing, little Feng Ah. You also quickly go upstairs to rest. Add gas. Try to let mom hold a big fat grandson as early as possible. Yi Feng saw his mother being so blunt, he couldn't help but blush, and hurriedly turned around and ran into the room. The next morning, the whole family departed to board the flight to Magic City. In the Tianhe district of Magic City, today, in order to welcome the future in-laws, Li Changlin specially took a vacation from work. Li Changlin and Yang Qin's home is even more lively. Li Changlin took a special leave of absence from work and was busy at home preparing for the arrival of his future in-laws. He wore a clean and tidy shirt with a pair of dark pants, looking both dignified and generous. Yang Qin, on the other hand, wore a beautiful dress with light makeup on her face, looking both elegant and generous. The living room was already spotlessly cleaned by Yang Qin, and the furniture was neatly arranged. On the coffee table there was a plate of washed fruits and various types of nuts, and next to it was a pot of freshly brewed tea, emitting a faint aroma. Yang Qin said to Li Changlin after she finished her work, Changlin, I don't know if Xiao Feng and his family have arrived yet. I think we'd better go to the airport to pick them up in person. Waiting like this really makes me anxious. Li Changlin responded with a slight smile, just sit here and rest for a while. If they are about to arrive, Shana will definitely notify us in advance. Li Changlin's words made Yang Qin feel slightly relieved, but she still couldn't help but walk to the window from time to time to look into the distance. Suddenly, Yang Qin's cell phone rang, and it was a message from Li Shana. Mom and Dad, we've arrived in Magic City, and we're on our way to the Tianhe district. We expect to arrive in 30 minutes. When Yang Qin saw the message, she excitedly shouted, Changlin, they're almost there. Li Changlin had a smile on his face and said softly, I can hear you. You control the volume a little. See how excited you are. Yi Feng's family, who had just gotten off the plane, loaded the specialty products brought from Zinc City into Baijia's pre-prepared car and drove towards Tianhe district. About half an hour later, they arrived at their destination safely. Yi Feng parked the car, the whole family hand-carried gifts, and walked straight toward Li Shana's house. Yang Qin, who was looking out of the upstairs windowsill, saw the arrival of Yi Feng's family and hurriedly pulled Li Changlin downstairs to meet them. Seeing her parents appear, Li Shana quickly stepped forward to introduce them. Mom and Dad, this is Brother Feng's parents, Yi Yuanhai, Wang Meiwan, and his sister Yi Lin. Immediately after, she turned to Yi Feng's parents and spoke, Uncle and Aunt, these two are my parents, Li Changlin and Yang Qin. Yang Qin warmly shook Wang Meijuan's hand and said with a smile on her face, Welcome, welcome, you've come all the way here, and you've even brought a gift on purpose. You're really courteous. Please come into the house quickly. As soon as the words fell, she enthusiastically led Yi Feng's family into the house. After entering the house, Yang Qin warmly invited Yi Feng's family to sit down and personally poured tea. Li Xiana helped out, and the two parents began to chat about family life, and the atmosphere gradually became more and more harmonious. Seeing that the time was almost up, Wang Meiwan said softly with a smile on her face, In-law's mother, this time I came here, mainly want to talk to you about the two children, Xiana's child. From the bottom of our hearts, her father and I really like her. However, considering that Xiana has not yet graduated, we are thinking of doing this. Let's finalize the marriage first, and after she successfully completes her studies, then come back to hold the wedding ceremony. In this way, we can also avoid those people talking about it and chewing on the root of the matter, right? When Yang Qin heard this, she replied with a kind smile on her face, in fact, our husband and wife are also quite satisfied with this child. Little Feng, I have to say that the idea you guys came up with is really quite well thought out and appropriate, to which we both certainly raise our hands in favor. After all, this will allow the children to have a solid and stable future. Upon hearing Yang Qin's crisp and generous reply, Wang Meiwan and her husband, Yi Yuanhai, coincidentally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, Wang Meiwan reached into her coat pocket, pulled out a bank card, and gently placed it in Yang Qin's palm, saying in a soft voice, "In-laws, don't refuse. The money in the card is the dowry money specially prepared for Xiana. Although the marriage between our two families is basically finalized, but the etiquette we still have to have it. Cannot be wronged like Xiona, this kind of good behavior and understanding and likable good child." Seeing that Wang Meiwan had put it this way, Yang Qin was too embarrassed to continue to push back, and could only accept it with joy, while silently calculating in her heart that she would wait until the two of them were formally married in the future, and then hand it back to the young couple unchanged. Li Changlin saw that the children's chat is almost over and greeted, now also to the mealtime. "I booked a private room and a restaurant in front of the door. Why don't we eat and talk? It's also as a celebration for the two children." Chapter 95, Protecting Daughter-in-Law Devil Wang Meiwan. Hearing her husband's words, Yang Qin smiled and gestured to everyone before leading them towards the restaurant. Since the destination wasn't far away, the two families decided to choose to walk this way forward after discussing the matter. When they passed by the neighborhood garden, the group of middle-aged women who liked to gossip saw Yang Qin walking with a large family and couldn't help but curiously gather around and ask, "Yang Qin, is your family a guest? Or are they relatives?" Naturally, Yang Qin had not forgotten about the rumors that these people had made up earlier, but she was in a good mood today, so she replied with a smile on her face, "Yes, today, Xiana's boyfriend and his family came all the way from Tianjin to talk about the future of our two children. It's just about time for lunch." So the two families went to eat together. The middle-aged woman revealed a look of envy. Skadin praised, "Aya, your family Xiana is really lucky. Didn't her boyfriend give her a limousine last time? This time, his parents came over in person, so I'm sure the bride price must be small, right?" Yang Qin smiled faintly and responded in a calm tone, "Where are the words? What bride price is not a bride price? As long as the two children live happily ever after, nothing else matters." Okay, I won't talk to you guys anymore. We'll go over first." After saying that, Yang Qin led everyone to continue to go forward, leaving the group of middle-aged women to discuss behind their backs. "Have not waited for these people out of how far? That corner of the mouth with a black mole of the woman will be full of ridicule," said Che. "Still talk about what the bride price is not the bride price. According to my opinion is to see that the conditions of others are good. Not only a penny bride price do not want to, but also one to stick it, sooner or later will be played by other people enough to kick off." Hearing this, Yang Qin's face instantly became gloomy to the extreme. However, before she could make a move, Wang Meiwan on the side was the first to angrily rush over. Raising her hand was a fierce slap on the woman's face. Her eyes widened in anger, and her finger almost poked the other woman's nose. As she scolded, "Who do you think you are? Did you grow up drinking gutter oil and eating garbage? Xiana is even closer to me than my daughter. If you dare to slander her again, I'll skin you alive." Immediately after that, Wang Meiwan turned her head fiercely and said viciously to Yifeng, "Brat, you listen to me well. If you dare to apologize to Xiana in the future, I won't blame me for being rude to you. Now immediately transfer $100 million to me." "Oh no, just transfer 1 billion. Yifeng looked helpless and responded with a bitter smile, "Mom, what are you singing? I didn't do anything wrong, and my relationship with Xiana has always been quite good. And why are you suddenly short of money? Why do you need so much money?" Wang Meiwan shouted angrily, "What do I want? I just want to support my daughter-in-law. I originally thought that a $20 million dowry was enough, but I didn't realize that someone would dare to say that she's a backhanded bridegroom. Fine, today I'll let you all see what's called a real sky-high bride price." Yifeng nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. He knew in his heart that he had only given 20 million to his mom before, but now she had given all of this money as a dowry to Xiana, which was enough to prove her love for Xiana. So he quickly said, "Mom, or I come directly transfer it. Your card has a limit, cannot transfer such a large amount." After hearing this, Wang Meiwan took back the bank card from Yang Qin and handed it over to Yifeng. Yifeng quickly opened his global bank account and transferred 1 billion Chinese dollars without hesitation, and at the same time transferred the same amount of money to his mom's account. Immediately after, Wang Meiwan grabbed Yifeng's cell phone and showed the page of the transfer amount in front of the black mole woman's eyes, and said aggressively, "Wide open your dog's eyes and take a good look at it. My daughter-in-law's dowry is a whole $1,020 million. From now on, if anyone else dares to say that she's a backslider, don't blame me for being impolite. Let's see how I'll deal with her." Her voice was filled with majesty and anger, shocking everyone present. She then smiled and shoved the bank card into Yang Qin's hands and said enthusiastically, "In-laws, let's go. I do feel a bit hungry after that rant just now. We can't let those disgusting flies ruin our mood." At this moment, Yang Qin, who was still immersed in shock, finally came back to her senses and responded, "Alright, let's go then." Looking at the gradually moving away figure, the several middle-aged women as if lost soul in general, for a long time cannot come back to God. After a while, one of them mumbled as if waking up from a dream, $1,020,000,000 for the bride price. Good heavens! What kind of family is this? Luckily I didn't speak out of turn just now. Right. We can't mess with such a powerful person. The crowd cast their gazes towards the black mole woman who was brutally beaten, then quickly distanced themselves from her, as if they were deeply afraid of being implicated. After entering the restaurant's private room, Yilin didn't mince words and gave Wang Meiwan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Old mom, you were simply too powerful just now. But then again, is Sister Xiana really more pro than me?" Hearing Yilin's words, Wang Meiwan said angrily, "You little girl, what are you thinking about all day long? Xiana is my future daughter-in-law. She'll be a part of our family in the future, so of course I'll cherish her as if she were my own daughter. Likewise, you're also my precious daughter. The palm of the hand are all meat. How can mom be more favored than the other?" Sitting on the side of Li Xiana after listening, her heart was full of emotion. Having such a good mother-in-law who defends herself in every way is really too happy. She couldn't help but cast a grateful gaze at Jifeng beside her, who was also smiling and gazing at her. Between the four eyes, Li Xiana intentionally straightened her chest and glanced towards Ji-mother with a slightly provocative meaning, as if to say, "Humph, if someone dares to bully me, I'll look for auntie to come and take out my anger for me." At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was harmonious and cordial, but not everyone was immersed in it. Yi Yuanhai and Li Changlin, the two elders, didn't seem to care about all this. They were both lovers of flowers and tea. The two of them were talking excitedly. The topics kept coming up. The more they talked, the more opportunistic they became. The scene was unusually warm. It didn't take long for the waiters to successively place an exquisite dish on the table. These dishes are very different from the northern cuisine. They look more delicate and detailed. Each dish was not only a pleasure for the palate, but more like a piece of carefully carved artwork, pleasing to the eyes. Chapter 96, In-Laws Dinner Party. Seeing that the dishes on the table had all been arranged, Yang Qin greeted everyone with a smile on her face, signaling them to move their chopsticks together to savor the food. She first transferred a plate of fat hairy crabs to Wang Meiwan and Yi Yuanhai, and said enthusiastically, "In-laws, you guys in the north usually eat more river crabs, but today, let's try our southern hairy crabs as well. Although they look quite similar, there are still some differences if you carefully savor them." Yi Yuanhai picked up a hairy crab in his hand, peeled off the shell without hesitation, and ate it with a big mouthful. As he ate, he also expressed his opinion. "Well, except for the slightly larger head and thicker pincers, I don't think it's too different from river crabs. In-laws, when you have time to come to Jean City to play, let's just charter a boat to go out to sea and catch fresh crabs directly on the spot and eat them on the spot. That's what I call real freshness." Hearing her husband's words, Wang Meiwan couldn't help but roll her eyes, then turned to Yang Qin and said, "In-laws, don't mind him. He's a person who simply chews peonies. He doesn't know how to appreciate delicious food at all." After saying that, it drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Yang Qin couldn't help but laugh out loud at Wang Meijuan's words. "Ha ha, in-laws, but to be honest, hairy crabs and river crabs do have a big difference. Hairy crabs have delicious meat with a delicate texture, while river crabs have firm meat with a delicious flavor. Moreover, hairy crabs also have more crab yolk than river crabs, with a more intense flavor." Yi Yuanhai listened to Yang Qin's explanation and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "Oops, I'm just a glutton who doesn't know how to savor food. However, after hearing you say that, I would like to savor the deliciousness of hairy crabs." The two families sat around the dining table and raised their chopsticks to savor the sumptuous food on the table. Yi Yuanhai and Li Changlin were talking happily and excitedly raised their glasses to drink. Li Xiana gazed at the warm and harmonious scene in front of her, her heart surging with endless happiness, because only by obtaining the sincere blessings of her family, this love could be more perfect. Just then, Yang Qin took out the bank card from her pocket, handed it to Wang Meiwan, and said sincerely, "In-laws, Xiana and Xiaofeng's two children's matter. We husband and wife are very much in favor of it. It's just that the bride price is too much. We really can't accept it." In fact, Wang Meiwan had long expected that Yang Qin would have this concern, so she softly consoled, "In-laws, I understand your concern, fearing that people will gossip and say unpleasant things, but I didn't prepare this bride price for Xiana on a whim. I love this child from the bottom of my heart. You only have such a precious daughter as Xiana, and she is so outstanding. We will definitely love her in the future as if she were our own daughter. Please feel free to rest assured." Seeing this, Yifeng on the side also threw a look at Li Xiana to signal. Li Xiana immediately understood and opened her mouth to persuade. "Mom, just accept it. Otherwise people will still misunderstand that you are not satisfied with this marriage." Yang Qin said with a hint of anger. You little girl, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Well, in that case, I'll take it and leave it to my lovely grandsons and granddaughters in the future. Hearing Yang Qin say this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Yilin also followed suit and said to her brother and sister Xiana with a smile. Brother, sister Xiana, you have to work harder. I'm looking forward to hugging my little nephew and niece. As soon as these words were uttered, Li Xiana's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple, and she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look everyone in the eye. Meanwhile, in another place, the Feng family, Chu Mufeng and Lu Fuda were furiously lashing out at Feng Mingyu. Look at what your Feng family has done. You even messed up such a small matter. Why is Huanyu Investments still operating as usual? Tell the officials to look into it. Firefighting, taxation, auditing, do you need me to teach you these tactics? And how come those Huanyu real estate projects are back in business after only 2 hours of being blocked? You must give me a reasonable explanation. Chu Mufeng was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out, his voice deafening. The contempt in Feng Mingyue's eyes flickered away, and she immediately changed into a pitiful and aggrieved look, choking back her tears. Chu Xiao, you don't know, but the Feng family has long since taken care of everything, and the higher-ups have also promised to do so, but I never thought that the Qin family, which was killed on the way, would actually intervene. You know very well that the Feng family is not as good as it used to be, so how can we compete with the Qin family? After all, they are the #1 family in the Magic City. Chu Mufeng's face became more and more gloomy. He snorted angrily and said indignantly, your Feng family is simply a bunch of fools. Alright, I'll personally go and negotiate with the Qin family and warn them to mind their own business. If the Qin family is able to stop this, and your Feng family is still unable to properly handle this matter, then I won't blame this young master for settling the score with your Feng family. Seeing this, Lu Fuda hurriedly chimed in. What Chu Xiao said is very true. It's still you who can see through it. This Feng family is indeed not good enough. But the good thing is that the funds from Hong Kong City have already arrived in full. This time, I've gone through a lot of trouble to raise $100 billion in cash. Next, we can start implementing the plan. Chu Mufeng nodded slightly in agreement, at the same time revealing his appreciation for Lu Fuda, and said with satisfaction, since the funds are already in place, I'll immediately deploy manpower to manipulate public opinion, and make a big deal out of Huanyu Group's negative news, in order to suppress its stock price. When the time is ripe, we will take the opportunity to enter the market and reap the profits. Then he turned to Feng Mingyue and said, you should also prepare in advance. Fully cooperate with our next series of actions. As the words fell, without caring how Feng Mingyue reacted, he directly led Lu Fuda to leave in a hurry, heading straight towards the Qin family. Seeing that the two of them were far away, Feng Mingyue immediately passed this important information to Shen Haoyu and instructed her to make sure that she thought of a good strategy to deal with it. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and his group had already finished their meal and returned to Li Xiana's home. However, not long after, Yi Feng's cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up, it was the call from Shen Haoyu. Mr. Yi, the Chu family has already pressed on and started to take action. The Han family that they have joined forces with as well as the groups in Hong Kong City have raised about $500 billion in an attempt to devour the entire Huanyu group by suppressing our stock price. When Yi Feng heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly and he laughed softly. These guys are underestimating me too much. Right, with just such a small amount of funds, they are presuming to fight against me? Chapter 97, Yi Feng's Family Exchange Program. Seeing Yi Feng so calm, Shen Haoyu also stabilized his heart and asked, Mr. Yi, it seems that you have a way to deal with it? Yi Feng did not answer directly but asked, how you? Do you know how the great man responded to the Mao Bear's nuclear intimidation of us in the early days of the founding of China? Shen Haoyu body a burst full of unbelievable. This is also too crazy it. Trembling, he asked, Mr. Yi, you plan to adopt the tactic of changing homes? Aren't you afraid that you will bury the entire Huanyu if you are not careful? Yi Feng said with a relaxed face. That's it. How you? Look at the long term. It hasn't been that long since Huanyu was founded. We can create another one if we lose it. Do you have so little confidence in yourself? Shen Haoyu suddenly realized, and quickly replied respectfully, Mr. Yi, I understand. I will definitely defend to the death. Find a way to stall their funds, and never let them have a chance to get away. Seeing that Shen Haoyu understood his intentions, Yi Feng then urged, I will also inject another sum of money into Huanyu. Your task is to find ways to exhaust their funds and not let them easily annex Huanyu. In addition, I will arrange for Yi Hongfei to go to Hong Kong Island to swallow a few groups there. The Magic City side will work hard for you to worry more. After saying that, Yi Feng hung up the phone and then transferred 1 trillion Huaxia coins to Huanyu and Yi Hongfei respectively and informed Yi Hongfei to leave for Hong Kong Island as soon as possible. After seeing Yi Feng hang up the phone, Li Xiaona lightly walked to his side and said softly, Brother Feng, if you have any important matters that need to be dealt with, then hurry up and go. I'll just send my uncle and aunt back to Cloud Villa later. Yi Feng smiled faintly, reached out and gently pinched Li Xiaona's pink and cute cheeks, and responded with love. Baby, to me, there is nothing more important than accompanying you, not to mention that today is such a special day. Come on, kiss your dear husband, he said, and waited for her kiss. Li Xiaona shyly turned her head. After confirming that no one around noticed this side, she carefully stood on her tiptoes, quickly kissed Yi Feng on the cheek, and then quickly ran away like a frightened deer. At this moment, in the center of the bustling and noisy Magic City, the atmosphere inside the Qin family's mansion was grave. Qin Mai, the current head of the Qin family, was summoning his eldest son Qin Tian to the study with a serious expression. After Qin Tian entered the room, Qin Mai opened the door and asked, Qin Tian, according to the reports from your men, you even used your connections to help the Huanyu group. What the hell is going on here? Should you explain it clearly to me? Facing his father's questioning, Qin Tian showed no concern as he replied carelessly, Dad, don't make a fuss. Yi Feng and I are good buddies, so what's wrong with doing him a small favor in passing? It's not a big deal, right? Between his words, he revealed a couldn't care less attitude. Qin Mai slammed the table and roared angrily, You're so old. Why are you still so fidgety? You're not stable at all. You are the future successor of our Qin family. You have to consider the interests of the family before doing anything. After saying that, he was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. Seeing his father furious, Qin Tian hurriedly stood up and carefully defended himself. Father, calm your anger. Please listen to what my son has to say. That Chu family is certainly powerful and unrivaled, but our family may not be afraid of them. Moreover, if you think about it, if we let the Chu family have their way and successfully swallow Huanyu group, then wouldn't our Qin family's position in the Magic City be threatened as well? So I don't think there's anything wrong with helping Yi Feng go against the Chu family alliance. After listening to his son's words, the anger in Qin Mai's heart slightly calmed down a bit. In fact, he didn't really blame his son for going to help Yi Feng. He was just a bit dissatisfied with his failure to seek more benefits for the family. Well, Qin Tian, it's rare for you to have this kind of insight. My father is very pleased. Although my father is not against you helping Yi Feng, I just hope that as the successor of the Qin family, you should act in the future with the family in mind, and not act out of righteousness. Qin Mai taught his son in a serious manner. At this moment, Qin Tian finally came to a realization and understood his father's good intentions, so he hurriedly nodded his head and responded solemnly, Father's lesson is very true. My son has understood. In the future, I will definitely do my best to fight for the family's deserved benefits. At this moment, a knock on the door came, breaking the tranquil atmosphere within the room. After it was answered, the butler respectfully walked in and said, Master, Shumu Feng from the Chu family and Lu Fuda from Hong Kong City have come to pay a visit. I wonder if you are willing to meet them. Qin Mai cast his gaze to Qin Tian, who was at the side, and said in a serious tone, You go and meet them, and this matter will be left to your full discretion. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to test whether you can fulfill the role of successor. Qin Tian nodded slightly, indicating that he understood his father's intentions before turning to leave. Under the butler's guidance, he arrived at the parlor. As soon as he saw Chu Mufeng and Lu Fuda, Qin Tian immediately revealed a polite smile and greeted them warmly. Mr. Chu, Mr. Lu, please take your seats quickly. I wonder what the two of you are visiting today for. Chu Mufeng did not appreciate this, but instead coldly hummed and said with a hint of disdain, Qin Tian, you don't have to be so polite. I'm sure you know the purpose of my trip by heart, so why bother posturing here? Seeing Qin Tian's face gradually becoming gloomy, Lu Fuda hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Qin Xiao, Xu Xiao is in a bad mood today. His words are a bit too harsh. I hope that you will bear with us. In fact, we came here this time to implore the Qin family not to get involved in the dispute between us and Yi Feng. Of course, if this matter is resolved, we will definitely give the Qin family a satisfactory reward afterward. Qin Tian looked at them with a cold face and muttered in his heart, Does this Chu family have no one? This kind of goods can also be the heir? This hasn't even begun to talk yet, and he's offending himself to death. Qin Tian was about to open his mouth to teach him a lesson when Zhao Peng's mocking voice came from outside the door. I say Chu Lao heir. I heard your arrogant voice from a long distance away. Do you think this is in your house? Yelling here? Do you really think that your Chu family is number one in the world and no one dares to offend you? It's still our eunuch Lu who knows how to talk, and knows how to give some favors. You're nothing. Then, Zhao Peng turned his head to Qin Tian and said, Cousin, you too, what's there to talk about with these two guys? Just blow away directly. Chapter 98 Family Medical Fund. The corners of Qin Tian's mouth rose slightly as he watched Zhao Peng slowly walk towards him. his face filled with smiles as he jokingly said, "Hey, why did this brat of yours run to Magic Capital City again? Aren't you afraid that uncle will fix you?" Zhao Peng, however, had a smug look on his face and responded without any fear, "Cousin, you don't know. Nowadays, my old dad treats me very well. This time, I came here to find Brother Feng to play." And his old man not only raised his hands in favor of it, but also generously gave me a large amount of pocket money. He was hoping that I could find some treasures from Brother Feng and bring them back to honor him. At this moment, Chumu Feng and Lu Fuda on the side witnessed Zhao Peng's appearance. Their faces instantly became gloomy, especially Lu Fuda, who was even more furious and gnashing his teeth. This Zhao Peng always didn't forget to stab him hard in the heart every time they met. The two of them knew in their hearts that there was no need to stay on at this point, so without saying a word, they didn't even bother to greet each other. They angrily whisked their sleeves away. After the two left, Qin Tian's expression became serious and said to Zhao Peng in a serious manner, "Zhao Peng, it's better to tell us about your real intention of coming here." When Zhao Peng heard Qin Tian's words, a wry smile appeared on his face. "Cousin, are you interrogating me? I'm here to help you." Qin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned at his words and asked with a face full of suspicion, "What exactly can you help me with?" Zhao Peng coughed lightly and put on a serious demeanor. "Cousin, to be exact, I came here to save the Qin family. As you also know, the Chu family and Brother Feng of the Alliance have already begun to exchange blows with each other, and based on your personality, you will definitely not stand idly by. However, my father instructed me before I arrived, that aunt of yours places too much importance on profit, and must weigh the pros and cons of everything. If the Chu family throws out enough attractive chips to make his heart flutter, then he will most likely turn against you. Therefore, you must head to the Magic City immediately. If there is a slight delay, I'm afraid that your Brother Feng will not only clean up the Qin family together, but will even involve your aunt as well as your two cousins. It is for this reason that I have specially rushed here to inform you of this." A trace of an awkward smile appeared on Qin Tian's face, and in his heart, he secretly pondered that if the Chu family really did offer huge benefits, his own father might really make a move against Yi Feng. "Zhao Peng, is Yi Feng really so capable that when dealing with the Chu family's alliance, he was even able to take care of my Qin family along with him?" Qin Tian couldn't help but ask after him. Zhao Peng said with a mysterious face, "Cousin, think about it. Brother Feng's Huanyu Group in Magic City has assets of over $1 trillion, not to mention his properties over in Zinc City. My dad also inquired about a piece of information that the Chu family's Chu boss was transferred from the Northwest Military Region to the 9th Bureau, and he also ratted out that Brother Feng made a move on Han Xiaoqing. But what happened? Nothing happened to Brother Feng at all. What this means, you wouldn't not understand." Qin Tian was secretly glad that he had made a wise choice in the beginning, and at the same time, he couldn't help but mutter darkly, "This Zhao Peng really got lucky and was able to become friends with Yi Feng." Meanwhile, Yi Feng's family of four had already left Li Xiana's house and returned to Cloud Villa. As soon as they entered the house, Wang Meiwan said to Yi Feng, "Little Feng, tomorrow we are going back to Jin City." Yi Feng couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this, and asked with a puzzled face, "Mom, you guys won't stay for a few more days? Why are you in such a hurry to go back?" Yi Lin, who was on the side, also agreed, "Yes, Mom, we can play for a few more days. I can still take you around." Wang Meiwan glared at Yi Lin with a displeased expression and said in a bad mood, "You only know how to play all day long. You also follow us home and hurry up to get your driver's license, so that you don't have to stay here and disturb your brother and Xiana." Yi Lin's big watery eyes, full of grievances and pleas, looked straight at her father. Seeing this, Yi Yuanhai could do nothing but sigh and say, "Shaolin, even if you look at Dad, it won't help. Our family has always been run by your mom. What's more, Dad only wants to rush back to Jin City to take care of my precious orchids." At this time, Wang Meiwan came to Yi Feng and asked suspiciously, "Little Feng, why did you transfer $10 million to me today? Mom is not short of money to spend, so I'd better transfer it back to you." Yi Feng hurriedly reached out to hold Wang Meiwan's hand that wanted to pick up the cell phone to transfer the money, and said earnestly, "Mom, this money is my son's special filial piety to you. Please be sure to accept it. You can look at our relatives who are having a hard time. Take out some money to help them. If you think it's too much trouble, then just give 10 million to each family. Now that we are rich, we must not forget our friends and relatives who have helped us in the past. Back then, everyone helped our family a lot." When Wang Meiwan heard Yi Feng's words, a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. She put down her cell phone, looked at Yi Feng and said seriously, "Little Feng, you are right. Now that we are living a rich life, we really should return those friends and relatives who have helped us." She turned her head to look at Yi Yuanhai and said with emotion, "Yuanhai, look at our son. Now he has become a responsible man. I'm proud of him." Yi Yuanhai nodded at Wang Meijuan's words and said with a smile, yes, little Feng has always been a good boy who understands and is responsible. I am also proud of him. Yi Lin, hearing what several people said, also hurriedly came forward to voice her opinion. Brother, I think that we might as well set up another family medical fund. You should know that many families today will lose all their money and even go into debt due to a serious illness. When Yi Feng heard this, his eyes immediately flashed with a bright light. He hadn't expected Yi Lin, this little girl, to be so thoughtful. Dad and Mom, I think what Lin Lin said is quite reasonable. Then, I am willing to contribute $10 billion to create this family medical fund. As for Grandma's and Grandpa's side of the family, Mom and Dad will be responsible for taking care of it respectively. I wonder what you guys think. Wang Meiwan shook her head with a smile and said, I'd rather let your old uncle take care of it. I don't want to be busy with this. I'm still waiting for my grandchildren. Yi Yuanhai also followed suit and said, I'll let your uncle take care of my side. I still have to take care of my flowers, so I don't have time for this. Seeing his parents taking such a stance, Yi Feng didn't have any objections, so he continued, since that's the case, then I'll work hard for you two to go back to Jean City and hold a family meeting to inform everyone about this matter.